Chapter 1. A gloomy foreboding. In the capital of the Philippines, Manila, basketball enthusiasts from both China and the Philippines congregated within the arena, the atmosphere ablaze with fervor. However, while the Filipino fans erupted with exuberant cheers, the Chinese supporters wore expressions of despondency, lamenting their plight. Guard that damned ball. Block Clarkson. One step past. Damn it. A sense of sorrow enveloped the Chinese fans. During the first half, their team had performed commendably, even leading the Philippines by 2 points at the end of the second quarter. Yet as the third quarter commenced, the tides shifted dramatically. The Filipino star, Clarkson, surged forth with relentless vigor, executing both inside drives and outside shots with an intensity that seemed to ignite the court rapidly, overturning the score and widening the gap between the two teams that we lost. Again, a Chinese fan sighed. Their hearts were heavy with sorrow. That streak of red amidst the sea of Filipino supporters appeared both dazzling and solitary, a sight tinged with melancholy. When did the Chinese men's basketball team fall to such depths? Someone lamented, slamming their thigh in frustration, a profound sense of humiliation washing over them. The Filipino team, merely a group of raucous monkeys bouncing about in the South China Sea, how dare they exhibit such audacity before the Chinese team? Swish! The crisp sound of the basketball sinking through the net struck like a hammer against the hearts of many Chinese fans in the arena. Boom! A sudden roar erupted within the venue, accompanied by the jubilant cheers of the Filipino supporters, creating a wave of heat that surged through the crowd. Zhang Ling, who was monitoring the water cooler from the bench, lifted her bewildered and timid gaze, only to witness the Filipino star Clarkson executing a step back, sinking a three-pointer with precision. This shot ignited the atmosphere to its zenith, contrasting starkly with the plummeting morale of the Chinese men's basketball team. Head coach Georgievic swiftly called for a timeout. It was imperative, as the game was slipping away, the momentum threatening to carry them under. To regroup and rekindle their spirits, Coach Georgievic opted for a pause. Zhou Qi, the main center for the Chinese team, wore a vacant expression, despondently wiping sweat with a towel. He glanced over at the Filipino side, where Clarkson maintained an air of calm indifference, sharply contrasting with the jubilant celebrations of his teammates. For the Philippine team, the outcome was virtually sealed. That three-pointer had expanded the point differential to 21. Clarkson's clean and decisive shot not only inflicted damage, but also struck at the heart. His indifferent gaze fell upon Zhou Qi, exuding disdain, as if to say, "You think you deserve to step into the NBA." The current Chinese men's basketball team was undeniably weak, unworthy to be considered his competitor. After all, Clarkson was the sole star among the two teams actively playing in the NBA, his prowess beyond question. Led by player Zhou Qi, the Chinese team, thanks to the association with the Great Wall Yao Ming in the Rockets and the immense market presence of the Rockets in China, was selected by the NBA's Houston Rockets at the tail end of the second round during the draft. However, upon entering the NBA, Zhou Qi struggled to establish himself, failing to even secure a position in the rotation. After a few games observing from the bench and tossing towels, he was relegated directly to the developmental league for further training. Even in the NBA's minor league, where talent abounds, Zhou Qi lacked the requisite skill to make an impact. Just observe his frail physique lifting a mere 2-kilogram dumbbell for strength training. Could he withstand the imposing presence of an NBA center? He could not. He simply did not possess the ability. During the previous Men's Basketball World Cup, the Chinese men's basketball team enjoyed a fortuitous situation, placed in a group of relatively weaker competitors. A victory against Poland would secure them a ticket to the London Olympics. That match was a formidable test for the young players of the Chinese team. Veteran Yi Jinlian, a pillar of the team, poured every ounce of effort into the game. As the battle intensified and the stakes rose, with China leading Poland by a narrow 2-point margin, it was time for China to inbound the ball. All eyes, under the glaring lights and from fans glued to their screens, were fixated on Zhou Qi, the so-called Great Demon King. Yet, fate dealt a cruel hand. Zhou Qi's inbound pass was effortlessly intercepted by a Polish player. This led to a swift breakaway and a basket, followed by Zhou Rui's unfortunate fouls that granted Poland 2 free throws. This moment ignited a sense of foreboding among Chinese basketball fans. Ultimately, the Chinese team failed to meet the expectations of their supporters, resulting in the loss of their chance to participate in the Tokyo Olympics. A disgrace, a despicable humiliation. Following this debacle, Zhou Qi gained notoriety within the basketball community, affectionately dubbed the Polish center by fans. It is not the fans' harsh words that are to blame, but rather the underwhelming performance of the Chinese men's basketball team. Strangely, even with Zhou Qi's lackluster skills, he remains the strongest asset of the current squad, the foremost center. The decline of Chinese basketball has reached alarming depths. Lamentable indeed. The present is starkly different from the past. The inability to achieve results in the World Cup has led to an immediate farewell to the Olympics. This World Cup, as anticipated, yielded a dismal performance. Painful to witness, in the first group match, they suffered a staggering 42-point defeat to Serbia, led by the illustrious Nikola Jokic. What? Jokic didn't even play. The very player who clinched the NBA championship and the finals MVP this year was absent. And yet, they still lost by 42 points? In this match, the Serbian men's basketball team showed no mercy to their Chinese counterparts, resulting in a brutal massacre that left spectators in tears and filled others with sorrow. It is worth noting that Serbian President Vučić has always been a good friend to the Chinese people, and the relationship between the two nations has been relatively amicable. Moreover, the head coach of the Chinese men's basketball team is none other than the former Serbian coach, Oravi. However, in the opening game of the group stage, the Serbian team delivered a harsh lesson to the Chinese players, sparing them no leniency and inflicting a staggering defeat of 42 points. In the second group match, they fell to the relatively unknown South Sudan by 20 points, leaving the young athletes with psychological scars. The South Sudanese team would become an insurmountable Nile for the Chinese squad. In the third match, they succumbed to Puerto Rico by 18 points, a mountain too steep for the Chinese team to conquer. In the fourth game, they lost Angola by 7 points. Historically, the Chinese team had viewed Angola as a source of easy victories, but this time, they faced defeat. "It's unfortunate to lose," said Zhou Qi, the Chinese player, during a post-match interview, addressing the nation's fans. This was the fifth match and the final encounter for the Chinese team in the World Cup. Following their loss to South Sudan, they had already forfeited their chance to qualify for the Paris Olympics, and now there was no possibility of advancing. Would they lose this last game as well? It seemed inevitable, as the grim reality loomed before them. During a timeout, some fans buried their faces in their hands in anguish. Others shook their heads in despair, and some expressed their confusion and frustration, questioning why they could no longer compete even against the Philippines, all due to one naturalized player, Clarkson. Ultimately, the decline of the Chinese men's basketball team was too rapid, with no one stepping up to fill the void. Since the retirement of the illustrious Yao Ming, the team has struggled to find its footing. Although Yi Jianlian has made valiant efforts to maintain some level of success within Asia, it is unfortunate that the Polish center, with his modest physique, is unable to bear the weight of the Chinese team's aspirations. Renowned Serbian coach Oravi continued to passionately devise strategies to neutralize Clarkson from the Philippines, simultaneously inspiring the Chinese players with words of encouragement, urging them not to give up and to muster the courage to fight back. Regardless of the circumstances, this battle must be won to provide an explanation to the nationwide fans and the fervent public sentiment. Yet, Coach Oravi could see no spark of determination in the eyes of his starting players. Clarkson's barrage of three-pointers had extinguished their fighting spirit and courage. So be amused to it, Zhou Qi thought to himself. At worst, during the post-match interview, he would utter the usual public relations phrases. "We learn a lot from this competition. We will reflect on our experiences. We'll come back stronger next time, and we didn't perform well this time." After a week or two, once the excitement of the World Cup faded, it would all seem less significant. After all, hasn't it always been this way for so many years? In the eyes of others, there existed a profound silence, marked by helplessness and sorrow, yet devoid of the courage to fight again. What prevailed was a numbing indifference, a lack of empathy, as the act of playing basketball was reduced to a mere mundane task. Coach Chow felt a twinge of despair, accompanied by a prickling sensation on his scalp. Despite being a renowned coach, he lacked the fierce warriors capable of battling on the court. As the timeout concluded, he gestured for the starters to return to the game. "Even if we cannot secure a victory, we must strive to narrow the gap. At least it would preserve some semblance of dignity," Coach Chow lamented, noting that the opposing Philippine national team had already sent in their substitutes, with a deficit exceeding 20 points and insurmountable chasm. Yet, how could the Philippine team so dismissively underestimate the Chinese national basketball team? They were substituting players before the third quarter had even concluded. "Let us put in the main players to close the gap," he thought, bracing himself for the worst outcome. However, the situation only worsened. With just over 3 minutes remaining in the third quarter, the score remained a daunting 21 points apart. Coach Xiao stood there, arms crossed, his eyes filled with boundless fury and sorrow. It was crucial to remember that the Philippine team was fielding substitutes, while the Chinese starters struggled to keep pace. Was there anything more absurd? Certainly, one could hardly mention the plight of the Chinese national football team. That if you view your entry into the national team and participation in the World Cup merely as a job, I implore you to take your work seriously. Coach Xiao could scarcely believe the Lack of spirit in these young basketball players. Had they no pride left? Yet, as a celebrated European basketball coach, he felt the weight of his reputation. He could not bear the thought of his illustrious name tarnished by the Chinese national team. His eyes brimmed with unquenchable anger as he contemplated his next move, gritting his teeth. Very well. If the main roster is unwilling to fight, then let the final 10 minutes be entrusted to the youth. Perhaps they're the future of Chinese basketball. Does China's basketball team even have a future? Coach Alexander Orovy, the esteemed European coach from Serbia, silently shook his head in disbelief. Chapter 2. The Inexorable Decline. Meanwhile, in a live studio in Beijing, as the camera switched back, the host found himself momentarily at a loss for words, his throat constricted as if choked by an unspoken truth. Yet, with years of experience under his belt, he deftly shifted the focus to today's special guest, the esteemed Yang Y.I.Mr. Yang, what is your perspective on the performance of the Chinese national basketball team today? With this defeat, we can essentially bid farewell to this World Cup, held once every 4 years, despite 5 failures and a dismal ranking. Surely we must glean some lessons from this grand competition? Yang adjusted his glasses, cleared his throat softly, and composed his serious expression, though a hint of resignation lingered on his face. Today's defeat to the Philippines. Teacher Yang pondered his words with a hint of caution and resignation, was somewhat anticipated given the evident disparity in strength. Upon hearing this, the host immediately interjected. In truth, my impression is that the gap between our national men's basketball team and the Philippines is not as pronounced as one might imagine, to the very least. It does not reflect the scale suggested by the scoreline of this match, that I simply cannot comprehend why our Chinese players fail to establish dominance. Inside, they lack both height and speed on the perimeter, and it appears that each player is fighting their own battle, as if they are not part of a cohesive unit, devoid of any system. Yang adjusted his glasses, his demeanor turning somewhat solemn as he thought to himself, "Oh dear, are you trying to incite trouble? This is a live broadcast on CCTV." Nevertheless, the host's boldness gradually encouraged Yang to elaborate. Ultimately, it boils down to the fact that our players' basketball fundamentals are, regrettably, quite lacking. Take the center position in this game. Coach Chiao opted for Wang Zhilin. I share Coach Chiao's perspective that Wang Zhilin was clearly more suited for this match than Hu Jinxiu. He gave his all, though he missed a few layups and free throws. He exerted the same effort as everyone else. Yet if he missed several shots and free throws, what purpose does it serve to put him in the game? Is it merely for practicing layups and free throws in an international competition? The host pressed on. This brings us to the quality of our players' basketball skills. On one hand, there is the understanding and reading of the game. I believe Wang Zilin's capabilities in the center position are evidently superior to Hu Jinxiu's. On the other hand, we must consider the athlete's physical fitness and technical skills. Frankly speaking, we do not merely fall short when compared to the world's elite basketball teams. Even against the Philippines and Asia and South Sudan and Africa, there remains a noticeable gap. If memory serves me correctly, South Sudan's national basketball team has not been established for long. Has it? The host inquired. Indeed, the South Sudanese men's basketball team was formed in December 2013, which makes it nearly a decade old. Yang replied, glancing down at the blank sheet of paper before him before looking up to continue. Following this defeat to the Philippines, the World Cup for the Chinese men's basketball team has concluded. However, it brings to mind several issues that Coach Jonas lamented back in 2006, which to this day still persist to some extent. Oh, the host feigned ignorance. Could you please enlighten us, Teacher Yang? Certainly, let me briefly revisit those points. Coach Jonas, as we all know, is an esteemed figure in Chinese basketball. He led our men's team to victory against the German squad, spearheaded by the veteran Dirk Nowitzki, during the 2008 Olympics, and they nearly triumphed over the formidable Spanish team, which brought us closer to a medal than ever before. Of course, the Olympic performance was commendable, finishing in 8th place, which equaled the best record in the history of the Chinese men's basketball team. Thus, it can be said that our basketball legacy has seen better days. While we may not be classified as a top-tier team globally, we certainly dominated in Asia. The host continued to play his part as a supportive commentator. Indeed, it seems that the viewers before their screens are perhaps more acutely aware of the men's basketball team's performance than I. The commentator, with a touch of courtesy, he continued. Now, regarding Coach Yu's inquiries about our former men's basketball players, he articulated them as follows. Firstly, why do our players' stamina decline so rapidly? Take, for instance, this year's World Cup, particularly the second match against South Sudan. In the first quarter, we trailed by 8 points. Although we narrowed the gap in the second quarter, we experienced a sudden collapse in the third, with our shooting percentage plummeting, and the fourth quarter mirrored this decline. Does this not illustrate the reason behind our dwindling stamina? Why is our endurance so inferior compared to South Sudan's? Is it due to an overindulgence in jianbing guozi, or perhaps the absence of sea cucumbers in today's team dinner left the players insufficiently nourished and lacking in energy? He resumed a semblance of his usual commentary style, jesting lightly. Moreover, Coach Yu posed several additional questions, which I shall read to you too. Why does our speed consistently lag behind that of our opponents? Why do we continuously commit errors and hesitate? 3. Why are our players so lacking in resilience, unable to withstand their adversaries? 4. Why do certain players persist in their detrimental habits? Some issues are only worth mentioning once. Why do they fail to absorb repeated admonitions? 5. Why is the standard of the CBA yet to improve? 6. Why are the players specifically named by the head coach unable to participate? Initially, Coach Jonas hoped to include certain players in the national team, yet some consistently offered various excuses for their absence. 7. If a player performs poorly, why can it not be candidly reported in newspapers? 8. Why do other players seem to lose their ability to play when Yao Ming is not on the court? 9. Why do Chinese players feel the need to chase after the coach to inquire about every change during the game? Yang Yi cast a glance at the documents on the table. These issues, when juxtaposed with the performance of our men's basketball team this year, indeed reveal certain truths. Teacher Yang, I comprehend your point. Essentially, since Yao Ming's retirement 11 years ago, the problems within our men's basketball team have persisted. Meanwhile, our adversaries have made remarkable advancements, resulting in a noticeable disparity. The host and Yang Yi in the studio provided commentary on the match, recounting the history of the development of Chinese men's basketball to the viewers at home. Problems abound each year, and this year, they are particularly numerous. On the other hand, in the Philippine capital of Manila, the president of the Basketball Association, Yao Ming, observed the game with a countenance heavy enough to evoke sorrow. He was already tall, and since his retirement, he had gained a bit of weight. Yet compared to the previous 2 years, he appeared relatively slimmer, his unshaven face bearing a weary expression. The camera frequently cut to him, stirring feelings of melancholy. Once, the Great Wall giant Yao Ming had propelled the Chinese men's basketball team into its golden era, but now, in his role as Chairman Yao, he found himself powerless in the face of the current situation on the court. Beep. The final quarter of the World Cup match between China and the Philippines commenced. Chapter 3. Who stands firm? Beep. As the sounds resonated within the arena, a chilling electronic voice echoed in Zhang Ling's mind. Suitable host detected. The legendary superstar system has awakened for you. Please confirm whether to activate the beginner's gift pack, the Eternal Heart of Mamba. The Eternal Heart of Mamba? What is this? Just as Zhang Ling was engulfed in confusion, the assistant coach relayed Coach Chiao's orders. Zhang, you go in. Take the 3 or 4 position, and follow the training regimen from our camp. Upon hearing Zhang Ling's words, a flicker of excitement illuminated his face, and he could scarcely fathom the prospect of stepping onto the court for the final match of the World Cup. This marked his inaugural participation in the Men's Basketball World Cup. In the preceding games, he had failed to earn the trust of Coach Chiao, receiving limited playing time and committing numerous errors. More critically, his technical skills exhibited significant flaws. His defense was mediocre, his footwork sluggish, and he could only shoot upon receiving a pass, albeit with average shooting prowess. Although he played as a forward, he lacked the ability to initiate his own offense, rendering him effective only in wide-open situations. Consequently, he appeared somewhat superfluous. In the less competitive environment of the CBA, he could manage to hold his own. Yet on the world stage, he faltered like the rest of the national team. Zhang, my only expectation of you is to leverage your offensive strengths while fulfilling your defensive responsibilities. Stay vigilant against your assigned opponent and strive to help the team narrow the score. Coach Xiao's voice resonated, urging the spirited young man, as Chairman Mao said. You are the sun rising at 6 or 7 in the morning. Endeavor to showcase your advantages. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ling promptly rose to his feet. Adjusting his basketball shorts with determination, he swiftly rubbed the soles of his shoes with both hands, hoping to ignite a fiery sense of touch. Today, he donned a pair of the legendary Kobe Bryant signature sneakers, the Kobe 6, featuring a mesh design reminiscent of the scales of the Black Mamba, exuding an air of striking coolness. What, then, is the essence of the Mamba mentality? Zhang Ling stepped onto the court, only to discover that the main players of the Chinese men's basketball team were all confined to the bench, leaving only substitutes to take the floor. It seemed to be a standard rotation, as Coach Chiao appeared to intend for the starters to rest for a while. However, Zhang Ling pondered. Given that they were already trailing by 21 points, what was the point of allowing the starters to rest? Fortunately, the opposing team, the Philippines, also fielded a lineup of substitutes. Resolute, Zhang Ling shook his head, disregarding thoughts of the Mamba mentality. Having finally earned the opportunity to play, he was determined to give it his all. Zhang Ling still recalled the words spoken to him by Qiao Shuai, to leverage his strengths, which, in essence, meant to shoot. For receiving and shooting the ball was undoubtedly his greatest asset. As the Chinese team held possession, they initiated a sideline throw-in, with a Filipino defender closely marking them. The Chinese men's basketball guard, stumbling while dribbling past the half-court line, hurriedly passed the ball to the towering center who had stepped up to set a screen. Regrettably, center Hu Jinxiu was not Jokic. He failed to deliver the ball to Zhang Ling, who had already cut into the paint beneath the basket in due time. Zhang Ling found himself compelled to position himself at the far end of the court. However, he did not seize his momentum. Instead, he elevated to the bullhorn position and directly demanded the ball from the player who received the pass. As the sphere reached his grasp, Zhang Ling, utilizing his teammate's slight screen for cover, swiftly maneuvered past his defender with a decisive step, intent on breaking through. His counterpart hastily pursued, only to realize that Zhang Ling had altered his rhythm, halting his advance to execute a graceful fadeaway jump shot. With his left hand protecting the ball and a delicate flick of his right wrist, the basketball arced beautifully through the air, finding nothing but net. Swish. 2 points. This seemingly simple score went unnoticed by many. Only a handful of hopeful fans from the Chinese team offered scattered cheers from the stands. Although a mid-range basket did little to quench their thirst for victory, it was certainly preferable to none. Nonetheless, seasoned fans, witnessing Zhang Ling's seamless breakthrough and jump shot, could not help but brighten at the sight. After all, it was a stunning fadeaway. Even in the broadcast studio, the host exclaimed with excitement that the Chinese team desperately needed those 2 points. Zhang Ling's footwork was remarkably solid and steady, and his fadeaway jump shot was executed with utmost precision, reminiscent of the renowned Kawhi Leonard. Yang Yi chimed in, expressing surprise at how the Chinese team's substitute, Zhang Ling, took the initiative to attack the basket with the aid of his teammates' screens. This was precisely the kind of aggressive, self-sufficient offensive capability that our Chinese team needed. It is believed that if Ding Yanyanhang had not sustained his injury during this World Cup, our performance would undoubtedly have been significantly better, at the very least. We would have secured a steady win against Angola. Even now, Yang Yi still grapples with the disappointment of the Chinese men's basketball team's loss to Angola. After all, since the 1990s, Angola has been a proverbial cash cow for the Chinese men's basketball team, and facing them typically guaranteed profit. However, the circumstances have changed this year. It must be acknowledged that the loss to Angola has left a significant stain on our record. Meanwhile, the Philippines team attempted to launch a fast break, but unfortunately, they were relying on substitutes. During a clear layup opportunity, they were thwarted by the young forward Cui Yangshi, who disrupted the shot, causing the basketball to circle the rim before falling away. Center Hu Jinxiu secured the rebound and then passed the ball to the point guard, hoping to capitalize on the opponent's blunder for a swift counterattack. Regrettably, the guards of the men's basketball team struggled to play a pivotal role, nearly fumbling the ball. The basketball was passed around until it ultimately landed in Zhang Ling's hands at the corner. As Zhang Ling prepared to execute a probing step, the studio host remarked that time was running short, and it appeared he was poised to attempt another shot. Indeed, the current offensive play reveals our persistent issues quite evidently. There is no position that can penetrate and execute a strong attack. Amidst the dialogue, Zhang Ling, performing a probing step on the court, has successfully broken through. He endures physical contact and, after engaging in a confrontation, utilizes the force to pivot and execute a jump shot. At this moment, Zhang Ling's heart swells with elation as he begins to grasp the essence of the Mamba mentality, which embodies not only an unwavering tenacity, but also the entirety of Kobe Bryant's skill set. A divine gift, indeed. For instance, the series of movements Zhang Ling just performed, particularly the probing step, mirrors the offensive strategies frequently employed by the NBA superstar Kobe. However, due to his position being relatively distant from the basket after the probing step, he accelerated and made several strides from the side. Subsequently, despite his body contorting under pressure, he managed to execute a leaning jump shot. Swish. The ball nestled securely through the hoop, adding another 2 points to the scoreboard. "Oh, what a splendid shot!" Yang Yi could not help but exclaim. noting that it has been quite rare to witness forwards executing such maneuvers in international competitions over recent years. By the way, Teacher Wang, can you guess whose shadow I saw in Zhang Ling's offensive display? Who? Kobe. The footwork and shooting technique exhibited are remarkably reminiscent of Kobe's mastery. Yang Yi pressed his lips together, acknowledging the observation. Despite the Chinese men's basketball team facing inevitable defeat in the World Cup, Zhang Ling's ability to sink such a beautiful shot has finally given the live stream something worth discussing. Chapter 4. The main players. Better off not playing. Zhang Ling's consecutive baskets were merely simple and fundamental basketball maneuvers, not particularly complex. A straightforward stop and pop jump shot and a back-to-the-basket turnaround jumper are actions that our national team members could easily perform during their training or in CBA games. Yet, why do they consistently appear hesitant and timid in international competitions, reluctant to engage and unwilling to take risks? The host posed this question while providing commentary. Yang Yi remained silent, absorbed in the live broadcast. As Zhang Ling scored for consecutive points, it seemed momentum was building. However, before the host could finish his thought, his expression shifted dramatically. Oh no, a defensive lapse. Zhang Ling failed to switch effectively, allowing center Hu Jinxiu to cover, thus leaving the Philippines center unguarded. The Philippines team easily capitalized, scoring 2 points. Meanwhile, Zhang Ling extended his hand towards his teammates, acknowledging his mistake and failing to defend against the opponent's fast break. He quickly repositioned himself. Yet, the reality was known only to Zhang Ling. After the preceding 2 offensive plays, his physical capabilities had diminished far too rapidly. Even with the Mamba mentality and Kobe Bryant's entire skill set at his disposal, if his physical fitness could not keep pace, it would be futile. Zhang Ling inwardly resolved to improve, reflecting that ultimately, it was a matter of personal attitude. I will give it my all, damn it, Philippines. Zhang Ling gritted his teeth, resolute that even if this match resulted in his downfall, it would not be in vain. After all, he owed it to the divine gift of the eternal heart of the Mamba. Despite his dissatisfaction with Zhang Ling's recent defensive efforts, Coach Chiao decided to keep him on the court, recognizing that the current bench players exhibited more vitality and tenacity, particularly Zhang Ling, who was unafraid to take a shot. At this moment, the Chinese men's basketball team trailed the Philippines by 19 points. The Filipino star Clarkson watched the game with an air of ease, casually chatting and laughing with his friends, already prepared to remain on the sidelines until the final whistle, anticipating victory. This time, the Chinese team executed rapid passes. The guard advanced a few steps and spotted Zhang Ling positioned at the corner beyond the three-point line, his defender yet to recover in time. However, Hu Mingxian hesitated for a moment, then passed the ball to Li Kaier. Li Kaier, a naturalized player with Chinese heritage from his maternal side, is a formidable player capable of filling both forward and guard roles. Currently, he was playing as a shooting guard. With a swift motion, Li Kaier executed a wide-ranging pass. The ball soaring through an extravagant arc, akin to a crescent moon blade, landing perfectly in the hands of Zhang Ling, who was poised to shoot. The instant he received the ball, Zhang Ling leaped and unleashed a three-point shot, the ball swishing through the net. What a remarkable play. Zhang Ling hurriedly retreated on defense while mimicking Carmelo Anthony's celebratory gesture, vigorously tapping 3 fingers against his head. The Chinese fans in the arena erupted into loud cheers for him. A splendid pass followed by a precise three-pointer swished through the net. With this remarkable shot, the Chinese men's basketball team appeared to have halted their previous slump. The score difference had now narrowed to 16 points. During the defensive transition, Zhang Ling exchanged a gesture of gratitude with Li Kaier, acknowledging the timeliness of his pass. At that moment, the head coach of the Philippines called for a timeout, aiming to prevent the Chinese team from gaining momentum. Observing this, Zhang Ling returned to the bench, where he was met with enthusiastic high-fives from his teammates. The young player, showcasing such performance on the international stage, received considerable encouragement from both seasoned players and the coaching staff. Zhang, you have been performing remarkably well lately. Maintain that offensive desire. And remember to focus on your defense. Coach Chiao exclaimed with fervor. He then picked up the tactical board to strategize. Zhang, your shooting touch is on fire. I believe that the opposing team will cease their zone defense and opt for double-teaming you. My expectation is for you to swiftly pass the ball out. Whether to the interior or exterior, be quick, regardless of the situation. Chiao's words were conveyed through the translator. He further instructed the other players. When the ball comes to Zhang, make sure to take the shot. My directive to you is to seize the opportunity. If anyone double-teams Zhang and the ball is passed out, the ball movement must not exceed 3 touches. The greatest flaw of the Chinese men's basketball team is their reluctance to take risks. The ball often circulates without yielding any opportunities, so when faced with a double team, they must seize the moment to shoot decisively. As for whether the shot goes in or not, that is left to fate. Subsequently, Coach Chiao even devised 2 specific plays for Zhang Ling. In the broadcast, the director promptly updated the audience on the current score, which stood at 72. Remarkably, all 7 points came solely from Zhang Ling. With a blazing shooting touch, he scored 7 consecutive points, indicating that our bench players are exhibiting greater courage in this high-stakes match. The host's face lit up with delight. Yang, in the remaining 8 minutes of the game, can you predict whether our young men's basketball team will close the gap in the score? Yang adjusted his glasses and assessed the situation. Zhang Ling's form looks promising, but I believe the Philippines coach is no fool. He will undoubtedly double-team Zhang. The real challenge will be for the other Chinese players to capitalize on the opportunities during this period. So, I surmise that while the score might narrow a bit, the gap of 16 to nearly 20 points is indeed substantial. Unless Zhang Ling continues to surprise us, or the opponent presents us with opportunities, the unfolding dynamics of the match remain uncertain. Let us switch our focus back to the live scene. The timeout has concluded, and it is time to re-enter the fray. Remember, be daring, seize the opportunities, and take your shot. Coach Chiao inspired his players, his heart devoid of sorrow or joy, regardless of the score. A gap had been narrowed. Indeed, Zhang performed admirably. In previous matches, why had he not played with such determination? Observing Zhang Ling's silhouette, Coach Chiao discreetly nodded in approval. However, as he glanced back at the main lineup on the bench, a twinge of sadness arose within him. In the eyes of these starters, calm yet devoid of fervor, there was joy, indifference, but little sign of competitive spirit. This only solidified Coach Chiao's strategy. If the substitutes continued to play like this, perhaps it would be better for the starters not to take the court at all. Chapter 5. A fierce battle begins with defense. The Philippine coach devised a straightforward tactic, a simple run to the corner for the small guard to receive the ball for an open three-pointer. Alas, the ball ricocheted off the rim after bouncing a few times. It must be noted that the men's basketball team's defense remained disorganized, yet their tenacity was commendable. Despite Hu Mingxuan's effort to interfere, the distance was simply too great. However, the Philippine guards failed to capitalize on their opportunity. Their strategy revolved around Clarkson, passing the ball to him while the center set a screen, allowing for isolation plays. This singular tactic nearly overwhelmed the Chinese men's team. At that moment, Clarkson was still resting on the bench, wearing a relaxed expression. After Li Kaier snatched an offensive rebound, he pushed forward for a fast break. But no suitable opportunity presented itself. The ball was passed around until it reached Zhang Ling, just as Coach Chiao had predicted, as the ball landed in Zhang Ling's hands. The defender matched him closely, denying him a chance to shoot. The player defending Li Kaier also shifted focus towards Zhang Ling, ready to double-team should Zhang attempt to score. At this juncture, center Hu Jinxiu moved up, executing a simple yet effective screen that temporarily sidelined Zhang Ling's defender. However, another center quickly closed in. Evidently, the Philippine coach had allocated significant defensive intensity towards Zhang Ling. Meanwhile, the forward defending Li Kaier also converged, intending to trap Zhang Ling. In this scenario, Li Kaier found himself unmarked. With a bounce pass, the ball was swiftly delivered to Li Kaier, who adjusted his stance and unleashed a shot from beyond the arc swish. The ball found its mark. A three-pointer. The deficit against the Philippines now stood at 13 points. This successful shot not only ignited cheers from the Chinese fans present, but also invigorated the players on the court. The hearts of the Philippine home crowd tightened. After all, a 13-point gap was not insurmountable. A splendid shot, a beautiful three-pointer. Zhang Ling had timely delivered the pass, and Li Kaier seized the opportunity. The host's smile mirrored that of the announcer. With a 13-point deficit, it seemed a comeback was within reach. During this period, the Chinese men's basketball team has performed admirably, with Zhang Ling standing out even more. Once we have a player capable of driving the ball, the dynamics of the game become significantly more engaging. At the very least, he won't draw the defense as far out, and given that our guards have been lacking in fundamental shooting skills, the pressure intensifies when defensive intensity rises. A failure to score can quickly erode confidence, leading to a downward spiral in performance. A smile has also graced Yang Yi's face. Today, Zhang Ling's performance has exceeded our expectations. As the old saying goes, one can emerge stronger from dire circumstances. Could Zhang Ling be the first to awaken the potential of the Chinese men's basketball team? Yang Yi jested. Moving forward, it is imperative that we focus on our defense. We possess an advantage in height, as long as we can maintain our defensive stance and score effectively. A 13-point deficit is not insurmountable, completely reversible. The host's excitement grew as he expressed a fervent hope for the Chinese team to pull off a comeback victory. The Chinese men's basketball team is in dire need of a win. Let us not forget that the Philippines team has yet to field Clarkson. When he enters the game, how shall we respond? While our guards are tall, their speed remains a concern. Yang Yi promptly reminded the audience that at this juncture, during the final quarter of the last match of the Men's Basketball World Cup, the outcome, though important, pales in comparison to the significance of Zhang Ling's displayed abilities, which warrant our attention. The host nodded in agreement, sensing a promising future ahead. Yang Yi chuckled lightly, suggesting that we should first focus on completing the remainder of this half. At this moment, just over 3 minutes had elapsed in the final quarter, leaving nearly 7 minutes on the clock. The director promptly indicated a score of 10-2. In this brief span of just over 3 minutes, the Chinese team managed to close the gap by 8 points. However, they still trailed by 13 points. After Li Kaya sank a three-pointer, Zhang Ling exchanged a quick high-five with him during the defensive retreat. In the previous possession, he had received a pass from Li and made a three-pointer, an act of mutual acknowledgement. However, Zhang Ling felt little excitement inside. They were still trailing, and the three-pointer had merely stemmed the bleeding. He crouched slightly, fixated on his direct opponent, his gaze brimming with a ferocious competitive spirit, reminiscent of a hyena prowling the African savanna, exuding an air of intimidation. Although Zhang Ling towered over his counterpart, the latter resembled a scrappy hyena, while he embodied the stature and might of a regal lion. With a tenacious defense, the opponent cast a fleeting glance at Zhang Ling, instinctively lowering his head, unwilling to meet his gaze. In terms of momentum, the psychological battle was already lost, compounded by the relentless drive of the Chinese team to narrow the score, placing immense pressure on the Filipino bench players. Defense. The Chinese fans, ignited by 2 consecutive three-pointers, fervently waved their national flags and cheered, their voices modest yet resonant enough for the players on the court to hear. This bench lineup, inspired by Zhang Ling's exemplary effort as he chased the opposing forward without a moment's lapse, felt a surge of energy. Suddenly, the Filipino guard passed the ball to the forward matched against Zhang Ling, who, utilizing a screen set by another big man and with time running out, received the ball and took a contested jump shot. The difficulty of this shot was significant, as it would likely affect the shooting percentage. Yet, to the opponent's astonishment, Zhang Ling surged into the defense, maneuvering past the Filipino forward to position himself directly in front of the shooter. He leapt high, delivering an emphatic block that sent the ball crashing downward. The basketball was deflected, failing to graze the rim, and fell short. In an instant, players scrambled for the ball, which ricocheted back towards Zhang Ling. However, having barely landed from his previous jump, he was momentarily unsteady and failed to notice the ball flying past his feet. Realizing the situation, he lunged after it, sliding across the floor. The agile Filipino guard pursued him, but the towering Zhang Ling, with a few powerful strides, secured the ball in his grasp. Springing up from the ground, he charged towards the Filipino basket. With a resounding thud, the basketball hit the floor, echoing in the arena. Zhang Ling surged ahead, pursued by the defending Filipino guard, yet he remained undeterred. Leaping into the air, he grasped the ball with one hand, raised it triumphantly, and then forcefully slammed it through the hoop. A stunning dunk. 2 points. The atmosphere in the arena surged as the Chinese fans erupted in exuberant cheers. Not only did they score points, but the resounding dunk was executed with such force that it resembled a mighty titan smashing down. This moment swept away all the recent despondency surrounding the Chinese men's basketball team. In an instant, the home crowd of Filipino fans fell into stunned silence. The head coach of the Philippines was thrown into disarray by this swift offensive dunk, prompting him to urgently summon Clarkson and other key players from their break. 5 players on, 5 players off. It was evident that the urgency had escalated, especially considering that the Philippines had managed to score only 2 points during this stretch. Meanwhile, under the leadership of Zhang Ling, the Chinese men's basketball team's bench players orchestrated a remarkable 12-2 scoring run, narrowing the gap from 21 points to 11. With the score about to dip into single digits, how could he remain calm? If the Chinese team managed to come back, the repercussions would include not only the ire of Filipino fans but also the potential resignation of the head coach. Chapter 6. Defense, Still Defense. The live commentary brimmed with admiration as the commentator reflected on the tenacity of our young basketball players. If only they all possessed Zhang Ling's defensive attitude. How could they not shine on the world stage? It is undeniable that since the retirements of Yao Ming, Wang Zhizhi, and Yi Jianlian, our current team lacks a definitive core. Nonetheless, with such defensive fervor, it is conceivable to emerge from Asia and pose challenges to the traditional powerhouses of Europe and America. As Curry once said, no one wishes to face us in the upcoming season. I genuinely hope the players can internalize this sentiment. Despite our physical attributes possibly not matching theirs, the attitude and intensity of defense can certainly be cultivated. The commentator shook his head in disbelief, while the host nodded in agreement. Indeed, after 5 matches, the players have faltered in both offense and defense. What is there to gain from such losses? Ultimately, it all boils down to a matter of defensive attitude. Although our physical prowess may not rank globally, within Asia, we still stand among the elite. Sometimes, offensive opportunities arise from relentless defense. Just look at Zhang Ling's block and steal, crawling and kneeing his way for 3 to 5 steps. Such proactive defense is something we have not witnessed from our players in years. Oh, has the Filipino coach reached his limit? He is substituting in their main players, including Clarkson. Zhang Ling has performed admirably, leading the charge with 9 points in that 12-2 run. His fervor has been nothing short of spectacular. Let us see how Coach Chiao arranges his lineup. Remarkably, he has opted for an all-bench squad, with none of the starting players taking the court. Now, this is getting interesting. A smile radiated from the lips of Coach Chiao. His tactical arrangements left the home crowd in Manila in a state of disbelief. Chinese fans, upon witnessing this, could not help but feel a pang of anxiety. Sweating for the men's basketball team as bench players and Coach Chiao. Oh, Coach Chiao, did you not see Clarkson from the Philippines? Or perhaps you were disillusioned with the main squad. To have them all confined to the bench is quite astonishing. One must acknowledge the immense pressure Coach Chiao has undertaken with this decision. Meanwhile, the live broadcast chat erupted as seasoned fans expressed their discontent. What? No starters? At the very least, put Shou Qian. Is Coach Chiao losing his mind? This seems to suggest he does not wish for the Chinese team to triumph. Yet, many comments were merely a cascade of question marks, reflecting their bewilderment at Coach Chiao's strategy. Let us not forget the Houston Rockets, who, in the playoffs, overturned the Clippers with a bench lineup. At that time, did not the head coach also leave James Harden on the bench? That game was a monumental comeback, which I witnessed, culminating in a 4-3 victory for the Rockets in the decisive 7th game. At the arena, Coach Chiao was unfazed by the online sentiments. He stood at the sidelines, gesturing to motivate his players. Stay calm, focus on defense, Zhang, continue to leverage your strengths. Execute the second strategy. The match continued, with the Philippines swiftly rotating players, and Clarkson, utilizing a pick and roll, deftly evaded Lee Kyer, rising high to deliver a 3-pointer. His shooting touch remained scorching. Swish. The ball found the net with precision. This remarkable 3-pointer instantly reignited the long-dormant fervor of the home crowd. Filipino fans erupted, chanting and cheering for Clarkson, their voices rising like a deafening tsunami, nearly lifting the arena's roof. Their enthusiasm was a tribute to their admiration for Clarkson. Lock down Clarkson. Coach Chiao could not help but raise his arm in a call to action. But alas, the sluggishly Kyer, known for his less-than-ideal mobility, struggled to keep pace with Clarkson, especially in defensive maneuvers against screens. At this moment, Clarkson raised his arms high, reveling in the raucous cheers of the home crowd, exuding an air of confidence. The point difference swelled to 14. As the Chinese men's basketball team prepared to inbound the ball, Hu Mingxian advanced rapidly, feeling somewhat unsteady amidst the overwhelming cheers. Everyone understood that now was the moment to respond to the defense with a 3-pointer, to quell the fervor of the home fans. However, Hu Mingxian gritted his teeth and opted for a sudden drive towards the basket, resulting in a foul from the opposing center. After being assisted to his feet by Zhang Ling and Cui Yangshi, he positioned himself at the free throw line. It must be acknowledged that his decision was both astute and rational, particularly given his subpar shooting performance. Choosing to penetrate the paint was indeed a viable option. Yet, the impact of such a move pales in comparison to the electrifying effect of a well-timed 3-pointer, which could silence the home crowd of Filipino fans. There is no rush. Take your time. What a splendid breakthrough. Zhang Ling gave Hu Mingxian a light pat on the backside. Fortunately, he made both free throws, restoring the lead to a margin of 12 points. Zhang Ling briefly communicated with Lee Kyer, indicating his intention to defend against Clarkson. If he cannot contain a core player like Clarkson from the Philippines, the prospect of closing the gap in points becomes utterly impossible. In comparison to Clarkson, Zhang Ling acknowledged that he may lack an advantage in speed. However, his height of 203 centimeters surpasses Clarkson's significantly, alongside an impressive wingspan of 221 centimeters, showcasing notable static athleticism. As long as he can thwart Clarkson's initial step, there is little concern regarding his ability to penetrate. As for Clarkson's tendency to take challenging shots, that is precisely what Zhang Ling hopes he will resort to. Allowing him to score is one thing, but permitting him to do so with such ease is simply unacceptable. Zhang Ling slightly lowered his body, entangling himself with Clarkson like an African hyena, striving to disrupt Clarkson's opportunity to possess the ball. Even if Clarkson managed to secure the ball, it would not be in a comfortable manner. The overarching objective was to make Clarkson feel uneasy. Only then could the Philippines falter, providing a chance for the Chinese men's basketball team. Indeed, Zhang Ling's close defense rendered Clarkson quite uncomfortable. He adhered to Clarkson like a persistent adhesive, immediately re-engaging even after being pushed away, in the face of the particularly troublesome screens posed by the Philippine team. Zhang Ling's defensive prowess was commendable, prompting Coach Chiao to nod in approval. With keen awareness, he anticipated the Philippines' center screens, positioning himself for an aggressive defense. Basketball aficionados are well aware that NBA superstar Kobe Bryant possessed formidable abilities in pressing defense, making life difficult for his opponents. Awakening the essence of the Mamba mentality and acquiring Kobe's entire skill set, Zhang Ling instinctively executed the pressing defense. This technique requires acute situational judgment and defensive awareness, traits not easily replicated by mere defensive specialists. Fortunately, the Philippine center's footwork was not swift. The quality of pressing defense vastly surpasses that of conventional defensive maneuvers. It can disrupt an opponent immediately following a screen. At that moment, Clarkson, after the screen, opted to leap high for a shot. However, he was unprepared for Zhang Ling's sudden appearance, extending his long arms to interfere. Despite Clarkson's significant lean back, Zhang Ling still managed to affect the trajectory of the ball. The ball struck the front rim. Witnessing this, Coach Chiao nodded in approval, unable to refrain from applauding Zhang Ling's defensive effort. Chapter 7. Can he really shoot? It went in. After the ball ricocheted off the rim, Zhang Ling chose not to contest for the rebound in the paint. Seizing the moment while Clarkson was troubled, he darted towards the Philippine basket. His speed was remarkable. Despite his fatigue, he felt an inexhaustible surge of energy. The Chinese fans in attendance erupted with excitement, cheering for Zhang Ling's successful defensive play. Zhang Ling's speed on the fast break is no less than that of LeBron James. At that moment, the ball fortuitously found its way into the hands of Choi Yong-hee, who spotted the advancing Zhang Ling and launched a powerful throw, reminiscent of a quarterback's long pass. With a bit too much force, as Zhang Ling accelerated to catch the ball, he crossed the three-point line. At this juncture, any reasonable person would assume that Zhang Ling would naturally pick up speed and execute a thunderous dunk, securing an easy 2 points. However, Zhang Ling chose a different course of action. He dribbled the ball and stepped back, positioning himself beyond the three-point arc. He even had ample time to adjust his stance and take a deep breath. The viewers in the live stream were taken aback by this spectacle, exclaiming in disbelief. Is Zhang Ling attempting a three-pointer? Oh dear, he should have effortlessly gone for a layup or a dunk to secure those 2 points. With 5.5 minutes remaining, we have enough time to catch up. The host echoed this astonishment. Is he really daring to shoot? To everyone's amazement, the ball swished through the net. Both commentators erupted in uncontainable excitement. Zhang Ling's step-back three-pointer was nothing short of exhilarating. More importantly, with the ball swishing through the net, the deficit dwindled to 9 points, a single digit. At that moment, the fans in the live stream erupted in excitement, showering Zhang Ling with praise in the comments. However, by the end of the third quarter, when the gap had widened to 21 points, some disheartened fans had already exited the stream. Yet those who remained were grateful for their persistence, as they were about to witness Zhang Ling lead the bench in a fervent attempt to close the gap. It is essential to grant the Chinese men's basketball team some time and trust. Just 9 points remain. The host beamed with delight, overflowing with newfound confidence. Perhaps a miracle might unfold this evening. Meanwhile, Coach Chiao, sitting in the arena, felt a surge of passion at Zhang Ling's audacity, unable to suppress a curse that lingered on the tip of his tongue. Yet, the instant the ball found the net, he choked back his words. His face flushed with emotion. Coach Chiao could not help but raise a fist in solidarity with the ecstatic crowd. The emergence of Zhang Ling in the final quarter allowed Coach Chiao, who had endured 5 frustrating games, to finally release the pent-up frustration within him. A renowned coach cannot succeed without talented players. How can one hope to win otherwise? This young man truly possesses remarkable courage. Even the formidable Shou Qi on the bench shook his head in disbelief. The audacity of youth, untainted by the harsh criticisms of seasoned fans, emboldens them to play fearlessly. For those who have navigated the basketball realm for years, the weight of expectation can often dull their passion, making the game feel less pure. How can one play well when so many ties and burdens weigh them down? The ball thudded against the floor, echoing as it bounced. While the Crimson countdown on the scoreboard read, 5 minutes and 21 seconds. With a 9-point deficit and 5 minutes and 21 seconds remaining, Zhang Ling stood his ground, opting not to return on defense as the Philippine coach called for a timeout. At that moment, Zhang Ling raised his right index finger to his lips, signaling for silence. The home crowd fell silent, while the Chinese fans in the stands erupted in deafening cheers. MVP, MVP, they chanted, bestowing upon Zhang Ling the highest honor a player can receive. He remained poised, continuing his gesture as the fervor of the crowd intensified. That wide-open three-pointer significantly bolstered the morale of the Chinese team. Eschewing an easy 2 points on the fast break, they aimed for the three. This three-pointer serves as the most fitting retort to Clarkson's recently made three-pointer. Notably, this shot was preceded by a masterful defensive maneuver, as Zhang Ling adeptly positioned himself to disrupt Clarkson's attempt. To dominate, one must strike at the heart. Standing resolutely, he extended his index finger, gesturing for 3 points for a duration of 3 to 4 seconds, much to the delight of his teammates, who either patted him on the head or delivered a couple of playful punches to his chest in celebration. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Ling sauntered back to the bench, eager to heed Coach Chiao's latest strategic directives. The ball boy, somewhat apprehensive, promptly offered him a towel, which Zhang Ling draped over his head, vigorously wiping away the sweat that fueled his fervor. Seated on the bench, Zhang Ling panted heavily, taking deep breaths to steady himself. "Well done, Zhang," Coach Chiao lauded him, subsequently reiterating the defensive strategy against the Philippines, which centered on neutralizing Clarkson. "Zhang, your defense against Clarkson has been exemplary. Maintain this intensity, but remain vigilant of the home court officiating. Ensure that Clarkson feels uncomfortable and provoked, as this will lead him to lose his composure. You must continue to guard the paint fiercely and seize every opportunity for rebounds. Kyle, Shui, Xiaohu, you must sustain the offensive firepower from the perimeter. Even if your shooting touch is lacking, dare to penetrate the interior like one carrying a bundle of dynamite." This is the final segment of the game, and if you wish to showcase your prowess on the world stage, then give it your all. Coach Chiao meticulously outlined the responsibilities for each position, further commending Zhang Ling. From the tone of Coach Chiao, it seemed he intended for this bench unit to complete the entire final quarter. The thought was almost unfathomable. The players glanced at Zhang Ling, pondering how they could have earned such extensive playing time had it not been for his remarkable intervention. This marked yet another occasion on which Coach Chiao praised Zhang Ling. "Zhang, you have truly astonished us tonight. Continue to maintain your fiery touch." Zhang Ling nodded, fully aware that his remarkable performance tonight was not merely a result of an exceptional rhythm, but rather the culmination of 2 decades of dedication and mastery in the realm of basketball, an embodiment of the eternal spirit of the Mamba. Terrifyingly formidable, whether in defensive awareness, defensive maneuvers, or the intricacies of offensive techniques, Zhang Ling felt an inexhaustible arsenal at his disposal. Yet, despite his prowess, he perceived himself as far from perfect, particularly lamenting his frail physique. Were it not for the strength of his spirit, he would have likely succumbed to exhaustion long ago. Zhang Ling shook his head in disbelief. Only those who have competed in international tournaments comprehend the intensity of physical confrontation and the level of competition, which far surpasses that of the typical CBA season. He resolved that, regardless of the outcome of the final match in the World Cup, he would dedicate the limited time ahead to honing his physique. He believed that only in this manner could the eternal spirit of the Mamba be showcased to the world once more. However, at present, Zhang Ling's sole objective was to secure victory in this match. The task remained unfinished. In Chapter 8, The Clash, it was initially thought that the only notable players in the current Chinese men's basketball team were Shou Qi and Li Kyle, yet here was Zhang Ling, seemingly emerging from obscurity. After a series of relentless attacks, he propelled the Chinese team to close the gap against the Philippines, now trailing by only 12 points, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. The impression of Zhang Ling was minimal among fans, as he had not made a significant name for himself in either the CBA or international competitions, remaining a relatively unknown figure. If his skills were truly exceptional, he would have showcased them in the first 4 matches. Coach Jurjevic would not have waited until the final quarter of the last World Cup game to deploy such a formidable player. The only plausible explanation was that this previously unheralded Zhang Ling had inexplicably erupted into brilliance. In just 4 minutes and 39 seconds, he unleashed a remarkable 17-5 scoring run, contributing 12 points single-handedly. Both the Philippine head coach and his players were momentarily at a loss. Victory seemed within reach, and given the performance level of the Chinese team, a 21-point deficit appeared insurmountable even with the starters on the court for the final 10 minutes. However, no one anticipated Coach Jiao's sudden strategic shift. The introduction of Zhang Ling's substitute caught them off guard. The point differential dwindled to single digits. If they did not take Zhang Ling seriously or failed to neutralize him, the Philippine team's chances of victory were uncertain. It seemed we had not accorded Zhang Ling of the Chinese team the respect he deserved. Moving forward, they needed to not only closely guard Zhang Ling but also sever his connections with his teammates. His offensive repertoire was quite diverse, featuring fadeaway jumpers, three-pointers, and aggressive drives to the basket. Yet, if they executed a defensive strategy that focused on double-teaming Zhang Ling and disrupting his synergy with his teammates, victory would surely be theirs. The head coach of the Philippine team spoke gravely, directing his attention towards their core player, Clarkson. When the center set screens for Clarkson, it was imperative to eliminate Zhang Ling from the equation, ensuring he could not initiate any defensive maneuvers. The center's mobility had to be swift, and if that proved ineffective, they would implement a dual screen strategy, bringing the power forward into the mix. Upon hearing this, Clarkson nodded in agreement with his teammates. Recognizing that the only path to victory lay in effectively neutralizing Zhang Ling, the formidable force of the Chinese national basketball team, the strategy employed by the Philippines appeared deceptively simple. Execute screens for Clarkson and the point guard. If a single screen proved ineffective, they would resort to a double screen tactic. By restricting Zhang Ling's ability to provide timely defensive support to Clarkson, they could capitalize on Clarkson's scorching shooting skills, thereby securing a pivotal victory for the Philippines. However, basketball is ultimately a team sport, and while Clarkson's shooting prowess was undoubtedly more reliable than that of his teammates, the coach had initially designated others to defend Zhang Ling to conserve Clarkson's energy for offensive plays. Yet, Clarkson insisted on taking on the challenge himself, stating, "Coach, let me handle Zhang Ling. Our forward is at a speed disadvantage, and his footwork seems remarkably refined, certainly not characteristic of an obscure CBA player." Both Clarkson, the core of the Philippine team, and the head coach wore expressions of grave concern. Their regard for Zhang Ling had reached unprecedented heights. During the timeout, excitement filled the air, resonating among the commentators in the studio and the fans watching the match. A surge of momentum had narrowed the score to a single-digit margin, instilling a glimmer of hope for victory. The gaze of Chinese fans, captured by the camera, was fixed upon Zhang Ling, the typically unassuming CBA player. His resolve remained unwavering, seemingly embodying an indomitable spirit. As the timeout concluded, with 5 minutes and 21 seconds remaining, a question lingered. Would he lead the Chinese national team, which had plunged into darkness, to a resounding victory? Millions held their breath in anticipation, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. As usual, Zhang Ling rubbed the soles of his shoes together, donning the 6th generation of Kobe sneakers. The black Mamba's mesh, reminiscent of serpentine scales, seemed to exude a lethal venom. No one could fathom the tumult of excitement and anxiety coursing through Zhang Ling's heart at that moment. Yet this tension was indispensable. He took a deep breath and then stepped onto the court. The arena was his stage, and tonight's battle was destined to be the most breathtaking finale for the Chinese men's basketball team in this World Cup. The eternal heart of the Mamba would ultimately shine forth. Tonight, the essence of the Mamba would endure forever. Zhang Ling, an ardent admirer of Kobe, extended his left hand and struck a powerful fist upon his heart. He then acknowledged the Chinese fans present, simultaneously paying tribute to his idol. He gave it his all. As Zhang Ling stepped onto the court, an overwhelming sense of tranquility and determination enveloped him. Defense, unwavering defense. The moment of life and death had arrived. As the Philippines prepared to serve, Zhang Ling remained closely guarded against Clarkson, ensuring he was denied the comfort of receiving the ball and, more importantly, the ease of making a shot. "Ah, an inconspicuous fellow. I shall dismantle you just as I did before. You know, you are utterly incapable of halting my advance." Clarkson hurled insults, yet Zhang Ling's command of English was rather limited. Nevertheless, he understood that Clarkson was hardly uttering kind words. "Trust me, softy. Give it a try." Zhang Ling retorted with some sharp words. During the Philippines' offensive possession, the point guard brought the ball to the front court, gesturing as if to execute a strategy. However, at that moment, Clarkson displayed a rather unsportsmanlike conduct. From beyond the free throw line, he shoved the closely guarded Zhang Ling aside. Immediately utilizing a screen, he received the ball and, without hesitation, made a swift jump shot. Whoosh! The ball swished through the net. His shooting touch remained as scorching as ever. Zhang Ling, without uttering a word of complaint, promptly rose to his feet and engaged in the ensuing offensive play. This was the Philippines' home court, and in such a critical moment of life and death, the referee would certainly remain silent. In the next play, Zhang positioned himself just inside the three-point line and, receiving a pass from Hu Mingxian, turned his back to the basket while simultaneously surveying the unfolding scene. Should an opponent approach to double-team him, Zhang would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to pass the ball to an open teammate. However, the center in the paint refrained from stepping up to apply pressure, remaining anxiously poised behind Clarkson, ready to assist with defense. Zhang had no intention of driving to the basket. Instead, while dribbling with his back to the goal, he shifted his footwork towards the free throw line. At this juncture, Clarkson, tasked with defending him, found himself at a disadvantage. After all, he was a guard, while Zhang was a versatile swingman primarily playing as a small forward and, at times, even capable of assuming the role of a power forward. In terms of weight, Zhang had the upper hand. Thus, even with Clarkson pressing against him, Zhang still managed to back his way in, following a simple shoulder shimmy to the right. He sought to establish his rhythm while simultaneously executing a feint to see if he could deceive Clarkson. Although Clarkson was not renowned for his defensive prowess, he did not fall for the trick. Zhang then leaned back, shifting his center of gravity onto his left foot, and performed another deceptive move, attempting a jump shot. This time, Clarkson was completely fooled by Zhang's feint. He leaped up, aiming to block Zhang's shot. Yet, Zhang had not jumped at all. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Clarkson found himself unable to react. As he descended from his jump, Zhang took off and launched his shot. Clarkson's body, descending from the air, infringed upon the vertical space of Zhang's shooting motion, resulting in a foul. The shoulder shimmy followed by a fadeaway jump shot, which elicited a foul from the opposing defender, is a technique well known among fans familiar with Kobe Bryant, who masterfully perfected it during his illustrious career. Today, Zhang employed this technique with equal finesse, not only drawing a defensive foul from Clarkson but also ensuring that the ball swished smoothly through the net. A 2-1 play. The Chinese fans in attendance erupted in jubilant cheers, fervently waving whatever they could grasp. Zhang Ling stood at the free throw line, confidently sinking the shot, leaving the score between the two teams still at a 9-point difference. Yet, subtly, there was a shift in Clarkson's state of mind. At this moment, Zhang Ling's technical prowess and shooting proficiency left him utterly astonished. The sheer mastery of his post moves was breathtaking. It was a staggering surprise, as such techniques have become increasingly rare even in the high-caliber NBA. Remarkable, Zhang Ling executed his footwork with precision, employing feints that left his opponents utterly bewildered, culminating in an exquisite 2-1. Yang Li adjusted his glasses, exclaiming with excitement. Indeed, the pivotal moment came when the Philippines called a timeout. Just as they sought to gain momentum, our Chinese team had individuals who stepped up to stifle their advance. Furthermore, there were no issues with the free throws. We currently trailed by just 9 points. What an exhilarating spectacle! Who could have anticipated that Zhang Ling would deliver such a magnificent surprise? After Zhang Ling successfully executed a free throw, the match continued. This time, Clarkson evidently ignited with determination, engaging fiercely. Under Zhang Ling's relentless defense, he skillfully maneuvered with a pick-and-roll, shaking off Zhang Ling and driving straight towards the basket. Fortunately, the Chinese national team center, Hu Jinqiu, provided timely support. In the ensuing physical confrontation, Clarkson fell to the ground, yet the ball failed to find its mark. Frustrated, he waved his hand and stepped to the free throw line, converting one of 2 attempts, which only deepened his discontent. Turning back, the Chinese team remained under Zhang Ling's orchestration of the offense. However, when faced with a double team, he passed the ball to the supporting Li Kyle. Li Kyle made a direct cut towards the basket, as he was pursued defensively. Zhang Ling evaded Clarkson's grasp and positioned himself at a precise 90-degree angle ahead. Whoosh! The ball found its way into the hands of Cui Yongxi in the corner. Faced with an oncoming defender, Cui swiftly redirected the ball. Ultimately, it reached Zhang Ling again, who, upon receiving it, leaped high and unleashed a shot. Ding! Just before the 24-second shot clock expired, he sank a three-pointer. The deficit was narrowed to 7 points. In response to the resounding cheers from Chinese fans, Zhang Ling hurried back on defense, wiping the sweat from his brow. Defend. Apply pressure. They're panicking now. They can't score. He shouted to his teammates. Chapter 9. The dawn of hope. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Ling, who had just made a wide-open three-pointer, had no time to celebrate and immediately returned to defense. With a 7-point gap, the score was 94-101. With nearly 4 minutes remaining, it was a critical moment of life or death. The Chinese team had to maintain their momentum while ensuring robust defense. However, as they turned back, the Chinese team's center found himself pulled out, leaving a vast opening beneath the basket. The opposing power forward, receiving Clarkson's pass, responded with a thunderous dunk. 94-103. The home crowd in the Philippines erupted with deafening cheers, seemingly stabilizing their spirits. Do not lose anyone. They're already unsettled. Zhang Ling advanced with the ball, effortlessly surpassing his defender and charging towards the basket. However, the Filipinos were keenly attentive to him, promptly sending reinforcements to double-team in the paint. Without hesitation, Zhang Ling executed a sweeping pass, delivering the ball into the capable hands of Cui Yongxi stationed at the corner. This time, he did not falter. Upon receiving the pass, he launched a shot. Whoosh! The three-pointer found its mark, bringing the score to 97-103. Nice shot, Li Kyle exclaimed with excitement, acknowledging the significance of this crucial basket. After exchanging a congratulatory gesture with Cui Yongxi, Zhang Ling resumed his unwavering defense against Clarkson, receiving the ball from the point guard. Clarkson attempted to challenge Zhang Ling with his footwork and speed. Yet, Zhang Ling clung to him like an unyielding adhesive, causing Clarkson some distress. Reluctantly, he passed the ball to the nearby small forward, who hurriedly took a shot. Li Kyle defended well, effectively disrupting the opponent's rhythm. The ball arced beautifully through the air, only to miss completely. Fast break. Hu Mingxian snatched the offensive rebound and, spotting Zhang Ling racing down the court, executed a high lob pass. The ball hurtled towards Zhang Ling like a cannonball. He leapt gracefully, resembling a soaring swallow. However, constrained by insufficient jump height and the decline of his physical capabilities, he could not dunk the ball. Nevertheless, with a flick of his wrist, he delicately guided the ball into the net, barely making it. The score now stood at 99-103, with the deficit narrowed to just 4 points. As Zhang Ling prepared to return to defense, Coach Chiao of the Chinese men's basketball team called for a timeout. Zhang, you have performed admirably on both ends of the court, but you require a moment of respite. Chiao's words momentarily stunned Zhang, who then managed a wry smile as he sat on the bench, wiping away sweat and attempting to steady his rapid breathing. His lungs felt as though they were boiling like a heated kettle. Coach Chiao, with his keen insight, had discerned that during Zhang's recent fast break, his physical capabilities were lagging, and his jump lacked sufficient height. While granting Zhang a breather with the timeout, Chiao also allowed the Filipino coach the opportunity to devise an offensive strategy. With 2.5 minutes remaining, trailing by 4 points, Yang was filled with a mix of anticipation and anxiety. The host, having clenched his jaw in determination, remarked on the remarkable journey from a 21-point deficit to a mere 4 points. Zhang had undoubtedly made a tremendous contribution, though his stamina appeared to be waning, as evidenced by his compromised jump height. Fortunately, he successfully scored. Others had also performed commendably during this quarter, including Li Kyle, Hu Mingxian, and the stalwart Hu Jinxiu, who excelled defensively in the paint. What are your thoughts, Teacher Yang? The host inquired. I find myself breathing heavily. Yang chuckled softly. Of course. I am holding my breath in anticipation. This quarter has been nothing short of spectacular and exhilarating. Initially, we had lost hope. But who could have predicted that in this final quarter, Zhang Ling would carve a path through the fray, narrowing the gap to just 4 points? Yet, there is a saying, those who travel 100 miles must not falter at 90. Will the young men of the national team be able to endure until the very end? I must admit, I am somewhat concerned. Observing the Filipino side, it seemed their mentality was equally strained. Are we not also under duress? The host replied, grinning. Just watching the game has left us on edge, so what of the players on the court, especially Zhang Ling? As the moments grow critical, the pressure on athletes is unimaginable. However, greatness is forged in the crucible of blood and fire. The moment of truth for a basketball player has arrived. Yang's voice deepened with intensity. Meanwhile, the Chinese fans watching the match in the live stream felt a weight in their hearts. They were now just 4 points away. Zhang Ling will undoubtedly prevail. I possess an instinct about this. Trailing by 17 points, even if we face defeat in this battle, we shall still hold our heads high. Wow, what a gloomy sentiment to express. Victory is assured. Let us silence the barrage of comments and focus intently on the game. The live commentary has notably diminished, and the spectators before the screen are all anxiously holding their breaths. In this year's FIBA Basketball World Cup, the Chinese men's basketball team has struggled to secure a win. Yet in the final match, during the last quarter, Coach Chiao boldly altered the lineup, activating the bench players who valiantly narrowed the gap to a mere 4 points. With 2.5 minutes remaining, one wonders if Coach Chiao will bring Zhou Qi into the game. Yang Yi adjusted his glasses, after all. Deploying Zhou Qi would fortify the interior defense significantly. As the timeout concluded, the original lineup remained intact. The frontcourt consisted of Hu Jinxiu, with Cui Yongxi and Li Kai'er on the wings, while the backcourt featured Zhang Ling and Hu Mingxian. This configuration, youthful yet lacking in experience, was deemed sufficient by Coach Chiao, who, like me, saw no necessity for further adjustments at this juncture. With Zhou Qi remaining on the bench, it falls upon Zhang Ling and his cohort to determine the outcome in this final 2.5 minutes, regardless of victory or defeat. Yang Yi nodded in agreement. It seems that the weight of either regret or triumph will rest upon these young men. I understand their plight, for the current circumstances are a result of their own efforts. I wonder if we shall be working late tonight? Yang Yi chuckled, hopeful that our basketball team could clinch this game. Even if it leads to overtime, we would be more than willing to stay late. I still wish for Zhang Ling to decisively conclude this battle. The host smiled, exuding confidence. 1, 2, 3, let us go? Before taking the court, the basketball team formed a circle, hands placed together in the center, then struck down with fervor. This scene served both as a rallying cry and a manifestation of their unwavering resolve to fight until the end. Much like the fearless vanguard of ancient battlefields, who would drink deeply from a cup of strong liquor before an assault to bolster their spirits and shatter the cup in defiance, the basketball team demonstrated the same principle. One word: charge. If we do not seize victory in this match, how shall we face the 1,400 million souls of Jiangdong? Zhang Ling and his 4 companions, with no retreat left, are resolutely determined to seize victory in this match, striving to restore the shattered faith of the Chinese men's basketball team. Should they face defeat once more, there is little doubt that the team will plunge into an abyss of despair, descending to a state akin to that of the national football team, losing to Vietnam, Myanmar, and Syria until the spirit to fight is extinguished, and the athletes lose all sense of honor and disgrace, living only for personal gain. As an athlete, especially one selected for the national team, donning the uniform adorned with the national emblem signifies a profound commitment. The commercialization of the CBA League aims to provide athletes with a respectable income, not to strip them of their patriotic sentiments and the noble cause of national dignity. While many may not comprehend this, Zhang Ling understands. He knows that back in his distant hometown, his parents are watching the match, filled with immense pride for his performance. As the saying goes, a true hero does not indulge in self-interest, but generously rises to the nation's call, facing death as if returning home. No matter the international tensions in the South China Sea, losing to anyone, especially the Philippines, is simply not an option. Chapter 10: The Darkness Before Dawn. As Zhang Ling stepped onto the court, the once turbulent tides of his emotions transformed into a serene stillness. The roars and jeers of the home crowd from the Philippines, alongside the cheers and applause from the distant fans of the Chinese team, faded into oblivion for him. At this moment, he found himself enveloped in an unparalleled tranquility. His heart was consumed by a singular obsession: to seize the victory that was rightfully his. To win, he remained vigilant against Clarkson, as the two had arrived early beneath the Chinese team's hoop, entangled in a fierce struggle. Zhang Ling's gaze was resolute, and upon seeing it, Clarkson couldn't help but exclaim internally. Only he, having been scrutinized by Zhang, could truly appreciate the immense pressure this Chinese man exerted upon him defensively. He was akin to an annoying piece of chewing gum stuck to the sole of one's shoe, impossible to shake off despite all attempts. Perhaps Zhang's defensive prowess could even earn him a contract in the NBA. It is noteworthy that Zhang's three-point shooting and mid-range capabilities have not gone unnoticed by Clarkson, as they were consistently reliable. In the NBA, a quality 3D player, one who can adeptly shoot three-pointers while also possessing formidable defensive skills, is highly coveted, often serving as a crucial piece in a championship puzzle. A proficient 3D not only excels defensively but also manages to share the offensive burden without monopolizing the ball. In extreme circumstances, they can step up and make pivotal shots, rescuing their team from dire situations. This is no exaggeration. Lost in thought, Clarkson, however, did not relent. Engaging with Zhang, he initiated a physical confrontation, using a surge of hidden strength to move forward and receive the ball. Yet, Zhang was immediately thwarted by a double screen, blocking his path. Damn it! Time to reinforce the defense. Zhang Ling shouted to signal his teammates, yet ultimately found himself one position behind Clarkson. He received the ball, executed a feint, leaped, maneuvered past the defender beside him, and surged toward the hoop, scoring effortlessly. Clarkson's arsenal of scoring techniques is indeed diverse, after all, at times. He assumes the role of a merciless assassin within his NBA team, serving as the X factor that determines the outcome of the game. The score stood at 99-105. The home crowd in the Philippines erupted in cheers for Clarkson, and it must be said that his performance was nothing short of spectacular. With possession of the ball, Zhang Ling advanced decisively after receiving the pass, while Clarkson closely shadowed him, attempting several times to steal the ball. However, Zhang Ling's dribbling was remarkably transformed. Offering a refreshing perspective, a slick between-the-legs move allowed him to evade Clarkson as he strode toward the three-point line at a 45-degree angle. He leapt high and unleashed a shot. Whoosh! The sensation of the ball swishing through the net was utterly delightful. The camera focused on Zhang Ling, who bared his teeth and made a celebratory fist pump, reminiscent of a venomous mamba snake ready to strike, precise and lethal. The score narrowed to 102-105. The margin shrank to 3 points once more, leaving the home crowd in stunned silence, while the Chinese fans erupted in cheers. Turning back, the atmosphere thickened with tense and suffocating defense. Zhang Ling bent his knees slightly, keenly observing Clarkson's path of penetration while simultaneously managing the other players from the Philippine team who were setting screens. At that moment, the station center advanced to set a pick and then swiftly turned to roll towards the basket. Clarkson's pass arrived just in time, finding the center's hands. Block it! Zhang Ling shouted, leaping high behind the center. Meanwhile, the center Hujika, who had not lost his position, also positioned himself in front of the Philippine center, aiming to contest the shot as he elevated for a jump shot. Although the ball was not disturbed, it was evident that the Philippine center's hands had faltered at that moment, causing the ball to bounce off the rim twice before finally descending. A fierce scramble ensued beneath the basket, culminating in Hujinka successfully securing the rebound and swiftly passing the ball to the guard. Point guard Hu Mingxian took a step, then relayed the ball to Zhang Ling, who had crossed half court. However, at that moment, defenders had converged on Zhang Ling. With the Philippine forwards closing in from the front and Clarkson trailing closely behind, he remained composed and passed the ball out. Lee Kaya received the pass, but the Philippine team's defense was commendable, with an opponent immediately closing in on him. Rather than taking a shot, he deftly handed the ball back to Zhang Ling, who was making himself available. Confronted by Clarkson's relentless pursuit, Zhang Ling dribbled forward, taking a step and executing a feint, though his body weight did not shift accordingly. Clarkson, unaffected by the feint, maintained his tight coverage on Zhang Ling. At that moment, Zhang Ling chose not to pass again. In his mind, he recalled the unforgettable scene of Kobe Bryant sinking a game-winning three-pointer against Dwayne Wade. At this very instant, it felt as if time had converged with that memorable moment. Zhang Ling advanced with 2 decisive steps, seeking her rhythm, and then leaped high into the air. Her body, propelled by the inertia of her movement, arched dramatically backward, creating an almost contorted appearance. She unleashed a powerful shot. The host in the live stream could not suppress a gasp, feeling as though her heart had been seized. As the ball soared from Zhang Ling's hands, the world seemed to fall into a momentary silence, akin to slow motion. Frame by frame, scene by scene, the ball traced a beautiful arc, striking the backboard before cascading into the net. A bank three-pointer. It's in. In the broadcasting room, the host could no longer contain her excitement, erupting into joyous shouts. It felt as if a celestial being had descended upon the earth, truly a divine force. Yang Yi leapt from his chair, exhilaration coursing through him, veins bulging in his neck and forehead. Oh my, today Zhang Ling is unstoppable. If Clarkson is considered the deity of the Philippine national team, then today, Zhang Ling has slain the divine. Following this remarkable three-pointer, the two teams were tied. The Philippines' 21-point lead had evaporated. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments in the live stream surged instantly, with viewership soaring to over 20 million. What is this? Coach Chiao has called a timeout? What on earth is happening on the court? Yang Yi adjusted his glasses, feeling a sudden chill in his heart. The camera panned to the scene, revealing Zhang Ling seated on the ground, clutching her ankle in agony. In that fleeting moment, the previously exuberant Chinese fans felt their hearts collectively constrict. The large screen replayed the earlier sequence, showing Zhang Ling's powerful shot after striking the backboard. She inadvertently landed on Clarkson's foot. Clarkson, too, had descended forcefully, leaning slightly forward upon landing, and whether intentional or not, his foot extended forward. Zhang Ling stepped onto his foot, causing him to jump momentarily before collapsing to the ground in agony, clutching his ankle with a pained expression that was almost unbearable. The term stepping on the foot instantly surfaced in the minds of all spectators witnessing this scene. The barrage of comments in the live stream erupted, with many expressing their disdain towards Clarkson's ancestors. "Damn it, can't win without resorting to such tactics, can you? Clarkson, I curse you," shouted some, while others lost their composure entirely, flooding the chat with exclamations that startled the moderators, who struggled to impose order. Meanwhile, the situation on the court teetered on the brink of chaos as the players from both teams nearly engaged in a brawl. Hu Jinqi was promptly restrained, needing to maintain his composure to avoid jeopardizing the advantageous position they had secured. Zhang Ling managed to rise, assisted by his teammates as he limped off the court. The players of the Chinese men's basketball team were striving to contain their emotions, yet their eyes seemed to burn with intensity. At this moment, conflict must be avoided at all costs. Zhang Ling appeared to be injured, but not severely. He bent down to tie his shoelaces, stomped his feet, and wore a relatively relaxed expression, suggesting his injury was not grave. The host endeavored to maintain a sense of calm and rationality while reporting on the unfolding events. Chapter 11. The Injury Withdrawal. Fans were no strangers to the concept of stepping on the foot. Years ago, during his tenure with the Spurs, the rising superstar Kawhi Leonard was injured in a pivotal playoff moment against the Golden State Warriors, when he was inadvertently stepped on by Australian player Zaza Pachulia, which not only ended his playoff run but also sidelined him for the entire next season due to injury, delaying his return to the court. Although Leonard later led the Raptors to their first championship, his personal performance remained significantly affected, with frequent interruptions. The fans of both teams debated fiercely whether Pachulia had intentionally stepped on Leonard or if it was merely a result of defensive momentum. It was challenging to ascertain the truth, yet everyone had their own convictions. After all, such defensive maneuvers were perilously dangerous. At that moment, Zhang Ling stood up, gritting his teeth, and waved to the Chinese fans in the arena, eliciting a wave of cheers. It seemed that Zhang Ling's injury was not severe. The livestream host sighed in relief. With the score tied at 105-105, the previously insurmountable 21-point deficit had vanished. And who else but Zhang Ling could be credited as the chief architect of this remarkable turnaround? It was indeed his contributions on both offense and defense that enabled the Chinese team to equalize against the Philippines with just 32 seconds remaining in the game. In earlier times, neither Coach Georgievic nor the commentators and guests in the livestream, nor the Chinese fans watching the game, would have dared to imagine that the Chinese men's basketball team could bridge such a gap in the final quarter. Yet, at this moment, a miracle has indeed transpired. The elation and exhilaration within the hearts of Chinese basketball fans is beyond imagination. However, should Clarkson's reckless play result in Zhang Ling sustaining a serious injury that forces him off the court, the chances of victory for the Chinese men's basketball team would plummet to zero. Furthermore, such an act could potentially obliterate the promising future of Chinese basketball. If this were to occur, Clarkson would undoubtedly be seen as the greatest adversary to the Chinese team, and no amount of retribution could assuage the wrath of the fans. Fortunately, it appears that Zhang Ling's injury is not severe. He strides to the free throw line to execute his shots, given that this is the home ground of the Philippines. The referee only charged Clarkson with a defensive foul, refraining from issuing a technical foul. This effectively translates to Zhang Ling completing a three-point play. Taking a deep breath, Zhang exhaled the tension from his chest, dribbled the ball twice to find his rhythm, and then confidently sank the shot into the basket. Subsequently, Coach Chiao decisively called for a timeout. 106-105. The Chinese men's basketball team had overtaken their opponents by a single point, although it was merely a one-point lead. Its significance for the Chinese team was monumental. This marked their first time in the game taking the lead. With only 32 seconds remaining on the clock, the Chinese fans erupted in fervor. The arena may not have been filled to capacity, but the cheers were thunderous. The pressure now shifted to the Philippine team, who had led by 21 points at the end of the third quarter, only to find themselves surpassed by the Chinese squad. It felt surreal. Many spectators watched Zhang Ling, whose steps appeared unsteady, with a mixture of dread and despair. Yet, there was a glimmer of relief. Thankfully, he had not sustained a grave injury. In the live broadcast, the score of the fourth quarter was displayed, 35-13, under the leadership of the unassuming Zhang Ling, who had recently joined the regular rotation of the team. The Chinese men's basketball team successfully stifled the performance of the Philippine players, leading them to a calamitous collapse in the final quarter, where they managed to score a mere 13 points. In stark contrast, the Chinese team amassed an impressive 35 points, showcasing a relentless offensive surge. It is worth noting that of those 35 points, Zhang Ling alone contributed a staggering 27 points in just a single quarter. Previously unnoticed and barely part of the standard lineup, Zhang exploded in the final quarter, scoring 27 points to help the team overcome a 21-point deficit and take the lead by 1 point. He turned the tide of the game, bolstered the team in their moment of peril, and saved the Chinese men's basketball team from the brink of defeat. Today, General Zhang stands resolute. Who else could rise to the occasion in the Manila arena? In the live broadcast, the host, with veins bulging and voice strained, shouted in exuberance. His excitement was palpable. The frustration and helplessness he had felt earlier were now replaced by exhilaration and unbridled joy. He was filled with excitement, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he was still narrating the match for the audience. Yang, standing beside him, was also suppressing his inner exhilaration. With just 32 seconds remaining, could the Chinese men's basketball team clinch their final victory? Zhang Ling's recent stunning three-pointer had landed on Clarkson's foot. While we acknowledged that Zhang Ling could score, one could only wonder how Clarkson's earlier action might affect Zhang Ling's subsequent performance. I find myself quite concerned. Until the final second ticks away, can we celebrate prematurely without securing victory? Yang, your words carry weight. Yet, at this juncture, Zhang Ling's performance is evident, and he has just sustained an injury. Perhaps only Zhang Ling knows the true state of his body at this moment. In truth, I would like to address the fans watching on their televisions or mobile screens. The emergence of athletes like Zhang Ling and the Chinese men's basketball team means that even if we were to lose this match, what does it matter? After all, this World Cup has come to an end. Regardless of the outcome, we bid farewell to yet another world-class competition. And thoughts of the Paris Olympics seem distant. However, Zhang Ling has arrived. Given his remarkable performance in this final quarter, I find myself eagerly anticipating the next men's basketball World Cup in 4 years. The host spoke eloquently, suggesting that the victory in this match seemed trivial compared to the promise Zhang Ling's rise presented for the future of the men's basketball team. If Zhang Ling were to continue playing in these last 32 seconds, would his ankle injury worsen? Would it jeopardize his future achievements? The host's concern was palpable, as if he had stumbled upon a precious treasure, cradling it gently in fear of its fragility, apprehensive that Zhang Ling's determination to play on might exacerbate his injury. His worries are not without merit. Yet, not everyone shares his perspective. Who does not relish a victory? As for the World Cup 4 years down the line, that is a matter for the future. Regardless of others' opinions, Zhang Ling himself would not align with the host's viewpoint. He yearns to win. 4 years is an eternity. He is focused on the present, even though he has been stepped on and feels some pain in his ankle. Zhang Ling is resolute in his desire to fight through this game. From Zhang Ling's personal interest standpoint, he should consider withdrawing from the game at this moment. I believe that even if he were to step down now, fans would not overly criticize him. Rather, they might feel a touch of regret. Especially since in this final quarter, Zhang Ling scored an impressive 27 points, leading the Chinese men's basketball team's bench to close the score gap and even take the lead by 1 point. Alas, this sorrow is everlasting. Ultimately, whether he plays or not hinges on Zhang Ling's own judgment and his assessment of his physical condition. Zhang, are you certain you wish to continue? Coach Chiao's gaze was fixed on Zhang Ling, filled with a sense of unease. As the head coach, he undoubtedly yearned for Zhang Ling to take the court and secure victory, yet for reasons unbeknownst to him, he hoped that Zhang Ling would consider his future and refrain from playing. In Coach Xiao's eyes, if Zhang Ling could maintain such a stable performance in his basketball career, a promising future awaited him, but this was contingent upon not being hindered by injuries. Regardless, I am determined to take the court. Moreover, my ankle's condition is far better than you might imagine. Zhang Ling, while speaking, flexed his ankle, although he had landed on his foot. His ankle did not exhibit the horrifying 90-degree sprain. It merely trembled slightly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shuai had no choice but to nod in agreement. At this juncture, even as the head coach of the Chinese men's basketball team, he had neither the reason nor the authority to refuse. Chapter 12, Rejecting Overtime. A block to seal the victory. The final 32 seconds had arrived, marking the climactic moment of life and death. Before stepping onto the court, Zhang Ling and his teammates huddled together, forming a circle, rallying each other with fervent shouts. 1, 2, 3, let us go. In these last fleeting moments, with their final breath, they urge each other on, aware that the entire nation, along with their families, was watching. We must bring this victory back to our homeland from Manila. Zhang Ling spoke with resolute determination, his aura radiating confidence that seemed capable of reaching thousands of miles away, influencing every fan watching him play. His self-assurance inspired his teammates, each brimming with confidence. Run as one. Even though he scored an astonishing 27 points in the final quarter, victory was unattainable without the support of his teammates. At that moment, however, Zhang Ling had undeniably become the central figure among those on the court. Scoring 27 points in a single quarter is an unprecedented feat in the annals of Chinese basketball history. Such explosive scoring prowess has only been matched by NBA superstar Carmelo Anthony during the Olympics, and today, Zhang Ling was pursuing the legacy of great players, achieving the same in the World Cup. Before stepping onto the court, Zhang Ling took a few light jogs and jumped lightly, displaying an air of ease, signaling to his teammates that he was in good physical condition. Yet, the sharp pain in his ankle was deeply concealed and buried within him. Despite the discomfort, Zhang Ling was wholly unfazed. The stakes were high for the Philippine men's basketball team. In simple terms, the outcome could hinge on these 32 seconds of offense and defense. Both the Chinese and Philippine teams found themselves in a life-or-death moment, particularly the Philippine players, each feeling the immense pressure. Trailing by 1 point against the Chinese team, a heavy weight lay upon their hearts. Having relinquished a 21-point lead, many were internally crumbling, the situation far removed from the initial advantage. Often, the dynamics on the court can shift like an avalanche, leading to immediate defeat. The Philippine players' focus was entirely on their key player, Clarkson. Basketball, while a team sport, ultimately requires stars to step up and resolve matters in the final seconds. Those of timid disposition, plagued by self-doubt, or lacking the skills to execute under pressure, may score 20 or 30 points in a game, yet they lack the killer instinct to seal the deal. Clarkson dribbled the ball, maneuvering past Zhang Ling's relentless defense, bouncing the ball as he crossed half-court, lowering his center of gravity while consuming precious time. The numbers on the 24-second shot clock dwindled, and Clarkson's gaze sharpened. As long as he stood on the court, he was filled with competitive fervor, whether he was facing Americans or naturalized Filipino players. Clarkson relished the feeling of releasing the ball in those final moments. With me here, victory shall not be stolen from us. Clarkson backed into Zhang Ling, taunting him with words, then executed a significant body feint, changing direction and attempting to drive past Zhang Ling on his left. Realizing he had been deceived, Zhang Ling hurried to pursue Clarkson, only to be obstructed by the opposing power forward advancing to block his path. Zhang Ling had no choice but to maneuver from behind to evade Clarkson's pursuit. At this moment, Clarkson was equally resolute, seizing the opportunity to take a shot directly against the oncoming defensive Lee Kyle. Although Lee Kyle was generally slow, this was relative to the NBA standard. Faced with Clarkson, he exerted every ounce of his strength in this final defensive effort, leaping high and committing a foul. Clarkson was awarded 2 free throws. It must be noted that Lee Kyle's choice to foul was, in fact, a rather pragmatic and somewhat desperate decision. He was taking a gamble. Since Clarkson had opted for a 2-point attempt, one could not blame Lee Kyle for the foul, although it was not a malicious foul. The degree of the foul was substantial enough to ensure that Clarkson could not score, preventing a potential 2-1 situation and relegating him to free throws. Even if Clarkson converted both, the Chinese team would still have a chance for a buzzer beater. If he made only one of the two, the Chinese men's basketball team would still have a path to overtime, even if they failed to clinch victory. Regardless of the outcome, Lee Kyle's choice was not erroneous. It all depended on Clarkson's ability to withstand the pressure. Standing at the free throw line, Clarkson took a deep breath, rhythmically dribbling the ball before taking his shot. The ball struck the back of the rim and inexplicably bounced out. Though his face betrayed no emotion, inside he felt a pang of disappointment. For a guard, particularly one of NBA caliber, a free throw percentage below 90 is undoubtedly a source of disgrace. This missed attempt revealed that his inner turmoil was far from the calm facade he projected. Fortunately for the Chinese men's basketball team, fortune seemed to favor them this time. After a brief exchange of encouragement with his teammates, Clarkson closed his eyes, inhaled deeply to steady his nerves, and took his shot again. The ball swished through the net effortlessly. The score was now tied at 106-106, with the Philippines once again on even footing with China. Unfortunately, this time the possession was in the hands of the Chinese team, and only 15 seconds remained on the clock. In those final seconds, it was undeniable that the Chinese team would aim to run down the clock. What would the Philippines decide? Would they choose to foul and send their opponents to the free throw line, or would they rely on the hope that the Chinese team would miss, thereby pushing the game into overtime? Their defensive strategy provided the answer. The moment Chinese guard Hu Mingxian received the ball, a Philippine defender committed a foul, sending Hu to the free throw line. Nearly a second had elapsed on the clock. Under immense pressure, Hu Mingxian calmly sank both free throws, bringing the score to 108 to 106. With the Chinese men's basketball team taking a 2-point lead, the intentions of the Philippine team were effectively thwarted. They hurled that wretched ball into the air to waste time. What on earth were they doing? After Hu Mingxian successfully converted both free throws, Coach Xiao finally erupted in a roar from the sidelines. The Filipino guard swiftly advanced with the ball, and amidst the staunch defense of the Chinese team, he passed it to Clarkson beyond the three-point line. Without hesitation, Clarkson launched the ball high towards the basket. However, this time, Zhang Ling shadowed Clarkson like a relentless specter. Zhang Ling discerned that Clarkson was certain to attempt a three-pointer, bearing the weight of the team's victory or defeat upon his own shoulders. Thus, as he surged from the side, at the very moment Clarkson prepared to unleash a shot, Zhang Ling soared into the air, his left hand rising with determination, delivering a resounding and precise block upon the basketball. This scene felt hauntingly familiar, as if it were the reenactment of a legendary moment. The ball soared forth from behind, and as Zhang Ling landed, he quickly dove to embrace the ball, dribbling it a few steps forward, just in time to witness the crimson digits on the scoreboard diminish to 0. In a euphoric outburst, Zhang Ling hurled the ball triumphantly into the sky. Zhang Ling emitted a primal roar from her mouth, akin to that of a wild beast. As the score of the match finally solidified, China triumphed over the Philippines with a score of 108 to 106. Victorious at last, Zhang Ling is deserving of this victory, marking the sole triumph for the Chinese men's basketball team in their World Cup journey. However, amidst the jubilant roars, Zhang Ling was swiftly engulfed by equally elated teammates. They erupted in cheers and embraced one another, a whirlwind of joy, with Hu Mingxian tightly cradling Zhang Ling's head, tears streaming down his face. The atmosphere was raucous and fervent, yet profoundly pure. With a deep sigh of relief, Coach Georgievic took a sip from a nearby bottle of mineral water. Observing the exuberant celebration of Zhang Ling and the bench players, the usually stoic expression on his face softened into a smile as he applauded them repeatedly. Indeed, under Zhang Ling's leadership, they had staged a remarkable comeback from a 21-point deficit in the final quarter to secure this victory. No, it was not merely difficult. It was seemingly impossible. Yet, at this moment, it was undeniably real, even though the overall World Cup experience had been bleak for the Chinese men's basketball team. Those young individuals, laughing wildly, shone as the brightest light amidst the gloom. Xiao Qi's expression was a complex tapestry, while Wang Zhilin could only clap mechanically. Chapter 13. The Flame of Hope. The Filipino fans in the Manila arena watched in silence as the Chinese players embraced one another. They had roared, shouted, and wept, savoring the sweet taste of victory. For the Chinese players and their supporters, this night represented an extraordinary and arduous triumph. Conversely, for the Filipino fans, it was a night of disappointment and sorrow, a 21-point lead that had evaporated in the final quarter, undone by the unassuming Zhang Ling and his bench companions. Such a staggering reversal was unacceptable for the Filipino fans, leaving them to confront the harsh reality. As the final whistle blew, many were left in a daze, as if the last quarter had been a surreal dream. Zhang Ling. This name would be etched in the hearts of Filipino fans, much like the towering legacy of Yao Ming years ago, becoming an indelible nightmare for them. In stark contrast to the silence of the Filipino supporters, the Chinese fans, though few in number at the Manila venue, were swept into a frenzy of celebration as the final whistle sounded. Their fervor was palpable, with enthusiastic fans rushing onto the court to take photos with Zhang Ling and even seeking his autograph on their jerseys as mementos. For the supporters of the Chinese team, this victory may signify something extraordinary. It was not merely a win, it could be a testament to the resurgence of the Chinese men's basketball team. After all, Zhang Ling's performance was nothing short of astounding. Never before had such a scoring prowess been witnessed in the annals of Chinese basketball history. In the brief span of 10 minutes, Zhang Ling exhibited an astonishing array of scoring techniques that not only exhilarated the professional coaching staff, but also sent the fans into a frenzy. With his adept ball handling, breakthrough jump shots, post plays, three-pointers, and explosive dunks, he showcased a remarkable versatility. Defensively, Zhang Ling's performance was equally commendable, featuring chase-down blocks and tight on-ball defense. Moreover, his exceptional ability to navigate through double teams and execute effective fronting defense is a skill that has been notably lacking in the Chinese men's basketball team, making him truly exceptional. Having consumed an entire bottle of mineral water, Coach Georgievic sat on the sidelines, a subtle smile gracing his face as he focused intently on Zhang Ling, who was surrounded by admirers. It appeared that hope still lingered for the Chinese national team. The live-streaming chat was ablaze with excitement. This victory was indeed hard-won and filled with drama, providing Chinese fans with a visual feast. Particularly, Zhang Ling's performance left fans awestruck, not merely illuminating their eyes, but akin to witnessing a dazzling display of sparks in a welding scene. Zhang Ling is truly remarkable. Indeed, Zhang Ling is exceptional. The barrage of similar comments is countless, with many densely packed messages swiftly passing by, echoing the words of the live stream host, like a celestial demon descending. Truly the earthly deity of Tai Sui. This phrase, originally describing Wusong from water margin, perfectly encapsulates Zhang Ling's performance today. Zhang Ling has truly exhibited an astonishing performance, scoring 27 points in a single quarter, a feat that is not only rare in the annals of Chinese basketball but also in the history of the World Cup. At last, victory has been secured. In the live broadcast, the host, momentarily overwhelmed with emotion, finally sighed in relief. After 4 consecutive losses in this World Cup, I had thought that during the third quarter, this match would conclude unfavorably. Unexpectedly, in the final quarter, Zhang Ling surged forth, leading the bench players to overturn a 21-point deficit. What an incredible turnaround. Yang Yi adjusted his glasses, and regardless of the circumstances, the dire scenario of 5 consecutive defeats for the Chinese men's basketball team was averted. Even more remarkably, we triumphed over the formidable Philippine national team, which boasts talents like Clarkson. This was truly unexpected. One must regard Zhang Ling with newfound respect after such a display. The host chuckled. Yang, what do you think of that phrase I mentioned earlier? The viewers in the live chat are fervently echoing it. Indeed, the phrases heavenly demon master and earthly deity aptly encapsulate Zhang Ling's performance today. Yang Yi smiled, noting that Zhang Ling provided us with a dramatic surprise at this world-class event, and I eagerly anticipate his future endeavors, especially with the upcoming Hangzhou Asian Games, where he is likely to be included in the roster. The question remains, will Zhang Ling maintain this level of performance? Or will this be merely a fleeting moment of brilliance? Of course, to suggest it is a mere flash in the pan might be an exaggeration, but sometimes in basketball, when the momentum strikes, it cannot be halted. The host, amused, responded, I hope Zhang Ling can sustain this momentum. Now, let us connect with our correspondent on site. Dear viewers in the live chat, please stay tuned for Zhang Ling's post-match interview. I am eager to know his thoughts at this moment, as his remarkable performance in just this brief quarter could certainly carve out a notable place for him in Chinese basketball and even on the World Cup stage. Excitement and exhilaration will inevitably fade with the passage of time. After most of the Chinese basketball players retreated to the locker room, Zhang Ling remained on the court, fielding questions from a Chinese sports journalist. This journalist was a striking young woman, vibrant and attractive. Zhang Ling, first and foremost, congratulations on securing this victory. It was a challenging yet monumental match. How do you perceive your own performance in this game? The young journalist, somewhat unfamiliar with Zhang Ling, had initially prepared to interview players like Shou Qi or Wang Zhilin, only to find that the most deserving subject of her interview was this relatively obscure athlete, Zhang Ling. To be candid, the female journalist's understanding of Zhang Ling is limited to basic information such as her name and gender. Firstly, I must emphasize that without the collective efforts of the entire men's basketball team, it would have been impossible for us to stage a comeback from a 21-point deficit and ultimately secure victory in this match. As for my performance, I do not have much to elaborate on. I can merely state that my shooting was relatively on point tonight, and I capitalized on the opportunities presented to me. Naturally, I did have some defensive lapses. As the female journalist appeared poised to ask further questions, Zhang Ling smiled and gracefully declined, wiping the sweat from her brow as she proceeded towards the locker room. The camera continued to follow closely, capturing the silhouette of Zhang Ling. Perhaps, in the days to come, these moments will be cherished as invaluable historical records. Subsequently, the female journalist passed the microphone to Coach Chiao. Coach Chiao, do you believe Zhang Ling's performance today merits the title of MVP? The Chinese fans in attendance at the game did not hesitate to bestow this honor upon her. Upon hearing the translation, Coach Qiao smiled and affirmed, "Absolutely. Zhang Ling's performance was indeed worthy of the MVP title. Her display in the final quarter was astonishing and exhilarating. I eagerly anticipate her contributions in the upcoming Asian Games." When asked whether Zhang Ling would be included in the starting lineup for the Asian Games, Coach Jurjevic nodded, stating, "Certainly, I will consider her for a starting position, but it will depend on her performance in training. I believe she will not disappoint." After interviewing Coach Qiao, the female journalist turned her attention to Yao Ming, who now serves as the president of the Basketball Association. "President Yao, in light of this World Cup journey, how would you rate the performance of the Chinese men's basketball team?" she inquired. "Well, I would give them a score of 0. It was utterly disappointing." Yao Ming sighed, his expression revealing a bittersweet acknowledgement of the stark contrast between the Chinese men's basketball team and world-class athletes. Their performance indeed left much to be desired. However, there is indeed a silver lining to this situation, as the World Cup has afforded us the opportunity to unearth some promising talents worthy of cultivation, such as the athlete Zhang Ling. I believe that in the future, whether in the CBA or on the global stage, we must provide more opportunities to young individuals who are bold and tenacious. As for those who have already attained fame but possess only mediocre abilities or who are solely motivated by personal gain, I think we will exercise discretion in our selections. On the other hand, we will also begin at the grassroots level by offering free training sessions in major cities across the nation, allowing more children who have a passion for basketball to receive professional training. Chapter 14. Ascending to Greatness. Striking with might. Allow me to briefly express my thoughts. A senior official from the Chinese Basketball Association spoke eloquently before the camera, following the conclusion of the Men's Basketball World Cup. "I hope the Chinese national team will learn from their experiences and diligently implement the spirit of the sports conference. We must earnestly focus on improving our approach and adhere to the principles of enhancing basketball energy, guided by a spirit of hard work. We will deepen the reform of the basketball system and comprehensively implement a quality basketball framework. Our aim is to elevate the standards and quality within the basketball domain, modernize our facilities, and gradually establish a basketball culture characterized by distinct technical features, open collaboration, and vibrant phases that reflect our national identity. We aspire to cultivate a high-quality basketball team imbued with shared values and contemporary ideals, striving to position ourselves among Asia's elite by 2024 and within the ranks of the world's premier basketball nations by 2026, thereby showcasing the prowess of a sporting powerhouse on larger stages. Through the continuous enhancement of basketball, we aim to foster the overall positive development of our sporting endeavors." The journey of the Chinese men's basketball team in the World Cup has ultimately come to a close. In 5 matches, they faced 4 defeats before triumphing in the final game, where Zhang Ling's remarkable performance led the bench to a stunning 21-point comeback, securing a hard-fought victory. With a record of 4 wins and 1 loss, they suffered defeats to Serbia, Puerto Rico, South Sudan, and Angola, managing only a fortunate win against the Philippines. Thus concluded the quadrennial World Cup, a result that left many basketball fans disheartened, particularly the losses to South Sudan and Angola, which laid bare numerous issues within the Chinese men's basketball team. These problems, of course, have persisted for many years. In the aftermath of the tournament, meetings are held, experiences are summarized, and visions for the future are cast, yet little will change. Zhang Ling, resting on the couch to recuperate from an ankle injury, expressionless, picked up the remote and switched to a children's channel to watch cartoons. After the World Cup, Zhang Ling returned home with the team and was unexpectedly met by a small throng of fans at the airport, a testament to the astonishing tolerance of Chinese basketball enthusiasts. Naturally, the fans were there for Zhang Ling, seeking photographs and autographs, which he graciously provided, relieved that there were no outrageous requests and that the crowd was manageable. Nevertheless, Zhang Ling's performance during the final 10 minutes of the last quarter in Manila had profoundly impressed domestic fans. Initially, discussions on basketball forums began to gain traction, followed by the rapid dissemination of Zhang Ling's highlights from the final quarter, as well as the full recording of the last quarter of the game against the Philippines, circulating widely across the internet. Particularly on short video platforms like Douyin and Kuaishou, the speed and convenience of sharing have surpassed anything seen in the last decade. Even on Weibo, Zhang Ling's extraordinary 27-point outburst in the final quarter against the Philippines surged into trending topics. In no time, Zhang Ling became the talk of the town. Consequently, Various endorsement opportunities began to surface, especially offers related to sports protective gear, which Zhang Ling promptly declined. He first visited the hospital for an MRI, which confirmed that the injury to his ankle was not severe. With about a week's rest, he would recover. While relieved, Zhang Ling spent these days contemplating the deficiencies in his basketball skills. Although he had awakened the Mamba mentality and possessed the complete skill set of the legendary Kobe Bryant, he recognized his shortcomings during matches. Particularly in terms of physical fitness, he had yet to reach a level that would allow him to fully utilize Kobe's techniques. He resolved to train diligently. Over the past few days, he had been engaging in simple recovery training on the elliptical machine. Once his ankle healed sufficiently, he planned to enhance his court balance, endurance, agility, and strength. Why does the Chinese men's basketball team often falter in the third quarter during World Cup matches? The answer is straightforward. Their physical conditioning and stamina simply cannot keep pace. Is it due to inadequate nutrition? Certainly not. Rather, it stems from insufficiently rigorous training and a lack of high self-expectations. The meager training volume is one aspect, but the self-imposed standards are even more disheartening. Take diet. For instance, it is alarmingly lax. This is not to say that street food cannot provide energy, but some things should be consumed sparingly. If one can avoid smoking, one should. If one can drink less alcohol, one should do so. Reflecting on this, Zhang Ling extinguished the cigarette in his hand, feeling a twinge of frustration. Ultimately, as a basketball player, mediocrity is a cardinal sin. If you possess exceptional talent, even the most challenging obstacles can be overcome. With the eternal Mamba spirit, he fully believed he could ascend to the pinnacle of basketball greatness. Zhang Ling silently set a goal for himself, to join the NBA and compete in the professional league. Therefore, he resolved to impose strict discipline on himself, to train relentlessly. Reclining on the sofa, he began to explore his awakened legendary superstar system. On the virtual interface before him, he discovered that in addition to the awakened Mamba spirit, another skill set awaited activation, ruling the world, splitting Mount Hua. Gazing at these words, he extinguished his cigarette and fell into deep contemplation. What could this mean? The awakened legendary superstar system contained skill sets from legendary figures. But what on earth did ruling the world, splitting Mount Hua signify? Without much hesitation, Zhang Ling awakened this skill set. Ding! You have awakened the skill set of NBA superstar LeBron James, dominion over all in mountain splitting strike. Upon hearing the electronic voice of the system, the muscles at the corner of Zhang Ling's mouth involuntarily twitched. Logically speaking, he had already awakened Kobe Bryant's Mamba's eternal heart, possessing all of the Black Mamba's basketball skills, which should have allowed him to reign supreme on the court. Given the comprehensive nature of Kobe's techniques, the skill sets of other superstars seemed rather superfluous to Zhang Ling at this moment. Please note, host, that dominion over all in mountain splitting strike emphasized the refinement of the host's physical attributes in the early stages. Once these physical attributes reach their peak, you will attain the unparalleled breakthrough ability of a prime LeBron James, effortlessly penetrating defenses. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ling envisioned the scene of LeBron James soaring high, defenders clinging to his waist as he effortlessly sunk the ball. Furthermore, he pictured the relentless and audacious drives, culminating in a soaring slam dunk over his adversaries. Dominating the court with unparalleled prowess, it all became so clear. Zhang Ling nodded, yet internally lamented the immense difficulty of achieving greatness, akin to reigning supreme and conquering the formidable Mount Hua. While technical skills can certainly be honed, possessing the extraordinary physical prowess of someone like LeBron James is an arduous feat. A fan once jested that should extraterrestrials seek to abduct a human for dissection, LeBron James would undoubtedly be their choice. Though said in jest, it underscores the formidable nature of his athleticism. Chairman Yao has also remarked that colliding with LeBron feels akin to crashing into a locomotive. Regardless of the controversies surrounding LeBron today, his physical attributes remain an awe-inspiring force, particularly among forwards, especially small forwards, where he stands as a terrifying presence, renowned for his unparalleled endurance. Chapter 15. The legend concludes, a tribute to Yi Jianlian. In the afternoon, after enjoying a refreshing nap, Zhang Ling recognized the critical importance of adequate sleep for basketball players. It allows the tense muscles of the day to rest and grow. However, by around 3 o'clock, he ventured to the gym to practice his shooting. Despite the lingering soreness in his ankle, the effort required for free throws was manageable. Awakening the eternal Mamba spirit and the desire to reign supreme did not exempt Zhang Ling from the necessity of training. On the contrary, to reach greater heights, faster speeds. and enhanced strength, he required a more intense training regimen to push beyond his limits and effectively replicate the techniques of these two legendary figures. Yet, given his minor injury, rigorous training was out of the question. He could only practice shooting to maintain his touch. As evening approached, around 6 or 7 o'clock, feeling both hungry and fatigued, Zhang Ling concluded his training, took a shower, and while tidying up, perused his smartphone. Late into the night, he was taken aback by a news announcement. Yi Jianlian, the former captain of the Chinese men's basketball team and a player from Guangdong, posted on social media to officially announce his retirement from a 21-year professional basketball career. In his statement, he expressed profound gratitude to the Chinese national team, a name sacred to him. Each time he donned the national team jersey, he felt an overwhelming sense of pride bestowed by his great nation. In this retirement declaration, he conveyed that throughout his 21-year career, basketball had brought him passion, joy, regrets, and tears, marking an unforgettable and cherished chapter of his life. As Zhang Ling held his phone, he fell into a prolonged silence. For his generation of basketball players, they had witnessed the Chinese national team reach the pinnacle of glory during the 2008 Beijing Olympics, only to experience the current nadir. Yi Jianlian, one of the greatest basketball players in the history of the Chinese national team, had personally navigated the entire journey from peak to trough. He once took the banner of the Chinese men's basketball team from Yao Ming. Despite exerting every ounce of effort and dedicating himself entirely, he could not lead the team to a single victory at the London Olympics. Although his individual performance was remarkable, granting him another opportunity to re-enter the NBA. At this juncture, he was already in his early 30s, on the cusp of the twilight of his professional career. There was no longer any need for him to prove his worth in the NBA. After all, during those years, there was but one core figure in the Chinese men's basketball landscape, Yi Jianlian. Among international competitors, Yi Jianlian stood alone as the only notable player for the Chinese team. And now, the team lacks even a single core figure. One might argue that Yi Jianlian's abilities do not match those of Yao Ming. Yet one cannot question his professionalism and the high standards he set for himself as a player. Although he may not possess Yao Ming's innate talent and capabilities, he bore the flag of the national team for nearly a decade after taking it from Yao Ming. As he announced his retirement, there had yet to emerge any athlete capable of inheriting the mantle from Yi Jianlian. Yi Jianlian attempted to pass the banner to Zhou Qi, but Zhou Qi ultimately transferred it to Poland. Perhaps Yi Jianlian was simply unfortunate. He entered the NBA in 2007, drafted as the 6th overall pick by the Milwaukee Bucks, demonstrating undeniable talent and physical prowess. However, his character and injuries thwarted his efforts to establish a foothold. Each time he showcased his skills, injuries would intervene. Moreover, the style of play in the NBA during those years starkly contrasts with that of today. It can be said that it was both timing and fate. Many Chinese fans lament this situation, imagining the heights Yi Jianlian might have reached had he developed in the current NBA landscape. What if injuries had not plagued him? Alas, time cannot be reversed. Yi Jianlian's struggles in the NBA ultimately became a source of regret for an entire generation of Chinese basketball enthusiasts. This regret has bred complaints, leading to unrestrained mockery online after Yao Ming's retirement. As Chinese fans looked back, they realized that Yi Jianlian stood alone, valiantly shouldering the banner of the Chinese men's basketball team, maintaining its dignity in both Asia and the global arena. In 2020, at the age of 33, as he fought to uphold the last vestiges of dignity for the team during the Olympics, the complaints and misunderstandings harbored by fans had long since dissipated, leaving only an overwhelming sense of desolation and sorrow. Perhaps because Yi Jianlian represents the final visage of the golden generation of Chinese basketball, his announcement of retirement, coupled with the current dismal state of the team, evokes profound sentiments and nostalgia. We have lost Yao Ming, and now, as we face the potential loss of Yi Jianlian, one cannot help but feel a deep sense of regret. The hearts of Chinese basketball fans are filled with unbearable sorrow, particularly when reflecting on the national team's defeats to Taipei, the Philippines, and Iran in recent years. Such losses evoke a profound sense of desolation and sadness reminiscent of a bygone era. After all, our forebears once thrived. What are those Filipinos in comparison? Today, they dare to defile our legacy. Alas, the harsh reality remains, bleak yet undeniable. This year's World Cup saw the absence of Yi Jianlian. Despite Coach Chiao's fervent hope for his participation, even if merely as a spectator, he declined, unwilling to occupy a spot that could be granted to a younger talent. Perhaps Zhang Ling. His pride and dignity led him to reject the invitation, acknowledging that his age and skills no longer met the demands of the World Cup. It must be said that Yi's spirit is one of noble solitude. Throughout his basketball career, he ultimately carved his own identity, becoming Yi Jianlian rather than the media's proclaimed successor to Yao Ming. The prospect of another Yao Ming emerging in Chinese basketball is now but a distant dream. The retirement of Yi Jianlian has left fans engulfed in a bittersweet ache, a sentiment more profound than that felt on Yao Ming's retirement day. Back then, we held on to the hope that the national team would continue to improve. Yet, the heights achieved by our predecessors have become monumental aspirations for our generation, deepening our sense of nostalgia and melancholy. No one anticipated that the day of Yi Jianlian's retirement would arrive so swiftly. The narrative began with such tenderness. Yet the conclusion feels unworthy of the prologue. An era has officially drawn to a close. In remembrance, we recall the youthful hero, gallantly supporting the little giant and achieving unparalleled feats. Now, with graying hair, he reflects on the past and in the vast realm of basketball. There seems to be no one left to uphold the legacy. Such sorrow brings tears to our eyes. We pay tribute and respect to the illustrious figure of Chinese basketball, the CBA's all-time leading scorer, all-time rebounding king, all-time double-double king, regular season scoring champion, regular season rebounding champion, regular season double-double king, playoff blocks leader, a champion of the Asian Youth Championship, an Asian Championship winner, a member of the domestic players' best lineup, two-time player of the month, two-time All-Star Game MVP, two-time Asian Championship MVP, two-time Rising Star MVP, three-time CBA Finals MVP, four-time recipient of social awards, five-time CBA regular season MVP, seven-time CBA champion, 11-time player of the week, 12-time CBA All-Star starter, torchbearer in Sanya, Hainan in 2008, flag bearer at the London Olympics in 2012, China's top 10 athletes in 2015, the first best defensive player in CBA history in 2019, standing at 2.13 meters tall and weighing 116 kilograms, the pride of Guangdong basketball, Yi Jianlian. Chapter 16. To be a legend as a basketball player. Yi Jianlian's two-decade career encapsulates half a century of men's basketball history. The trials and tribulations of the Chinese men's basketball team over these 20 years are vividly reflected in the journey of this leading figure. Chinese fans have witnessed alongside Yi the glorious pinnacle of the national team in 2008, as well as the subsequent painful descent from greatness into obscurity. Thus, in retrospect, the sentiment of sorrow among Chinese fans regarding Yi Jianlian's retirement becomes all the more poignant. Zhang Ling, similarly, upon receiving this news, was filled with a sense of wistfulness. Now, brimming with ambition, he is determined to follow in the footsteps of his predecessors, aspiring to ascend to greater heights and lead the men's basketball team back to its former glory, perhaps even to create unprecedented achievements. However, the path to success is fraught with challenges. With Yi Jianlian's retirement, an era has inevitably come to an end, yet a new era is yet to dawn. While Zhang Ling diligently engaged in his shooting rehabilitation training, he received an unexpected phone call from Yao Ming, the president of the Chinese Basketball Association. To his astonishment, Yao Ming extended an invitation for him to attend Yi Jianlian's retirement ceremony. This revelation brought Zhang Ling both surprise and delight. In a certain sense, although Yi Jianlian has been his idol, Zhang Ling had limited interactions with figures from Yi's and Yao's generation, particularly with Yi Jianlian himself. Zhang Ling, an obscure junior in the realm of Chinese basketball, had not made a remarkable name for himself in the CBA League last season. He had only just secured a starting position, with an average playing time of merely over 20 minutes. Before the exhilarating night in Manila, it seemed that Zhang Ling was not deserving of an invitation to Yi Jianlian's retirement ceremony, whether assessed through personal connections or historical significance within men's basketball. Perhaps it was the impact he made during the final quarter of the game against the Philippines in Manila, however minor it may have been, that granted him this opportunity to attend Yi Jianlian's retirement ceremony. Zhang Ling did not ponder for long and decisively agreed. Yi Jianlian was a senior in men's basketball whom he admired and respected. To partake in his retirement ceremony and witness the conclusion of his illustrious career as a basketball player was an immense honor for Zhang Ling. Not everyone has the opportunity to witness the grandeur of a great finale. How is your ankle injury? Chairman Yao's somber voice resonated from the other end of the line. I had a CT scan. There is no significant issue. After resting for a week, I am nearly recovered, Zhang Ling replied. All right. Do not forget to attend Alien's retirement ceremony. Rest assured, Chairman Yao. How could I possibly forget? Zhang Ling smiled and remarked, "Basketball is not merely a sport. Wherever there are individuals, there exists a community, and where there is a community, there are disputes over interests. As a basketball player, one must not only showcase the purity of the game but also confront the media, the fans, the club, and society at large in the face of various conflicts of interest. Even with a management team to handle matters outside of basketball, the athlete cannot remain aloof. Basketball transcends mere competition. It encompasses the intricacies of human relationships. Many issues in life are marred by the complexities of interpersonal dynamics. To achieve success or to pursue one's ambitions with ease, an understanding of social nuances is essential. After all, even someone as stoic as Leonard, often dubbed a robot for his lack of presence on social media, participates in community events. Fans jokingly assert that even if Michael Jordan were to attend, he would still need to raise a glass to the leaders. Zhang Ling's appearance at the ceremony did not generate much of a stir. His remarkable performance, scoring 27 points during the Manila Madness night, only ignited a brief flurry of excitement online. However, within the mainstream audience, such enthusiasm is often ephemeral, lasting merely a day or two. Yet, it continues to circulate widely among fans on professional forums. This did not prevent certain media outlets from seizing the opportunity to pose some rather innocuous questions to Zhang Ling. After your exhilarating night in Manila, do you believe you can maintain your fiery form in the upcoming Asian Games? One obscure media representative, possibly a self-styled journalist, politely intercepted Zhang Ling, inquiring with courtesy. I should be able to, Zhang Ling replied with a smile, leaving his response open-ended. At that moment, someone approached to escort Zhang Ling into the venue. Zhang Ling could only smile apologetically as he departed from the enchanting lady. At the retirement ceremony of Yi Jianlian, a multitude of dignitaries gathered, including many familiar faces from the Chinese national basketball team, alongside numerous friends and relatives of Yi Jianlian. Even leaders from the Basketball Association and the Guangdong Sports Bureau were in attendance, all of whom Zhang Ling did not recognize. However, upon his arrival, several individuals acknowledged him with smiles and nods, suggesting that the Manila World Cup had indeed carved out a notable reputation. Zhang Ling felt a sense of relief in her heart, smiling as she greeted others, albeit with a touch of helplessness, for there were few familiar faces among the crowd. Fortunately, Zhou Ping had also arrived. Not only was he a teammate of Yi Jianlian, but he also participated in the World Cup. Zhang Ling breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing him, grateful for the presence of someone she knew. While Zhang Ling and Zhou Peng engaged in lighthearted banter, Yao Ming and other relevant leaders entered the room. Upon spotting Zhang Ling, Yao Ming waved at her. This was their first private meeting since the conclusion of the World Cup. You performed admirably during the tournament. Your future is indeed bright, Yao Ming remarked with a smile. Noticing Zhang Ling's slight awkwardness in social situations, he added, in a moment, I will introduce you to some acquaintances and leaders. Relax, your journey ahead is long, and there will be many more significant social arenas for you to adapt to and integrate into. Zhang Ling nodded thoughtfully, taking her seat to witness Yi Jianlian's retirement ceremony. She observed with her own eyes as a leading figure of the Chinese men's basketball team gracefully concluded his illustrious career as a professional athlete, stirring a profound sense of reflection within her. Zhang Ling sat below, listening to the crowd's reminiscences and accolades for Yi Jianlian's illustrious career, and a fervent anticipation welled up within him. He pondered whether he could achieve such heights when he ultimately retires one day. A glimmer of longing and aspiration sparkled in his eyes. The phrase to be a legend echoed in his mind, igniting a surge of passion within him. At 19, seated in the audience, he felt like a mere follower gazing up at the legendary figures on stage, engaging in joyous banter. Just then, Chairman Yao, posing for photographs on stage, waved towards the distant Zhang Ling, who was concealed from the flash of the cameras. Come up for a photo. Zhang Ling did not quite catch what Yao Ming was saying behind her. She merely noticed him beckoning her over. Upon approaching, she was taken aback to discover that he wished for her to join him, Botter, Wang Zhizhi, and Yi Jianlian for a group photograph. In that moment, Zhang Ling felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. What merit did she possess to be so fortunate as to share a frame with four legendary interior players of the Chinese national basketball team? Surely, the four of them could take a picture without needing her inclusion. Zhang Ling offered a wry smile, shaking her head in refusal. We have all taken a group photo. Come up quickly, Yao Ming urged. Zhang Ling could only approach, originally intending to merely stand beside Yao Ming for a photograph, as the spotlight today belonged to Yi Jianlian, who was firmly positioned at the center. Unexpectedly, Yao Ming directly pulled Zhang Ling to his inner side, leaning against Yi Jianlian, smiling at the camera. Yi Jianlian, with a smile reminiscent of his youthful days, displayed the same charm as before. The young man performed remarkably well at the World Championship, and he is sure to achieve greater heights in the future. Meanwhile, De Ji and Bader instinctively nodded in agreement. Zhang Ling could only manage an awkward smile. After all, in the presence of figures like Bader, Yao Ming, Yi Jianlian, and the illustrious Wang Zhizhi, Zhang Ling appeared somewhat frail. Nonetheless, he brimmed with anticipation for the future. Click. Under the spotlight, the five of them posed for a photograph that was destined to be etched in the annals of Chinese basketball history. From left to right, Bader, Wang Zhizhi, Yi Jianlian, Zhang Ling, and Yao Ming. Chapter 17. Training Camp. Dominating the starters on the eve of the Hangzhou Asian Games, in accordance with tradition. The Chinese men's basketball team commenced their training camp to foster camaraderie among the players and refine their roster. After Zhang Ling's injuries have healed, he has rejoined the team, and the head coach of the Chinese men's basketball team remains Chao Georgievic. Zhang Ling, have you seen the news? Hu Jinqiu inquires during a casual conversation. What? In recent days, besides using WeChat for work, Zhang Ling has deleted all social media applications from his phone. His daily routine consists of rigorous physical training and shooting practice, aimed at severing the distractions posed by the external world and the media, particularly after attending Yi Jianlian's retirement ceremony, where he took a photo with the four legendary centers and shared it online. He sparked a wave of public opinion. What a surprise! Zhang Ling has risen, becoming the designated leader of the next generation of the Chinese men's basketball team, as appointed by Yao Ming. Zhang Ling himself expressed doubts about maintaining the fiery momentum he showcased in Manila during the Asian Games. Is this merely a fleeting moment of brilliance for Zhang Ling? Such sensational news reports have become distorted, merely aimed at deceiving viewers for clicks. Zhang Ling could only manage a bitter smile in response. Yet she felt a tinge of melancholy within. She perused the online news and the myriad of comments from netizens, which were varied and numerous. Fortunately, the fans exhibited considerable trust in Zhang Ling, though they were also tinged with a sense of concern and hope. Zhang Ling resolutely uninstalled her social media applications, dedicating herself to refining both her physique and skills. As weeks slipped by unnoticed, she gradually realized that her form was transforming, subtly becoming more robust. After all, how could one command the world with a mere frail figure, exuding the aura of one capable of splitting mountains? The most tangible evidence of her progress lay in her bench press strength, which astonishingly increased by 30 kilograms. Her arms and thighs had developed significantly more muscle than during her participation in the World Cup, rendering her physique increasingly formidable. Consequently, she paid little heed to the recent idle gossip circulating online. Hu Jinqiu chuckled, remarking on the South Korean team's claim to chase away Coach Chiao, noting that their main players had all arrived, seemingly intent on targeting them. Furthermore, the Philippines, despite missing a few key players, had boldly declared their intention to redeem the disgrace of the World Cup at the upcoming Asian Games in Hangzhou. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ling merely shook his head and smiled, appearing rather indifferent as he continued his warm-up exercises. The South Korean team, regarded as a second-tier squad in Asia, possesses players who can barely manage a dunk, yet they resort to theatrics, tearing their jerseys and engaging in wild roars and anguished howls, which is quite unbecoming of them. Nevertheless, with the South Korean main players present and competing on home soil, should the Chinese men's basketball team inadvertently suffer a defeat, Coach Chiao would undoubtedly face dismissal. As for the Philippine team, they are merely an adversary to be vanquished time and again. Zhang Ling initially believed that the primary objective of the Chinese men's basketball team at the Hangzhou Asian Games was to utilize the competition as a means of practice. However, he was taken aback to discover that what appeared to be an ordinary event was rife with undercurrents. Particularly, the South Korean basketball team, with their erratic behavior and inexplicable self-assurance, seemed oblivious to the concept of humility, which was truly off-putting. Should the opportunity arise to face the South Korean team, one would certainly relish the prospect of setting them straight. Zhang Ling secretly resolved to herself. During the warm-up for shooting, Coach Chiao also arrived at the gym, assigning training tasks while inquiring about Zhang Ling's ankle condition. Zhang Ling naturally expressed that he has fully recovered. In fact, he is quite eager to know whether Coach Chiao will include him in the main lineup for the Asian Games. However, during the subsequent intra-team scrimmage, Coach Chiao's arrangements left Zhang Ling somewhat disheartened. The red and blue teams faced off in a training match, with the first team comprising Zhao Rui, Du Runwang, Chui Yongxi, Zhu Long, and Hu Jinqiu, while the opposing squad featured Zhao Jiwei, Hu Mingxian, Zhang Zhenlin, Zhang Ling, and Wang Zhenli, at least from the current arrangement. It was evident that Zhang Ling was not included in the starting lineup, which left him feeling a bit stifled. Nevertheless, he is absolutely obedient to Coach Chiao's strategic decisions, especially considering that during the final World Cup match against the Philippines, Zhang Ling suffered a foot injury. Although the injury was not serious and he has completely recovered, Coach Chiao's choice to place him in the substitute lineup was reasonable. Viewed from another perspective, it was also a form of protection for Zhang Ling. Of course, the outcome of the intra-squad scrimmage is not of paramount importance. What truly matters is Coach Georgievic's assessment of the lineup, as well as facilitating the players' acclimatization to the competitive intensity. The red and blue teams exchanged blows, with neither side significantly intensifying their defensive efforts. More importantly, the match served to hone the players' synergy and evaluate the overall effectiveness of the lineup. For Zhang Ling, the intensity of the defense was virtually negligible. Matched against Cui Yongxi, Zhang Ling showcased his formidable offensive prowess, displaying a myriad of basketball skills with remarkable ease. Scoring seemed as effortless as slicing through vegetables or quenching thirst. He executed probing step-back jumpers, back-to-the-basket plays, catch-and-shoot threes, strong three-point attempts, and thunderous dunks, all with an alarming shooting accuracy. Cui Yongxi was thoroughly overwhelmed, unable to mount any effective defense. Teammates from the Chinese national basketball team recognized that Zhang Ling has made extraordinary strides, employing a diverse array of offensive techniques and deadly accurate shooting that is truly intimidating. It appears that the wild night in Manila during the World Cup has completely unlocked Zhang Ling's potential. Compared to his teammates, he seems to operate on an entirely different plane, both in basketball skills and physical prowess. Leading the substitute lineup, he faced the red team starters for half an hour, leaving them with the impression that they simply could not defend against him. Even when Cui Yongxi intensified his efforts, putting his hands right in front of Zhang Ling's eyes, he still could not prevent him from scoring. Zhang Ling possesses an uncanny ability to effortlessly sink that wretched basketball into the hoop. His precision is remarkable. Cui Yongxi, gasping for breath, feels somewhat helpless in comparison. Zhang Ling appears remarkably composed. Although today he has not made many breakthroughs, his offensive techniques, while varied, are simple yet effective. A mere change of direction enables him to evade defenders, allowing him to consistently score with ease. Eventually, Zhang Ling even faced double teaming from the opposition. Yet, his formidable shooting remains unassailable. The main lineup has been overwhelmed. The intra-team scrimmage has almost turned into a personal showcase for Zhang Ling. Beyond scoring, his playmaking from the low post, setting screens for teammates, and his adept passing under pressure, or when breaking through to distribute the ball, are all executed with remarkable order and rationale. Thud, thud, thud. The basketball bounces on the floor as he dribbles forward, just past the half-court line. He launches a logo shot from a distance of 2 or 3 meters beyond the three-point arc. Swish. The ball passes cleanly through the net. Zhang Ling's shooting touch is exceptionally hot today, and Cui Yongxi wears a constipated expression, utterly speechless. Zhang, remember to connect with your teammates, observes Coach Chiao from the sidelines, his eyes gleaming as he gestures. Chapter 18. The NBL withdrawal scandal. Coach Chiao is particularly pleased with Zhang Ling's performance, especially on the offensive end. However, he is not content to have Zhang Ling solely excel in scoring. He wants him to strengthen his connection with his teammates. While Zhang Ling's individual scoring is undeniably impressive, it is evident that there are times when his teammates are in better positions to shoot. Regardless of whether his teammates can convert, a certain degree of shooting liberty must be granted. Otherwise, the teammates may harbor some grievances, as basketball is fundamentally a team sport. As the interactions between Zhang Ling and his teammates evolved, Coach Chiao couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement, thanks to Zhang Ling's sustained offensive prowess. The red team is compelled to send more players to double-team him. Consequently, the blue team's players find themselves with greater and more suitable shooting opportunities. Zhang Ling's task is to effectively pass the ball out when faced with double coverage. Whether his teammates opt to take the shot or choose to return the ball to Zhang Ling for the finish, the synergy among the blue team members is gradually enhancing. Perhaps due to Zhang Ling's newfound trust, his teammates display an exceptionally fiery shooting touch today, finding the net with every attempt. This illustrates that a player's rhythm can indeed be contagious. The reason is quite simple. The blue team has silently established an undeniable core. That would be Zhang Ling. To assume a pivotal role is not an endeavor of trivial ease. in order to ensure that his teammates and the team as a whole operate at maximum efficiency. Zhang Ling must relinquish his personal scoring opportunities in the sweet spots of the offense, ceding simple points to his comrades. He is required to adopt a supportive role. Should his teammates falter in their shooting, or if the ball is passed back to him in the final moments, Zhang Ling must possess a reliable scoring ability in those critical instances. Clearly, for Zhang Ling in his present form, achieving this is not a formidable challenge. With the eternal spirit of the Mamba within him, Zhang Ling is invigorated, knowing that his teammates consistently think of him in the final seconds of each possession, delivering the ball into his hands. In response to this trust from his teammates, Zhang Ling exhibits an undeniable confidence that is unparalleled. Is there anyone more audacious than Zhang Ling, more decisive in their shot-taking? Zhang Ling expressed her dissatisfaction. The connection with her teammates has deepened. Not only can her teammates benefit from her assists, but Zhang Ling has also received support from them. Zhang Ling deftly evaded his defender, stealthily slipping towards the baseline. At the same moment, Zhang Jinlin, skillfully dribbling the ball above, executed a timely high pass. The ball traced a beautiful arc, landing perfectly in Zhang Ling's hands. With an extraordinary display of power, he unleashed a thunderous dunk that nearly reached the rim. During this period, Zhang Ling has not merely focused on enhancing his stamina and strength through rigorous training. He has also dedicated himself to improving his vertical leap. Engaging in weighted high jumps and striving to elevate his tire jump height, he has made considerable progress. Thus, Zhang Ling has experienced a remarkably fulfilling and straightforward routine. Training, eating, and sleeping remain his unwavering themes, although there exists a substantial gap between his current jumping height and the rim. One must recognize that the human body is a treasure trove of limitless potential. With scientific training and unwavering perseverance, even those with a height of 170 centimeters can soar for a dunk. Spectacular. Zhang Ling's dunk exudes a commanding presence, embodying a sense of undeniable prowess, while his posture reflects both grace and an element of raw power. After executing a remarkable dunk over the formidable center Hu Jinxiu, Zhang Ling playfully patted his opponent's backside. On the sidelines, Coach Chow couldn't help but applaud, acknowledging not only Zhang Ling's offensive brilliance but also motivating Hu Jinxiu for his timely defensive efforts. The blue team secured a resounding victory, demonstrating not just formidable offensive firepower but also a collective commitment to defense, which left the primary red team struggling against the substitute blue team. Coach Chow expressed immense satisfaction with the blue team's performance, nodding and clapping in approval. That evening, after a rigorous day of training, Zhang Ling and his teammates indulged in a hearty meal, their appetites astonishingly vast, perhaps equivalent to what an average person would consume over several days. Did you hear? Hu Jinxiu said enigmatically to Zhang Ling. Shaanxi Xinda has withdrawn from the NBL finals. Zhang Ling was taken aback. The NBL, being affiliated with the Basketball Association, allows the championship team the opportunity to ascend to the CBA League, which comes with a lucrative broadcasting fee of $20 million annually. Moreover, joining the CBA means increased visibility, translating into greater endorsement opportunities. The disparity in exposure between the NBL and CBA is significant. Had it not been for Shaanxi Xinda's controversial withdrawal from the finals, which sparked widespread public discourse, the NBL would have remained largely unnoticed. The decision for Shaanxi Xinda to withdraw from their match against An Hui when he stemmed from the referee's biased rulings, which were blatantly unjust and compelled them to take such a tragic stance. Brave old Qin, we face the national crisis together. Defeat is an option. We can always start anew, but Shaanxi Xinda cannot accept losing in such an inequitable manner. It is not a matter of inferiority in skill, but rather the influence of higher powers. Notably, the former chairman of An Hui Wenyi and current vice president of the Chinese Basketball Association, Gong Luming, was comfortably seated on the bench of An Hui Wenyi. The referees, bystanders, and all associated parties were aligned with his interests, raising questions about the fairness of the competition. It is disheartening that while they could easily promote a particular NBL team to the CBA, they still opted to conduct a finals match, treating the fans as mere spectators. Even in a commercial league, one would hope for professionalism in the operations, at the very least, to maintain a FAAD that does not expose the underlying issues to the fans. The withdrawal of Shaanxi Xinda is initially perceived as utterly absurd. However, upon deeper reflection, it inevitably sends chills down one's spine. How can the Chinese men's basketball team hope to thrive under such circumstances? With this kind of operation, does the Chinese men's basketball team still possess any semblance of hope? Relying solely on the innate talent of a single athlete, devoid of a fair and just competitive atmosphere and foundation, renders the Chinese men's basketball team akin to a tree without roots, adrift like a leaf on water. Furthermore, the behavior of certain individuals is rather unbecoming, is it not? Although they may have once been celebrated figures, contributing modestly to the development of Chinese basketball, this does not grant them the license to arbitrarily trample upon rules and the integrity of the league. Some of these outdated individuals must indeed step aside. Otherwise, they risk becoming like decaying maggots, festering within the system, indulging themselves to excess while the nation's fans suffer. These individuals should always bear in mind, the golden cup shall be shared, but the blade shows no mercy. It is imperative to know when to relinquish control, lest they find themselves imprisoned, lamenting behind iron bars, leaving only lingering resentment. Chapter 19. One day, I shall bear the flag. The entanglement of interests has rendered sports less than pure. Yet, this is the reality we face. An idealist cannot merely possess fervent passion. They must also comprehend worldly affairs and actively engage in them. Only through this engagement can one aim effectively in the pursuit of ideals, rather than merely shouting slogans and hesitating. Regarding the withdrawal of Shaanxi Xinda from the NBL Finals, Zhang Ling feels a profound sense of regret and anger. However, his voice is but a whisper amidst a cacophony, unable to effect any change. He can only return to the court after the training game and dinner, fervently practicing intense shooting drills. For a basketball player, excelling in the game is paramount. Everything else is secondary and immutable. To play well is to honor oneself, to honor the fans, and to honor the national team jersey worn, and that is sufficient. Commercial sports will never be entirely pure, yet basketball players can embody purity. Thud. The basketball strikes the floor, producing a resonant sound. Zhang Ling, drenched in sweat, felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. As the days passed, through the rigorous training of her body and the honing of her skills, Zhang Ling was convinced that she would make a remarkable impact at the Asian Games. At the very least, she could not allow the national fans to feel embarrassed right in her hometown of Hangzhou. Athletes are the soldiers of the sports arena, akin to warriors, possessing grit and a profound sense of honor. Early the next morning, Zhang Ling arrived at the court well before dawn. In the crisp morning air, just as the first light began to break, she felt a slight chill. Zhang Ling stepped into the gymnasium and noticed that the trainer had already arrived early, diligently tidying up and preparing the necessary equipment. Upon seeing Zhang Ling's unexpected early arrival, the elderly man with a head full of white hair was momentarily taken aback. Zhang Ling? After recognizing him, trainer Lei Tai initially expressed surprise, but soon nodded discreetly, thinking to himself that it was only natural. There was no team training today. What brings you here at such an hour? In truth, trainer Lei Tai was just over 40 years old. Yet his white hair made him appear much older at first glance, while his face still bore the essence of a man in his 40s. Zhang Ling, smiling at the trainer, engaged in some shooting drills and routine training. He did not know much about this national team trainer. With a smile, Lei Tai nodded in acknowledgement. I watched the last quarter of the World Cup match against the Philippines. It was truly uplifting. Young man, you have a bright future ahead. Thank you. Zhang Ling replied nonchalantly before immersing himself in his training, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. Trainer Lei Tai paused his work and willingly joined Zhang Ling in training, simply passing the ball and engaging in some basic drills. After a while, Lei Tai stopped to pass the ball to Zhang Ling, nodding in approval. That's enough, Zhang Ling. You possess the most solid basketball fundamentals among the new generation I have encountered. The trainer's eyes sparkled with astonishment, as if he had discovered a precious gem. Fixating on Zhang Ling, his gaze resembled that of a famished wolf, glinting with a predatory gleam. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ling ceased his shooting motion, contemplating the astuteness of the observation. It is noteworthy that he had awakened the essence of the eternal Mamba heart, acquiring the basketball skill set of Kobe Bryant. Could the fundamental techniques be lacking? Moreover, in recent days, Zhang Ling had been diligently re-watching the match footage of Kobe and Jordan, meticulously analyzing their shooting forms and footwork, and he had been consciously modifying his own shooting technique. Gradually, his shooting posture began to resemble that of Kobe and Jordan. While he may not possess Jordan's effortless grace or Kobe's picturesque lean-back style, upon closer inspection, it was evident that Zhang Ling had already captured the quintessence of both legends. At first glance, his shooting indeed bore a striking resemblance to these two greats. Therefore, Zhang Ling regarded trainer Lei Tai's words with indifference. With a smile, Lei Tai remarked that while standard training routines were essential, if Zhang Ling aspired to ascend to a higher stage, such training would be insufficient. Noticing the implication in Lei Tai's gaze, Zhongling inquired with a smile, a higher stage? What do you mean? The NBA, Lei Tai replied casually. Fixing his gaze on Zhongling's expression remained inscrutable as he asked, Is that so? How should I train? Lei Tai chuckled softly. I have observed your performance during the final quarter of the World Cup, as well as your training this afternoon, which I watched live several times. You are remarkably versatile, not merely possessing a superficial grasp of various skills. Furthermore, you have an impressive problem-solving ability, which is crucial. Therefore, I believe your training should be tailored to emulate the top-tier guards and centers. What do you mean? Zhongling asked, perplexed. Lei Tai elucidated, It is quite simple. You should train your speed, ball-handling skills, and high-intensity shooting ability like the elite guards of the NBA. Additionally, learn the dream footwork of the top centers, akin to Hakeem Olajuwon. Upon hearing this, Zhongling fell into contemplation. After a moment, he broke into a smile, responding, You are right. I think we can proceed step by step. Then you will certainly need this. Lei Tai replied with a subtle smile, fastening a resistance band around Zhongling's waist. You can begin with warm-up exercises to enhance your foot agility. With the resistance band? Without exertion? Zhongling questioned. The resistance band is to prepare for the upcoming defensive slide training, Lei Tai clarified. Defensive slide training? I thought we were training like the elite guards? Zhongling was taken aback. Lei Tai explained, Every great basketball player's first step towards greatness begins with defense. If you cannot defend against your opposing player, how can you secure victory in the game? Even with the most potent offense, if you cannot defend effectively, it merely results in a few extra points, making your statistics look better but serving little purpose. So, we start with practicing defensive slides? Zhongling asked in surprise. Indeed, I have observed your performance in the match held in Manila. While your ability to apply pressure in defense and break through double teams is undoubtedly exceptional, the most expedient way to address your current shortcomings lies in enhancing your defensive skills. The initial step towards this improvement is the rigorous training of lateral defensive slides. This assertion is made with utmost conviction. Zhongling felt as though this individual possessed an uncanny understanding of her. In the blink of an eye, the Asian Games had commenced. Hangzhou garnered the attention of all Asia, as athletes from dozens, if not hundreds, of nations converged to showcase their remarkable athletic prowess. Among them, the Chinese men's football and basketball teams undoubtedly captured the fervent interest of fans and media alike, igniting a flurry of discussions and debates. Perhaps this would once again stir up considerable controversy, evoking endless sighs and expressions of anger. The first day was marked by an exuberant opening ceremony, resplendent with cultural artistry, historical depth, and technological exhibitions, dazzling all in attendance. During the entrance ceremony, the captain of the Chinese women's basketball team and a male swimming champion proudly held the national flag, leading the Chinese delegation into the arena. Witnessing this scene, Zhongling felt an increasing sense of melancholy, as Coach Chiao had previously made it abundantly clear that she would not be included in the starting lineup for the men's basketball team, relegated instead to a substitute role. Even so, considering her ankle injury, her time on the court as a substitute was strictly regulated, limited to a mere 10 minutes during one quarter. Zhongling silently vowed that one day, he would be the athlete bearing the national flag at the Olympic Games. At that moment, a camera in the sky captured Zhongling as he gritted his teeth in determination, and suddenly, the arena erupted with a thunderous roar. Zhongling also caught sight of her image on the large screen in the camera before her, and with a bashful demeanor, she waved to the audience. As she absorbed the cheers of the crowd, Zhongling felt a twinge of astonishment. It appeared she had underestimated the impact of her performance in the World Cup, particularly during the remarkable comeback against the Philippines. Regardless of the circumstances, at this moment, Zhongling was reveling in the experience. Faster, higher, stronger. One day, I shall bear the flag. Chapter 20. Give me 10 minutes. In the group stage of the Asian Games men's basketball tournament, Team China faced Mongolia, Hong Kong, and Taiwan. Aside from the peak form Taiwan, bolstered by an array of naturalized players, which could pose some challenges to Team China, theoretically, neither the Mongolian team nor Hong Kong should present a significant threat. Not to mention that the Mongolian team they faced in today's opening match was not fielding its full roster. Most players were university students. Originally, it was anticipated that the Chinese team would effortlessly dominate the Mongolian team, yet the unfolding situation left the spectators astonished. Sitting on the bench, Zhongling mirrored the pained expression of Yao Ming, the president of the Basketball Association, as if he had been constipated for years. Perhaps it was the commencement of the Asian Games that had left the players still shaking off the rust, or perhaps a lack of seriousness towards the Mongolian team. Comprised largely of university players, was the culprit. In any case, the players on the court struggled profoundly, exhibiting a sluggish performance. From the outset, both the Chinese and Mongolian teams repeatedly missed their shots. It took a full minute and a half before China finally broke the scoring drought, with Zhao Rui's spectacular drive to the basket. The Mongolian team quickly responded. A precise three-pointer from the right corner struck the target cleanly, executed without a hint of hesitation. This stood in stark contrast to the Chinese team's outside shooting, which was characterized by incessant passing, hesitation, and a reluctance to attempt shots. Notably, Mongolia, our northern neighbor, boasts a population of just over 3 million. In terms of population and historical context, the national basketball team of Mongolia is comparable in strength to our provincial team. Nevertheless, during the match, the two teams exhibited a fierce and competitive spirit, with the score fluctuating back and forth, culminating in a tie after 3.5 minutes of play. Among the starting players of the Chinese team, only Zhao Rui demonstrated the audacity and determination to charge forward with the basketball, as if bearing a bundle of dynamite. This approach proved to be a sagacious strategy. When one's rhythm falters, penetrating the defense can indeed serve as a means to regain confidence and touch. Shooting from beyond the arc may yield results if one is in form, but otherwise, it tends to lead to stagnation. It is noteworthy that Zhao Rui, despite nursing an injury, executed a powerful drive resulting in a 2-1, showcasing his resilience. In contrast, the performance of the Mongolian team was refreshing, particularly their young players. The perimeter shooters displayed remarkable decisiveness, whether executing layups off the backboard, aggressively driving to draw fouls, or confidently shooting three-pointers from open positions. It seemed as though they were unencumbered by societal pressures, embracing the joy of competition and willingly shouldering their responsibilities as representatives of their nation. Compared to the physically imposing Chinese players, the Mongolian team may not have had the same physical advantages, yet they demonstrated superior cohesion in both offense and defense. The Chinese team's sluggish and cumbersome attacks, coupled with their disorganized defense, projected an aura of uncertainty. As the first quarter concluded, the match remained tightly contested, with the Chinese team leading by a mere point at 20-19 as they transitioned into the second quarter. When facing formidable opponents, the prospect of victory appeared bleak. However, against weaker teams, the competition was fierce and evenly matched, reflecting the host nation's hospitality. This encapsulates the current state of the Chinese men's basketball team. Although the absence of a key player like Shou Qi due to injury was felt, the presence of a more tenacious Hu Jinxiu offered some hope. The struggle against the Mongolian team, who were evenly matched, left Coach Chiao feeling somewhat at a loss. As the rotation period arrived, the starters took a breather, and the bench players entered the second quarter. "Zhang, go ahead. Be cautious with your ankles. I will monitor your playing time," Coach Chiao advised Zhang Ling, urging him to uplift his teammates and help them regain their rhythm and confidence, while also reminding him of the importance of stepping up during critical moments. Zhang Ling nodded in agreement. Within the Asian context, the Chinese men's basketball team is still regarded as a formidable force. While they may no longer dominate the continent as they once did, their capabilities still place them among the top 8. To mitigate potential injuries from landing, I have altered my shooting technique, transitioning from a 1-foot landing to a more stable 2-footed landing. Well done, Zhang. You are intelligent and eager to learn. I hope you can maintain the same finesse as in the World Cup, Coach Chiao remarked, as Zhang Ling meticulously adjusted his autumn attire. He made his entrance onto the court, igniting fervent cheers from the spectators within the arena. While some may have been oblivious to the reasons behind the exuberance, a nearby fan succinctly recounted Zhang Ling's exhilarating performance in Manila, instantly captivating the attention of others, who began to anticipate his next moves. Although the starting lineup was engaged in a back-and-forth contest with the Mongolian team during the first quarter, creating a tension-filled atmosphere with closely contested scores. Such intensity was not what the Chinese fans yearned for. They desired an overwhelming display of dominance against Mongolia. As Du Runwang advanced the ball, it was relayed through several passes until it reached the left side 45-degree angle. Zhang Ling received the ball and, without hesitation, deftly maneuvered past his defender, executing a swift drive followed by a sudden halt. Upon completing this sequence, the pressure from the defender caused the opposing player to lose his balance momentarily. As Zhang Ling came to a stop, the defender hastily leaped in an attempt to contest, but by then, Zhang Ling had already soared into the air for a flawless jump shot, which effortlessly swished through the net. It appeared that Zhang Ling had carried his exceptional shooting form from the Manila World Cup into this game. Commentator Wang Shipeng could not help but chuckle at the simplicity and fluidity of the move. The effectiveness was undeniable, as the defender could not match Zhang Ling's explosive speed. With a single step, he had bypassed the opposition, executing a straightforward jump shot that was both spectacular and practical. Indeed, it was evident that Zhang Ling's first-step quickness was remarkable. Another commentator expressed admiration, noting that Zhang Ling seemed to have fully recovered from the injury he sustained during the Manila World Cup. However, Coach Chiao was still exercising caution in his utilization of Zhang Ling, as Wang Shipeng remarked that he had not been included in the starting lineup, and furthermore, his playing time would be meticulously monitored by Coach Chiao, likely as a protective measure for the player. As the commentators relayed the developments to the viewers at home, the fans in the arena erupted in enthusiastic applause following Zhang Ling's impressive shot. Male fans appeared momentarily entranced, seeing in Zhang Ling's jump shot a reflection of a cherished past. Female fans, their eyes sparkling, were captivated by the elegance of his shooting style, complemented by Zhang Ling's clean, resolute, and strikingly refined features, evoking cheers from many young admirers. Chapter 21. An initial display of skill. While the hosts and commentator Wang Shipeng engaged in conversation, Zhang Ling had already begun his retreat to defense. He remained intensely focused on the Mongolian player he was matched against, showing no sign of underestimating his opponent, regardless of their relative anonymity. Nor did he allow himself to become complacent. Zhang Ling clung to his defender like a stubborn adhesive plaster, making it exceedingly challenging for the opponent to receive the ball. The opposing forwards exhibited remarkable vitality, ceaselessly darting about in search of opportunities. As the ball approached, it appeared to present an open space, however, without a moment's hesitation. Zhang Ling launched a shot, demonstrating no adjustment whatsoever. In such a sudden halt, the difficulty was undeniably great. To add to the challenge, Zhang Ling surged forward with the ferocity of a hungry tiger. Although he did not block the shot, he nonetheless interfered, causing the ball to miss even the rim. In a fierce struggle beneath the basket, the ball was fortuitously seized by Wang Zhilin, who promptly passed it to the point guard. The point guard executed a wide arc with his arm, delivering a high pass to Zhang Ling, who received the ball and advanced swiftly, intent on executing a thunderous dunk. Behind him, the opposing forward, realizing Zhang Ling's fast break, sprinted to defend. As Zhang Ling leaped for the dunk, the defender attempted to pull him down. Alas, Zhang Ling had already taken flight, soaring like a rocket and emphatically slamming the ball into the hoop. 2-1. This left his counterpart increasingly frustrated. Not only was he struggling to defend, but now he faced an unstoppable fast break dunk. In the ensuing moments, Zhang Ling not only played a pivotal role on offense, but also showcased his defensive prowess through tight marking and lateral movements, exhibiting exceptional fundamental skills. The Mongolian players found themselves at a disadvantage, as the disparity in skill was glaringly apparent, particularly as Zhang Ling relentlessly tore through their defense, often bypassing opponents with a single step or a deceptive feint, or driving towards the center for a dunk, or executing a sudden stop-and-fade jumper, even in half-court settings. Zhang Ling maneuvered with ease, leaving the Mongolian defenders utterly unable to contain him. Whether from a technical standpoint or in sheer physical confrontation, Zhang Ling's athleticism was simply remarkable. The Mongolian team opted for double-teaming Zhang Ling. However, his formidable shooting ability and the option to pass to his point guard teammate left them in a state of disarray. Confronted with the Mongolian defense, Zhang Ling played with utter freedom. His shooting touch was scorching hot, rendering the Mongolian team incapable of employing his own defense, as a simple mid-range jumper could easily dismantle it. They were left with no choice but to double-team, yet even that proved ineffective. The gap in skill between the two teams was glaringly evident. The atmosphere in the arena was electric, and with Zhang Ling's stellar performance, the Chinese national team quickly widened their lead over Mongolia. Each of Zhang Ling's offensive attempts sent ripples of excitement through the crowd. His shooting touch remained fervently hot, as commentator Wang Shipeng nodded approvingly, suggesting that after the wild night in Manila, Zhang Ling had indeed awakened. Indeed, as we observe Zhang Ling on the court, his play appears remarkably straightforward, often consisting of a simple yet effective breakthrough, a shot, or a seamless pick-and-roll collaboration with his teammates, effortlessly guiding the ball into the hoop. Zhang Ling's foundational shooting skills are exceptional, and his shooting touch has retained the fervent brilliance witnessed during the World Cup. In the blink of an eye, the score has escalated to 40-28, a 12-point gap. Since Zhang Ling entered the game just 4.5 minutes ago, he has already amassed 10 points. Ultimately, it is Zhang Ling's fundamental skills that set him apart from other male basketball athletes, making him a unique presence on the court. Thus, while it may seem that the Chinese men's basketball strategy is simplistic, it is, in essence, a testament to Zhang Ling's overwhelming prowess. Zhang Ling has the ball, executing a simple hesitation step, feigning a breakthrough, yet he fails to shake off his defender. His opponent is both astute and formidable, maintaining close physical contact. Zhang Ling engages in the contest, pushing his opponent aside, and opts for a direct jump shot. Alas, it misses the mark. The commentator expresses a hint of regret. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that Zhang Ling's shooting form remains exceptionally standard, even elegant. The commentator swiftly adds that missing the shot is inconsequential, as Zhang Ling's defensive recovery speed is remarkable. Analyst Wang Shipong takes over, noting that the Mongolian team is attempting a fast break, with Zhang Ling trailing swiftly behind. What a splendid play, a clean and decisive block. At this moment, the atmosphere in the arena is fervently electric, with fans erupting in cheers. Zhang Ling has just executed a magnificent chase-down block. The Mongolian point guard is speedy, but Zhang Ling matches his pace. The guard attempts a bank shot, but the ball is abruptly swatted away by the leaping Zhang Ling, ricocheting out of bounds. As Zhang Ling lands, he roars towards the sky, having collided midair with the slender point guard, who was subsequently pushed out of bounds by Zhang Ling, thankfully, without injury. Zhang Ling roared with the ferocity of a fierce guardian, casting his gaze upon all with an intense glare. The spectators, deeply moved by his performance, erupted into fervent cheers. However, the composed referee decisively called a foul on Zhang Ling for interference. Alas, what a pity! Such a splendid block, yet the referee deemed it interference. The host lamented, clapping his thigh in disappointment, questioning whether the ball had even begun its descent. Wang Shipong remarked, "Nevertheless, even if it was an interference call, the spirit of our Chinese men's basketball team has been thoroughly ignited by Zhang Ling. They are on the rise." At this juncture, the coach of the Mongolian team opted for a timeout. Despite the referee's indication of interference, they chose to halt the game. The score stood at 40-30, a significant margin. "Zhang, you are performing admirably, but I hope you can cultivate a better synergy with your teammates moving forward." Coach Qiao gestured towards Zhang Ling. In response, Zhang Ling could only nod in acknowledgement. As the second half of the second quarter commenced, Zhang Ling remained on the court, joined by key players such as Cui Yongxi, Zhao Rui, and Hu Jinqiu, along with forward Zhang Jinling. Remarkably, Coach Qiao selected Zhang Ling to serve as the team's commander, positioning him as the point guard. During this segment, Zhang Ling intensified his defensive efforts, although he did not actively seek out his teammates. He provided them with ample shooting opportunities and placed his trust in their abilities. Consequently, the overall performance of the Chinese men's basketball team improved significantly in the second half. Their shooting from the perimeter began to flourish, and Zhang Ling either opted to penetrate the defense and distribute the ball, or, when faced with double teams, lofted the ball into the post, achieving 3 assists. The momentum of the game began to tilt overwhelmingly in their favor. The point differential between the two teams continued to widen, and the match gradually lost its suspense. Through his movement, Zhang Ling received assists from his teammates and capitalized on scoring opportunities, netting several three-pointers and long-range two-pointers, ultimately concluding the second quarter with 22 points. As the first half concluded, Zhang Ling, wiping the sweat from his brow while seated on the bench, was informed by the coaching staff that he would not return for the second half, as the score difference had swelled to 21 points. A familiar margin. Yet it seemed unlikely that any surprises would ensue. After all, the prowess of the Chinese men's basketball team significantly surpassed that of the Mongolian team. It was merely that the starting lineup had exhibited a lackluster performance in the first quarter. In the second quarter, Zhang Ling's 10 minutes on the court had utterly dismantled the Mongolian team, who struggled in vain to contain him. As the second half commenced, Zhang Ling took a seat on the bench to observe the game. And the outcome unfolded as anticipated. The Chinese team secured a comfortable victory over Mongolia by a margin of 39 points, a triumph devoid of drama. Chapter 22, Zhang Ling. Zhang Ling. After securing victory against the Mongolian team, the statistical analysis of the match revealed that Zhang Ling scored an impressive 22 points within just 10 minutes of the second quarter, making him the top scorer for the team. In addition to this remarkable feat, Zhang Ling also excelled in assisting his teammates, recording 5 assists. Furthermore, He contributed to the defensive efforts with notable statistics in blocks and steals. Throughout the latter half of the second quarter, Zhang Ling effortlessly controlled the ball and facilitated plays, showcasing his prowess. While statistics only partially reflect Zhang Ling's contributions to the team, they do not encompass the entirety of his impact. More significantly, it is Zhang Ling's tenacity and the energy he invests in defense that stand out. Such determination and attitude can silently inspire his teammates. Under Zhang Ling's leadership, the Chinese men's basketball team executed a dazzling offensive surge in the second quarter, widening the gap against Mongolia. However, Zhang Ling remained indifferent to personal accolades, focusing solely on the pursuit of victory. Following the match, he attended the press conference, briefly answering a few questions from the media before departing gracefully, shunning the spotlight. After all, defeating the Mongolian national team, even their second squad, is not seen as a major achievement, despite the substantial margin of 39 points. Zhang Ling. Congratulations on the victory for the Chinese men's basketball team. It is evident that your shooting touch remains scorching, scoring 22 points in just 10 minutes. Do you feel confident in leading the Chinese men's basketball team to secure the gold medal at this Asian Games? A journalist inquired. Zhang Ling fiddled with the microphone in front of her, then, with a hint of exasperation, ran her fingers through her hair. In truth, I am merely a substitute. I believe that winning the gold medal hinges not solely on my confidence, but rather on the collective effort and dedication of the entire team. Without the contributions of my teammates, I cannot claim victory in the competition. Of course, who wouldn't desire a gold medal? If given the opportunity, we shall strive to seize it. The black-frame female journalist fixed her gaze on Zhang Ling, inquiring about her thoughts on Coach Qiao's decision to have her play as a substitute. Zhang Ling smiled faintly, expressing her unwavering obedience to Qiao Shuai's arrangements. Furthermore, Qiao Shuai's decision to have her play as a substitute was rooted in a desire to safeguard her injured ankle, imposing limitations on her playing time to merely 1 quarter. Approximately 10 minutes. May I inquire whether your ankle injury remains severe? After all, many fans are deeply concerned that it might hinder your performance, although, judging by your display on the court, such worries may be somewhat excessive. In response, Zhang Ling chuckled softly, expressing her gratitude to the fans and media for their concern, assuring them that her ankle was largely healed. However, she emphasized the importance of exercising caution. After addressing several inquiries from reporters, Zhang Ling departed from the press conference. It appeared that her witty and humorous responses had left the media quite satisfied. Moreover, Zhang Ling was keen on nurturing a positive relationship with the media, a strategy of paramount importance. Otherwise, she might find herself in a predicament akin to that of Yi Jianlian, whose reputation suffered due to media scrutiny. The glitch of Yi Jianlian's slight smile and his regaining of the coach's trust has subtly influenced many fans who remain unaware of the underlying truths. Zhang Ling fervently hopes to avoid such circumstances in his life. After all, a barrier exists between him and the fans, namely the media. Much of the fans' understanding of him, aside from the matches themselves, is filtered through numerous journalists, some of whom are unscrupulous individuals who, in pursuit of clicks, are willing to say anything. Furthermore, there remains the pressing need to enhance lateral movement speed. Following their inaugural match against the Mongolian team, the next challenge awaits against the team from Chinese Taipei. However, there is a one-day interval in between. The Chinese men's basketball team first analyzes the game footage and lineup of the Taipei team, subsequently engaging in targeted training. As the main training session concludes, Zhang Ling continues to practice with trainer Lei Tai. It is evident that trainer Lei holds Zhang Ling in high regard, sacrificing his own rest time to guide him through his training regimen. Yet, Zhang Ling is somewhat disheartened as Lei Tai's training focus remains on defense. The previous session concentrated on defensive sliding steps, and this time, once again, it emphasizes lateral speed. Initially, they begin with simple warm-up exercises. After securing resistance bands, Zhang Ling embarks on his sliding step drills. On the spacious basketball court, the sound of his Kobe 6 sneakers scraping against the floor is accompanied by his heavy breathing. With the resistance bands strapped around his waist, performing the sliding steps proves to be tremendously taxing, leaving Zhang Ling somewhat overwhelmed. Moreover, practicing sliding steps can be rather monotonous. After completing several sets, Zhang Ling approaches the center circle, weaving around obstacles to undertake the more challenging sliding step drills. These exercises not only enhance Zhang Ling's lateral speed, but also maximize his physical endurance, as the resistance bands weigh several pounds. The gym reverberates with the sound of his labored breaths, as the speed of his sliding steps accelerates dramatically. Such intense training demands that he complete 4 sets from left to right, all while being tethered to the resistance bands. After a brief period, upon completing the 4 sets, Zhang Ling's shirt is thoroughly drenched in sweat. Just as fatigue sets in, trainer Lei Tai does not allow him to cease his training. Instead, he retrieves a basketball from the ground and directs Zhang Ling, still bound by the resistance bands, to perform explosive jumps followed by sudden stops and jump shots. The ultimate aim of all basketball training is to successfully propel that elusive basketball into the hoop. Zhang Ling's body is already fatigued, her physical stamina severely depleted. In this state, teetering on the brink of her limits, the abrupt halt and jump shot serve as a true test of her shooting touch. Although she possesses the technical prowess reminiscent of the Mamba mentality, if her touch feels akin to a clumsy misstep, it is of little consequence. Zhang Ling, whether at the Manila World Cup or during yesterday's Asian Games, has exhibited commendable shooting form. This can be attributed not solely to the acquisition of Kobe's skill set, but also to the relatively average defensive capabilities of the opposing team. If the defense had reached the level of NBA's elite, Zhang Ling doubts he would have maintained such impressive shooting accuracy. He acknowledges the necessity for further practice. After his training, he promptly succumbed to slumber. The following day, the team faced off against Taiwan. Prior to the commencement of the match, after completing warm-ups with his teammates, Zhang Ling returned to the bench. As the game drew near, the crowd unexpectedly erupted in chants of Zhang Ling, Zhang Ling. It was evident that the fans were somewhat dissatisfied with Coach Chow's decision to exclude Zhang Ling from the starting lineup. However, Zhang Ling held no grievances. The fans' chants were merely a testament to their admiration for him. Despite Coach Chow's continued decision not to elevate Zhang Ling to a starting role, he felt relieved. After an intense training session the previous night, he had slept soundly until noon. In the afternoon, he practiced his shooting, yet he still had not fully recovered. Seated on the bench, he twisted open a bottle of mineral water and leisurely observed the game unfold. There was little to say about this match, given the evident disparity in strength. Notably, before the game, Chairman Yao personally accompanied center Wang Zhilin for free throw practice. A moment both humorous and tinged with a hint of seriousness. Chapter 23. The clang of the rim does not impede my shooting rhythm. However, facing the provincial team, the Chinese men's basketball team performed admirably today, quickly finding their rhythm. Whether it was making 3-point shots upon receiving the ball or actively choosing to engage in physical play inside, the Chinese team exhibited remarkable determination this evening. After all, when facing a provincial team, the Chinese men's basketball team holds a significant advantage from every perspective. Perhaps their lackluster performance against the Mongolian team the day before was due to the psychological pressure of the first match of the Asian Games, leading to insufficient mental preparation. Once Du Runwang sank a 3-pointer at the outset, the psychological burden on the Chinese players, particularly from beyond the arc, began to dissipate, allowing for a lighter, more fluid gameplay against the provincial team from Taipei. The score gradually increased, with the Chinese team maintaining a steady lead, effectively dictating the pace of the game. Although the Taiwanese team featured some seasoned players, such as Abbas and Atino, their technical skills appeared somewhat lacking, and they fell significantly short of NBA standards in both skill and physicality, particularly when matched against the taller and stronger Chinese team. Thus, there was little for the Chinese team to concern themselves with regarding these relatively obscure naturalized players, as long as they performed at their expected level. Victory in this match was well within their grasp. Today, Zhang Ling was introduced early into the game, taking the court with just over 2 minutes remaining in the first quarter, at which point the score stood at 20-12, granting the Chinese team an 8-point lead right from the start. In this round of group matches, there truly appears to be no team capable of posing a threat to the Chinese men's basketball team. After all, both Mongolia and the teams from Hong Kong and Taipei do not operate on the same level of strength as the Chinese team. However, this does not imply that the Chinese team is guaranteed to triumph over these opponents. One must remember the infamous Manila incident during the 2013 Asian Championships, where the Chinese team suffered an 18-point defeat to Taiwan. It was indeed a significant misstep. Indeed, as time progresses, the prowess of Taipei, China, has restored itself to its rightful stature. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, it would be quite challenging for the Chinese men's basketball team to suffer a defeat. This can be discerned from the performance exhibited by the starting lineup. Naturally, expectations for the substitutes, such as Zhang Ling, are typically lower than for the main roster. Ideally, they should strive to extend the lead. Even if they cannot achieve this, maintaining the score without allowing a comeback would suffice as a satisfactory performance. However, The spectators on the sidelines would not easily acquiesce to a lackluster display by the substitutes. In particular, when Zhang Ling took to the court, the audience erupted in cheers and applause, indicating their high expectations for him. Regrettably, Zhang Ling did not exhibit a commendable offensive form during his time on the court. Consistently, he focused on his defensive assignments, whether in zone or man-to-man coverage. His physical attributes, including height, lateral quickness, and defensive acumen, placed considerable pressure on his counterpart, Alexander from the Taipei team. Despite Zhang Ling's poor shooting touch today, with 2 attempts resulting in misses, his vigorous defense led to frequent errors from the Taipei squad. The forward he was matched against found it particularly arduous, struggling for opportunities to shoot, let alone finding space, compounded by the immense pressure Zhang Ling exerted with his formidable physicality. On 2 occasions, the opponent stepped out of bounds while receiving passes. Alas, Zhang Ling appeared devoid of offensive ambition today. Commentator Ku Fan expressed a tinge of disappointment. Indeed, if one were to consider Zhang Ling's prior intentions, he might have taken shots much earlier. Perhaps the earlier misses affected his confidence in offense? This was Ku Fan's inaugural commentary on Zhang Ling's performance, and the absence of his formidable offensive play left him somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, Zhang Ling's defensive contributions were nothing short of exceptional. Not long after the recent Manila World Cup, it is evident that Zhang Ling has made significant strides in his defensive instincts and footwork. Particularly noteworthy is the speed of his foot movement when defending. Compared to the Taipei players, he operates on a distinctly superior level. Commentator Xu Hai astutely observed that Zhang Ling's display of defensive awareness and agility has notably evolved from just a few days prior. This, undoubtedly, is a testament to Zhang Ling's diligent practice of defensive lateral movements. Zhang Ling received a pass from his teammate, leaping effortlessly to take a 3-point shot. Unfortunately, it seemed as though the hoop was covered today, as this marked Zhang Ling's 3rd consecutive miss. Oh, the audience was filled with a palpable sense of regret. The pass was executed splendidly, with no defender within a step of Zhang Ling. He seized the moment and released his shot promptly. Yet it simply would not find its mark. The rim appeared to be skewed by his attempts. Alas, what a pity. Zhang Ling failed to capitalize on the opportunity. Had he succeeded, the score would have soared to 18 points. Zhang Ling maintained an expressionless demeanor, his heart brimming with tranquility, while others might falter after 3 attempts. Feeling disheartened with each failure, Zhang Ling harbored no such thoughts. The concept of fear was utterly foreign to him. Zhang Ling is steadfast in his belief that his next attempt will surely succeed, even if the next attempt does not yield results. He is confident that the one thereafter will. True greatness is never accompanied by even the slightest doubt, the relentless pursuit of excellence. The unwavering standards he sets for his skills and physique, along with an unparalleled self-assurance, are the cornerstones of their success. Zhang Ling remains unfazed, demonstrating remarkable speed in defense, steadfastly fulfilling her duties on the court. At times, basketball can be quite capricious, as shots simply refuse to find their mark. Zhang Ling remained undeterred. Zhang Ling's fiery grip seems to have finally cooled down today, Wang Shipeng remarked casually. Especially considering that the Chinese men's basketball team was leading by a substantial margin against the Taipei team. At this moment, neither the players nor anyone else felt an overwhelming pressure. However, it appeared that there was no trace of negativity on Zhang Ling's face. He continued to defend with vigor. On his calm countenance, one could see no hint of discouragement or gloom, only the fervent determination and tenacious spirit reflected in his eyes. Hearing this, Ku Fan's lips involuntarily twitched slightly. To be fair, Zhang Ling's defensive prowess was indeed remarkable. Oh, such defensive awareness, as the opponent's pass was directly intercepted by Zhang Ling. Zhang Ling intercepted the pass, and the ball was promptly embraced by him as he fell to the ground. Instinctively, he tossed the ball to Hu Mingxian and then swiftly rose to his feet, initiating a fast break. Zhang Ling sprinted with an agility reminiscent of LeBron during a fast break. Hu Mingxian, dribbling the ball, swiftly advanced, and within moments, he spotted Zhang Ling cutting towards the basket. Without hesitation, he released the ball with a rapid spin, and Zhang Ling, soaring high, caught it midair and executed a thunderous alley-oop dunk. The resounding impact reverberated through the rim, shaking the entire backboard. Upon landing, Zhang Ling let out a primal roar, seemingly releasing the pent-up frustration within him. The atmosphere among the home crowd ignited with this spectacular dunk, as cheers erupted in unison. After all, Zhang Ling's athletic prowess is extraordinary. Such decisive dunks are a rarity throughout the Asian Games. It must be said, it is undeniably captivating. the swaying rim, the fierce expression amidst the roaring crowd, and the beads of sweat cascading down, all spoke of the explosive vitality emanating from Zhang Ling, masculine, commanding. In the match against the Taiwan team, Zhang Ling played for 8 minutes, making just 1 out of 8 attempts, scoring a mere 2 points. His shooting touch appearing somewhat frigid, and his offensive desire not particularly intense. Notably, Wang Zhilin came off the bench, performing admirably with 9 points. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhenlin excelled in his performance. Chapter 24. Doubts? Zhang Ling was somewhat provoked. At the post-match press conference, faced with questions from reporters, Zhang Ling maintained a stoic demeanor. Despite the Chinese men's basketball team securing a victory over Taiwan, your performance was rather disappointing, hitting only 1 out of 8 attempts. What does this mean to you? The inquiry seemed to consider Zhang Ling's feelings, yet he remained largely indifferent to his own performance. I am delighted that we secured the win. As for my own performance, hitting 1 out of 8. Here, Zhang Ling couldn't help but chuckle self-deprecatingly. It signifies that I need to engage in more shooting practice. Last game against the Mongolian team, you scored 22 points in just 10 minutes with remarkable efficiency. Why was your shooting touch so cold tonight? The reporter persisted, determined to dig deeper. Zhang Ling shook his head. Apart from the chilling sensation of the ball, there were no other reasons, merely a lack of practice. Upon hearing this, the reporter chuckled and inquired whether this performance would influence his subsequent endeavors. In other words, did this game undermine his confidence? Undermine? Zhang Ling smirked, declaring, not at all. My confidence remains entirely unscathed. As long as I have the opportunity to shoot in the next game, or when the team requires me to take a shot, I will not hesitate to score. I relish the sensation of shooting, yet I am certainly not a player obsessed with statistics. For the sake of numbers, I would never engage in actions detrimental to the team. Zhang Ling continued, beyond scoring, I can contribute in various other aspects, particularly in defense or assisting. You know, I consider myself a versatile forward capable of much more. My potential knows no bounds, and the sky is my only limit. It was evident that Zhang Ling exuded unwavering confidence. The journalists at the press conference, along with the team's head coach and even team leader Yao Ming, could not help but regard him with newfound respect. After all, Zhang Ling's assertive statements contrasted starkly with the typical modesty exhibited by many in China. His words brimmed with self-assurance and a hint of audacity, subtly laced with aggression. However, reflecting on his meager tally of merely 2 points and 1 rebound that night, Zhang Ling added, if I choose to, I could easily score 40 or even 50 points in the upcoming matches. Zhang Ling's words, when heard by others, might come across as somewhat brazen. However, he remains unfazed. Today, facing the team from Taiwan, his teammates are in blistering form, yet Zhang Ling, weary from last night's intense training, finds his offensive desire lacking and his rhythm elusive. He has already stepped off the court to manage the hydration station, and his statistics of 2 points and 1 rebound do not truly reflect his capabilities. Nevertheless, his performance against the Taiwanese team prompts introspection. He draws a conclusion. Aside from the subjective factor of his chilly touch, the inconsistency in his performance stems from a lack of shooting practice. His muscle memory has yet to solidify, or perhaps his training volume is simply insufficient. Furthermore, he comes to a stark realization regarding his physical conditioning. He recognizes that it is far from adequate. Even a slight increase in training intensity affects his performance during games, underscoring the fact that he has not trained enough, particularly in terms of endurance. He must gradually escalate his training regimen to transform himself into a powerhouse capable of withstanding the rigors of higher-level competition. With these thoughts in mind, Zhang Ling devises a training plan for the following day and promptly retires for the night, clearly having dismissed his lackluster performance of 1 out of 8 shots against the provincial team. At 5 o'clock the next morning, Zhang Ling rises early, commencing with shooting warm-ups followed by 1,000 stationary shots. After breakfast, he engages in endurance training on the treadmill, consuming another meal around 10 o'clock before shifting to strength training. After lunch, he takes a brief rest, only to awaken at 3 in the afternoon to continue his practice and refuel. In his pursuit of greatness, he embraces the monotony and tedium of training. Zhang Ling, who prefers solitude, is indifferent to external forums or news commentary. After all, it is evident that following his encounter with the provincial team, doubts surrounding him have resurfaced. Some seem eager to see him deliver such performances, while certain fans vehemently counter this narrative, igniting a heated exchange on the forums. Yet, Zhang Ling feels that the awakened spirit of the Mamba within him requires no further validation from them. Nonetheless, he harbors a quiet determination after finishing his training that afternoon. He refrains from additional practice and chooses to retire early for rest, intent on silencing his critics in the next match. This is Zhang Ling's obsession. Therefore, on the following day, when facing the Hong Kong team, Zhang Ling engaged in early discussions with Coach Chiao, expressing his desire to take the court sooner. To be frank, the match against the Hong Kong team lacked intrigue and suspense. The disparity in strength was evident. The sole purpose of this game for the Chinese men's basketball team was to serve as a practice opportunity, enhancing the cohesion between the coaching staff and the players, as well as among the players themselves. Coach Chiao readily acquiesced to Zhang Ling's request to play. In fact, he had been anticipating this day for some time. Eager for Zhang Ling to assert himself on the court, particularly after witnessing his astounding performance of leading the bench to a 21-point comeback at the World Cup. The fierce determination emanating from Zhang Ling's gaze was reminiscent of what Coach Chiao had seen since the chaotic night in Manila. A palpable intensity. Finally, the foolish media had managed to provoke Zhang. Previously at a press conference, he boldly declared his intention to score 30 or 40 points. I eagerly anticipate this game. Hong Kong is in for a rough time. Go, Zhang. Just a little over 5 minutes into the first quarter, Coach Chiao, adhering to the prior agreement with Zhang Ling, sent him onto the court ahead of schedule. Zhang Ling was filled with immense excitement. Amidst some critical voices in the media, the best response to skepticism would be to deliver a spectacular performance. As Zhang Ling adjusted his shorts and stepped onto the court, his initially racing heart transformed into an unparalleled calmness, akin to a predator lying in wait, silent and unseen. Chapter 25, The Battle Axe-Style Glide Dunk. When Zhang Ling made his entrance, the score stood at 11-5, with the Chinese team holding a 6-point lead. It is undeniable that the disparity in strength between the Hong Kong men's basketball team and the Chinese men's basketball team is quite significant. This reflects the difference between provincial teams and national teams. Given the current prowess of the Chinese men's basketball team, they still exhibit a degree of dominance in competitions across Asia. However, in the eyes of many fans, even a victory does not seem particularly glorious. After all, with 5 defeats in the World Cup, had it not been for Zhang Ling's unexpected emergence in the final match, leading to a fortunate victory, the Chinese men's basketball team would have appeared somewhat embarrassed and incited frustration on the world stage. Zhang Ling has, almost imperceptibly, become the beacon of hope for the Chinese men's basketball team. At the very least, a significant portion of Chinese fans holds this sentiment. That night in Manila, particularly the final quarter, was utterly exhilarating. Many have since become ardent admirers of Zhang Ling. As the Asian Games approached, anticipation for his performance grew immensely. In the opening match against Mongolia, he scored 22 points, which left fans unfazed. However, in the subsequent game against Chinese Taipei, he managed only 2 points from 8 attempts. A performance that stirred discontent among many. Especially after days of media amplification, a wave of disappointment and anxiety began to permeate the hearts of Chinese basketball enthusiasts. It is noteworthy that Zhang Ling's 1-for-8 shooting became an inexplicable trending topic on Weibo, sending shivers down many spines. The higher the expectations from a segment of Chinese fans, the greater the disappointment following his last game. While this sentiment may not reach the shock of Liu Xiang's withdrawal in 2008, it remains significant nonetheless. Perhaps Zhang Ling's subpar performance was merely a consequence of his ankle injury. Some media outlets and fans have sought to rationalize his lackluster display, attributing it to reasons even Zhang Ling himself had not considered. It must be said, there are those who are quite indulgent towards him, perhaps deserving of the title true fans. Consequently, many eagerly anticipate his performance in today's match against Hong Kong, even more so than whether the Chinese men's team will secure victory. After all, the likelihood of the Chinese men's team winning this match is nearly 100%. Thus, Zhang Ling's individual performance has become the focal point of this contest. Notably, just 5 minutes into the game, Coach Chiao summoned Zhang Ling to the court. Upon his entrance, the fans erupted in thunderous applause, a reaction that took Zhang Ling by surprise. He had not anticipated such affection from the audience. Nevertheless, he maintained a composed demeanor, feeling an inner tranquility. In a match where the outcome had long been predetermined and was of lesser importance, Zhang Ling aimed to deliver an outstanding performance as a token of appreciation for the fans' unwavering support. Zhang Ling waved his hand and made his entrance. True to form, his defensive prowess remained exceptional. However, during the initial round, Zhang played cautiously, passing the ball after a single rotation in his hands. Zhao Jiwei made a clever drive to the basket, drawing a foul and earning 2 free throws, both of which he converted. allowing the Chinese men's basketball team to maintain their lead since the start of the game, perhaps sensing the audience's focus on Zhang Ling. The Hong Kong team's forward ramped up his defensive intensity. Although his physical attributes paled in comparison to Zhang's, his spirited attitude made it difficult for Zhang to find a suitable shooting opportunity. Nevertheless, Zhang had no need to force a shot, lacking an opening. He continued to excel defensively, with tight pressure, perimeter defense, providing assistance to teammates, and executing steals. Zhang's performance was commendable. For a time, he seemed to have forgotten the notion of scoring, fully engrossed in his defensive efforts. After a few exchanges, Zhang executed a steal and initiated a fast break. He dribbled with remarkable speed, even surpassing point guard Zhao Jiwei. As his opponent desperately pursued him, Zhang took long strides, lifted the basketball with one hand, and unleashed a thunderous, axe-like dunk. The crowd erupted in exuberant cheers, their enthusiasm palpable. It must be said, nothing is more exhilarating than a powerful dunk, especially as Zhang's expansive and robust physique showcased an overwhelming presence and an indomitable spirit during the soaring slam. Magnificent, simply magnificent. This dunk prompted the commentators to exclaim in awe, "What a play!" Within Asia, apart from luminaries like Yao Ming, Yi Jianlian, and Ding Yanhang, few can match Zhang Ling's ability to deliver such a commanding dunk during a game. Moreover, the distinction between a mere dunk and a powerful slam is indeed monumental. Zhang Ling's dunk exhibited a remarkable elegance, appearing effortless and imbued with an overwhelming force that dominated the court. Following his emphatic slam, Zhang executed a brief celebratory gesture before swiftly transitioning back on defense. His athletic prowess is truly astonishing, rivaling the leaping ability of a peak-level Yi Jianlian. Oh, what a spectacular axle-like glide dunk this was. The height of his jump and the duration of his aerial flight elicited immense astonishment, absolutely breathtaking. It is astonishing how rapidly Zhang has progressed. One can only marvel at his evolution. In just 3 days, he is indeed worthy of renewed admiration. This dunk seemed to unlock Zhang's full potential, as in the final 2 minutes of this segment, he unleashed his offensive might. He caught the ball with audacity, launching a three-pointer against the defender. He executed a quick stop-and-pop jumper after breaking through. With his back to the basket, he delivered a beautifully arched fadeaway shot. He maneuvered with a shoulder shimmy to shake off his defender for a layup. With a sequence of dribbles between his legs, he eluded his opponent and surged into the paint, culminating in a thunderous dunk over the opposing center. Zhang Ling's playing style is both brutally fierce and exceptionally captivating. His shooting touch is scorching. It transcends mere perimeter shooting, showcasing a remarkable ability for autonomous offensive maneuvers. His techniques are diverse and effortless, allowing him to score with remarkable ease against the defensive efforts of Hong Kong's basketball athletes. In a mere 2.5 minutes, Zhang led the Chinese men's basketball team to a resounding 12-5 scoring spree. Remarkably, he single-handedly amassed 11 points. Such an efficient and multifaceted offensive display left the fans in rapture, their glow sticks waving incessantly, showering Zhang with unabashed applause. The entire arena, spurred on by the DJ, even chanted MVP in unison, a tribute to his prowess. In the final second, Zhang, without hesitation, received the ball and launched it towards the basket from beyond half-court. The trajectory appeared flawless, yet regrettably, the ball clanged against the front of the rim and did not find its mark. This was, however, his sole misstep of the evening. Chapter 26. Zhang Tai Sui. In just 2 minutes on the court, Zhang had an impressive 5 out of 6 shooting performance, racking up 11 points. This was during his initial moments in the game when his offensive drive was not particularly intense. Nevertheless, it seems that Zhang's fiery touch has truly returned. As the second quarter concluded, the commentators began to analyze his performance. 5 out of 6, he is unstoppable, Yang Yi remarked while adjusting his glasses. If we let Zhang unleash his full potential, one can only imagine how many points he could score. The host chuckled, recalling Zhang's pre-game interview where he confidently stated that scoring 40 or even 50 points would not pose a challenge for him. From the rich offensive repertoire and defensive tenacity exhibited by Zhang during the match, it is evident that this young man possesses remarkable talent. Yang Yi jested. If given ample playing time, I'd wager he could easily surpass 30 points, let alone 40 or 50. This bold assertion might ruffle a few feathers, as there are still skeptics who doubt Zhang's capabilities. The host, in jest, agreed. Yang Yi adjusted his glasses, reminiscing about their shared experience watching the World Cup. Noting Zhang's impressive performance, setting aside the sensational emergence during the World Cup in Manila, one must consider his displays in the Asian Games. Aside from a less favorable showing against Taiwan, Zhang's offensive versatility has been unprecedented in the history of the Chinese men's basketball team. Previously, our four-letter foreign player, Ding Yanyanhang, showcased commendable physical attributes and a knack for self-created scoring. However, in my perspective, Zhang's ability to create his own scoring opportunities surpasses Ding's by a significant margin. Although our observations of Zhang have been limited to just a few games at this moment, it is clear that he scores with remarkable ease in competitions at the Asian Games level, as though plucking fruit from a tree. Basketball, while seemingly simple, can indeed present challenges. One merely needs to throw the ball through the hoop, does one not? Zhang Ling, with a probing step, boldly leaps and shoots, a style rarely seen in the Chinese national team's guards and forwards. Aside from creating open shots or attempting a hurried shot at the end of the 24-second clock, who would dare to emulate Zhang Ling's approach of engaging in one-on-one battles once the play is settled? Observing Coach Chiao, it appears he has tacitly accepted Zhang Ling's method. What is this style? It embodies the extraordinary ability of a superstar to resolve situations through individual skill. Indeed, whether it is Coach Chiao or other European coaches, they all emphasize the importance of ball movement and seizing opportunities before taking a shot, which is undoubtedly the safest strategy. However, Zhang Ling's approach may seem to stagnate ball movement, yet he possesses the remarkable ability to deliver results. The brief commentary from the two hosts in the live broadcast has undoubtedly elevated Zhang Ling's offensive techniques to great heights. Of course, it is not to say that Zhang Ling lacks the ability to connect with his teammates. We have seen Coach Chiao vocally urging him to strengthen this synergy, and Zhang Ling has responded admirably. As the second quarter commenced, the Hong Kong team adopted a zone defense strategy. In fact, there are numerous ways to counter a zone defense. The simplest method involves maintaining a strong shooting touch from the perimeter, which can effectively dismantle the zone. Furthermore, the zone defense offers a significant advantage to the defending team by unifying the 5 players into a cohesive unit. This approach also demands heightened defensive awareness and attitude from the players. It is possible that the Hong Kong team has been intimidated by Zhang Ling's capacity for one-on-one play and aggressive drives. As Zhang Ling advanced with the ball, the double team swiftly descended upon him. When he opted to pass the ball quickly, other players were able to rush in to bolster the defense. This scenario, of course, is predicated on an ideal model. The actual execution is contingent upon the individual physical attributes and stamina of the players involved. Yet, when faced with the double team, Zhang Ling resolutely chose to take a strong shot, successfully making 3 consecutive attempts, thereby dismantling Hong Kong's zone defense without any counteraction. The emergence of a key offensive player with extraordinary talent creates a conundrum. How to manage such a force becomes a source of considerable distress. Capable of driving, shooting, and possessing a knack for breaking through defenses, this player instills trepidation in any opponent, especially when, amidst the coach's fervent shouts, he opts to enhance synergy with his teammates, assuming a supportive role. In situations where the team fails to execute any tactical plays, he might resort to a simple deceptive drive, a fadeaway jumper, or an explosive dunk, all with an astonishingly high shooting percentage. How can one contend with such prowess? It is indeed an enigma. No defensive strategy proves effective, for any targeted defense falters against the disparity in skill levels. The tide of the game turned overwhelmingly, with the score rapidly escalating to around a 20-point lead. At this juncture, Zhang Ling held the ball, executing a swift spin move that propelled him into the paint. Confronted by an imposing center, who leapt to contest the shot, Zhang soared high and emphatically slammed the ball into the basket. The center, gripped by trepidation, hesitated for a fleeting moment before ultimately rising to challenge Zhang. However, he became nothing more than a backdrop to Zhang Ling's stunning dunk. As Zhang landed gracefully, the center was left reeling from the impact. Zhang Ling, robust as an ox, remained largely unfazed. Upon landing, he danced with exuberance, yet his expression was one of fierce ferocity, radiating an aura of lethal intent. Oh, what a magnificent play! A death-defying dunk, my heavens! The crowd erupted in a cacophony of deafening cheers, accompanied by the unrestrained exhilaration of the hosts and commentators in the broadcast room. The barrage of comments flooded the screen like a celestial deluge, reminiscent of a divine apparition descending upon the earthly realm. The classic remarks poured forth like rain, completely enveloping the display. Meanwhile, the match continued unabated. Zhang Ling, demonstrating his extraordinary physical prowess, swiftly retreated on defense. Remarkably, there was not a trace of sweat upon his brow, which was somewhat unsettling, as his stamina was truly astonishing. His opponent found himself increasingly helpless against Zhang Ling's defense. suffering greatly as his fundamental movements began to falter, leading to inevitable mistakes. A fast break. Zhang Ling instinctively sprinted forward, then leapt high to catch the basketball thrown towards him before executing a breathtaking reverse dunk. Oh my, how astonishing! A backhanded slam dunk. The match had transformed entirely into Zhang Ling's personal showcase. Particularly, this extraordinary dunk left countless fans utterly speechless. This was no dunking contest, but a genuine competition. It must be noted that on one hand, Zhang Ling's physical prowess is on a different echelon compared to Asian athletes, while on the other, the disparity in strength between the Hong Kong provincial team and the national team is quite apparent. What should have been a fair match was forcibly turned into a solo performance by Zhang Ling. Following this dunk, Coach Chiao promptly substituted Zhang Ling out of the game. Of course, this was not solely Coach Chiao's decision, but rather a consideration for the camaraderie among teammates from Hong Kong. Continuing to let him play would have been overwhelming. Sports transcend mere competition. They also encompass human emotions and social interactions. As Zhang Ling took a seat on the bench, wiping his sweat, the fans erupted into synchronized cheers of MVP directed at him. The atmosphere was electric, as everyone was thoroughly captivated by Zhang Ling's performance. Although his score was fixed at 38 points at that moment, the fans were unconcerned. After all, Zhang Ling had effectively clocked out early. Had he been allowed to unleash his full potential, surpassing 50 points would have been effortless. The crowd rejoiced, clapping and celebrating as if it were the new year with dumplings. The live broadcast was equally frenetic, with comments flooding the screen. Following this match, Zhang Ling undeniably carved out a name for himself. Fans affectionately dubbed him Zhang the Magician or Zhang the Great. Older fans referred to him as Little Master Zhang, while some adoring fans simply called him Master Zhang. Ultimately, the moniker Zhang the Great resonated most powerfully and left a lasting impression. Chapter 27. Is the South Korean team really strong? A decisive victory of 95-50. However, Zhang Ling, who triumphed over Hong Kong, did not exhibit the same exuberance as others or the media. He wore a rather stoic expression. The outcome of the match had been predetermined, lacking any significant intrigue. Zhang Ling's individual performance, scoring an impressive 38 points, became the focal point of media attention, with reports suggesting that the Chinese men's basketball team was experiencing a renaissance. Particularly at the media conference, journalists praised Zhang Ling highly, showering him with congratulatory remarks during interviews. Yet, Zhang Ling remained indifferent. I am pleased to have contributed to the team's victory. However, as for my personal performance against the Hong Kong team, whether I scored 38 points or 50, it bears little significance. Great players always strive to aid their teams in achieving victory rather than fixate on personal statistics, perhaps fueled by a certain intensity. I took numerous shots during the game, leading to a lack of balance in other aspects, especially in my synergy with teammates, who could have had better shooting opportunities. After a brief pause, Zhang Ling continued, I believe that a basketball player scoring an abundance of points against a weaker team does not truly validate their prowess. If they so desired, my teammates could have easily accrued 20 or 30 points in this match, yet they chose not to. Instead, they generously granted me numerous opportunities to take shots. I am particularly grateful to my teammates. Without their collective efforts, I would not have achieved victory in this game. The media, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement. A poised female journalist, adorned with black-rimmed glasses, smiled and inquired, Mr. Zhang, do you mean to say that the upcoming match against the South Korean team will be the true test of your abilities? Her makeup was meticulously applied, and her Mandarin was remarkably articulate, though Zhang Ling could detect a slight awkwardness in her articulation. Observing her closely, he smiled gently, recognizing that this journalist was likely from South Korea. Is the South Korean team truly formidable? In response to the somewhat probing question posed by the female reporter, Zhang Ling refrained from providing a direct answer, instead returning the inquiry, causing her smile to falter momentarily. Zhang Ling's remark clearly demonstrates a lack of regard for the South Korean team. Zhang Ling harbors a profound disdain for the South Korean men's basketball team, and indeed for the entirety of South Korea's sporting ethos. It is a nation that cannot bear defeat. Moreover, prior to the commencement of the Asian Games, the South Korean men's basketball team boldly proclaimed their intention to send Coach Chiao packing. How do they plan to achieve this? Quite simply, by triumphing over the Chinese men's basketball team. Should China falter against South Korea, the media and public opinion would undoubtedly unleash a torrent of criticism upon Coach Chiao, leaving him with no recourse but to resign in disgrace. One cannot overlook the audacity of the South Korean men's basketball team. Their ambitions are as fierce as they are relentless. Despite the decline of the Chinese men's basketball team, it is not within the realm of possibility for South Korea to easily dominate. I am at a loss as to where they derive their confidence. Therefore, whenever faced with the South Korean team, whether it be Zhang Ling or any other member of the Chinese squad, there will be no mercy shown. They will strive to vanquish them thoroughly. Against the provincial teams of Chinese Taipei and Hong Kong, perhaps Zhang Ling would exhibit some leniency, but when confronting South Korea, all he desires is to unleash his fury, rushing onto the court to deliver a decisive blow. Fresh from warm-ups, seated on the bench, Zhang Ling gazes at the starting lineup as the match against South Korea commences. This match also marks the final game for the Chinese men's basketball team in the group stage of the Asian Games. Regardless of the outcome, the team has already secured a place in the next round. However, given that their opponent is South Korea, there is an unsettling sentiment among everyone, with a strong desire to teach these audacious South Korean players a lesson. Moreover, fans and the media simply do not permit the Chinese team to lose to the South Korean squad. A careless defeat would be difficult to justify in the court of public opinion. Therefore, prior to the game, the Chinese team engaged in a thorough training session, meticulously analyzing the current technical characteristics and strengths and weaknesses of the South Korean team. Coach Chow devised corresponding strategies. As the game commenced, the Chinese team's main players performed admirably. Utilizing their physical advantage, led by Zhao Rui, they frequently penetrated the paint, gradually establishing a lead over South Korea. Zhao Rui's powerful drives created significant challenges for the South Korean team. Consequently, the South Koreans tightened their defense, leading to opportunities on the perimeter. Du Runwang, as a spacing forward, consistently fired from beyond the arc, showcasing a scorching shooting touch. Together with Zhao Rui, their inside-outside combination effectively subdued the pre-game arrogance of the South Korean team. Not only did the duo excel, but the entire team played with remarkable intensity, repeatedly attacking the interior and demonstrating the height and strength of the Chinese squad. The synergy between the inside and outside game was commendable. At the end of the first quarter, the Chinese team led with a 20-13 advantage. In the second quarter, Zhang Ling finally awaited his opportunity to take the court. Though a substitute, he received ample playing time. In this match, Zhang Ling aimed to use the game as practice, deliberately targeting specific aspects for improvement, particularly his awareness in help defense and choices in switching. In the previous match against the Hong Kong team, he scored 38 points. But subsequent video analysis with trainer Lei Tai revealed defensive shortcomings. Furthermore, trainer Lei emphasized the importance of details in offensive positioning, spacing, and rebounding techniques. Indeed, it's all about the details. In the last game, they dissected his performance frame by frame. Beneath the seemingly dominant 38 points, there were numerous details that Zhang Ling had completely overlooked. As they meticulously analyzed, he felt a chill as he absorbed trainer Lei's insights. Despite embodying the indomitable spirit of NBA legends Kobe Bryant and LeBron James, this did not imply that Zhang Ling's basketball acumen had reached perfection. Through this detailed analysis, he recognized that his understanding of basketball tactics and teamwork was still far from sufficient. Basketball, at its core, is a team sport. Requiring the cooperation of 5 players on the court, it's not as simple as it seems. After thorough analysis, Zhang Ling acknowledged that he harbored significant issues regarding his defensive awareness and choices in switching defenses, necessitating focused attention and enhancement during matches. Nevertheless, he does possess certain advantages. At the very least, his performance in one-on-one offensive and defensive scenarios has been remarkable. However, he must not allow these strengths to obscure his shortcomings and flaws, thereby hindering his progress. Zhang Ling took a deep breath and calmly stepped onto the court. As he deliberately observed and endeavored to comprehend the game, he sensed a profound enhancement in his understanding of it. Previously, he perceived only a singular point. Now, he discerned a continuum of lines, intertwining and converging into a vast tapestry of intricate patterns. On the court, Zhang Ling continued to opt for proactive positioning and tenacious defense. For him, defense transcended mere positive attitude. It entailed selecting the most judicious approach, tailored to the technical characteristics of his opponents. Upon entering the game, his teammates in the Chinese team performed admirably as well. Hu Mingxian showcased his skills with an exhilarating coast-to-coast drive, culminating in a flawless layup. His excitement was palpable. Moments later, Zhang Ling soared high to swat away a strong drive from a Korean player, demonstrating remarkable defensive prowess. The Chinese team found themselves in a 4-on-3 advantage. And Hu Mingxian, with unwavering confidence, launched a three-pointer from beyond the arc, sinking it with precision. This remarkable shot ignited fervor among the home crowd, extending China's lead to a comfortable 12 points, a double-digit advantage. In the face of a scoring surge from the opposition, Zhang Ling unleashed a thunderous dunk. Throughout his time on the court, he made significant contributions on the defensive end. His relentless pursuit, timely assists, and collaborative defense were nothing short of spectacular. His tenacious defense inflicted considerable discomfort upon the Korean forwards, earning accolades not only from the spectators but also from the commentators who could not help but praise Zhang Ling's defensive mastery. Zhang Ling's remarkable defense transcends mere acts of pursuit and blocking. While such dramatic defensive plays undoubtedly invigorate the atmosphere and excite the spectators today, Zhang Ling's defensive prowess manifested in subtler yet profound ways. His proactive awareness in providing assistance and his diligent efforts in blocking were evident to both the coach and the audience, highlighting a distinctive aspect of his game today. As the second quarter approached the 2-minute mark, Zhang Ling began to exert his influence on the offensive front. At this juncture, the Chinese men's basketball team found themselves entangled in a contest with the South Korean team. Despite maintaining a comfortable lead of approximately 10 points, the game remained tightly contested. Previously, every player on the Chinese team appeared invigorated, relentlessly attacking the paint while seizing opportunities from the perimeter without hesitation. Yet, the score differential failed to widen, as the South Korean squad fought valiantly to stay within striking distance. At this point, the Chinese team exhibited signs of fatigue, their shooting touch noticeably diminished. Consecutive attempts from beyond the arc clanged off the rim, and drives into the paint yielded limited success. Following a timeout called by Coach Chiao, Zhang Ling assumed the mantle of responsibility for the offense. As the guards advanced the ball, he ceaselessly maneuvered to find space, receiving the pass without a moment's hesitation. Rising up against the closely pursuing South Korean small forward, he launched a clean, decisive three-pointer. The ball arced gracefully through the air before swishing through the net, producing a melodious sound that resonated throughout the arena. The spectators, captivated by Zhang Ling's elegant and unyielding three-point shot, erupted into a fervent cheer, enveloping the atmosphere in a wave of excitement. The fans, brimming with enthusiasm, rallied behind the Chinese team, offering unwavering support and encouragement with each basket made. Zhang Ling celebrated briefly, exchanging high-fives with his teammates, and soon grew increasingly emboldened. With a simple probing step-back jumper, Zhang's form was graceful, akin to a soaring swallow, effortlessly securing 2 points. Shortly thereafter, following the Chinese team's successful defense against a Korean offensive, Zhang executed a series of dribbles and directional changes. And as the Korean center faltered in his stance, he unleashed a thunderous dunk straight into the fray. Boom! The atmosphere among the spectators erupted in an instant, reaching its zenith for the evening. Upon landing, Zhang exuded an air of dominance and confidence, reminiscent of the formidable demon lord, Zhang Taisui, striking fear into his opponents. The commentators were equally stirred, expressing their astonishment and admiration. Indeed, Zhang's dunk was remarkably decisive, characterized by impressive speed and power, particularly in the midst of competition, a testament to his extraordinary physical prowess. This dunk evoked memories of Yi Jianlian at his peak. Even after enduring contact, his dunks were executed with effortless grace. A simple yet powerful slam showcased Zhang's superior jumping ability and strength, clearly placing him ahead of his peers in this aspect. Commentator Wang Shipong, filled with excitement, noted that Zhang primarily plays as a small forward, contrasting with Yi Jianlian's position as a power forward, and although Zhang is not as tall, his leaping height and takeoff speed even surpass Yi's. Such physical attributes are indeed rare in the annals of Chinese basketball history. While the Korean center attempted to thwart Zhang's advance, it was evident that neither his jumping speed nor height could rival Zhang's. Observing the aftermath of their aerial collision, Zhang landed gracefully while the Korean center was sent sprawling out of bounds. Wang's voice brimmed with exhilaration, proclaiming Zhang's astonishing athleticism as a dark horse emerging in this year's World Cup, hoping that he would not suffer the same fate as Ding Yanhang, plagued by injuries. The host nodded in agreement, affirming that Zhang's physical capabilities are indeed unparalleled within Asia, standing shoulder to shoulder with foreign players in the CBA. Of course, this is only one facet. What is even more formidable is Zhang's demonstrated basketball skills and acumen throughout several games, significantly surpassing his contemporaries. I wonder if you have noticed, Shipong, the remarkable speed of Zhang's development on the defensive end. Oh, there he goes again, charging into the paint. He takes a floater, the ball bounces out, but he retrieves it himself, glancing back at the moon, and releases another shot. It's in. Magnificent. As the second quarter drew to a close, during the final offensive play, Zhang Ling deftly evaded his defender and penetrated the paint, opting for a jump shot. After a tumultuous scramble for the ball, he managed to score just as the time expired, leading the Chinese team by an impressive 19 points as they entered halftime. At the onset of the third quarter, Zhang Ling took a moment to rest on the bench. The Chinese men's basketball team had been performing admirably. However, as the third quarter progressed, fatigue began to diminish their shooting percentage. Nonetheless, the players displayed remarkable tenacity and defensive vigor, affirming their prowess within the Asian basketball arena. They maintained a comfortable double-digit lead throughout much of the match. Yet, as the third quarter waned, the Chinese team found themselves ensnared in a scoring drought. Despite their relentless defensive efforts, their movements appeared sluggish and their shots were failing to find the mark. Seizing the opportunity, the South Korean team rallied their spirits, sinking 2 consecutive three-pointers and executing a well-coordinated play that closed the gap to a mere 8 points. In the midst of this impasse, Coach Chiao promptly called a timeout. Much like Coach Chiao, the spectators, including Chairman Yao at the sidelines, bore expressions of discomfort, reminiscent of constipation. Many were left speechless. This predicament had surfaced repeatedly in the Chinese men's basketball games, particularly in the third quarter, where they struggled to regain momentum. In essence, it was a combination of psychological relaxation and significant fatigue that impeded their performance. In response, Coach Chiao reintroduced Zhang Ling to the court, devising a relatively straightforward strategy. The Chinese team exhibited patience as the ball was passed around before it found its way into the hands of shooting guard Zhao Rui. Without hesitation, Zhao unleashed a three-point attempt, but unfortunately, the ball rimmed out. At that moment, Zhang Ling made a decisive cut into the paint, seizing the rebounding ball and emphatically slamming it back into the basket. The atmosphere among the fans erupted once more, as this dunk showcased Zhang Ling's athleticism, offensive positioning, and keen awareness of the game. It was a sight to behold, truly magnificent. Zhang Ling has shattered the scoring drought of the Chinese men's basketball team, restoring the lead to double digits. His play was tenacious, he boldly embraced physical confrontations, and his timing for drives was impeccable. This moment not only thrilled the fans in attendance, but even Coach Chiao and Chairman Yao applauded Zhang Ling fervently. Subsequently, on the defensive end, Zhang Ling showcased his extraordinary stamina, diligently pursuing the small forward throughout the court. With remarkable quickness and agility, he intercepted a pass destined for the paint. The ball landed in the hands of guard Zhao Rui, who initiated a fast break. However, his shot was contested, resulting in neither a score nor a foul. Fortunately, center Hu Jinxiu reclaimed the ball. The Chinese team found themselves entrenched in a half-court battle once again. The ball soon found its way to Zhang Ling, who was positioned with his back to the basket. Lowering his center of gravity, he dribbled once, engaged in physical contact, and executed a subtle shoulder shimmy to find his shooting rhythm. Without regard for whether his defender was deceived by his feint or if there was adequate shooting space behind him, he executed a turnaround jump shot. Clearly, this was not a judicious choice, yet swoosh. The ball arched beautifully through the air, finding its mark in the net, adding 2 points. This seemingly simple score acted as a calming bomb, instantly settling the previously anxious Chinese players. The gap between the two teams widened again to a 14-point lead. Following this, the performances of the other Chinese players appeared rejuvenated as they regained their shooting touch. Whether launching open three-pointers or penetrating the lane, they were no longer plagued by butterfingers. They either drew fouls or converted their shots. The dynamics of the game gradually stabilized, effectively stifling South Korea's momentum. After a successful defensive stand, the ball landed in Zhang Ling's hands once more. He swiftly dribbled down the court for a fast break. However, the opposing defense was quick to recover. As Zhang reached the three-point line, positioned at the 45-degree angle, he rose without hesitation to take the shot. The renowned 45-degree, the ball swished cleanly through the net, extinguishing South Korea's hopes of a comeback and solidifying China's grip on victory. The arena erupted in jubilant celebration. As the final buzzer sounded, the score settled at 94-80. Ultimately, with a 14-point lead, the Chinese men's basketball team secured the win, marking a triumphant 4-0 record in the group stage and advancing to the semifinals of the Asian Games. If all goes as anticipated, our next opponents will be the familiar rivals, the Philippines. After the conclusion of the match, the host before the television screen provided an overview of the game. Although the match encountered some twists and turns, under the guidance of Zhang Ling, the team successfully stifled the South Korean team's scoring momentum by the end of the third quarter, firmly securing their victory. Now, We must direct all our focus towards the upcoming semifinal against the Philippines. What are your thoughts on today's game, Shipong? Wang Shipong cleared his throat and began, stating that overall, the performance in this match was commendable, whether it was the interior players Hu Jinxiu and Wang Zhilin, or those on the perimeter. Everyone played exceptionally well, exhibiting a commendable level of enthusiasm and a fighting spirit. It has been proven that as long as we dare to penetrate the interior and draw fouls, even on days when our shooting touch may be lacking, we can still contribute significantly to the team, particularly Zhao Rui, who was outstanding today. Moreover, on the wing, both Zhang Ling and Zhang Zhenlin performed admirably. It appears that we have amassed a cadre of highly promising players on the wing. Whether it is Zhang Zhenlin or Zhang Ling, both exhibit immense potential, particularly Zhang Ling, who truly shone. Indeed, by the end of the third quarter, Zhang Ling's performance was refreshingly impressive, and it is undeniable that his ability to deliver a spectacular night during the World Cup in Manila is well-founded. Watching him play is a marvel. One can clearly anticipate his aggressive maneuvers in half-court situations, knowing he will back down for a fadeaway jumper. Yet the opposition remains unable to contain him. Truly remarkable, it must be said. The crucial baskets made by Zhang Ling in the closing moments of the third quarter left an indelible impression. If the previous Chinese men's basketball team lacked a definitive core, it seems that with Zhang Ling's current prowess, he might just be able to assume that role. Hearing Wang Shipong's remarks, the host nodded in surprise but retained a hint of concern. From a standpoint of capability, Zhang Ling indeed possesses the potential to serve as the core of this men's basketball team. However, he smiled thoughtfully before adding that while Zhang Ling's displayed abilities could indeed position him as a team's cornerstone, his age and current achievements may not suffice to establish him as an unequivocal leader. The host's words were notably cautious, yet they rang true. Becoming the absolute core of a team is no simple feat, particularly concerning the Chinese men's basketball team in the case of Zhang Ling. Despite his remarkable average of 30 points per game in the Asian Games, he cannot yet be regarded as the unequivocal core of the team. This is due to his insufficient experience. Even when one possesses the requisite experience, attaining the status of an absolute core player is no simple feat. To be the definitive core, one must command respect and authority over all teammates, a challenge that is quite formidable. Even the esteemed Yi Jianlian, during his tenure as the team's focal point, struggled to exert such influence, often facing derision. The notion that Yi is not an NBA player stems from the fact that another player recently entered the NBA, having been selected towards the end of the second round by the Houston Rockets, significantly influenced by the stature of Chairman Yao. It raises the question of whether any NBA team would be willing to expend a second-round pick on this player otherwise. Therefore, at this juncture, Zhang Ling is far from being the team's cornerstone, although he displays prodigious talent and a profound understanding of the game that surpasses that of his peers. The Chinese men's basketball team is not lacking in gifted individuals. Many have seen their potential thwarted by injuries, rendering their talents unfulfilled. Excelling in Asian leagues is commendable. Yet whether he can demonstrate dominance on the world stage remains uncertain. Nonetheless, Zhang Ling is self-aware and does not harbor ambitions of seizing control. He is still in the phase of proving his worth. When Coach Chiao faced a situation where the team's overall tactics faltered and individual stamina waned, it was Zhang Ling who stepped forward, utilizing his exceptional one-on-one skills to help the team regain its lead. In a press conference, a reporter inquired about Zhang Ling's performance. Coach Chiao appeared quite pleased, evidently satisfied with the Chinese men's basketball team's display that day. He gently touched his cheek and remarked, "In this match, we all performed admirably, whether in the paint or on the perimeter, regardless of whether we were starters or substitutes." Regarding Zhang Ling's performance, I feel compelled to express my astonishment once more. He truly has been our pleasant surprise. Since that frenzied night in Manila during the World Cup, he has emerged as our team's greatest revelation. His performance has been outstanding, both offensively and defensively. Particularly on the defensive end, it is evident that this young man has put in considerable effort behind the scenes. While his defense may have previously shown signs of carelessness and errors, he has markedly improved. Offensively, my friend, Zhang is undoubtedly among the most gifted and promising players I have encountered globally. The future of the Chinese men's basketball team, I believe, rests in the hands of young talents like Zhang Ling, God bless him. May his career be free from injuries. Chairman Yao, how do you evaluate the performances of the Chinese men's basketball team and Zhang Ling in this instance? Yao Ming appeared to be exceedingly joyful as he took the microphone and began to speak in a somewhat subdued manner. He first commended everyone's performance, particularly praising Zhang Ling. who excelled under pressure, successfully sinking several mid-range and three-point shots at crucial moments. It was evident that he possesses immense potential in the forward position, deserving of our support and cultivation. Perhaps, in the future, he could emerge as a pivotal figure in world-class competitions for our team. Chairman Yao. Do you believe Zhang Ling has the opportunity to enter the NBA draft? A reporter inquired, provoking a hearty laugh from the crowd, not one of mockery, but rather one filled with anticipation and hope. Since Yao Ming's retirement and Yi Jilian's return to the CBA, it is uncertain how many years have passed without a Chinese player making a serious attempt to enter the NBA. Yao joined in the laughter, his slightly weathered face crinkling like a blooming chrysanthemum. If Zhang Ling continues to develop in this manner, I believe he possesses both the talent and the opportunity to pursue the NBA. However, whether he chooses to enter the draft is ultimately his personal decision. At just 19 years of age, he has a long journey ahead. I think it would be beneficial for him to refine his skills in the CBA and with the national team over the next couple of years, or perhaps to prove himself. The reporter then asked, if one day Zhang Ling decides to enter the NBA draft, will the league's teams be willing to release him? After all, such situations have occurred multiple times, including with you, Chairman Yao. Indeed, league clubs invest significant effort in nurturing exceptional basketball talent. Yet this does not justify hindering anyone's opportunity to enter the NBA draft. This is also an aspect of my future work. I believe that the conflicts between club development and individual player aspirations will be resolved reasonably. As the Chinese men's basketball team advanced to the semi-finals of the Asian Games with an unblemished record of 4 wins, everything seemed to be progressing in the right direction. Filled with hope, Zhang Ling managed to prove herself, and the future appeared to be brimming with promise and potential. However, the following day, during a training session in the arena, an unusual atmosphere enveloped the team during their practice match. She sensed an invisible hand tightening around her throat, and her teammates cast peculiar glances in her direction. This caused Zhang Ling to momentarily doubt herself, wondering if there was something unseemly on her face. Perhaps a remnant from her morning wash. Chapter 30. Are you really that skilled? It turns out you're just a novice. What happened? What is going on? Zhang Ling remained in a state of bewilderment, unaware of the reasons behind his teammates' indifference and their peculiar gazes, as if they were beholding a creature from another realm. During the match, he sensed a palpable isolation, unable to secure possession of the ball. Even when he actively sought it, his teammates were reluctant to relinquish the sphere. Consequently, Zhang Ling could only engage in futile sprints across the field. The unusual dynamics during the practice match did not go unnoticed by the coaching staff. Although Coach Qiao was equally in the dark regarding the unfolding events, he decided to substitute Zhang Ling. Zhang, have you had a disagreement with your teammates? Coach Qiao inquired. Zhang Ling shook his head, expressing his confusion about the sudden isolation from his teammates. He pondered over his recent media interview, convinced that he had not uttered any inappropriate remarks, nor had he conveyed any dissatisfaction towards his teammates in front of the press. They had emerged victorious. Everything should be progressing positively. Even if there were any underlying tensions, they would surely be overshadowed by the triumph. Moreover, Zhang Ling felt that he harbored no discord with his teammates, as his interactions had been limited solely to the competitions. As he sat on the sidelines, somewhat despondent while observing the training, Chairman Yao approached him, calling him aside with a grave expression. Have you seen today's news? He inquired. News? Zhang Ling was somewhat taken aback. He had largely bid farewell to social media in recent days, and his phone had become little more than a mere brick, used solely to maintain contact with others. What had transpired? A sense of foreboding began to brew within him. He unlocked his phone and opened Weibo to peruse the trending topics. The unkind remarks from Chairman Yao only served to heighten Zhang Ling's unease. Could it be that my performance against the South Korean team, where I scored over 30 points, had garnered attention? Zhang Ling dismissed the thought, reassured that he had nothing to feel guilty about, and thus remained in a light-hearted mood. However, upon glimpsing the trending headlines on Weibo, his eyes widened in disbelief. Wang Defa. A look of confusion and astonishment washed over Zhang Ling. The headline blared, Chinese basketball player Zhang Ling caught in a bar late at night, suspected of assaulting a minor. Zhang Ling stared wide-eyed at her phone, appalled. What kind of unscrupulous media outlet is responsible for this report? Defamation. Shameful defamation. Fabricating such news is a blatant violation of my personal reputation. Is this not illegal? Can the media truly disregard the facts and disseminate falsehoods at will? Is there no one to hold these shameless media entities accountable? Zhang Ling's expression was one of agitation, as if she had been doused with a bucket of cold water. Please, do not be so excited. Chairman Yao interjected. How can I not be excited? Big Brother Yao. Who is this scoundrel who dares to fabricate such slander against me? Zhang Ling erupted, her voice reverberating throughout the arena. Yao Ming cast a glance at Zhang Ling and replied calmly, "This young woman has already reported the incident to the authorities, and the police are waiting outside. There are also numerous media representatives gathered. If you are taken away from here today, while it may not end your career, the repercussions could be severe, and you might even face imprisonment." Reporting a crime? Assault? Zhang Ling was suddenly awakened, realizing the gravity of the situation. It was an unmistakable trap, meticulously laid out for him to fall into, and he felt utterly foolish and naive. Merely taking a moment to drink a glass of water had led to his entrapment. A sense of confusion and dread washed over him. In this society, where gender conflicts run deep, the mere act of entering a woman's room for a couple of minutes could be twisted into accusations of misconduct. Recent occurrences had made such scenarios all too common. Even if a woman were to take the initiative, it would still be deemed illicit. It seemed as though men were inherently burdened with guilt in this society. Engaging in intimacy with one's fiancé, it could be perilous, as a counterclaim could easily land a man in prison for months, without even needing to return the betrothal gifts. Zhang Ling's predicament was particularly dire, leaving him at a loss for words, unable to defend himself. In an instant, all vitality seemed to drain from him, leaving him slumped on the floor. "I truly did not commit such a heinous act," Zhang Ling murmured. "Please recount the events of last night in detail," Chairman Yao instructed, gesturing for his assistant to bring in several police officers from outside. As the officers entered, Zhang Ling, initially in a state of bewilderment, quickly regained his composure and began to recount the previous night's events. "Yesterday afternoon, after our match against the South Korean team, I attended a press conference. After a refreshing shower, I returned to my hotel to rest. In the evening, my childhood friend Wu Miao, who is in Hangzhou, called me. We hadn't seen each other in quite some time, and he invited me to meet at a bar. Feeling cheerful and unburdened, I agreed to meet him at the bar, where we engaged in casual conversation. At that moment, a female officer interrupted Zhang Ling, inquiring about the content of their discussion. Zhang Ling cast a glance at her. Engaging in casual conversation, reminiscing about school days, and discussing competitions. Subsequently, he indulged in excess libations, requesting that I escort his cousin back to the hotel, as she was staying at the same establishment as I, making it a convenient journey. "Did you consume alcohol last night?" inquired the female officer. Zhang Ling shook her head, stating that due to the competition, she had consumed merely a single glass of beer, just one. How could that possibly lead to intoxication? Consequently, she recalled the events of last night with utmost clarity. After escorting Wu Miao's cousin back to her hotel, she returned to her own room to rest. During this interval, she asserted that she had not committed any act of violation against him. However, the surveillance footage reveals that you entered her room. How do you account for this? Zhang Ling expressed a sense of helplessness. Last night, she had invited me to her room for a brief visit. So you accepted her invitation? Chairman Yao shot a disapproving glance at Zhang Ling and let out a sigh. At this point, everyone seemed to share an unspoken understanding. It appeared that Zhang Ling had unwittingly fallen into a trap of someone else's design. "Yes, I did go in and sat for merely 2 minutes before returning to my own room to sleep," Zhang Ling said with a grimace. "I truly did not even touch her. After all, what could possibly be accomplished in just 2 minutes? For some individuals, 2 minutes can indeed be quite productive." The policewoman's gaze was filled with disdain. Zhang Ling was rendered speechless, offering no rebuttal. "Isn't there some kind of technology available now? Can't it be determined whether I have violated her rights through a test? What basis does she have to make such unfounded accusations? Furthermore, given her heavily made-up appearance, how could she possibly resemble an underage girl? How absurd. I wouldn't entertain such notions even if they were offered to me for free." "Be mindful of your language and tone in front of the police officer," Chairman Yao admonished. Zhang Ling, feeling unjustly accused, retorted, "I have not laid a finger on her. This is truly unfortunate. At such a critical juncture, who is the scoundrel that has ensnared me in this predicament? If I uncover their identity, I shall ensure they face dire consequences." The female officer, her expression as cold as ice, responded in a stern and methodical manner. "Very well. You must accompany us for a statement. This matter has escalated online, and the repercussions are exceedingly grave." Zhang Ling cast a glance at Chairman Yao, who addressed the superior of the female officer, stating that the ramifications of this incident were far too significant. He recommended against taking Zhang Ling to the police station, especially at such a critical juncture in the competition. Allowing the situation to escalate further would be detrimental. Could the statement be recorded here instead? This matter certainly requires continued investigation on your part. Although the young lady has filed a report, without concrete evidence, it would be inappropriate to take Zhang Ling away, particularly in front of such a large audience today. With the Asian Games underway, can you bear the negative repercussions of such an egregious incident? Numerous leaders are observing, especially those from Hangzhou, who are placing great importance on this edition of the Asian Games. It must be said that Chairman Yao's influence is considerable. Following his discussions with the police, Zhang Ling was ultimately spared from being taken to the station today. However, this situation has devolved into a convoluted mess, with each party holding their own perspective. Regardless of the outcome, Zhang Ling's reputation has been tarnished. Furthermore, due to the impact of public opinion, Zhang Ling was directly suspended by the Basketball Association, thereby absurdly bidding farewell to the competition at this year's Asian Games. Upon hearing the decision regarding her punishment, Zhang Ling was left utterly bewildered, exclaiming, "What have I done to deserve this? Damn." Zhang Ling gazed skyward with a roar of frustration, tears unspilled, as she sent the ball soaring into the air with a powerful kick within the training hall. Chapter 31. Interest in the Jianghu. Zhang Ling could never have anticipated that he would bid farewell to this year's Asian Games in such an unexpected manner. He did not succumb to his opponents on the court. Instead, he fell victim to a chaotic array of circumstances utterly unrelated to basketball. He pondered throughout the night, yet he could not discern who was orchestrating this predicament against him. Zhang Ling perceives himself not as a person of arrogance or boundless hubris. On the contrary, he approaches life with a prudent and careful demeanor, striving to avoid conflicts of interest and to refrain from fostering enmity with others. However, it now appears that his very existence has become a thorn in the eyes of others, a painful splinter in their flesh, inciting a fervent desire for his swift demise. Zhang Ling is not an ignorant individual, yet he could never have anticipated that a simple evening of camaraderie with a childhood friend would ensnare him in a meticulously crafted trap, leading to his complete ruin and disgrace. While he remains indifferent to personal reputation and honor, his fervent aspiration to claim victory at the Asian Games and restore the glory of Chinese basketball has been irrevocably thwarted due to this incident, rendering his previous efforts and struggles futile, a lamentable turn of fate indeed. On the other hand, Zhang Ling harbors a sense of injustice. Although the police have reported that the girl, whose name he does not even know, has withdrawn her lawsuit, the allegations of his impropriety towards a minor have already ignited a firestorm on social media and public opinion. While some fans remain skeptical, others are eager to fan the flames. Despite Zhang Ling's usual propensity to assume the worst in others, his heart is still heavy with sorrow and helplessness. The official disciplinary announcement from the Basketball Association has extinguished his dreams of competing, leaving him engulfed in an inferno of rage, yet stifled by an invisible hand that constricts his throat, rendering him breathless. At this juncture, the truth of the matter has become inconsequential to Zhang Ling, as he has already been deprived of the opportunity to play. This outcome is precisely what those who set the trap wished to see. That evening, he attempted to reach his childhood friend, but his calls went unanswered, and his WeChat video messages elicited no response, as if Wu Miao had vanished from existence. Frustrated, Zhang Ling muttered to himself, "Damn it, that scoundrel Wu Miao even borrowed 5,000 yuan from me." He could only manage a bitter smile at this predicament. Just the previous night, Wu Miao had requested a loan of 5,000 yuan, and amidst this entire conspiracy, Zhang Ling is left wondering about the role he played and the considerable benefits he must have gained. How audacious it is for Wu Miao to disappear after profiting so handsomely while still owing him money. Zhang Ling, with a bitter smile, could only lament his inability to discern character, as his once familiar childhood friend had transformed into someone entirely unrecognizable. Nevertheless, this incident served as a profound lesson, deepening his understanding of the complexities of human affairs. Rather than succumbing to despair like a coward, he sought solace in several bottles of beer before surrendering to sleep. The following morning, without hesitation, Zhang Ling reported the incident to the authorities and subsequently issued a statement on Weibo, asserting his intention to pursue legal recourse to clear his name. Yet, regardless of his innocence, this incident would forever stain his life, for there are those who would choose to believe that Zhang Ling was indeed guilty. Furthermore, the trajectory of events was unmistakable. The matter would likely fade into obscurity, as Wu Miao had vanished like a wraith, fleeing to America. His cousin had similarly disappeared, leading one to speculate that they may have eloped together. This incident illustrated that Zhang Ling's meteoric rise had inadvertently encroached upon the interests of certain individuals, prompting them to resort to such underhanded tactics. In response, The official social media of the Basketball Association issued a statement declaring Zhang Ling to be a victim of a complete fabrication. It was reported that the two primary suspects had absconded, having boarded a flight to America. This revelation sent shockwaves through the nation's basketball fans, who were incredulous at the audacity of those who would employ such tactics against Zhang Ling. Just as he began to achieve success, there were those who wished to see him falter. However, this was merely the aftermath. At that moment, Zhang Ling found himself alone in the gym, cradling a basketball as he commenced his practice. His spirit remained unscathed, resolute in his commitment. The events had transpired, and the future remained uncertain, perhaps known only to fate. Yet, regardless of the tangled web of interests that existed in the world, basketball would always remain a sanctuary of purity for Zhang Ling, and he would steadfastly cling to his passion for the sport. Zhang Ling does not aspire to be merely an ordinary individual. However, in relation to his passion for basketball, he yearns to embody the essence of a true athlete. And indeed, he pursues this with unwavering dedication and fervor. His sudden rise has obstructed the paths of others, impacting their ambitions of securing lucrative contracts. After approximately 2 hours of rigorous training, the gymnasium finally welcomed the arrival of someone familiar to Zhang Ling, his coach, Lei Tai. "Is that so? To me, it matters not," he exclaimed. "The underhanded tactics of these petty individuals are, in my view, ultimately base and utterly laughable." With that, Zhang Ling launched the basketball from beyond the arc, the ball swishing through the net, the white mesh rippling like waves. Moreover, as the Chinese men's basketball team prepares for their next elimination match against the Philippines, who will be without Clarkson, it would be an utter disgrace if they cannot secure a victory. This national team must prove worthy of winning the gold medal at the Asian Games on home soil. I firmly believe that the Chinese men's basketball team will triumph over the Clarkson-less Philippines. After all, in terms of physical prowess and lineup, we hold the advantage. My presence on the court is inconsequential. If we cannot win, I would rather leap from here and perish outside. I would be too ashamed to compete. Regardless, I am confident that this gold medal at the Asian Games will be effortlessly within my grasp, he chuckled, seemingly untouched by the sordid affairs surrounding him. Lei Tai, with his striking white hair, could not help but express his astonishment upon hearing Zhang Ling's words, followed by a wry smile. "If only I had possessed your mindset and awareness back in my day, perhaps I would not have found myself in such a predicament." Ah, indeed, those who achieve greatness, whether in physical capability or mental resilience, are not of the ordinary sort. Your swift recovery from the whispers of gossip impresses me greatly. Upon hearing Zhang Ling's words, she gazed at Lei Tai, who was strolling towards her. "It seems you have a story to tell. Please, indulge me and share it, so I may find some joy." Lei Tai responded with a bittersweet smile, followed by a look of admiration. "How did you manage to emerge from it so swiftly? I had intended to seek an opportunity to offer you some comfort, yet here you are, back to training the very next day. I had anticipated you would be in a state of despondency for at least 10 days, if not a week." Knowing this would have eased my heart a little. Zhang Ling understood that Lei Tai was jesting, yet she felt somewhat speechless. She simply followed her passion for basketball, indifferent to the opinions of others, as she was confident that she had never engaged in any sordid activities. "Where my heart finds peace, there lies my paradise." Remarkable. Lei Tai could not help but admire her, giving Zhang Ling a thumbs up. Indeed, if an ordinary person were to encounter such off-court troubles, they would likely feel a whirlwind of emotions, perhaps even succumb to despair. However, Zhang Ling remained truly unconcerned. Thus, let the training continue. Zhang Ling and Lei Tai exchanged a knowing smile, akin to old friends despite their limited acquaintance. Their similar experiences had forged a bond of mutual appreciation. Lei Tai's dedication to Zhang Ling's training became increasingly evident. It must be said that Lei Tai is undeniably a fervent basketball enthusiast. Although his physical prowess may not allow him to excel in practical play, his understanding and theoretical foundation in basketball are remarkably solid. He has been particularly insightful in identifying numerous areas for improvement in Zhang Ling's training. Zhang Ling was acutely aware that this trainer was extraordinary, and regardless of the cost, he was determined to enlist his services in the future. In the 21st century, what is the most valuable? Talent. No matter the expense involved in hiring him as a personal trainer, as long as he could assist him in realizing his aspirations, it would be worth every penny. However, Zhang Ling found himself in a precarious financial situation. He was impoverished and had merely signed a rookie contract with the league team, which was now in its second year, amounting to just over 1 million yuan. This meager sum was insufficient even to hire a nutritionist to maintain his health and physical condition. Alas, the future was not yet his time. Contemplating the regretful outcome of the Asian Games, Zhang Ling felt a tinge of bitterness. Yet he resolved to muster his spirits and prepare for the CBA League. He firmly believed that he would one day carve out a remarkable career and secure a substantial contract. Chapter 32. The Chinese men's basketball team's absurd and outrageous defeat. Zhang Ling was not as resilient as he appeared during the daylight hours. As night fell, around 7 o'clock, during the semifinals of the Asian Games where the Chinese men's basketball team faced off against the Philippines, Zhang Ling found himself seated alone on the floor, watching the live broadcast. His eyes were already glistening with tears, and their redness betrayed his deep regret for not being able to take to the court himself. He felt a profound sense of guilt, although Zhang Ling understood that the situation was a result of others scheming against him. He ultimately recognized that his own lack of vigilance had led him into their trap. Who could it be? This question incessantly occupied his mind. Even his reason reminded him that, regardless of the truth the Basketball Association might uncover, they would prioritize the greater good and handle the matter discreetly, rather than making a public spectacle of it. Currently, the association was focused on quelling public opinion, striving to minimize the significance of the incident. Consequently, Zhang Ling, the primary figure in this affair, was denied the privilege of witnessing this crucial semifinal match from the stands. When Zhang Ling found herself alone, it was nearly impossible to refrain from contemplating the matter at hand, or from questioning the despicable mastermind lurking in the shadows. Who could it possibly be? As the semifinals against the Philippines commenced, tears welled in the corners of Zhang Ling's eyes. "Damn that wretched scoundrel!" she exclaimed in furious exasperation, sinking to the ground. With a fierce swipe, she wiped away her tears and, feeling disheartened, turned her attention to the unfolding match. Her aspirations of effortlessly securing the gold medal at the Asian Games were ruthlessly shattered by the harsh realities of the situation. Zhang Ling never anticipated that the Chinese men's basketball team would have deteriorated to such an extent that they could not dominate even within Asia. Failing to secure victory against the Philippines, who were without Clarkson, it is unimaginable that during the match tonight against the Philippines, the overall performance of the Chinese team was relatively commendable, maintaining the robust style and sharp shooting they had displayed against South Korea. From the outset, Zhao Rui spearheaded the attack, penetrating the interior and establishing an early lead. Under his guidance, the point gap between the two teams gradually widened, with the Chinese team leading by as much as 18 points at halftime. It appeared that as long as the Chinese team maintained a consistent output, they could easily secure victory in this semifinal and advance to the finals. However, as fate would have it, unforeseen circumstances arose. By the end of the third quarter, the Chinese team found themselves ensnared once again by their perennial issues. Perhaps it was due to fatigue or an underestimation of their opponents. After all, the Philippine team competing in the Asian Games is not the same as that which participated in the World Cup, especially with NBA star Clarkson absent, preparing for the NBA season. Consequently, the current strength of the Philippine team paled in comparison to their World Cup form. Perhaps this led the Chinese players, who once held an 18-point lead, to adopt a complacent mindset. What followed was a harrowing scoring drought. In nearly 10 consecutive possessions, the Chinese team failed to score, relying solely on successive drives to earn points, one at a time. Meanwhile, the Philippine team grew increasingly emboldened, initiating their comeback. The once considerable 18-point lead was gradually whittled away by the Philippines, despite Coach Chiao calling several timeouts and devising various strategies. The players on the court were unable to execute them effectively. Panic spread among the Chinese players like a contagion. Their psychological resilience was woefully inadequate. While their movements remained intact, their shooting lacked firmness and precision. In the arena, Coach Chiao glanced at the bench, where the once resolute and valiant figure of Zhang Ling was conspicuously absent from the game. This absence elicited a sigh from Coach Georgievic. For him, the emergence of Zhang Ling was akin to wielding a divine sword, especially in moments when the team struggled to find their rhythm and became ensnared in a stalemate. The mere presence of Zhang Ling could have effectively resolved the issues at hand. His previous performances had underscored this fact. Alas, Coach Chiao lamented that it was indeed the moment to deploy Zhang. He muttered a few words in his native dialect, prompting the translator to lower his head, refraining from translating the statement. If translated, it could severely impact the morale of the team. At this critical juncture, had Zhang Ling been on the court, his exceptional offensive skills and tenacity could have undoubtedly extinguished the Philippines' momentum. In the live broadcast, commentator Wang Shipong spoke with a voice laden with regret. It is indeed unfortunate that Zhang Ling has been suspended for reasons well known to all. At this moment, the Chinese men's basketball team desperately needs someone to quell the momentum of the Philippines. The Philippine men's basketball team has surged. The point gap is diminishing first by double digits, then single digits, 9 points, 8 points, 5 points, 3 points, 2 points. The situation on the court has become precarious, and the spectators' hearts are in their throats. To their astonishment, the 18-point lead at halftime has been completely erased by the Philippines, a reality they cannot accept. Damn it, if Zhang Ling were on the court, this would never have happened. Are we really going to be overturned by such a large margin? In the World Cup, led by Zhang Ling, we had once staged a comeback against the Philippines with a 21-point deficit. The Chinese fans in the stands could not help but murmur in discontent. Despite their fervent cheers and unwavering support for every basket and defensive play made by the Chinese players, the situation continued to worsen. As the game neared its conclusion in the fourth quarter, the Philippines had not only erased the 18-point deficit but also taken the lead by 1 point, 77-76. Fortunately, the Chinese team still had the opportunity to execute the final attack. A mere 2-point basket would secure victory and propel the Chinese men's basketball team into the finals. Coach Chow called a timeout to devise a strategy. At this moment, whether it was Zhang Ling watching the live broadcast or the other fans, they all held their breaths in anticipation of the Chinese team's final offensive performance. This possession was of utmost importance. Uncertain of Coach Chow's plan or who among the Chinese players would rise to bring them back from the brink, the frontcourt inbounding began. Guard Hu Mingxian controlled the ball while timing was of the essence. As forward Zhang Jinlin stepped up to set a screen, Hu Mingxian charged towards the paint without hesitation. However, with no opportunity to shoot, he passed the ball out, and after some quick ball movement, it found its way into the hands of Zhao Rui. Lacking space to shoot, he swiftly transferred the ball to the waiting hands of forward Zhang Jinlin as the Philippine defenders closed in. Zhang Jinlin executed a move, leaving his defender behind. Faced with an unoccupied lane before him, he astonishingly opted for a mid-range jump shot. At that moment, the Philippine interior defense had been effectively blocked by Hu Jinxiu, rendering any chance of assistance to Zhang Jinlin utterly impossible. Thus, before him lay an expanse as open as the vast grasslands of Inner Mongolia. Zhang Jinlin required but a single dribble to penetrate the paint, effortlessly executing a thunderous dunk to secure 2 points. It is noteworthy that Zhang is renowned in the CBA League for his exceptional physical prowess, having frequently showcased his dunking abilities in previous matches. However, in a perplexing turn of events, during this offensive play, Zhang, having shaken off his defender on the left flank, opted for a mid-range jump shot instead. The ball clanked off the front of the rim, and a Filipino player seized the rebound. At that moment, the final buzzer sounded, signaling the end of the match. The Filipino players erupted in jubilant celebration, utterly unaware that what it seemed a certain defeat had, in an instant, been resurrected by Zhang's ill-fated decision, leading them to victory. The fans in attendance were left in stunned silence, their hearts heavy with disappointment. During the live broadcast, both the host and commentators were rendered speechless, while the expression of special guest Sun Yu was one of incredulity, ultimately culminating in a profound sigh. Coach Chiao was equally bewildered. The opportunity had presented itself, a golden chance for a last-minute triumph was within reach. And the ticket to the finals had been handed to Zhang, only for him to squander it. Oh, the youth, how they cannot be taught. In disbelief, Zhang Ling suddenly rose, smashing the television screen before him in frustration. They had truly lost to a Filipino team lacking Clarkson, whose physical height and strength paled in comparison to our esteemed Chinese men's basketball team. Oh heavens, where lies the hope for the Chinese men's basketball team? Chapter 33. Had Zhang Ling not been suspended, the Chinese men's basketball team would have dramatically squandered a magnificent 18-point lead in this match. Zhang Jinlin's mid-range jump shot not only squandered the opportunity for the Chinese men's basketball team to advance to the Asian Games finals, but also extinguished the flickering hope that had momentarily ignited in the hearts of Chinese fans after a night of fervor in Manila. It is worth noting that during the Manila World Cup, Zhang led a remarkable comeback from a 21-point deficit against the Philippines, despite the presence of their star player, Clarkson. However, in this edition of the Asian Games, Clarkson was absent, having returned to the United States to prepare for the NBA season. Under such circumstances, with a substantial 16-point lead, the team astonishingly succumbed to a reversal. Frankly, even a film would hesitate to depict such a scenario. Yet, this grim and painfully real outcome has shattered the confidence of Chinese fans. After the disheartening defeat to the Philippines, one cannot help but wonder if further losses to Vietnam, Myanmar, or Thailand lie ahead. If this trend continues, it seems the Chinese men's basketball team may find itself on an irreversible path of decline, akin to that of the Chinese men's football team. The anguish and distress felt by fans are palpable. As public discourse erupts in outrage across social media platforms and basketball forums, with no one refraining from criticism. Among them, Zhang Jinlin, who missed the final shot, has become the focal point of this ire. Had he made a better decision during that last offensive play? The Chinese men's basketball team could have clinched victory and secured a place in the finals. However, can the issues plaguing the team be solely attributed to Zhang Jinlin? While he must shoulder part of the blame for the defeat, it is far from the entirety of the problem. The fact that an 18-point lead was so easily overturned and that victory hinged on a last-second shot speaks volumes about the deeper issues afflicting the Chinese men's basketball team. Zhang Jinlin, despite his notable physical attributes, faltered at a critical moment in the CBA League, opting for a cowardly jump shot when faced with ample space. While his choice was undoubtedly flawed, it does not excuse the underlying issues plaguing the Chinese men's basketball team. Why did a significant lead evaporate? Why did the players' stamina wane and their shooting touch suddenly diminish by the third quarter? Is it not a matter of insufficient training? Furthermore, the abysmal free throw percentage is exasperating and hard to watch. All these factors underscore a glaring deficiency in practice. Due to this lack of training, their technical shortcomings are evident on the international stage, rendering them vulnerable to exploitation. Their energy plummets dramatically at the start of the third quarter, making it impossible to sink that wretched basketball. The lack of rigorous practice leads to careless technique and a profound lack of self-confidence. When faced with adversity in a match, they shrink back, hesitant to take a shot. Why is there such a deficiency in practice? The lucrative contracts secured in the CBA provide these individuals with a comfortable livelihood, replete with substantial benefits. As beneficiaries of this system, they inherently possess a closed-off, stagnant mentality, which discourages them from dedicating ample time to honing their physical prowess and basketball skills. After all, what kind of courage is required to expect the privileged class to undergo self-reform? Subsequently, on short video social media platforms and basketball forums, fans have revealed the backgrounds of various members of the Chinese men's basketball team. Aside from center Hu Jinqiu and Zhang Ling, the parents of the others are all either affluent or prestigious. They do not embody the essence of elite. They merely stepped ahead, reaping the benefits of a favorable era like caterpillars. Some say that dragons beget dragons and phoenixes beget phoenixes, and a mouse's offspring will dig holes. However, if basketball has become a bastion of class rigidity and truly capable individuals are barred from this path, how can the Chinese men's basketball team ever attain greatness? One cannot blame the mouse's offspring for merely knowing how to dig holes, as that is their only viable option. Zhang Ling threw himself onto the bed, lost in thought as he scrolled through his phone. Defeated, utterly defeated. This was not merely a loss for the Chinese men's basketball team at the Asian Games. It was a personal defeat for Zhang Ling in the face of the insidious machinations of his adversaries. In this moment, he realized the formidable challenges that lay ahead on his path to prominence in basketball. He was confronted not only by fierce competitors surrounding him, but also by internal strife and the obstructive forces of entrenched interests. From the Manila World Cup to the Hangzhou Asian Games, Zhang Ling experienced only a fleeting rise, momentarily seizing opportunities that belonged to others, only to be thwarted beneath the surface. Had it not been for the comprehensive support of Chairman Yao from the Basketball Association, he would have faced scandal and disgrace. The unscrupulous and despicable individuals dared only to concoct their nefarious schemes in the shadows. As he lay on the bed, Zhang Ling contemplated these revelations, and his gloom dissipated. He believed that with sufficient strength, he could cultivate his influence in society, ascend to higher echelons, and lead the Chinese men's basketball team to a resounding resurgence, standing tall at the pinnacle of Asia and competing with the world's elite teams. At this juncture, his foremost task was to maintain clarity within himself, to fortify his convictions and ideals, rendering those petty individuals powerless. He must evolve into a formidable force, at least to the level of Chairman Yao, commanding respect in the basketball realm and instilling fear in those cowardly foes. Walking the righteous path, though fraught with challenges, is the only way to genuinely lead the Chinese men's basketball team to greatness. In this match, your need for me is paramount. A thought emerged in Zhang Ling's mind. He was not arrogant, but rather imbued with an immense sense of confidence. It was evident that he was not alone in this sentiment. On professional basketball forums, numerous posts surfaced, engaging in discussions about the potential outcome of the game had Zhang Ling been able to participate. If he had not been subjected to a pre-match suspension, would the result have been entirely different? The answer is undoubtedly affirmative. Zhang Ling's prowess has garnered recognition from Chinese basketball enthusiasts. After all, to achieve an average of over 30 points in limited playing time is a remarkable feat in the annals of Chinese men's basketball, aside from Hu Weidong and Yao Ming. Few have exhibited such dominance. It is evident that Zhang Ling's scoring ability is particularly explosive, especially under intense pressure. Although Zhang Ling has yet to demonstrate the commanding presence that Chairman Yao displayed in Asia and the CBA, fans firmly believe that had he not been suspended, he would have surely taken the court in the final minute, replacing Zhang Jinlin. Even if Zhang Ling opted for a fadeaway jumper, his precision far surpasses that of the younger Zhang Jinlin. What, then, led to Zhang Ling's suspension? Reports have emerged alleging his involvement in misconduct, yet fans have raised objections. On one hand, the young woman later withdrew her lawsuit. On the other, the video in question lacks definitive evidence of Zhang Ling's guilt. To assert that Zhang Ling committed a crime is merely one family's assertion. The external judgment rests solely on a brief 2-minute video of Zhang entering a room. Is it not a bit excessive to conclude guilt based on such scant evidence? Furthermore, the subsequent withdrawal of the lawsuit by the young woman seems to hint at a certain duplicity. Some fans on the forum have speculated audaciously, suggesting that agents from the Philippines employed a femme fatale to ensnare Zhang Ling. However, more rational voices contend that Zhang Ling has been wronged by certain individuals, while attributing this conspiracy to the Philippines seems to be an exaggeration. Chapter 34. The CBA League makes a comeback regardless of the fanciful speculations and posts circulating among basketball fans about what might have transpired had Zhang Ling taken the court. The grim reality remains that the Chinese men's basketball team has missed the opportunity to compete in the finals at the Asian Games. This means they are now left to vie for a mere bronze medal when they could have been fighting for the gold. Zhang Ling has been sanctioned by the Basketball Association with a 1-match suspension, which implies that he is eligible to compete in the bronze medal match against the team from Chinese Taipei. However, he concocted an excuse of groin pain and outright declined to participate. At that moment, Zhang Ling was consumed by an overwhelming rage, feeling that battling for a mere bronze medal against the team from Chinese Taipei was nothing short of a disgrace. The Asian Games, hosted in his hometown of Hangzhou, represented for Zhang Ling an unparalleled humiliation in his life. Not only was he wrongfully suspended, resulting in the Chinese men's basketball team being overturned by the Philippines, but more significantly, as a member of the Zhejiang men's basketball team, this Asian Games was his home ground in every sense. To conclude such an event in this manner was something Zhang Ling had never anticipated. He had envisioned that following a wild night of triumph in Manila at the World Cup, he would stand before the elders of Zhejiang, proudly presenting them with a gleaming gold medal as a token of gratitude. Yet, life proved to be theatrical, filled with unpredictable rises and falls. A single misstep led him to this absurd predicament. He felt furious and resentful. As the Chinese men's basketball team clashed with the team from Chinese Taipei for the bronze medal, Zhang Ling channeled his pent-up anger into himself, relentlessly training in preparation for the CBA League. As a professional basketball player, Zhang Ling understood the necessity of using the CBA League as a springboard to pursue the stage of his dreams. He was determined to step into the hallowed halls of the NBA. Thus, he rigorously honed every aspect of his physicality: strength, stamina, shooting, jumping, offensive techniques, defensive footwork, and awareness, subjecting himself to relentless self-discipline. When his body and willpower approached their limits, Zhang Ling would collapse to the ground, yet a cruel smile of satisfaction would often grace his lips. His life revolved around training, eating, and sleeping. To ensure he consumed a healthier and more scientifically balanced diet, Zhang Ling hired a personal nutritionist, selling a property left to him by his deceased parents for approximately $2 million, enough to cover the nutritionist's fees and food expenses for the next 2 or 3 seasons. Sleep came easily. Zhang Ling, devoid of distractions, was solely driven by his anger and dissatisfaction. Unsurprisingly, the Chinese men's basketball team secured the coveted bronze medal, which subsequently invited unabashed ridicule from the media and Chinese fans. It was reported that during the semi-final match, the local fans in Hangzhou unhesitatingly shifted their allegiance, showering cheers upon the compatriots from Chinese Taipei, while the Chinese men's basketball team received only derision. Standing on the podium, Zhang Ling wore a stoic expression, enduring a moment of profound physical and emotional anguish, while the Filipino players, adorned with gold medals, beamed with radiant joy. In contrast, Zhang Ling felt as if he were being repeatedly stabbed, enduring excruciating pain. Someday, he vowed, he would make them repay 100-fold, 1,000-fold, adorned with a bronze medal. Zhang Ling stood on the podium, listening to the strains of the national anthem, which were not the March of the Volunteers. Overwhelmed, he could no longer bear it. Trembling almost imperceptibly, after the ceremony, in the players' tunnel, he violently tore the medal from around his neck and hurled it to the ground before striding away with purpose. Subsequently, his teammate Qing Shuaiping, also from the Zhejiang men's basketball team, salvaged the shattered remnants of the medal and preserved it for Zhang Ling, serving as a poignant reminder of resilience in the face of failure and a symbol of his determination to rise again. The Asian Games concluded in a manner that inflicted immense anguish upon Zhang Ling. He returned to his hometown for a brief respite. During the day, he relentlessly trained his physical fitness in preparation for the professional league, showing no signs of complacency. At night, before retiring, he began to delve into the biography of Liu Bei, the emperor of Shu Han. The name Zhao Lai alone speaks volumes about Liu Bei's character. His heart was transparent, and his virtue resplendent. Can someone like me truly achieve greatness? Liu Bei, born into humble beginnings, made a living by weaving mats and selling shoes. After 3 to 4 decades of arduous endeavor, he faced numerous setbacks, yet never relinquished his lofty aspirations. Ultimately, in the twilight of his life, with the aid of Zhuge Liang and others, he triumphed over Cao Cao at the Battle of Red Cliffs, thus establishing the tripartite division of the realm. He then claimed the territory of Yizhou, finally securing a place to rest, becoming the king of Han and later an emperor, with only 3 years remaining before his demise. Zhang Ling, inspired and resolute in the pursuit of his dreams, steadfastly holds onto the mantra of eat, train, and sleep. Life may be simple and monotonous to the point of despair, yet Zhang Ling finds joy in it. In the blink of an eye, the preseason of the CBA League has commenced. Zhang Ling has returned to the team, where he plays for the Zhejiang Chozhou Golden Bulls. Last year, Zhejiang faced off against Liaoning in the finals, but unfortunately suffered a sweeping defeat, ending with a score of 0-4. Despite his mediocre performance during the regular season, Zhang made a remarkable impact when he came off the bench in the finals. His previous standout displays at the U18 level led to his selection for the national team, allowing him to participate in the World Cup, which subsequently catapulted him into the limelight during the unforgettable night in Manila. In all honesty, the attention bestowed upon the CBA League by Chinese fans is rather lukewarm, far from the fervor that the NBA commands. It is only during international competitions, whether in Asia or at the World Cup level, that the members of the Chinese men's basketball team garner significant attention. However, once the CBA League commences, it feels akin to a return to provincial play, and aside from a handful of dedicated fans who truly pays heed to the CBA, even basketball enthusiasts often prefer to skim through statistics rather than watch entire NBA games. Consequently, after the Chinese men's basketball team's setbacks and a period of silence, the spotlight on Zhang Ling has dimmed significantly. In this fast-paced life, who would focus on an unknown player whose ascent is prematurely halted? Yet, undeterred by this, Zhang Ling vows to rise like a phoenix reborn from the ashes, soaring to great heights. Chapter 35, League Debut, Zhang Ling Goes Wild. The competitive level and visibility of the CBA League pale in comparison to the prominence of the Chinese men's basketball team at the Asian Games or World Championships. Zhang Ling's team, the Zhejiang Golden Bulls, achieved an unprecedented record in the CBA League last season, securing the championship title in the regular season. Additionally, the Zhejiang Golden Bulls advanced to the finals. However, due to injuries affecting key players, the team's performance significantly declined. Faced with the formidable Liaoning team, the disparity in strength proved insurmountable, resulting in a sweeping defeat of 4-0. Zhang Ling participated with the team in last year's finals, albeit with limited playing time. Even when he did take to the court, it was primarily during garbage time, merely acclimatizing to the atmosphere of a championship game. However, unlike last year, Zhang Ling emerged spectacularly at the Manila World Cup, delivering a breathtaking personal performance against the Philippines. He led the bench squad to achieve a seemingly impossible comeback, scoring an astonishing 21 points. This dramatic turnaround was worthy of being etched in the annals of the Men's Basketball World Cup, marking a night of sheer madness. Subsequently, at the Asian Games in Hangzhou, Zhang Ling's individual performance shone brightly as well, although certain off-court controversies later tarnished his personal image. Zhang Ling's rise during the World Cup and the Asian Games was undoubtedly the most delightful surprise for the Zhejiang Chozhou Golden Bulls this season. It is noteworthy that despite the inclusion of key players Yu Jiahao and Cheng Shuai-Peng in the Chinese national team for the World Cup and the Asian Games, their performances paled in comparison to Zhang Ling's. However, this season, the Zhejiang Team's roster has faced challenges due to injuries among their primary guards, raising questions about their ability to replicate last season's championship-level performance. In a pre-game media interview, some journalists expressed skepticism, particularly regarding their opening match against the CBA powerhouse, the Shanghai Sharks. The Sharks are known for nurturing Yao Ming, the brightest gem in the history of Chinese basketball, and with their financially robust owner, they have made significant adjustments and foreign player acquisitions during the offseason, boasting a roster far superior on paper to that of the current Zhejiang team. Especially with guards Wu Qian and Gary having suffered injuries towards the end of last season, it seems likely that the Golden Bulls may decline visibly this season. Yet, Zhang Ling's emergence brings a glimmer of hope to the team. With the championship title now out of reach, the team's objective has shifted to making it to the playoffs. Achieving this goal would be considered a success. In the regular season, the focus will be on whether the Golden Bulls can secure a victorious start and how Zhang Ling will perform throughout the league, drawing the attention and anticipation of the media and Zhejiang fans alike. Before the match, Zhang Ling declined several media interviews, opting instead to don a black hoodie and large headphones while engaging in warm-up shooting exercises. He had little inclination to entertain the trivial inquiries posed by reporters. For Zhang Ling, the events that have transpired hold no significance whatsoever. Even though the scandal that erupted during the Asian Games has been brewing in basketball forums and the media for over a month, journalists, akin to voracious flies, eagerly sought to extract news from Zhang Ling, who had been elusive for quite some time. However, Zhang Ling's indifference was destined to leave them disappointed. His sole desire was to channel all his focus into the competition. The home court of the Zhejiang men's basketball team is now located in Shaoxing, Qiqiao, where the fans who attend the games are truly the fervent supporters of the Zhejiang Golden Bulls. Zhang Ling yearned to reciprocate the fervor of the enthusiastic fans with a remarkable and splendid performance in the competition. During the warm-up shots, he casually glanced at the number of spectators present. It was not substantial, and the entire arena remained unfilled. A tinge of disappointment flickered within him. Yet he could comprehend the situation. After all, Shaoxing is but a modest city nestled between Zhejiang A and Zhejiang B, nearly divided by Hangzhou and Ningbo, with a limited population, particularly in the Qiqiu district. Fortunately, Qiqiu is in close proximity to Hangzhou Shaoshan, allowing fans from Hangzhou to drive over within an hour to witness the match. Contemplating this, Zhang Ling felt an even greater responsibility to perform admirably on the court, ensuring he did not disappoint the fans present, especially considering it was the inaugural game of the CBA League. The Zhejiang Golden Bulls officially commenced their 2023-2024 season, hosting the formidable challenge of the Shanghai Sharks. Zhang Ling, playing as a small forward, took to the court as a starter, his heart racing with excitement at the opportunity. Yet, as he stepped onto the court to commence the game, he appeared as composed as a block of steel. Only those who knew him well could discern the boundless ferocity and bloodlust concealed within his seemingly tranquil, vacant gaze. With the referee's whistle signaling the jump ball, Yu Jiahao tipped the basketball, which was subsequently claimed by a Zhejiang guard. From the moment he entered the game, Zhang Ling displayed an intense desire to attack. The instant he received the ball during a relentless series of movements, he soared high, launching a jump shot from the three-point line. The ball flew through the air like a bullet, swishing cleanly through the net. Throughout the ensuing match, Zhang Ling magnificently showcased his prowess on the offensive end. Amidst the crowd's resounding cheers, he executed face-up shots, probing step-backs, explosive dunks, and back-to-the-basket plays with remarkable agility and grace. Beyond his individual offensive displays, Zhang Ling did not isolate himself from the team dynamics. Rather, he adeptly grasped the team's strategies and exhibited excellent positional awareness during tactical executions. Coupled with his scorching shooting touch and formidable offensive capabilities, he amassed an impressive 18 points on 8 of 10 shooting in just the first quarter. The fans erupted in exhilaration, showering Zhang Ling with applause and adoration as he wreaked havoc on the offensive end. However, this did not detract from his defensive contributions. Observers could clearly see that with his robust physique, lateral quickness, and exceptional defensive instincts, he made life exceedingly difficult for the opposing small forward from the Shanghai Sharks. Subsequently, after a steal leading to a fast break, Zhang Ling received the ball and delivered a thunderous dunk, concluding the first quarter. In response to the fans' cheers, a faint smile finally graced Zhang Ling's face. Yet, this did not hinder his relentless pursuit of personal excellence. Throughout the next 3 quarters, his shooting touch remained scorching. He seemed unstoppable, even as the Sharks' small forward desperately attempted to contest his shots. Furthermore, his astonishing dunks in the paint and breathtaking behind-the-back slams left spectators in awe. Thoroughly entertained by the spectacle. In a league renowned for its shooting prowess, Zhang Ling's offensive repertoire extended far beyond mere shooting. He frequently executed jaw-dropping dunks throughout the game. It is certain that his individual performance would leave the top plays of the day in a state of contention. No one anticipated that Zhang Ling's explosive display would quickly lead to a decisive advantage in the game. By the end of the third quarter, he continued his fiery streak, scoring 12 points in the second quarter and an astounding 20 points in the third. Throughout the match, Zhang Ling unleashed an astonishing 32 shots, scoring a remarkable 50 points, thereby shattering the records of the CBA League. Of course, such an achievement warrants additional descriptors, such as being merely 19 years old and in the second season of his rookie year. Nevertheless, Zhang Ling's performance, marked by his 50-point feat, was enough to send the audience into a frenzy. As the fourth quarter commenced, Zhang Ling began waving a towel from the bench, while the fans erupted in ecstatic cheers, chanting, "Bring Zhang Ling on! Bring Zhang Ling on!" However, Zhang Ling ultimately did not re-enter the game, as the fervor of the fans contrasted sharply with the bewildered expression of head coach Wang Shilong. Old Wang was puzzled for quite some time. Although he was aware of Zhang Ling's spectacular display against the Philippines during the World Cup, witnessing such fervor firsthand left him feeling surreal. Despite the fans' roaring enthusiasm, Coach Wang refrained from sending Zhang Ling back onto the court. Enough was enough. Never had he experienced such a lavish performance. Chapter 36. The whiff of madness begins to brew and ferment. Thanks to Zhang Ling's outstanding performance, the Zhejiang Golden Bulls effortlessly triumphed over the Shanghai Sharks, marking a triumphant start to the new season. Yet for the entire team, not just the coaching staff of the Golden Bulls or Zhang Ling's teammates, there was a need to readjust to Zhang Ling's meteoric rise and explosive performance. Even the sponsors behind the Zhejiang Golden Bulls were compelled to reassess the impact of Zhang Ling's emergence, for what lay ahead was an even more frenzied display from him. However, before the club and sponsors could fully grasp this reality, Zhang Ling's individual performance had already created ripples across the internet, followed by a media frenzy and the enthusiastic pursuit and support from fans, akin to a whirlwind of madness, starting to sweep from the obscure locale of Shaoxing Kaqiao. Following the match against the Shanghai Sharks, the highlight reel of Zhang Ling's inaugural game was uploaded onto Douyin. Astonishingly, in the opening CBA League match, Zhang Tai-sui had unleashed a fury of 50 points. This highlight video, albeit a bit blurry, appeared to have been crafted and uploaded by fans who attended the Zhejiang Golden Bulls game. Nevertheless, it garnered millions of views on Douyin, with likes, shares, and saves counting in the hundreds of thousands. The comment section below the video was nothing short of spectacular. Zhang Ling, the architect of the Manila Crazy Night, has certainly made a remarkable impact in the World Cup. One might even describe it as miraculous, unprecedented in history. Wouldn't you agree? His performance in the early matches of the Asian Games was commendable as well. However, it seems he later faced allegations of violating the rights of a minor, resulting in a suspension by the Basketball Association. Could it be a case of being framed? The young girl herself has withdrawn her complaint, indicating a lack of substantial evidence. It appears that certain interests have been stirred. Truly impressive, scoring a staggering 50 points. No wonder he is referred to as Zhang the Great. I witnessed his performance in the World Cup, and it was nothing short of explosive. Zhang Ling possesses remarkable physical prowess. One can only wonder if he will one day grace the courts of the NBA. Zhang Ling's backward lean somewhat resembles that of the venerable Old K. I find myself yearning for our casual chats. In this era, characterized by the prevalence of short video social media and an overwhelming influx of information, Zhang Ling's debut match against the Shanghai Sharks, during which he astonishingly scored 50 points, has taken the internet by storm, garnering significant attention. While it is true that some foreign players in the CBA can also achieve over 50 points in a single game, such occurrences are indeed rare. To add to the intrigue, the protagonist of this remarkable feat is a homegrown talent nurtured by the league. Zhang Ling had already been embroiled in controversy following a scandal during the Asian Games, generating a considerable buzz on forums and short video platforms. Once the highlights of his performance were uploaded, they instantly captured public interest. Furthermore, on the basketball forum Hupu, numerous fans eagerly shared the video, engaging in lively discussions. The fans from Zhejiang were particularly exuberant, which stirred some discontent among supporters from other regions. After all, it is merely one match. Who doesn't indulge in dumplings during the festive season? In the upcoming match against my Guangdong Southern Tigers, the Zhejiang player must inevitably reveal his true capabilities. It must be said that had Zhang Ling delivered such a performance on the international stage, Chinese fans would have undoubtedly erupted in excitement and applause. However, given that this is the CBA, tensions flared as discussions took a heated turn, with some extreme fans resorting to regional disparagement, a spectacle that has become all too familiar. Yet, in the following game against the Guangdong Southern Tigers, Zhang Ling's fervor continued unabated. His offensive prowess remained sharp, his shooting touch scorching, as he scored an impressive 42 points against the formidable Guangdong Southern Tigers. Even with pre-match declarations from the Southern Tigers players vowing to contain Zhang Ling, they were thoroughly humbled by his performance. Zhang Ling's offensive arsenal is remarkably diverse. In addition to this, he has demonstrated the kind of physical prowess that exhilarates Chinese fans. Even during a period when his shooting touch was less than optimal, resulting in numerous missed shots, he managed to overpower opponents with his exceptional physical attributes, driving in for layups, even when confronted by the formidable center Zhou Qi of the South China Tigers. Zhang's agile footwork and impeccable timing for layups rendered the defense utterly ineffective. They simply could not contain him. After the game, a fan eagerly uploaded highlights of Zhang's performance against the Guangdong South China Tigers to Douyin, garnering even more likes than the initial posting. With view counts soaring into the hundreds of millions, many joined in sharing and discussing the clips, and Zhang's individual performance quickly trended, making headlines. In the face of media scrutiny, Zhang, glistening with sweat yet smiling, remarked to reporters, "I believe my shooting resembles Kobe's." This interview clip was also transformed into a video and shared on Douyin. Initially, those stumbling upon the video watched with a sense of skepticism and derision, but soon, as they observed Zhang's fadeaway jump shots, pull-up shots, and post-up techniques, their demeanor shifted dramatically. Indeed, it bore a resemblance. It was akin to witnessing a Kobe from the Jordan team at the Asian Games, albeit with slightly yellowed skin. Moreover, some creative fans produced humorous videos that went viral, proclaiming, "Give him a chance, and he could practice his shooting to match the NBA superstar Kobe Bryant, grant him another opportunity to play, and he could score 50 points in 3 quarters. In response, Zhou Qi, the starting center of the Guangdong South China Tigers, expressed his dissent, questioning how Zhang's basketball movements could be likened to Kobe's when he could directly pass the ball to Poland. To this, Zhang humbly replied, "I think my shooting only resembles Kobe's, but I am still far from Zhou Qi's passing ability." This statement even caught the attention of General Douglas MacArthur, who remarked from across the Pacific that Zhang's fadeaway jump shots and technical maneuvers are the most reminiscent of Kobe Bryant he has ever witnessed. A major documentary titled CBA League, The Awakening of the NBA's Eternal Mamba continues to air, showcasing the fervent admiration and creativity of netizens. As Zhang's impact spreads virally across the internet, this phenomenon soon transcended the digital realm into reality. For instance, during the third match, Zhang's team, the Zhejiang Bulls, faced off against the Xinjiang Flying Tigers, and this game was broadcast live nationwide on CCTV Sports Channel. Chapter 37, The Great Mars Expedition. Where not a blade of grass grows. The acumen of capital is astoundingly sharp. When Zhang Ling's individual performance skyrocketed in popularity on short video social media, ticket prices for his third match against the Xinjiang Guangwei Flying Tigers surged dramatically. Prior to this, tickets for the Xinjiang Flying Tigers had been rather lackluster due to their dismal performance in the previous season. Initially, only 1/3 of the tickets for the third match against the Zhejiang Golden Bulls had been sold in advance. Given the current market conditions, such sales figures were considered quite respectable. However, as the fame of Zhang Ling, a player from the Zhejiang Golden Bulls, skyrocketed, the match was selected for live broadcast by CCTV, turning the tickets into coveted treasures. Not only did the tickets sell out, but a number of scalpers also swiftly entered the fray, investing in bulk purchases. Reports emerged prior to the match indicating that ticket prices had been inflated to 5 times their original value. A standard Class B ticket, priced at 200 yuan, had escalated to an astonishing 1,000 yuan, with demand still exceeding supply. Naturally, this unscrupulous behavior drew sharp criticism from the Basketball Association post-match, prompting them to impose a sudden price increase, albeit limited to games featuring Zhang Ling. However, this ill-conceived price hike did little to deter scalpers. Rather, it exacerbated the situation, leading many fans to track the Zhejiang Golden Bull schedule and purchase tickets a month in advance. Nevertheless, that is a tale for another time. While the Golden Bulls were set to play away in Xinjiang, fervent fans from Zhejiang managed to acquire tickets at exorbitant prices from scalpers, flying to Xinjiang to witness Zhang Ling in action. The Xinjiang Flying Tigers had once enjoyed prosperity, but in recent years, turmoil stemming from contractual issues with the formidable Shou Qi had led to instability within the team, resulting in a decline. Last year, they even staged a farcical exit from the CBA League, only to rejoin later. Following a tumultuous season, the Xinjiang Flying Tigers finished with a rather dismal record, trailing behind the Zhejiang Golden Bulls. Consequently, few held high hopes for the Flying Tigers in this match, broadcast live on CCTV Sports. After all, they had just lost Zhou Qi and had only acquired Zhao Rui from Guangzhou, bolstering their outside shooting capabilities. Zhao Rui's performances in the World Cup and the Asian Games had been commendable and widely recognized. Often, he was the one to ignite the momentum for the Chinese national basketball team. However, the loss of Zhou Qi significantly weakened the interior strength of the Xinjiang Flying Tigers, which, for the explosive and aggressive forward Zhang Ling, who relished attacking the paint, could be seen as a fortunate turn of events. Fans on pre-match forums predicted that Zhang Ling would likely have a spectacular performance against the Xinjiang Flying Tigers that evening. The fate of the Xinjiang Flying Tigers in this match hinges not solely on whether their frontline players can contain Zhang Ling's performance, but also on the pivotal role of their key guard, Zhao Rui, in establishing momentum. However, when the game truly commenced, Zhang Ling's performance left the Zhejiang fans, who had traveled a great distance to witness the match in Xinjiang, somewhat bewildered, while the home crowd's atmosphere was nothing short of electric. In the first quarter, facing the formidable defense of Abu Shalamu, Zhang Ling's initial 4 attempts remarkably failed to find the mark, although his shooting form increasingly resembled the graceful jump shot of Kobe Bryant. The failure to convert was of no consequence to the team's fortunes, regardless of its aesthetic appeal. On one hand, Zhang Ling appeared somewhat out of sorts against the defensive prowess of Abu Shalamu, whose tenacious and spirited play brought an undeniable vigor to the court. His lateral movement was exceptional, and as a seasoned veteran of the Xinjiang team, he had once shone brightly in the Asian Championships. Yet, in recent years, perhaps hindered by injuries, he had not participated in world-class tournaments. Nevertheless, Abu Shalamu imposed upon Zhang Ling an unprecedented defensive pressure since the game's inception. Despite missing his first 4 shots, Zhang Ling remained undeterred, his excitement growing rather than waning. He recognized that the long journey had taken a toll on his body, but more importantly, this was his true away game experience, and the atmosphere of the visiting crowd affected him deeply, perhaps fueled by his recent social media prominence. Zhang Ling's influence had resonated significantly, prompting the Xinjiang fans to unleash a chorus of boos whenever he received the ball. When he missed, the home supporters erupted in jubilant cheers, with some even celebrating exuberantly with those around them. The fervent voices of the fans reverberated throughout the arena, as if each of Zhang Ling's missed shots significantly increased the Flying Tigers' chances of victory. Indeed, this was the case. Zhang Ling's struggles and lack of scoring in the first quarter directly contributed to the Zhejiang Bulls being outscored 30-18, trailing by 12 points by the end of the period. His performance during this quarter may have been affected by the defensive pressure from Abu Shalamu, or perhaps the jeers and counter-cheers from the visiting fans. After his initial 4 misses, he stubbornly persisted, defiantly attempting 3 more shots, all of which also failed to connect. On one occasion, he attempted a layup that circled the rim twice before refusing to drop. On another, during a fast break opportunity, he attempted a slam dunk, only to spectacularly miss the basket entirely. This left Zhang Ling increasingly despondent amidst the hospitable jeers and cheers of the Xinjiang fans. He even began to question whether the hoop was askew today, as it seemed even fate was not on his side. His performance severely impacted the team. In the first quarter, they managed only 18 points, while Zhang Ling went 0 for 7, scoring no points, and merely collecting 3 defensive rebounds and 2 assists. One must admit, his performance was indeed astonishingly underwhelming, leaving the Zhejiang fans who traveled to Xinjiang to witness his game feeling profoundly disappointed. As the first quarter concluded and the starters took a breather, Zhang Ling sat on the bench, wiping the sweat from his brow, appearing somewhat dazed and expressionless. The camera lingered on him for a lengthy 7 to 8 seconds, neglecting the ongoing game entirely. Simultaneously, on the big screen, alongside his disoriented gaze at the performance of the substitute players, was the display of his statistics: 7 attempts, 0 points, 3 rebounds, and 2 assists. This moment was a pinnacle of derision orchestrated by the Xinjiang men's basketball home broadcast. Immediately, the crowd erupted into a thunderous cheer. At this juncture, Zhang Ling raised his head, seemingly in sync, gazing up at the enormous screen. He caught sight of his close-up, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, a surge of anger igniting within him. Yet, almost instantaneously, his expression transformed into a cynical smile. This elicited an even greater uproar of boos from the Xinjiang fans. As if they had already claimed victory in this contest, it seemed that all was settled. As if the Zhejiang Gold Bull team had succumbed beneath the iron hooves of the Xinjiang Flying Tigers. In the live stream, the barrage of comments from fans across the nation exploded into a fervor. What is happening with Zhang Taisui today? His performance is rather lackluster. Is this truly the Zhang Ling who once scored 50 points? A celestial demon descends, while the earthly Taisui remains unremarkable. Bah, I could do better myself. Having missed all 7 attempts, I would still manage to score, as I wouldn't hit the target either. The lamentations of the game echo, yet with no successful shots made. Can one truly speak of misfortune? Are we to become disciples of iron? What does that have to do with me? A dark shell? Taisui has lost his roots. Today, our Xinjiang Flying Tigers have uprooted him entirely. Haha, just 1/4 of the game has passed, and the Xinjiang Tigers are already howling like mad? The Zhejiang Crazy Bulls, unable to compete, resort to biting? In contrast to the intimate exchanges with fans in the live chat, the hosts and commentators maintain a commendable restraint. The host inquires, Teacher Wang Shipeng, what is your perspective on Zhang Ling's performance today? Wang Shipeng chuckles, acknowledging that Zhang Ling's touch indeed feels cold today. But we must remember, his remarkable scores of 50 and 42 against the Shanghai Sharks and Guangdong Southern Tigers are not mere anomalies. I still believe in Zhang Ling's capabilities. However, it is evident he has been affected today, whether by the defense of Xinjiang's Abu Shalamu or the jeers from the home crowd. Surely, external matters have played a role in his performance today. Everyone knows that his prior 2 games created quite a stir on social media, which must be somewhat troubling for him. For now, we can only hope for his adjustment and wish for his touch to return swiftly. As a performance of 0 for 7 is indeed quite absurd for Zhang Ling. The host then turns to the side and asks Zhu Fengyu, who appears today in a suit and tie, with a sharp and serious gaze that suggests he is not to be trifled with. Zhu Fengyu responds, I still hold a favorable view of Zhang Ling's capabilities. Although he went 0 for 7, I see no sign of fear in his eyes. A true warrior does not surrender after missing his first 7 attempts. I believe Zhang Ling will not be disheartened by his earlier struggles. Subsequently, the host initiates a prize-winning guessing game in the studio, while the charming anchor, Nami, smiles gently, revealing 2 adorable dimples, causing many single fans in the audience to feel a slight flutter in their hearts. Dear viewers, today's prize-winning question is how many points Zhang Ling will score in this match. How does it feel to face the jeers of the away fans? Teammate Cheng Shuaishu asks with a smile beside him. Zhang Ling shook her head in resignation. Zhang Ling, you must swiftly adjust your state of mind and adapt to the rhythm of playing away from home. Above all, do not doubt yourself. When opportunities arise on the court, continue to take your shots. Coach Wang, standing by Zhang Ling's side, reassured her, we all recognize your strength. Keep a positive mindset, and you will undoubtedly showcase the formidable prowess of your true self. Zhang Ling offered a bittersweet smile to Coach Lao Wang, assuring him, rest assured. I have never doubted myself. It is merely that my shooting touch has been rather poor today. Zhang Ling's performance today was undoubtedly influenced by the atmosphere of the away game, as well as the presence of the media and fans outside the court. He was acutely aware of the praise and accolades being bestowed upon him by the spectators and journalists. To be candid, during these days without matches, he relished the thrill of scrolling through social media. No wonder Zhang Ailing once remarked that one should seize fame early. This sensation is indeed exhilarating. So many people have begun to discuss and rave, and it is all because of me, Zhang Ling. It is indeed captivating. His teammate, Yu Jiahao, who sat to his right, seemed to read Zhang Ling's innermost thoughts. Zhang Ling, while victory and defeat are undoubtedly important, what matters more is to enjoy the game. Honestly, if I could deliver such a spectacular performance and create a sensation on social media, I would be even more elated than you. However, we are professional basketball players. Excelling in basketball and performing well in games is our foundation. Yu Jiahao, born in the year 2000 and merely 4 years Zhang Ling's senior at the age of 23, appeared to possess a more relaxed outlook on the matter. Zhang Ling nodded in acknowledgement, revealing a naive smile. Coach, I am ready to take the field. Subsequently, Zhang Ling proactively approached coach Lao Wang, expressing her eagerness to compete. I believe I have prepared my mindset. And the foolish live broadcaster of the Xinjiang Flying Tigers has successfully provoked me. Zhang Ling considered himself to be a person of considerable magnanimity. However, during the course of the basketball match, he found it difficult to embody such virtues. With 2.5 quarters remaining, ample opportunity lay before him to reclaim the dignity and pride that had been trampled into the ground that very evening. It is often said that a gentleman's vengeance is not to be hastened, yet at this moment, Zhang Ling was unwilling to wait even a second. He rose resolutely to request the coach for a chance to re-enter the fray. Discarding his outer garment, he prepared to return to the court. As the commentators announced his impending return, the fans in attendance recognized Zhang Ling's determination to re-engage in battle. Instantly, the home crowd expressed their heartfelt support for him. And a unified chorus of boos erupted, resonating with a feral intensity. Zhang Ling listened intently, while an ordinary individual might falter amidst the jeers of the crowd. He remained undaunted. During one offensive sequence, Zhang positioned himself strategically, effectively blocking the defender Abdu Shalamu, and received a pass from the guard. With his back to the defender, he executed a couple of dribbles, searching for his rhythm. In a moment of deft maneuvering, he swiftly pivoted and accelerated, exploiting his speed to evade the defender. Faced with an incoming center, Zhang leaped high, arching his body backward to release his 8th shot. The ball soared through the air, tracing a beautiful arc, and swished through the net, pure and unblemished. The cacophony of the crowd was abruptly silenced, and after making the shot, Zhang displayed no emotion, quickly transitioning back on defense. On the sidelines, the sparse cheers from Zhejiang fans echoed, acknowledging his first basket of the night. Observing Zhang's calm demeanor, an ominous foreboding arose in the hearts of the home crowd from Xinjiang. Soon, their apprehensions materialized into reality as Zhang inexplicably regained his touch, leading the Zhejiang Bulls in a fervent scoring spree. Throughout this surge, he emerged as the principal force in their pursuit of points. Rejuvenated with confidence, Zhang showcased an array of skills, a tentative step followed by a jump shot, a lethal three-pointer from behind, deft dribbling, and shoulder fakes penetrating the paint, culminating in thunderous dunks or layups, and the timeless elegance of back-to-the-basket plays. The fluidity of his movements mirrored the harmonious swish of the net. In a mere 4.5 minutes during the latter half of the second quarter, Zhang scored 13 points, bringing his personal tally to 15. The home crowd's unease intensified, clinging to the hope that Zhang would cool off in the second half. Yet, in the latter stages of the second quarter, the Xinjiang Flying Tigers' primary defender, Abdu Shalamu, had been thoroughly overwhelmed by Zhang's prowess. Abdu could no longer keep pace with him and was clearly at a disadvantage, repeatedly being overpowered by Zhang's physicality. In the final offensive play of the second quarter, Zhang received a pass beneath the basket and attempted a forceful shot, only to have it blocked by Xinjiang's interior defense. However, Zhang's relentless pursuit allowed him to reclaim the ball, and after multiple attempts to power through the center's defense, he succeeded in scoring while drawing a foul. 2-1. After the basket, Zhang let out a fierce roar, tearing at his jersey in celebration with his teammates, before confidently stepping to the free throw line and sinking the shot. Witnessing this spectacle, the commentators could only marvel at Zhang's exceptional athleticism, noting that even when contesting against a center, he held his ground remarkably well. His performance was nothing short of formidable. Zhang Ling's personal score reached 18 points by the end of the second quarter. Chapter 38. The core of both offense and defense. Oh, how thrilling it is to watch Zhang Ling play. It is truly a delight. In the live broadcast room, Wang Shipong leaned back, a satisfied expression on his face, unable to contain his admiration, exclaiming that he knew Zhang Ling would certainly adjust his form. Zhang Ling played with remarkable tenacity, especially in the final moments of the second quarter when he clashed with the dominant center of the Xinjiang team. His physical prowess is almost extraordinary. At this moment, Zhu Fangyu, whose gaze softened, also chimed in, affirming that Zhang Ling indeed displayed immense strength. After starting the first quarter with 7 unsuccessful attempts and facing the crowd's jeers, he fought back fiercely. Now, the Xinjiang team's home crowd is eerily silent, which is quite daunting. In the second quarter, he made all 8 attempts, scoring 18 points with a terrifying shooting percentage. I'm curious to know if my peak self could withstand defending against Zhang Ling. Who is Zhu Fangyu? A 3-time CBA Finals MVP, known for his toughness on the court, even against the formidable American team. He stands shoulder to shoulder with elite players like the explosive Carmelo Anthony. Of course, his character is amiable, He readily defends his teammates and is not shy about delivering a punch to the opponent's head. In the CBA, everyone knows of Beige's boxing skills, hard as nails. His words undoubtedly serve as a tremendous compliment to Zhang Ling, showcasing that Zhang Ling's physical abilities have indeed garnered immense recognition from season forwards. While the two commentators praised Zhang Ling's performance, the barrage of comments in the live stream went into a frenzy. Among them, a classic phrase filled the screen, like a celestial demon descending, truly a deity of the earthly realm. Many fans joined in, and the number of viewers in the live stream soared to 5 million. It is essential to note that this is not an NBA broadcast, but merely a CBA match. Many basketball fans, who typically disdain watching the CBA and focus solely on the NBA, have now become Zhang Ling's admirers. It is precisely Zhang Ling's presence that has propelled the live viewership to 5 million, with numbers continuing to climb. Many newcomers finally understood why Zhang Ling has earned the nicknames Zhang Tai Sui and Zhang Emoshu. As for the Xinjiang fans, they dare not enter. Having been thoroughly defeated, what audacity do you have, Zhejiang Mad Bulls, to boast? Have you forgotten how you were shattered by the Liaoning Flying Leopards in last season's finals? Supporting the Liaoning Flying Leopards, love from Xinjiang. Aside from some fans exchanging barbs in the comments, many others engaged in discussions about Zhang Ling's basketball skills and movements. His fadeaway is as beautiful as a painting, truly a disciple of the Mamba. To speak candidly, the jump shot of Zhang Ling bears a striking resemblance to that of the legendary player, a connection that is truly remarkable. It appears that Zhang Ling is indeed an ardent fan of the game, as it is inconceivable that he could emulate such an iconic shot otherwise. Bravo! Henceforth, devoted fans will exclusively cherish Zhang Ling. I believe Zhang Ling is also a fan of LeBron James, as his dunking style possesses a hint of LeBron's flair. In what way does he resemble LeBron? Is it the 8-step layup or the crab-like jump shot? In my observation, his speed on fast breaks is hardly inferior to that of LeBron. What about the officials at the league? We must watch the game with civility and be rational fans. However, they have long been silenced. How can one maintain rationality under such circumstances? The live commentary is far more engaging than the basketball match itself. The individuals therein are all exceptionally talented, and their eloquence is delightful. I thoroughly enjoy this environment. In the second half of the match, Zhang Ling did not rest at all and returned to the court immediately. He played nearly 5 minutes in the second quarter and coupled with the halftime break. Coach Wang had no intention of allowing Zhang Ling to take a breather. Moreover, at that moment, Zhang Ling's shooting touch was on fire, making it quite necessary for him to continue playing alongside the bench players to grant the younger one some opportunities. After all, during the second quarter, he had already narrowed the score gap, with Zhujiang Jinyo even leading by 2 points. Since he was playing with the bench unit, Zhang Ling did not shoot recklessly. Instead, he began to exert himself on the defensive end, striving to grant ball possession and shooting opportunities to his teammates. His defense was relentless, leveraging his physical advantages, exceptional lateral quickness, and defensive awareness, which posed significant challenges to Abdus Salam of the Xinjiang team. Naturally, due to Abdus Salam's personal style of play, he did not monopolize team ball possession or shooting opportunities, rendering Zhang Ling's defensive efforts seemingly modest. When Abdu did not take a shot, he would swiftly pass the ball upon encountering Zhang Ling, unwilling to force a shot without a perfectly suitable opportunity. Nevertheless, he darted around the court in search of chances, with Zhang Ling closely trailing him, showcasing his formidable stamina. This tenacity astonished and impressed Abdus Salam, who was taken aback by Zhang Ling's offensive prowess and vigorous defensive attitude. It left Abdu questioning whether he might be aging, as he found himself unable to shake off Zhang Ling's persistent presence. Even during pick-and-roll situations, Zhang Ling's timing in switching defenses, his awareness for help defense, and his capability to navigate screens effectively disrupted Xinjiang's tactical execution, severing the connections among teammates. Zhang Ling's presence has inflicted considerable distress upon the players of the Xinjiang team on the court. To the casual observer, it may appear as mere entertainment. Yet to the discerning eye, the intricacies of the game reveal themselves. Fans may only perceive Zhang Ling tirelessly running and defending, without taking shots, failing to grasp the subtle confrontations that unfold between the two teams. Indeed, when it comes to defensive prowess, fans most readily recognize steals, fast breaks, or the imposing presence of a blocked shot. However, they are often oblivious to Zhang Ling's profound defensive style, which entails relentless movement across the court. At best, they might notice Xinjiang players making errors during passes or being stifled to the extent that they are unable to execute their strategies. leading to hasty shots as they approached the 24-second violation, thereby severely impacting the team's shooting percentage. What Zhang Ling is currently accomplishing cannot be quantified in an Excel spreadsheet. Yet, the players and coaches of the Xinjiang team are somewhat troubled by Zhang Ling's defensive performance. During this period, the point differential between the two teams has gradually expanded under Zhang Ling's guidance, reaching an 8-point gap. The Xinjiang head coach, dissatisfied with the performance of the bench players, promptly called for a timeout and began to deploy the team's starters ahead of schedule. In contrast, the Zhejiang Jinyo team saw their bench players excel. Their shooting touch markedly improved, with many contributing to the score. Well done, Zhang Taisui. As the timeout concluded, Coach Lao Wang patted Zhang Ling on the back, and the players on the bench stood up to offer him their seats. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Ling has gradually become the linchpin of both the offensive and defensive strategies of this team, and his teammates have certainly taken note of his exceptional performance today. Chapter 39, The Fire Simmering Down. Zhang Ling's audacious alternation between offensive and defensive modes left the Xinjiang team as players and coaches utterly perplexed. The home crowd, once derisive after his dismal 0-for-7 performance at the end of the first quarter, now found themselves silenced by his remarkable display. As a pivotal player, he exhibited a remarkable willingness to defend and engage in tasks typically reserved for blue-collar athletes, generously relinquishing ball possession and shooting opportunities to his teammates, enabling them to execute straightforward fast breaks and tactical open shots. In moments when the team struggled to find their rhythm, he chose to shoulder the responsibility, attempting challenging shots even at the expense of his shooting percentage, disregarding the unfavorable statistics reflected in the Excel spreadsheets. During the third quarter, after 5 minutes of play, Zhang had taken 5 shots with a modest success rate, scoring only 5 points from 2 successful attempts, often demanding the ball to take long-range and even 3-point shots amidst tactical disarray. While his shooting was not as feverish as in the second quarter, he willingly accepted the burden of the team's performance. This is not mere selflessness. It is the essence of what a core team player ought to embody. On the bench, Zhang, drenched in sweat, eagerly accepted a bottle of water from a teammate, gulping it down with fervor. You are all playing admirably. Maintain this pace and continue sharing the ball. Let us showcase the tactics we practiced and trust that we can secure this victory, achieving a 3rd consecutive win this season. Run as one. Inspired by the coach's motivating words, the team nodded in agreement, their spirits soaring, dispelling the fatigue that had lingered from their away game. In the latter half of the third quarter, Coach Lao Wang made minimal adjustments to the lineup, simply introducing center Yu Jiahao to afford the other substitutes additional playing time. An 8-point deficit on home soil presented Xinjiang with a viable opportunity to close the gap and seize victory. As anticipated, upon entering the court, the Xinjiang team executed a strategy, with their main forward, Abdu Shalamu, utilizing a pick-and-roll to launch a 3-pointer right in front of Zhang Ling. This shot sent the home crowd into a frenzy, and the broadcast team, with an almost mischievous intent, zoomed in on Zhang Ling, capturing his reaction in close-up. This moment intensified the fervor of the fans, as if, following that 3-pointer, the Xinjiang team would gallantly charge southward, conquering the Zhejiang Golden Bulls. However, the joy of the moment was fleeting, as the enthusiastic cheers of the crowd reminded Zhang Ling of the humiliation he had endured in the first quarter. Zhang Ling once again activated his lethal mode. During the subsequent offensive play, he utilized the screen set by his teammate, center Yu Jiahao, to create space for a shot beyond the 3-point line, executing a clean jump shot. Despite the fact that the power forward from the Xinjiang men's basketball team executed a perfect defensive rotation, he had already committed a foul on Zhang Ling as he lunged forward. Nevertheless, Zhang Ling leaped into the air and successfully sent the ball into the hoop. A remarkable 3-1. Zhang Ling's counterattack arrived with impeccable timing. With this decisive throw, the home fans in Xinjiang were rendered utterly silent, leaving only a handful of Zhejiang supporters to celebrate in the stands. Zhang Ling confidently sank his free throws, bringing his personal score to an impressive 27 points. Yet, he showed no signs of relinquishing his offensive prowess. The latter half of the third quarter transformed into a showcase of Zhang Ling's extraordinary abilities. In a dazzling display, he first launched a powerful 3-point shot right in the face of Abdu Shalamu's defense. As if that were not enough, he then executed a breathtaking maneuver beyond the 3-point line, abruptly halting before unleashing a fadeaway jumper that left Abdu utterly defenseless, netting yet another mid-range shot. Zhang Ling's personal score has soared to 32 points. The Xinjiang men's basketball team, in a state of panic, finally realized the necessity of double-teaming Zhang Ling and adopted a zone defense. However, when faced with the double team, Zhang Ling adeptly distributed the ball. And as his teammates confronted the hastily arriving Xinjiang defenders, they passed the ball again. After several meticulous passes, the ball was delivered to Yu Jiahao, who was cutting into the paint, and he executed a thunderous dunk. Subsequently, the Xinjiang team continued to employ their zone defense. Yet Zhang Ling's method of dismantling it was both simple and effective. 3 exquisite mid-range jump shots, each a work of art, left his direct defender, Abid, somewhat disheartened. While the zone defense was effortlessly unraveled before him, Zhang Ling's personal score has reached an impressive 38 points. As the third quarter came to a close, the Zhejiang Bulls, propelled by a final surge of offensive momentum, widened the gap between the two teams to a formidable 16 points. The atmosphere in the Xinjiang Flying Tigers home court felt desolate, as they struggled to counter Zhang Ling's elusive offensive prowess. In the latter half of the third quarter, they failed to generate any momentum for a comeback, effectively being cornered by the Zhejiang Bulls. As the final quarter commenced, the home fans rekindled their confidence, erupting with a thunderous cheer akin to a tidal wave, chanting defense with resounding fervor. This surge of support invigorated the Xinjiang players, who rallied with determination, narrowing the score to single digits within a mere 2.5 minutes, bringing it down to a 9-point deficit. At that moment, Zhang Ling, draped in a towel and seated on the bench with an air of composure, observed the players on the court, only to be summoned by coach Lao Wang to join the fray. With a 16-point lead now diminished to single digits, Lao Wang felt a twinge of frustration. It seemed the Zhejiang Bulls players were still too young, easily rattled under pressure, and struggling to maintain composure when it truly mattered. Thus, Lao Wang decided to send Zhang Ling back onto the court, hoping his formidable offensive capabilities would bolster the team's performance. He leaned in to whisper a few encouraging words in Zhang Ling's ear. Zhang Ling never anticipated that she would have the opportunity to take the court in the final quarter. After all, as the fourth quarter commenced, the Zhejiang Golden Bulls held a commanding lead of 16 points. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Ling presumed she could clock out after 3 quarters. However, the atmosphere at the Xinjiang men's basketball team's home ground that evening was nothing short of electrifying. The fans, undeterred, reignited the fighting spirit of the Xinjiang team with their fervent cheers. They commenced their comeback with resolute defense. Their tenacious attitude and actions left the players of the Zhejiang Golden Bulls struggling, extinguishing their previously fiery rhythm. This resulted in a remarkable surge of 10-3, closing the gap by 7 points. As Zhang Ling took to the court, his heart remained remarkably calm and untroubled. Since victory in this match had eluded him, he resolved to sustain his vigorous energy and continue the fight. Otherwise, regardless of whether he scored 38 points or even 83, it would all be rendered meaningless. His presence steadied the spirits of the Zhejiang Jinyo team players. However, with the Xinjiang men's basketball team surging with momentum, they launched a fierce offensive, culminating in a 3-pointer that ignited the home crowd's fervor. The score gap between the two teams dwindled to a mere 6 points. On the offensive front, the Xinjiang team began to double-team Zhang Ling, initiating their pressure even before he had possession of the ball. Yet, Zhang Ling exhibited no semblance of frustration. Instead, he swiftly maneuvered across the court, executing a series of feints. As the ball was passed among his teammates, the intended strategy faltered, and his teammates struggled to create viable shooting opportunities. At last, the ball found its way into Zhang Ling's hands, but at that moment, Xinjiang's forward, Abid Shalamo, clung to him like a tenacious adhesive, maintaining a proximity of just 1.5 meters. Additionally, a power forward had already established position on the side, preemptively setting up a defensive trap against Zhang Ling. The awareness and positioning of the opposing forwards' help defense were executed with remarkable precision. Zhang Ling, with both hands gripping the ball, found himself devoid of space to dribble, his body engaged in a confrontation with Abdu Shalamo. He endeavored to force a shot, knowing that even if he failed to score, he could elicit a foul. Summoning all his strength, he collided with the steadfast Abdu Shalamo, who, displaying tactical acumen, leveraged the impact to gracefully fall to the ground, raising his hands toward the referee to signal for a foul. The referee's whistle was astoundingly prompt, after all. This was the home court of the Xinjiang men's basketball team. Zhang Ling's maneuver could easily be deemed a foul if the whistle were blown tightly. Moreover, Abdu Shalamu's theatrical fall was remarkably convincing, leading the referee to adjudicate that Zhang Ling had committed a foul by charging into him. Rising from the floor, Abdu Shalamu erupted in exuberant roars, invigorating the atmosphere in the arena to an unprecedented fervor. The cheers and shouts from the fans were a generous tribute to Abdou Shalamou's astute and successful defense. In the climactic moments of the final quarter, each tussle and every successful defense held immense significance. However, at this juncture, the foul count had not yet reached a critical threshold. The Xinjiang team merely regained possession of the ball, without any opportunity for free throws. Zhang Ling could only shake his head in resignation. Yet his state of mind remained largely unchanged. After all, this was the home ground of the Xinjiang men's basketball team, and the privileges of the home court were still in effect. On the sidelines, head coach Lao Wang was becoming increasingly restless, gesticulating wildly and bellowing for the players on the court to intensify their defensive pressure, urging them to play more aggressively. With no opportunities for an outside shot, the ball was maneuvered into the paint, where the opposing center began to forcefully challenge Yu Jiahao. Just as the Xinjiang center attempted to pivot for a shot, Zhang Ling made his move, leaping high into the air to emphatically swat the ball out of the opposing center's grasp with a resounding block. A decisive display of collaborative defense. It must be noted that Abdou Shalamou's defensive positioning faltered, allowing Zhang Ling to successfully penetrate the paint and disrupt the offensive play. Amidst the chaos, Cheng Shuaishu managed to seize the ball, propelling it forward for a fast break. However, the resilience of the Xinjiang men's basketball team surpassed all expectations. Their defensive recovery was swift, thwarting the fast break attempt. After several passes, the ball found its way back into Zhang Ling's hands. This time, he did not wait for the opposing center to provide assistance. Sensing Abdou Shalamou's unstable positioning, he executed a deft change of direction, driving into the key and soaring high for a powerful two-handed dunk. The opposing center, rushing over to provide support, was simply too late to leap in response. Zhang Ling opted for a solo play. Although it was executed with precision, it was undoubtedly the most brutal approach. As he descended after a powerful dunk, the hoop continued to tremble violently. Following a spectacular leap and slam, Zhang Ling displayed little emotion, swiftly returning to defense without a word. His countenance remained grave, and he did not celebrate the score with his teammates. Zhang Ling conveyed a belief to his teammates through his unwavering attitude. This match must be won. With the score gap widening to 8 points, the Zhejiang Golden Bulls firmly held on to their lead. The spectators were momentarily dazed by a spectacular two-handed dunk. The power and grace of his form were truly mesmerizing. Though the crowd could not cheer for the Golden Bulls score, they were left in awe. Reflecting on Zhang Ling's remarkable achievement of reaching 40 points, an astonishing feat considering he had failed to score in the first quarter. After Zhang Ling's explosive dunk, it seemed the players of the Zhejiang Golden Bulls were revitalized. They defended with determination, their previous trepidation vanishing, which caused significant trouble for the Xinjiang team in their pursuit of points. Although Xinjiang managed to score, the score gap could not be narrowed. And under Zhang Ling's relentless assault, it only widened further. As they struggled to score, Zhang Ling coordinated effortlessly with his teammates, whether through open three-point shots or assists to the post, securing points with ease. In this back-and-forth struggle, the Xinjiang players grew increasingly anxious. An attempted pass to their center failed to find its mark, allowing Yu Jiahao to seize the opportunity and loft the ball to Zhang Ling, who was sprinting down the court. In a breathtaking moment, Zhang Ling took 3 dribbles and leaped high from 4 meters away from the basket. The crowd erupted in disbelief. Was he really going to dunk from such a distance? Just as this thought crossed their minds, they watched as Zhang Ling glided through the air, the ball performing a grand arc. With just over a meter to spare before reaching the rim, he skillfully tipped the ball with one hand, sending it directly into the basket. Though this score lacked the explosive power of a thunderous dunk, it was nonetheless an extraordinary and acrobatic shot. To the audience, Zhang Ling resembled a soaring glider, traversing nearly 2 meters in the air before delicately placing the ball into the hoop. It was truly a sight to behold. The commentators were left in awe, and the live stream erupted with excitement as viewers flooded the screen with messages. Yet, the fans present at the game felt a pang of discomfort, watching the few Zhejiang supporters celebrating wildly, their own feelings of discontent growing stronger. Zhang Ling's personal score has reached 42 points, and the gap between the two teams has once again widened to double digits, now standing at 11 points. With just over 3 minutes remaining in the match, both the home fans of the Xinjiang team, as well as the head coach and the players, have come to comprehend and accept the reality that they are unlikely to secure victory in this game. However, this does not imply that the Xinjiang men's basketball team lacks tenacity. After Zhang Ling executed an aerial glide and a delicate layup, the Xinjiang basketball team swiftly initiated a fast break, scoring 2 points. Yet, it was merely 2 points. Subsequently, Zhang Ling dribbled the ball, deliberately managing the time. Confronted by the closely knit defense of the Xinjiang team, he lowered his center of gravity, skillfully maneuvering the basketball between his hands with remarkable speed. His movements grew increasingly expansive. And without warning, he accelerated, feigning a breakthrough to his right. The defender, realizing this, shifted his weight and pursued him to the right. However, Zhang Ling cleverly deceived him. Instead of continuing his rapid advance, he abruptly pulled the ball back, pivoting to break through to his left. As the defender recognized the shift and chased after him, Zhang Ling executed a swift change of direction, leaving the defender sprawled on the ground. Facing an open expanse before him, he leapt and, while straddling the three-point line, performed a mid-range jump shot. Zhang Ling maintained complete control over the rhythm of the game, and with no one in sight before him. The approaching power forward was 2 meters away. By the time he made his move, Zhang Ling had already released the ball. The sphere swished through the net effortlessly, creating ripples that resembled white waves. With this basket, Zhang Ling's personal score soared to 44 points, and this mid-range shot definitively sealed the fate of the match. Although the home crowd remained silent, some individuals began to clap unconsciously. How impressive! This double fake followed by a remarkably graceful fadeaway jumper was reminiscent of the legendary Kobe. Oh, why isn't Zhang Ling part of the Xinjiang men's basketball team? After the shot, the head coach of the Xinjiang team called for a timeout and substituted in the bench players, effectively conceding defeat. Meanwhile, the excited old Wang, who had been clapping, also replaced the starting lineup. Thus, this away game concluded without incident, with the Zhejiang Golden Bulls claiming victory and achieving a remarkable 3-game winning streak. As Zhang Ling exited the court, the fans finally could no longer contain themselves, and amidst the clapping, a wave of cheers began to erupt. Zhang Ling merely smiled faintly and waved his hand in acknowledgement. Victory is always sweet, and he relished it. Chapter 40. An explosive surge in public opinion. After triumphing over the Xinjiang Flying Tigers on their home turf, the Zhejiang Bulls have celebrated an impressive 3-game winning streak. During their return to Hangzhou, the overall atmosphere within the team appeared remarkably relaxed and joyous, encompassing both the players and the staff. At the season's outset, many had speculated that the Zhejiang Bulls would not surpass their previous season's performance. However, this unexpected trio of victories seems to indicate that the Bulls possess formidable competitiveness this season. Who could have anticipated that Zhang Ling would emerge so spectacularly, captivating the nation? Moreover, his influence on society and the media has been unprecedented. Some assert that Zhang Ling's meteoric rise is illuminated by the current dominance of new media. It is undeniable that fans have played a significant role in promoting his exploits across basketball forums and short video platforms. Of course, Zhang Ling's individual performance is crucial. Without it, mere boasting would lack substance. His earlier 3 games were nothing short of sensational, scoring 50 points against the Shanghai Sharks, 42 against the Guangdong Southern Tigers, and 44 in the away game against the Xinjiang Flying Tigers, an astounding average of 45 points per game. Such remarkable feats have rightfully earned him the title of CBA League's Player of the Week, and if this trend continues, he is well on his way to securing the Player of the Month award. Last night, Zhang Ling's dramatic performance against Xinjiang was witnessed by an astonishing 8 million fans during the live broadcast. Truly explosive. Despite a shaky start in the first quarter, missing all 7 attempts, he avenged himself in the following 3 quarters, scoring 44 points to lead the Zhejiang Bulls to victory over the Xinjiang team. Subsequently, highlights of Zhang Ling's performance were shared by fans on short video social media platforms, sparking yet another wave of enthusiasm. In recent days, even those who are not basketball fans have encountered Zhang Ling's explosive displays through short videos. Some dismiss it, scoffing that scoring 40 or 50 points in the CBA is trivial compared to the NBA. Yet, others have become increasingly intrigued by Zhang Ling's performance, particularly as video creators have begun to label him as a new generation leader of the Chinese national basketball team, further thrusting him into the whirlwind of public discourse. A veritable tornado, fueled by fervor, has begun to take shape within societal opinion, with Zhang Ling's recent explosive performances in the CBA serving as the butterfly flapping its wings. In addition to his explosive performance, there is Zhang Ling's shooting posture and basketball maneuvers, which bear a striking resemblance to the late Kobe Bryant's movements. Enthusiastic fans have compiled videos comparing Zhang Ling's shooting technique and offensive footwork from recent games with those of Kobe Bryant, discovering an astonishing overlap of nearly 90% in their shooting styles and offensive movements. Notably, Zhang Ling's fadeaway jump shot after backing down his opponent has left viewers in awe, as they proclaim it to be virtually identical. Longtime fans, upon watching the video, cannot help but be moved to tears as they are momentarily transported back to their lost youth. The similarities between Zhang Ling and Kobe Bryant in their shooting techniques and footwork have further fueled Zhang Ling's meteoric rise in public opinion, igniting an already fervent atmosphere to an explosive degree. After all, in China, the popularity of Kobe is undeniably immense, requiring no elaboration. Notably, during the opening ceremony of the 2008 Beijing Olympics, only that man was afforded over 10 seconds of exclusive footage. A remarkable feat considering that thousands of athletes participated in the ceremony. The fervor among Chinese fans for Kobe is nothing short of madness, as if it were merely yesterday. What is your perspective on Zhang Ling's stunning performance in the CBA League? To be candid, I only caught edited highlights of his initial 2 matches against the Shanghai Sharks and the Guangdong Southern Tigers. However, I watched the entire live broadcast of his 3rd match against the Xinjiang Flying Tigers. Words fail to encapsulate the sheer brilliance of his display. In the live stream, Su Jingyu, a basketball commentator donning black-rimmed glasses, attentively monitored the barrage of comments, slowly articulating that, in terms of scoring, Zhang Ling's performance is on par with some foreign players introduced into the CBA, such as the legendary Stephon Marbury and J.R. Smith. I perceive them to be of equivalent caliber in terms of explosive scoring. However, if one merely focuses on Zhang Ling's average of around 40 points over these 3 games, it would be a rather superficial observation. Su Jingyu, with his strong Shenyang accent, emphasized that astute viewers could discern much more than just scoring from Zhang Ling's gameplay. For instance, his offensive awareness and defensive prowess are equally commendable. Moreover, his physical attributes left a profound impression on me. Some have remarked that the former Yi Jianlian was akin to a yellow-skinned African-American. Zhang Ling evokes a similar sentiment, even rivaling some exceptionally gifted athletes of African descent. I must say, just observe his explosive speed and drives and the sheer power in his dunks. It feels as though he belongs to an entirely different echelon compared to current CBA players. Zhang Ling may very well surprise us in the future. As long as he avoids significant injuries, there is a possibility he could make his mark in the NBA, especially considering he is merely 19 years old. His potential knows no bounds. Initially, I thought his performance in the World Cup in Manila, Philippines, might be a fleeting moment of brilliance. But it is now apparent that the level he has showcased in the CBA is indicative of his genuine capabilities. I truly believe that the Chinese men's basketball team may find hope, at least sustaining its presence on the world stage for the next 12 years. Numerous live streaming sessions akin to this one are fervently discussing Zhang Ling's explosive performance. Even some staunch fans of LeBron James, such as those known as by Zhang, professional actors, and video analysts have refrained from producing videos to criticize LeBron following Zhang Ling's exceptional display. Instead, they have devoted at least one video to examining the similarities between Zhang Ling's and Kobe's shooting styles. In addition to the fervor surrounding Zhang Ling on new media platforms, traditional television news has not lagged behind. Notably, during a 30-minute midday segment, several minutes were dedicated to highlighting Zhang Ling's performance against the Xinjiang men's basketball team, igniting enthusiastic discussions among fans. Consequently, the buzz surrounding the CBA League has reached an unprecedented level compared to previous seasons. Zhang Ling's influence has begun to transcend boundaries, propelled by the momentum of new media short videos. Consequently, the attention of fans towards Zhang Ling's upcoming CBA match has surged significantly. This is particularly true for fans from Zhejiang, as this game marks a provincial derby, with the Zhejiang Golden Bulls hosting the challenge posed by the Ningbo Rockets. The day following Zhang Ling's match against the Xinjiang team, tickets for the local derby were swiftly snatched up by fervent supporters. Chapter 41. The Derby Clash. A shift to the Olympic Sports Center. 3 days later, the much-anticipated provincial derby, originally scheduled for the Zhejiang Golden Bulls' home ground against the Ningbo Rockets, saw all tickets sold out well in advance. Given the diminutive size of Shaoxing Keqiao, the home attendance for the Zhejiang Golden Bulls was predicted to be far from optimistic even before the game began. The attendance rates for the previous 2 matches had already hinted at this reality. Notably, during the second match where the Golden Bulls faced the Guangdong Southern Tigers, the atmosphere at home was markedly less vibrant than that of the third match at Xinjiang. When confronted with a high-profile team like the Southern Tigers, the home court nearly transformed into an away venue. Had it not been for Zhang Ling's exceptional performance reminiscent of the first match, The atmosphere in Shaoxing would undoubtedly have been overwhelmed by the Guangdong team, with fans potentially turning against their own players. Such is the predicament, on one hand. The Guangdong Southern Tigers attract substantial attention, while on the other, the home atmosphere in Shaoxing is lacking. Furthermore, the nightlife in Zhejiang is rather sparse. After a day of work and business, evenings are often spent in KTV lounges or foot massage parlors, with little regard for cultural enrichment. Many prefer to retire early rather than venture out to watch a CBA match in Shaoxing. It must be noted that, whether in Hangzhou, Shaoxing, or Ningbo, by 9 o'clock at night, the streets are notably deserted, a stark contrast to the vibrant nightlife found in Guangdong. This is simply a matter of lifestyle habits, which are unlikely to change. Thus, when the home games of the Zhejiang Golden Bulls shifted to Shaoxing, many fans, especially those from Yiwu, felt a chill of disappointment. This led to less than ideal ticket sales for the first two matches. However, the ticket sales for the third match presented a strikingly different scenario. The catalyst for this transformation was none other than Zhang Ling. His meteoric rise in popularity online and the sustained media buzz brought a substantial influx of attention. In tangible terms, this translated to a remarkable demand for tickets to the matches of the Zhejiang Golden Bulls, particularly for key games such as the upcoming derby against the Ningbo Fubong Rockets. This match attracted a multitude of fans, some drawn by Zhang Ling's style reminiscent of Kobe Bryant, others captivated by his recent explosive performances, and many embodying a blend of both allure. In the realm of online discourse, Zhang Ling's explosive performance and strikingly similar playing style to our own team have ignited a fervent wave of enthusiasm. Fans flocked in droves, leading to the instantaneous sellout of tickets for the fourth match in this provincial derby. For the home arena in Shaoxing, such a phenomenon would have been unimaginable in the past. The organizers of the CBA League and relevant sponsors found themselves restless, having underestimated the profound impact of Zhang Ling's online influence on reality. Not only was it exceedingly difficult to procure tickets, but countless fans also took to the ticketing website to express their grievances, some lamenting and others venting their frustrations. Why must the Golden Bulls play in Shaoxing? Would it not be better to remain in Yiwu? The venue in Shaoxing is far too small. Tickets are unattainable. It's outrageous that even locals cannot secure tickets. I had planned to take my girlfriend to enjoy the game together. Perhaps we should suggest to Zhejiang Guangsha the possibility of relocating their home games to Hangzhou's Huanglong Sports Center. No one anticipated that Zhang Ling's performance would sweep across the nation like a whirlwind. The fans from Zhejiang, being close to the action, eagerly purchased tickets to witness Zhang Ling's brilliance in person. The fervor surrounding this event resembles that of a concert featuring top-tier celebrities like Jay Chou and Jackie Chung. Tickets for a concert by such luminaries can easily exceed thousands, whereas a ticket for a CBA game ranges from merely 100 to 400 yuan, a price that is certainly manageable for college students. While the influence of the CBA League cannot naturally be compared to the concerts of Jay Chou and Jackie Chung, has not Zhang Ling recently ascended to viral fame online? Yet, the reality remains that acquiring tickets for the upcoming matches featuring Zhang Ling is a formidable challenge. The Shaoxing China Textile City Sports Center is simply too small to accommodate the throngs of fans. Aside from the ticketing website crashing under the weight of complaints directed at the organizers, other basketball forums, such as Hupu, are rife with fans decrying the league's management as akin to utter nonsense. On the other hand, the sponsors of the Zhejiang Chozhou Bank Golden Bulls and the team's owner are equally unsettled, witnessing a golden opportunity slipping through their fingers without any profit. Consequently, they promptly contacted CBA President Yao Ming, seeking his assistance in arranging for the Zhejiang Golden Bulls games to be held at the Hangzhou Olympic Sports Center. After all, generating revenue is one aspect, but resolving the growing urgency of fans' desire to attend games amidst the constraints of a small venue is of paramount importance. Naturally, if this endeavor also brings in profits, that would be even more splendid. After all, there is no shame in making money. At this moment, Yao Ming recognized the opportune moment to amplify the influence of the CBA League, which in turn would attract greater advertising revenue and sponsorships. Beyond Zhang Ling, the recent debut of Chen Guohao, the first pick from the Cuba for Beijing Enterprises, was nothing short of explosive. He scored 20 points off the bench, showcasing remarkable physical intensity. Fans on social media humorously suggested that the CBA should adapt to Chen Guohao's formidable strength. This incident has certainly made a significant impact in the media, indicating that the CBA's influence is indeed expanding. Yao Ming could not overlook this development, and pondered whether to seize the opportunity to relocate the Zhejiang Golden Bulls game to the Hangzhou Olympic Sports Center. However, due to the Asian Para Games, the center was currently occupied, and as the chairman of the Basketball Association, he needed to navigate the intricate web of interests involved. Moving the game to the Hangzhou Olympic Sports Center was feasible, but whether the necessary procedures could be completed within 3 days, followed by prompt and accurate notifications to the fans, would truly test the efficacy of Yao Ming and the organizers. Fortunately, being in a coastal province, matters could be handled with greater efficiency compared to certain bureaucratic northern provinces. The day after Zhang Ling completed his away game in Xinjiang, Yao Ming had already coordinated with relevant leaders in Hangzhou to finalize the necessary arrangements, commencing actions to inform ticket holders that they could attend the game at the Hangzhou Olympic Sports Center without any additional charges. It is noteworthy that the Hangzhou Olympic Sports Center was designed to meet the highest standards of international basketball in the NBA, offering an experience far superior to that of the Shaoxing Qiqiao China Textile City Gymnasium. Fans who had purchased tickets earlier were indeed fortunate, as traveling to Hangzhou was also more convenient. However, the newly released tickets faced a barrage of complaints from fans who had missed the opportunity to purchase, decrying the opportunistic price hikes. The increase ranged from 100 to 200 yuan, with the best viewing positions fetching over 1,000 yuan, remaining in high demand. The newly available tickets vanished within moments, leaving those unable to secure a ticket lamenting their misfortune, resigned to watching the game from home. Chapter 42, Giving Everything. Scoring 75 points. On October 31, 2023, the Zhejiang Golden Bulls hosted the Ningbo Fubon Rockets in a match destined to be inscribed in the annals of CBA history. Notably, this game was held not at the home court of either team, but at the Hangzhou Olympic Sports Center, a basketball arena constructed to NBA and FIBA standards, capable of accommodating nearly 20,000 spectators. In this grand basketball arena, which previously hosted international events and NBA preseason games, today it opened its doors for nothing more than a regular season match of the CBA League, not even the playoffs or finals. Yet, despite this, the vast hall was filled to capacity with fervent fans eager to witness the game. As Zhang Ling stepped onto the court to warm up with some shooting before changing into his uniform, he was taken aback by the sight of the densely packed audience. A collective wave of humanity that caused him to draw in a sharp breath. He had played in the World Cup, yet the Manila arena had never been filled with such a multitude. Moreover, that was abroad, far from home, where he could not fully grasp the sensation of nearly 20,000 eyes upon him. However, this time he understood. The once tranquil sea of his heart began to stir with tumultuous waves, especially the moment he sprinted out of the players' tunnel. A jolt of astonishment surged through him as his name echoed through the arena, prompting an uproarious cheer from the crowd. Their applause surged like a tidal wave, a sublime and sacred recognition that Zhang Ling had never before experienced in his life. As he emerged, the roar of his name reverberated through the venue, leaving him momentarily unmoored, as though the very structure of the arena had been lifted by the impassioned cheers of the fans. No CBA player could remain untouched by such an atmosphere. It was simply impossible not to be stirred by the fervor. Zhang Ling, too, despite his usually calm demeanor, found himself witnessing such a grand spectacle for the very first time in his life. Nearly 20,000 fervent fans erupted in applause and cheers, their gazes, illuminated by the spotlight, converging upon the player standing at the center of the field, Zhang Ling. Zhang Ling enthusiastically waved to the fans present, his heart surging with fervor. In gratitude for their unwavering support, he silently resolved to perform splendidly in the match, offering them a breathtaking experience that would linger in their memories for a lifetime. On the other hand, this provincial derby in Zhejiang is etched into the annals of CBA history, not solely for setting a record for regular season attendance, but also for Zhang Ling's explosive performance. In this match, Zhang Ling played with fervor, pouring his all into the game, both offensively and defensively, showcasing the timeless spirit of the Mamba and his formidable physical prowess with unrestrained generosity on the court. By the end of the game, Zhang Ling had attempted a staggering 43 shots, amassing a terrifying total of 75 points. While the CBA has witnessed its share of scoring feats, these have predominantly been achieved by foreign players. Coincidentally, the two players holding the previous records for single-game scoring were also from the Zhejiang team, the foreign player Macklemore with 82 points and Quincy Dalby with 75 points. Tonight, in front of 20,000 fans, Zhang Ling scored 75 points, beautifully continuing the legacy of explosive scoring within the team. After the game, a fan jokingly remarked that despite Zhang Ling's 75 points, he had not surpassed the single-game scoring record of his predecessors. Of course, this was merely a jest. After all, Zhang Ling is not a foreign player but a domestic athlete, which carries significant weight in terms of scoring prowess. His current level has reached that of the finest foreign players. Furthermore, the fans witnessed firsthand how Zhang Ling, with his exceptional individual ability, propelled the team forward, ultimately securing victory. The previous record holders, despite their scoring outbursts, lost their games. What significance does scoring 100 points hold if it does not contribute to a team's triumph? Thus, Zhang Ling's remarkable achievement of 75 points in this match becomes all the more precious, marking a day to be cherished by fans of Chinese basketball. For this day signifies a monumental omen, heralding the beginning of Zhang Ling's journey and carrying the banner of Chinese basketball. Perhaps it was the overwhelming throngs of spectators or the fervent cheers of the fans that led to an underwhelming performance by the Zhejiang Golden Bulls. While their tactics were evident, the shots simply would not fall, with even Yu Jiahao's thunderous dunk ricocheting off the back rim. In stark contrast, the players of the Ningbo Fubon Rockets exhibited remarkable tenacity. Throughout the first 3 quarters, the anticipated scenario of the Zhejiang Golden Bulls dominating the Ningbo Fubon never materialized. As the latter maintained a persistent lead, it was apparent that the Golden Bulls, despite playing on home turf, struggled to acclimate to the frenzied and passionate atmosphere. In comparison to the exuberance of the crowd, the main players of the Golden Bulls appeared to be ice-cold, with the teams scoring largely reliant on Zhang Ling's relentless pursuit of the scoreboard. Had Zhang Ling's performance mirrored his lackluster showing against the Xinjiang Flying Tigers in the previous match, the Golden Bulls might have faced utter annihilation in the first quarter. The team's primary playmaker, Wu Qian, was hindered by injury, while others were adversely affected by various external factors, eager to showcase their skills yet failing to convert. With some players appearing somewhat unsteady on their feet, suggesting that the rigors of the third away game had taken a toll on their stamina. The subpar performances of his teammates inadvertently provided Zhang Ling with an opportunity to shine. Following a timeout in the first quarter, the veteran Wang quietly instructed Zhang Ling to take matters into his own hands, liberating him from the burden of trying to invigorate his teammates. He began to unleash a flurry of shots and aggressive plays. The spectators were treated to a mesmerizing display as Zhang Ling showcased an array of basketball skills, executing hard shots against double teams, mid-range jumpers after probing steps, and dazzling drives into the paint. His fast break dunks and exquisite footwork during post plays demonstrated his versatility. He refused to be confined to a singular style. With an acute understanding of the game, he made varied choices from different shooting positions, blending artistry with athleticism. At times, his torso twisted into contorted shapes, yet he still managed to send the ball through the hoop, accompanied by his relentless attacks on the paint and picturesque fadeaway jumpers. He delivered shots that could only be described as celestial. Not only did his opponents struggle to contain him, but the feverish Zhang Ling also instilled a sense of trepidation in his teammates. His gaze was as chilling as death itself, and with each fierce three-pointer, he roared in celebration, his spit flying like venomous poison. In the fourth quarter, the teammates of the Zhejiang Golden Bulls finally began to rouse from their confusion and offered Zhang Ling the support he desperately needed. Furthermore, on the defensive end, Zhang Ling exuded aggression, applying intense pressure on his opponents and defending with remarkable tenacity. In pursuit of a rebound, he engaged in fierce physical battles, and today, the referees were notably lenient, rarely calling for what would typically be considered fouls. The opponents were equally unrelenting in their defense against Zhang Ling, raising the intensity to its peak, resulting in a fierce clash of muscle against muscle, with pushes, elbow strikes, and discreetly employed force, provided the referee did not call a foul. It could not be deemed a violation. However, such a defensive strategy exacted a tremendous toll on physical stamina. Often, within just 2 or 3 rounds, players found themselves gasping for breath and drenched in sweat. As the match entered the fourth quarter, the players of the Ningbo Fubon Rockets looked on in astonishment and despair at Zhang Ling, who continued to sprint across the court, brimming with energy. It was at this moment they fully comprehended the formidable competitor they were up against. With exquisitely refined skills that were tantalizing to behold, and a physique so robust, it was almost intoxicating. Zhang Ling was omnipresent on the court, defending, attacking, battling for rebounds, and executing steals. Yet, the most lethal aspect was Zhang Ling's fiery shooting touch, as he soared high and unleashed a powerful three-pointer that swished through the net. Not only did the score turn in their favor, but it also seemed to herald that the victor of the evening would undeniably be Zhang Ling. When the final buzzer sounded, Zhang Ling's personal score was etched at 75 points, accompanied by an explosive cheer from the crowd. He had secured a victory steeped in personal heroism. Spectators were not only treated to a visual feast, but also witnessed the indomitable spirit of perseverance embodied by Zhang Ling. In the wake of this match, they may have just been privileged to witness the birth of a legend. Chapter 43, The Chronicles of Zhang Taisui. Volume 24, The Northern Expedition of Taisui in the 2023-2024 CBA season. Zhang Taisui emerged like a comet, dominating the league with unparalleled prowess. Casting a disdainful gaze upon formidable rivals, harboring aspirations of conquering the world. In the preliminary rounds, he commanded his home court against the Shanghai Sharks and subsequently vanquished the Guangdong Southern Tigers. In the third game, he ventured westward to confront the Xinjiang Flying Tigers and returned victorious, garnering immense acclaim. The Zhejiang Golden Bulls became the talk of the town, with tickets in high demand. Later, at the Hangzhou Olympic Sports Center, during a provincial derby, he effortlessly defeated the Ningbo Rockets, scoring an astonishing 75 points, truly resembling a celestial conqueror. A divine being in the realm of basketball, his name etched in the annals of CBA history. In no time, Zhang Taisui's reputation reverberated throughout China. Leading his team as they either hosted illustrious challengers or marched east and west, subjugating dissenters and punishing the disloyal in their own city, or descending southward to confront foes. Wielding an undefeated record that swept across the land, wherever he went, opposing fans were compelled to change sides, raising flags and cheering for him. Taisui shone like a radiant sun in the realm of Chinese basketball, illuminating the path for many contemporaries and leaving them unable to lift their heads in his presence. Even with the top draft pick Chen Guohao, who had dominated his peers and showcased the potential of a great emperor, his somewhat rough technique faltered when faced with Taisui. At the end of 2023, Taisui, commanding his home court, dealt a crushing blow to the invading Beijing enterprises, mercilessly overpowering Chen Guohao in their direct confrontation. Once a remarkable talent, despite possessing the stature of an emperor, found himself overshadowed by the resplendent might of the Taisui, ultimately succumbing to the pressure and bowing in submission. In this fierce contest, the Taisui triumphantly amassed 43 points, leading to the pacification of the northern territories. However, the Taisui harbored concerns regarding the formidable Liaoning Bingang Flying Leopards, last season's CBA champions, who had ruthlessly vanquished the Zhejiang Golden Bulls in a 4-0 sweep. This defeat had cemented itself as an eternal nightmare in the hearts of Zhejiang's basketball aficionados. With aspirations of dominating the league, the Taisui remained ever mindful of last year's final setback. To date this season, the Taisui had unleashed an unstoppable force. Sweeping through the competition with a remarkable 23-game winning streak, it had not yet faced the northeastern adversary. As the dawn of the Lunar New Year approached, the Taisui led a campaign northward to Liaodong. Unfortunately, weary from travel, beset by frigid conditions, and with teammates faltering, even the Taisui's impressive 35 points could not secure victory against the Jilin Northeast Tigers. Though the Jilin team was deemed inferior to the Flying Leopards, the Taisui faced his first defeat of the season, and on the very first day of the new year. Undeterred by this setback, the team reveled in camaraderie in Changchun. Jilin, enjoying ice sculptures, hot pot, and foot baths, displaying an unwavering spirit. When queried by the media, Coach Wang simply stated, "We shall conserve our energy. The season is long, and our players are fatigued. Though our winning streak was halted by the Jilin Tigers, our primary objective remains the championship." With spirits unbroken by the defeat, the Zhejiang Golden Bulls rallied, preparing diligently for their upcoming clash against the Liaoning Flying Leopards. Eager to avenge the humiliating sweep from the previous season, the haunting memory of last season's finals lingered, prompting intense training sessions where players, drenched in sweat, scrutinized footage of the Flying Leopards championship triumph, fueling their determination to conquer their rivals. The following evening, Zhang Ling and his teammates arrived at the Shenyang Sports Center, ready to confront the Liaoning Bingang Flying Leopards. The Leopards, brimming with talent, featuring stars such as Guodailuan, Zhao Jiwei, and Zhang Zhenlin, stood poised for battle. The Zhejiang Golden Bulls, still bearing the scars of their previous defeat, were met with scorn from the Flying Leopards, who deemed the Taisui's emergence this season as inconsequential. Despite the Golden Bulls' impressive 23-game winning streak, the Leopards dismissed them as inexperienced and insignificant. On the eve of the match, media outlets reported that an anonymous source from the Golden Bulls declared, "I observed Zhang Zhenlin before the Taisui, like a mere signpost, utterly unremarkable. The announcement of this news instantly stirred up a considerable uproar. As a result, subtle conflicts began to emerge between the two teams during the warm-up session in Zhejiang. The match itself was characterized by fierce confrontations, with physical clashes reaching their zenith. However, the formidable Tai Sui remained undaunted, showcasing his prowess in a head-to-head duel against Zhang Zhijinlin. He stood his ground in physical confrontations, executing mid-range shots and three-pointers with the ease of crossing a serene morning thoroughfare, delivering thunderous dunks, and launching ruthless three-point arrows from the baseline. His diverse arsenal of 72 offensive techniques left Zhang Zhijinlin in dismay and humiliation. Tai Sui's 36 defensive maneuvers, marked by rapid lateral movements and robust physique, rendered Zhang Zhijinlin helpless. As scoring became akin to scaling a mountain, a hard-earned 2 points would swiftly be countered by Tai Sui's piercing shots. The entire Jin Neo team surged with momentum, their performance astonishing numerous media, spectators, and fans, presenting an overwhelming dominance that defied expectations. Contrary to the anticipated fierce contest between the defending champions and the newly emerged Jin Neo team this season, the reality unfolded differently. Under Tai Sui's leadership, Jin Neo maintained relentless pressure on the Flying Leopards, whose home fans fell silent. The main players appeared dazed, and the coach could only stomp his feet in frustration, throwing down his tactical board. With 2.5 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, the Liaoning Flying Leopards conceded defeat, substituting in their reserves. The camera captured the bench of the primary lineup of the Flying Leopards, revealing a tableau of anxiety and helplessness, observed closely by media and fans alike. In this match, Tai Sui exuberantly scored 48 points. Although the Bay FA team tactically succumbed to the Jilin Northeast Tigers, this battle vanquished the Liaodong, restored the team's morale, and washed away the sorrow of their previous finals defeat. A brand new Zhejiang Jin Neo emerged victorious, soaring above the Liaoning Flying Leopards, reborn from the ashes. In a striking moment, Zhang Ling, who had just finished a shower and lay down in a hotel in Shenyang, received a forwarded post from his teammate Yu Jiahao. He braced himself to read it and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Although the writer's style fluctuated between colloquial and classical Chinese, resulting in a somewhat awkward composition, Zhang Ling found himself grinning broadly, his face contorted in a blend of joy and sweetness akin to having tasted honey. What a delightful collection! It must be said that the current generation of netizens is truly remarkable, possessing both eloquence and an unparalleled ability to create humor that far exceeds the performances of the Spring Festival Gala. Following their recent away game victory against Liaoning Bunshi, Zhang Ling stumbled upon a post on Hupu that elicited uncontrollable laughter, prompting him to discreetly bookmark the article. After all, this piece of writing was about him. He fondly recalled his youth, when he devoured biographies such as The Legend of Li Yi and The Legend of Ed. Little did he expect that today he would become a subject of online narratives himself, honored to be featured in such a chronicle. Although the biography contained elements of parody, it was evident to Zhang Ling that the fan who penned it held a genuine affection for him. Despite the playful mockery, the warmth of their admiration shone through, and Zhang Ling found great joy in it. He chuckled to himself for a while, feeling physically fatigued, before lying down and drifting into a deep slumber, vaguely sensing that his own biography, The Legend of Zhang Tai Sui, could become even more splendid in the future. Chapter 44, NBA Scout. Jason Shaw. In the brief span of 6 days, the arduous 3-game road trip proved to be a tremendous drain on both the energy and spirit of the players. The sheer act of traveling was enough to induce suffering. Moreover, after completing a high-intensity game, the necessity to rush to the next destination added to the exhaustion. Even though Zhang Ling enjoyed relatively good sleep quality, by the time he was en route to the away match in Qingdao, he felt the weight of fatigue, both physically and mentally. The lengthy CBA season consists of 52 regular season games, which, when compared to the NBA's schedule, fall short by over 20 matches. Nevertheless, after having played 25 games, Zhang Ling still felt wearied. It is little wonder that today's NBA superstars have begun to embrace the trend of resting. Even a young man of 20 like him found it challenging to keep pace, let alone those in their 30s. Fortunately, during the first game of the 3-game road trip, the Zhejiang Golden Bulls faced off against the Jilin Northeast Tigers, which resulted in their first defeat of the season, ending a remarkable 23-game winning streak. While this achievement was a significant honor, it also loomed like a heavy stone upon everyone's hearts. After this miraculous streak came to an end, Zhang Ling distinctly sensed a palpable relief among his teammates. Although they were eager to continue their winning ways, their bodies simply could not withstand the strain any longer. Consequently, when facing the Jilin Northeast Tigers, Coach Wang tactically limited Zhang Ling's playing time. Scoring 35 points was sufficient. There was no need to exert every ounce of strength in this match, which was viewed as a strategic loss. Though the fans of the Zhejiang Golden Bulls expressed disappointment at not witnessing a longer winning streak, their understanding prevailed. Moreover, Zhejiang Jinyo, in an away game, managed to topple the Liaoning Flying Leopards, thereby avenging the humiliation of being swept in last season's finals. On the plane, Zhang Ling remained in a deep slumber, and upon arriving at the hotel in Qingdao, he tidied himself up before retreating into the training room. Engaging in appropriate strength training allowed him to maintain absolute concentration on the game while keeping his physical condition at its peak. More importantly, Zhang Ling, mindful of past indiscretions, shunned romantic entanglements during the competitive season, leading a life that was simple yet fulfilling, eating, sleeping, training, and competing. He harbored no thoughts beyond this. His singular ambition was to one day make it to the NBA, to showcase his talents on a grander stage. He aspired to become a legend, akin to Michael Jordan or Kobe Bryant, and diligently pursued this dream. In a sense, Zhang Ling was rather monotonous and obsessive. Apart from basketball comics, he had few interests. At his youthful age, one might expect a fleeting interest in women, yet Zhang Ling was wise to the pitfalls of superficial appearances, keeping his distance from seemingly innocent young women. He preferred to immerse himself in weightlifting at the gym or engage in tedious free-throw practice on the basketball court rather than converse with women. This peculiar trait astonished his teammates, who could only marvel at Zhang Ling's innate talent for basketball. In January, Qingdao was slightly chilly. Jason Shaw, accompanied by friends, enjoyed skewers of lamb and clams, washed down with Qingdao beer, while strolling the streets with a pipe in hand. The city was still vibrant with the festive spirit of New Year, with dim streetlights illuminating shops adorned with lanterns, creating a warm and relaxed atmosphere. Jason, there's a CBA game tomorrow in Qingdao, where the Qingdao Eagles will host the Zhejiang Jinyo. Want to check it out? Jason's friend suggested, savoring the gentle massage from a foot therapist while planning the next day's entertainment. CBA? Jason Shaw scoffed, his expression one of disdain. As an NBA scout, he traversed the globe, from European leagues to the NBA Development League, and beyond. Wherever basketball thrived, Jason Shaw was there. While he couldn't claim to know everything about the CBA or the young Chinese players, he had a general understanding and did not regard them as particularly impressive talents. You mentioned Zhang Ling once, from the Zhejiang Jinyo. You haven't forgotten about him, have you? Jason's friend chuckled. Zhang? The one who had a wild night in Manila? Jason was taken aback, sitting up suddenly, causing the foot masseurs beside him to halt their work. Indeed, aside from Zhang Ling, who else could it be? Certainly not Zhang Jinling. His friend chuckled. What's the matter? Are you intrigued? Jason slapped his forehead, exclaiming, but I'm still on vacation. Goodness. My wretched boss ought to give me a raise. Despite his complaints, the following evening, Jason accompanied his friend to the Qingdao Eagles' home arena to watch the game. Their seats were remarkably close to the action. It was a mystery how his friend managed to procure such tickets, given that Zhang Ling had become a household name. And tickets for the match had sold out well in advance, even for his away games. Fans from all corners of the country were eager to witness the legendary Zhang Ling, snatching up tickets at the earliest opportunity. Clearly, Jason's friend was quite resourceful, as his work was intertwined with basketball, making it relatively easy to secure a couple of prime tickets. Is that really Zhang Ling? Under his friend's guidance, Jason Shaw finally laid eyes on Zhang Ling, nodding in acknowledgement. With just half a year since the World Cup concluded, Zhang Ling's physique appeared somewhat different. He seemed to have gained a bit more muscularity. It was evident that he had dedicated considerable effort to his training. However, being a basketball player is not akin to being a bodybuilder. Sheer muscle mass does not necessarily equate to potential. Nevertheless, upon their first encounter, Jason Shaw was pleased to see that Zhang Ling, as an athlete, maintained his condition, indicating a commendable level of self-discipline. You may not be particularly attuned to China's TikTok, Jason, but you cannot fathom the explosive popularity Zhang Ling has achieved as a CBA basketball player on social media. He has truly transcended boundaries, hasn't he? His performances have been nothing short of sensational, driving fans across China into a frenzy. Presently, tickets for a single game featuring Zhang Ling are sold out. And if you wish to attend, you will have to pay a premium to scalpers. His friend continued to enthusiastically extol Zhang Ling. I'm a fan of Zhang Ling too. Initially, I didn't think much of this young man, but his subsequent performances have genuinely won me over. Did you know that Zhang Ling scored a career-high 75 points against the Ningbo Rockets, and then led his team to a consecutive 23 victories? Remarkable. Jason Shaw listened, concealing his thoughts behind a neutral expression, pondering to himself, what significance does scoring 100 points in the CBA hold? The level and intensity of the CBA are considerably low. His friend, noticing Jason's demeanor, chuckled. Just wait until you witness Zhang Ling's performance or see his first shot. You will undoubtedly be astonished. Such a possibility is utterly improbable. Jason Shaw replied with a faint smile, shaking his head as he focused intently on the game. As a scout, he possessed an exceptionally keen eye and a professional demeanor. Zhang Ling received the ball. Time was running out, and he was poised to initiate a one-on-one play. His friend whispered softly. Jason couldn't help but nod. At that very moment when Zhang Ling received the ball, the arena erupted with fervent cheers from the fans, clearly indicating that Zhang Ling was immensely popular in their national league. Then, in the final 5 seconds, as Zhang Ling received the ball, he positioned himself with his back to the basket and executed a series of fluid and elegant post moves, seemingly finding his rhythm. Zhang Ling swiftly turned and released the ball with a graceful fadeaway shot. Whoosh! As Zhang Ling made his first attempt, the ball went through the net with a perfect swish. His jump was swift and high, and this singular play consumed no more than 3 seconds, rapid and lethal. Watching the ball descend into the net, and then seeing Zhang Ling swiftly retreat to defense, Jason Shaw in the stands found himself momentarily stunned. Wang Defa? How? That's impossible. This cannot be. The foreigner gestured to his friend with a look of astonishment, drawing the attention of those around him. I told you, you would be utterly amazed. Shit. Did I just see Kobe? Jason Shaw exclaimed in disbelief, glancing at his friend. Chapter 45. Why not enter the NBA draft? I truly cannot fathom how this kid trains. His basketball movements are strikingly reminiscent of Kobe. Hearing his friend's words, Jason regained his composure and slowly took a seat. He had been so overwhelmed with excitement that he had stood up abruptly, causing some discontent among those behind him. After all, Zhang Ling had just made a mid-range shot, and the foreigner had leapt up in enthusiasm as if he had never witnessed such a moment before. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Jason harbored a deeper connection. Not only was he a devoted fan of Kobe, but his family also shared significant ties with the basketball legend. Jason's full name is Jason Shaw Jr. Feynman, while his father's name is Jason Shaw Feynman. His father, the elder Jason, was a scout, and it was he who penned Kobe Bryant's scouting report many years ago. Thus, Jason held a profound and special affection for Kobe. Having grown up watching him play for the Lakers in Los Angeles, witnessing Kobe's evolution from a benchwarmer to a colossal superstar, Kobe's tumultuous journey in the NBA accompanied Jason through his childhood, adolescence, and into his adult life, creating cherished memories. Influenced by Kobe, Jason once aspired to join the NBA himself, but his physical attributes were a hindrance. Nevertheless, after navigating the intricacies of the basketball world, he built a network of connections and inherited his father's scouting acumen, becoming a scout himself, traveling and working globally, leading a fulfilling life. The seamless fluidity of Zhang Ling's back-to-basket moves left Jason in utter amazement. He had never seen a basketball player whose movements could so closely resemble those of Kobe. Especially from the back, it was as if he were witnessing the young Kobe in action. So similar, strikingly so. Jason thought dreamily, envisioning the young prodigy on the court. Zhang Ling was undoubtedly a fan of Kobe. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for his basketball maneuvers to be so exquisitely crafted. With his mindset now adjusted, Jason endeavored to calm the tumult within and focused intently on Zhang Ling's performance. What a splendid play! Amidst the jubilant cheers of his companions, Jason could not help but rise once more to join in the collective celebration, fully immersed in the electrifying atmosphere that invigorated this foreigner. Just moments ago, Zhang Ling executed a remarkably challenging layup. He penetrated the defense, driving towards the hoop, and faced with a dual blockade from both the interior and perimeter players. Rather than passing the ball to a teammate outside, he instead performed an audacious maneuver. With an imaginative flair, he navigated the narrow gap between the defenders and found the space to shoot, deftly flicking the ball into the basket with a reverse touch. This particular shot, though exceedingly difficult, is a feat rarely accomplished even in the NBA over the years. Yet for those familiar with Kobe Bryant, this audacious technique of breaking through to the basket amidst multiple defenders is certainly not unfamiliar. During his number 8 era, Kobe showcased remarkable flexibility, utilizing his exceptional core strength to twist his body and execute reverse layups amidst defensive pressure. Just now, Zhang Ling has brilliantly reprised such a basketball artistry. While his core strength may not rival that of Kobe in his prime, his execution of this intricate move today is equally imbued with aesthetic grace and creativity. This remarkable score instantly ignited a fervent cheer from the home crowd. What is art? Simply put, beauty embodies art. When the execution of basketball moves is refined to a seamless, picturesque elegance, rich in creativity, the sport transcends mere competition and becomes an art form for certain players and fans alike. Some spectators even exclaimed in admiration, "This ticket was truly worth every penny." The reason why Zhang Ling's matches in the CBA League are so hard to come by is quite evident, although he is merely beginning to find his footing. Many observers discern in him the legacy and evolution of basketball movements reminiscent of legends such as Julius Erving, Michael Jordan, and Kobe Bryant. Following a successful shot, Zhang Ling swiftly transitions to defense, brimming with energy. From the unwavering determination reflected in his fierce gaze during one-on-one defensive encounters, it is clear that he harbors an insatiable desire for victory. This is a hallmark of true champions. They are not content. They yearn for success, and even more so, for triumph. They are distinctly different from the average person. While ordinary individuals may take life one day at a time, these exceptional athletes possess an obsessive drive that sets them apart, endowing them with a unique aura of aggression and tenacity. Ultimately, it is their profound love for the game of basketball that drives them, a passion so intense that they are willing to sacrifice everything for it. In Zhang Ling's eyes, there exists not a trace of underestimating his opponents, despite the external accolades that have elevated him to celestial heights, proclaiming him capable of bearing the banner of the Chinese men's basketball team, heralding him as the next generation's leader and the future of Chinese basketball. Zhang Ling is acutely aware that he has yet to demonstrate his prowess on the international stage, nor has he brought honor to his nation. He recognizes that he still has a considerable distance to cover, that he is not yet sufficient. Undoubtedly, he relentlessly hones both his physique and basketball skills, patiently awaiting an opportunity, not to prove his superiority, but solely to realize his dreams and bring glory to his country, striving for victory and accolades. Thus, his attitude and intensity on the defensive end leave his adversaries in a state of disarray, rendering them unable to meet the gaze of Zhang Taisui. Zhang Ling's lateral speed is remarkably swift. Despite his height of 203 centimeters, which aligns with the standards of a small forward, the muscularity of his physique does not hinder his rapid movement. When the opposing player receives the ball, he finds himself closely defended by Zhang Ling, who, with a powerful thrust, creates space before retreating a few steps while searching for any offensive opportunity. Unfortunately, the team's tactics fail to materialize, and in a moment of haste, the player attempts a shot, only to discover that Zhang Ling's defense is exceedingly relentless. Left with no choice, he passes the ball to a teammate. Yet Zhang Ling seems to anticipate his intentions, extending his long arm to directly interfere with the pass, redirecting the ball towards his teammate. The teammate successfully secures possession of the ball and, with a determined flick, sends it soaring across half the court to Zhang Ling, who is poised for a fast break. His speed is akin to that of a locomotive. The instant he receives the ball, Zhang Ling strides forward, taking 3 powerful steps before soaring into the air for a breathtaking dunk that captivates the audience, eliciting thunderous applause. It is a moment filled with fervor and excitement. Moreover, Zhang Ling's dunk embodies both explosive power and the grace of physical agility, akin to savoring a fine-aged wine, the flavor lingering exquisitely. As the game concludes, the outcome holds little significance for Jason Shaw. He sits in silence, lost in contemplation long after the crowd has begun to disperse. Finally, he turns to his friend Pan and inquires, "How can I possibly meet this Zhang Ling? I wish to see him." He adds, "And one more thing, why has Zhang Ling declared for the NBA draft? With his physical prowess and basketball skills, he could undoubtedly withstand the intensity of the current NBA. Does he not aspire to showcase his talents to a global audience? Does he not desire to earn more dollars and elevate his fame? For heaven's sake, he is only 20 years old, perfectly eligible for the NBA draft." Jason expresses his astonishment, admitting that today's CBA match was incredibly worthwhile, as he has uncovered a previously overlooked basketball prodigy within the Chinese national team. Chapter 46. The complicated circumstances of the draft as Jason Shaw, accompanied by his friend Pan, makes his way to the locker room in search of Zhang Ling. They are informed that he is currently engaged in a media interview. Once the interview concludes, they attempt to locate Zhang Ling, only to regretfully discover that he has already departed the venue, leaving Qingdao to catch a flight back home, thus missing their chance to meet him. However, Pan, evidently a resourceful individual, manages to acquire Zhang Ling's personal phone number through contacts at the Basketball Association. Yet, when Jason attempts to call, he finds no one answering. Damn it. Pan, please book me the fastest flight to Hangzhou. I must meet Zhang Ling. Jason Shaw felt a twinge of regret, intertwined with a sense of urgency. Should Zhang Ling express a desire to enter the NBA draft, Jason would not hesitate to introduce himself to her. Being her agent would be an unparalleled opportunity, as he held great optimism for Zhang Ling's future, confident that she would secure a lucrative contract in the NBA. At that point, even the agent's commission would amount to a staggering sum. Moreover, being in a foreign land, Zhang Ling was unfamiliar with her surroundings, and he believed he could offer her assistance. After all, is it not said that Chinese people place great importance on fate? When Jason finally encountered Zhang Ling, it was already the third day of the match where the Zhejiang Golden Bulls faced the Guangzhou Long Lions at their home court. Prior to the game, when the officials from the Basketball Association introduced Jason to Zhang Ling, and after exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Ling was taken aback upon learning about Jason's intentions. The NBA draft? Yes, I am a scout for the Los Angeles Lakers, Zhang. I urge you to consider entering this year's NBA draft. Trust me, I will advocate for you to be selected in the first round. Jason exclaimed with enthusiasm. I have also learned about your situation. Your rookie contract will expire after this season. Additionally, I understand that the Chinese Basketball Association, particularly Chairman Yao, is strongly supportive of players participating in the NBA draft or attending overseas training camps for exchanges and training. With Chairman Yao's backing, your path to the NBA will undoubtedly be smooth. Observing the obsequious smile of the bearded foreigner before her, Zhang Ling felt somewhat dazed. Indeed, she had intentions of entering the NBA draft, but only after securing the CBA championship title. Whether the Zhejiang Golden Bulls could clinch the championship this year remained uncertain, as the future held many unknowns. As for the man claiming to be Jason Shaw, the introduction from the association's leadership suggested his identity was legitimate, and the allure of being a scout for the Lakers was undeniably enticing. Zhang, what troubles you? Jason noticed the absence of excitement on Zhang Ling's face, and his heart sank. Could it be that there are basketball players who do not aspire to join the NBA? Such a possibility existed, for each individual's ambitions differ. There could also be various factors, such as injuries or personal circumstances, that might deter someone from venturing into a foreign land. I plan to pursue the NBA draft after I secure a CBA championship ring. Zhang Ling candidly shared her thoughts. Upon hearing this, Jason exhaled in relief, his demeanor lightening. A CBA championship ring is merely a formality. You can achieve it this season. Trust me, I have witnessed your absolute dominance in the CBA league. This season's championship is yours for the taking. As Zhang Ling appeared to respond further, Jason stammered, unexpectedly speaking in Chinese. There is an old saying in China, burn the boats and sink the ships. I believe that winning the CBA championship ring this season will not hinder your participation in the NBA draft. Simply remember to submit your draft application before April 24th. Bear in mind that the draft conference is scheduled for June 24th. By then, I trust you will have hoisted the trophy of the CBA league. Burning one's boats? Zhang Ling was taken aback upon hearing this. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that if he were to participate in the NBA draft this year, he would have but a fleeting half-season left to seize the opportunity of claiming the CBA championship. In essence, if he were unable to secure the championship ring this season and subsequently entered the draft, should he be chosen by a team across the ocean, he would be left with a profound sense of regret. Should he enter the NBA draft? For Zhang Ling, this question had but one answer. After a brief moment of reflection, he resolutely made up his mind to participate in the draft. Moreover, even if he were not favored by other teams, could not Jason Shaw persuade the Lakers to choose him? With a clap of his hands, Jason leaped up in excitement. Splendid, my dear Zhang. Your decision is undoubtedly the wisest. However, after I submit my scouting report to the Lakers, could you agree to one condition? What condition? Zhang Ling inquired, a touch surprised. Do not accept tryouts with any teams other than the Lakers. Jason Shaw fixed his penetrating gaze upon Zhang Ling. You must trust me. I will certainly convince the Lakers owner to select you. But even if the Lakers secure a first-round pick this year, their position may not be particularly high, right? I hope the Lakers can draft me with a lottery pick, Zhang Ling queried, casting a skeptical glance at Jason. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Jason replied, It appears this season, the Lakers have a promising chance of securing a lottery pick. The prospect of the Lakers, with LeBron and Anthony Davis, obtaining a lottery pick seems rather extravagant. After all, prior to this season, both players boasted 2K game ratings exceeding 90, with LeBron reaching an impressive 96, while Jokic merely attained a score of 98. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ling shook her head, stating that the terms were excessively stringent for her to accept. Jason Shaw, perspiring profusely, was visibly anxious upon listening to her words. He had observed Zhang Ling's performance during the match, where her exceptional poise had captivated him immensely. Whether it was her astute comprehension of the game's dynamics on the offensive end or her defensive awareness and attitude, Zhang Ling's prowess left a profound impression on Jason Shaw. Although he had witnessed only a single game, the intricate details she exhibited moved him deeply, even evoking excitement. Throughout his global travels, he had encountered a plethora of remarkable talents, yet none had demonstrated such meticulous control over the nuances of the game as Zhang Ling did. Furthermore, her basketball skills were astonishingly refined, reminiscent of Kobe Bryant during his prime. While her physical attributes may not rank among the elite in the NBA within the CBA league, she undoubtedly stood as a preeminent figure. Her jumping ability, both in speed and power, was exceptional. In Jason Shaw's eyes, Zhang Ling was a remarkably mature and well-rounded player, far beyond her years. To say it bluntly, she was more than capable of serving as a backup to LeBron James on the Lakers. If LeBron were to play just 20 minutes without engaging in actions detrimental to the team, and if Anthony Davis remained healthy, alongside the current lineup including Zhang Ling and guard Russell, one could easily envision their success in the playoffs. At that moment, Jason's imagination ran wild. If such a talent as Zhang Ling were to be discovered by scouts from other NBA teams, her draft stock would undoubtedly soar. Damn. Zhang Ling's current performance was likely already catching the attention of scouts from rival teams. Jason Shaw's mind began to race, contemplating, Zhang, as you know, Los Angeles is a vast metropolis, and the Lakers are among the top 3 teams in market value, steeped in rich history. If you were to join the Lakers and follow in the footsteps of legends like Kobe Bryant, crafting your own future and glory, wouldn't that be a splendid opportunity? Oh, by the way, let me share a little secret with you. My father, Jason Shaw Feynman, once penned the scouting report for Kobe Bryant. Now, I am honored to write your scouting report and bring you to the Lakers. At this revelation, Zhang Ling felt a surge of emotion for the first time. She gazed at Jason Shaw, pondering the serendipity of their connection. Indeed, Jason Shaw noticed the spark of emotion in Zhang Ling's eyes and exhaled in relief. However, I have one more minor condition. Another condition? Zhang Ling was taken aback. Why does participating in an NBA draft have to be so complicated? So many stipulations? Well, I hope that you will declare your intention to enter the NBA draft a day before the registration deadline. Furthermore, if anyone inquires about your participation in the NBA draft prior to April 24th, you must unequivocally deny it. Jason Shaw dared not meet Zhang Ling's gaze and continued to mumble, You know, Zhang, the draft position does not necessarily correlate with a player's future development. A player selected later in the draft is not inherently inferior to one chosen earlier. Zhang Ling replied nonchalantly, That is not impossible. Of course, I have conditions. If the owner of the Lakers agrees, I would be willing to accept your terms. Jason Shaw lifted his head to look at Zhang Ling and asked, What conditions? Zhang Ling gradually spoke, expressing his hope to be selected by the Lakers with a first-round pick. He noted that whether it was a lottery pick or not was of little consequence, but he desired to receive the same treatment as those chosen in the lottery. Upon hearing this, Jason immediately felt relieved. These requests should pose no issues. Zhang, although my influence within the Lakers is limited, I am confident that when I submit your game footage and scouting reports, both the owner and the general manager will acquiesce. This is a sacrifice made for you, a right you rightfully deserve. Chapter 47, The Little Blacksmith of Milan. The conversation between Zhang Ling and Jason Shaw was far from formal. It merely consisted of a brief exchange during Zhang Ling's pregame warm-up. However, their dialogue swiftly culminated in a verbal consensus, leaving the future shrouded in uncertainty. Zhang Ling was resolute in his aspirations to participate in the NBA draft and eventually secure a position in the league. The suggestions from scout Jason Shaw resonated positively with him. Following their conversation, Jason did not depart. Instead, he took a seat in the stands to observe Zhang Ling's performance. After all, his primary role was that of a scout, and he felt a sense of regret and apology for having previously underestimated Zhang. The presence of Zhang might very well warrant a closer examination of the CBA league, as there could be other potential talents worth noting. In this match, the Zhejiang Golden Bulls hosted the Guangzhou Long Lions, under the guidance of head coach Guo Shiqiang. Among the opposing players was Cui Yongxi, who, like Zhang Ling, played as a small forward and had previously represented their nation together at the Hangzhou Asian Games. Perhaps it was the disruption of his warm-up by Jason Shaw's appearance, or the weight of his decision to enter the NBA draft that unsettled Zhang Ling's mindset. Alternatively, the exhaustion from a grueling series of away games or his fervent desire to clinch the championship this season might have contributed to his struggles. Regardless of whether these influences were objective or subjective, they undeniably affected Zhang Ling's performance in this game. Particularly in the first quarter, he experienced an alarming shooting slump, missing all 8 of his attempts. Fortunately, he managed to score 2 points from free throws, thus avoiding a scoreless outing. In contrast, his counterpart Cui Yongxi excelled, scoring 7 points with a blend of interior and exterior shots. Youth indeed. Too young, too simple. Jason Shaw, seated in the stands, could not help but smile, as it was evident that his plans had impacted the young Zhang Ling's mentality. Of course, the prospect of entering the NBA draft could have weighed heavily on him. Nevertheless, neither the fans present nor Zhang Ling's teammates expressed any frustration over his initial 8 missed shots. They understood that Zhang Ling would eventually recalibrate his form and regain his shooting touch. Yet, today, it seemed as though he had been cursed by a witch. His shooting was frigid. After taking the court in the second quarter, he missed 5 more attempts. This prompted Coach Wang of the Golden Bulls to call for a timeout, unleashing a torrent of frustration upon Zhang Ling. Zhang, what on earth is going on? Have you lost your mind after returning home? You've missed 13 shots. We're still trailing. The broadcast appropriately transmitted Coach Wang's voice, making his exasperation audible both in the arena and to viewers at home. Zhang Ling's teammates, whether it be Yu Jiahao or others, could not help but chuckle. In the distance, the coaching staff and players of the Guangdong Long Lions also heard the roar of the opposing Old Wang, and they too were unable to suppress their amusement. Zhang Ling's performance today was truly extraordinary. After playing over 20, nearly 30 matches, it is the first time we've witnessed such a chilling sense of detachment in his shooting. I recall the last occasion, during the expedition to Xinjiang where, in the first quarter, he missed 7 shots, yet he swiftly recalibrated in the second quarter. Today, however, Zhang has already missed 13 shots. Coach, I have no doubts. I am confident that my shooting touch will return. There was not a trace of discouragement on Zhang Ling's face, as long as he was permitted to take the court. He would resolutely make his shots. Certainly, both the coach and his teammates maintained unwavering faith in Zhang Ling. Moreover, even the spectators present displayed remarkable tolerance for Zhang Ling's performance, which included an astonishing 13 missed shots. After all, this season, he had led the Zhejiang Bulls to an impressive 23 consecutive victories, an achievement that the fans could scarcely have imagined at the start of the season. Not to mention, the home crowd had already witnessed Zhang Ling's extraordinary, almost miraculous performances on numerous occasions. His display today, reminiscent of Kobe Bryant's fervor as he relentlessly attacked the rim, evoked a peculiar sense of exhilaration among the fans. Zhang Ling is not a deity. He is a living, breathing individual. He, too, experiences moments of failure, and he can be prone to missing the mark in a flurry of errant shots. Coach Wang formulated an offensive strategy, and Zhang Ling took to the court once more. Undeterred by his previous 13 missed attempts, harboring not an ounce of anxiety or guilt, while failing to score may indeed affect the team's performance, Zhang Ling contributes in other vital aspects, such as defense, proving himself beneficial to the squad. Even if he were to attempt 30 shots without success, I would not entertain the slightest doubt about my abilities. Zhang Ling became increasingly obsessive. However, the team successfully thwarted the offensive onslaught from the Guangzhou Long Lions. They executed a tactical maneuver, and Zhang Ling, receiving the ball from a backdoor cut, leapt high into the air, delivering a powerful slam dunk that sent the ball crashing into the net. Boom! Zhang Ling's inaugural score in the competitive match instantly ignited a wave of cheers and applause from the home crowd. The fervor and enthusiasm of the fans softened the previously stoic expression on Zhang Ling's face as he retreated on defense. Indeed, Chinese fans bestowed upon Zhang Ling an unprecedented level of tolerance, the reasons for which remain elusive. Perhaps it is due to the unique resemblance of his shooting motion to that of a snail shell, or perhaps it is a reflection of his earlier exuberant performances. Zhang Ling shook his head, not dwelling on the thoughts. He simply observed the fans erupting in cheers after he finally scored a basket following a dismal streak of 13 missed shots, feeling a sense of bittersweet reflection. As the subsequent matches unfolded, Zhang Ling gradually regained some semblance of rhythm. He initially attempted long-range shots, employing feints to deceive the defender Cui Yangshi, who remained steadfast and unyielding. In exasperation, Zhang Ling leaped, launching a forceful shot from beyond the three-point line. Whoosh! The ball swished through the net. The sound reminiscent of white waves lapping against the shore, signifying that Zhang Ling's touch had finally returned. Shortly thereafter, after successfully intercepting the ball, Zhang Ling dribbled to the three-point arc and executed a clean, decisive shot, adding yet another 3 points to his tally. In a brief span, he had made 3 consecutive shots, accumulating 7 points. He was back. Indeed, the familiar Zhang Taisui had returned. The home crowd erupted in exhilaration. Yet, the euphoria was short-lived. Zhang Ling's shooting touch remained elusive throughout the day, yet he persisted in taking shots. By the end of the match, Zhang Ling's performance undoubtedly left an indelible impression on the fans, one of sheer fervor. Zhang Ling's touch was icy, as he relentlessly shot the ball, but unfortunately, he also missed numerous attempts. This match seemed to carry such a tone throughout. Ultimately, the Zhejiang Golden Bulls and the Guangzhou Long Lions ended in a tie, leading to overtime. After 2 grueling extra periods, the Zhejiang Golden Bulls faced a heartbreaking defeat, marking their second loss of the season and their first home defeat. Following the game, the fans were rendered silent upon seeing the statistical data. In this match, Zhang Ling launched an astonishing 47 shots. To put that into perspective, this exceeded the 43 attempts he made in the game against the Ningbo Fubon Rockets, where he scored 75 points. Yet today, despite his 47 attempts, he only managed to convert 17, resulting in an astonishing 30 misses, ultimately netting 54 points. His performance included 10 successful three-pointers out of 16 attempts, and he shot 7 out of 31 from two-point range, many of which were long two-pointers, in addition to drawing 10 fouls for free throws, achieving a remarkable 30-14-10. At first glance, a score of 54 points appears commendable, but the record of 30 missed shots is indeed a rare occurrence in the CBA. The sheer volume of missed attempts left fans astounded. Following this game, in addition to the nickname Zhang Taisui, fans affectionately dubbed him the Little Blacksmith of Milan. They noted that Zhang Ling's 30 misses were not an unprecedented occurrence. The NBA superstar Kobe Bryant had once experienced a similarly astonishing night of missed shots. Coincidentally, Bryant also had a shooting line of 47 attempts with 17 made, but only managed to score 41 points. In terms of scoring, Zhang Ling has outshined his predecessor. May I inquire, Zhang Ling, how do you perceive the new moniker bestowed upon you by the fans, the Little Blacksmith of Milan? 5 days later, after leading the team to consecutive victories against Shenzhen Marco Polo and Beijing Enterprises, Zhang Ling was questioned by media reporters post-match. Zhang Ling merely smiled faintly upon hearing the remark. "Ah, the Milan Blacksmith, is it? As you may know, I am an ardent admirer of Jay Chou, both as a fan of his music and as a supporter of his football prowess. I relish listening to his songs during warm-ups, however. I vow never to listen to the Milan Blacksmith again before a match." The media and spectators erupted in laughter at his words. After a brief pause, Zhang Ling continued. "I must admit, my actions that day harmed the team. Yet, if given the chance to relive that moment, I would still choose to believe in myself. Unfortunately, my shooting touch that day was abysmal, and it indeed inflicted damage upon the team. We paid a heavy price for that, suffering our first home defeat of the season. I take full responsibility for it. My teammates performed admirably." He added, "By the way, I have a fondness for the Milan Blacksmith. Yes, I understand that the moniker is closely related to Kobe, who once lived in Italy. As you know, I am a fan of Kobe and greatly admire his playing style. Regarding the nickname Milan Blacksmith, I quite like it." With a nod, Zhang Ling concluded the reporter's inquiries. "Thank you, Zhang Ling." The journalist responded politely. Chapter 48. The news leaked. The CBA matches continued to flourish, yet the excitement surrounding most games paled in comparison to a regular season game featuring an underdog team in the NBA. However, Zhang Ling's matches stood apart. Whether at home or in away games, he received a warm welcome, evident from the ticket sales. Whenever a game featuring Zhang Ling took place, tickets became a rare commodity. The CBA League's schedule was quite demanding, with matches occurring roughly every 23 days, which meant Zhang Ling spent much of his time on the road. Nevertheless, during home games, he enjoyed approximately 45 days of respite. Most of this free time, for Zhang Ling, was dedicated to training with the team, analyzing game footage, and engaging in additional practice. Why does my shooting touch fluctuate so dramatically? After matches, Zhang Ling continuously reflected on and analyzed the details of his performance. Recently, during a home game against the Guangzhou Long Lions, he had missed an alarming 30 shots, severely impacting the team, a situation he often contemplated. Although the nature of shooting can sometimes seem mysterious, and at times the ball simply does not go in, could there be factors beyond mere psychology at play? To this end, Zhang Ling even sought the counsel of Lei Tai, a trainer from the previous Asian Games. He furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment, scrutinizing Zhang Ling from head to toe. I have watched every one of your live matches, including the one where you missed 30 shots, and I have reviewed it repeatedly. Lei Tai gazed at Zhang Ling with a warm smile, though the lines of age were evident on his face, placing him almost in the same generation as Zhang Ling's father. His profound understanding of basketball theory commanded Zhang Ling's deep admiration. The two had met during the Asian Games in Hangzhou and felt an immediate rapport. What do you think is the cause of your inconsistent shooting touch? Lei Tai inquired, turning the question back on Zhang Ling. Is it due to a lack of practice? Zhang Ling ventured tentatively. That is indeed a factor, but I believe the primary reason lies within yourself. This time, trainer Lei Tai was quite forthright. However, his words left Zhang Ling perplexed. Myself? Naturally, it's me. Who else could it be? Zhang Ling responded, somewhat exasperated. Lei Tai chuckled. It has only been 3 or 4 months since we last met. Watching you on television does not reveal the truth. But seeing you in person has illuminated the reason for your inconsistent shooting touch. What is it? Zhang Ling's excitement was palpable, convinced that the old man had some insights to share. Have you not measured your height and weight? Of course, I do weigh myself almost daily, and there are fluctuations every few days. As he spoke, Zhang Ling's eyes brightened. Are you implying precisely? A significant factor contributing to your inconsistent shooting touch is indeed the fluctuations in your body weight. Lei Tai smiled. Perhaps you have not even noticed. But you are considerably stronger now than you were 4 months ago at the Hangzhou Asian Games. Just look at the circumference of your arms and thighs. Have you been deliberately trying to gain weight? No, I have merely intensified my strength training and focused on improving my vertical leap. I train, eat, sleep, and train again without giving much thought to this aspect. Zhang Ling explained nonchalantly. No wonder I noticed your physical confrontations in games have become much more formidable. Lei Tai exclaimed. This might also be the reason your physical fitness is extraordinary compared to many CBA players. Ample training, sufficient rest, and a well-balanced diet. No wonder your performance in actual games is so explosive, and you have sustained far fewer injuries than most. You haven't been injured at all since the season began, have you? Only once during training, I sprained my ankle while dunking, but after a night's rest, I was as good as new, Zhang Ling replied. Lei Tai marveled at this. No wonder Chinese fans are enamored with your games. Your presence has elevated the excitement of the CBA League. A robust physique is indeed the foundation. However, you must also regulate your weight gain. If this continues, your body may lose its previous agility, which would be detrimental. What should I do then? Zhang Ling asked, feeling somewhat helpless as he looked at the white-haired, frowning Lei Tai. Thank goodness I am not wealthy now. If I were to secure a substantial contract, I would certainly hire you as my personal trainer, dear Grandpa Lei Tai. Time swiftly passes, and in the blink of an eye, the month has drawn to a close, with merely a few days remaining until the Spring Festival of 2024. On January 29th, Zhang Ling is set to challenge the Beijing Beikong Pile Duck as a guest. This evening, snowflakes drift down upon Beijing. Within an opulent office, Yao Ming sits in a specially crafted office chair made of fine pear wood, cigar in mouth, gazing out at the bustling cityscape of Beijing, seemingly lost in thought. After a while, someone enters and places a document on Yao Ming's desk. Has there been any news from the Lakers? Yao Ming does not turn around. A response has already been sent to the Basketball Association. The speaker is none other than Pan, a close friend of Jason Shaw. Very well. Let us release the news that Zhang Ling intends to enter the NBA draft and join the league. Pan's expression reveals doubt. Did he not promise Jason Shaw not to disclose Zhang Ling's NBA draft intentions prematurely? Zhang Ling himself does not mind and has agreed. Release the news, Yao Chairman sighs. After Pan departs, Yao Chairman turns to the sofa beside him. There reclines another individual, a look of dejection upon his face. Must Zhang Ling enter the NBA so soon? You know his performance has been exceptional. Both club owners and sponsors are reluctant to let him go. Mr. Liu. This is the most significant concession the Basketball Association can offer. Yao Ming, seated in his executive chair, gazes at the nonchalant figure on the sofa. Zhang Ling must enter the NBA this year. Seizing this final opportunity will yield a substantial profit, surely enough to satisfy your appetites? However, we wish for Zhang Ling to play one more year, just one final year. The individual persists in his last stand. No, Yao Ming declares resolutely, his expression serious. The Chinese men's national basketball team must possess its own leading player and undeniable core. Zhang Ling is that sharp arrow, regardless of whose interests may be affected. We shall not retreat on this matter, both the Basketball Association and I. Upon meeting Yao Ming's gaze, Mr. Liu appears somewhat apprehensive. It is not impossible for us to release him, but let us negotiate some conditions. As he speaks, he produces a piece of paper from his pocket and places it before Yao Chairman. Yao Ming nods after reviewing it. The rest can be discussed. But the final stipulation that Zhang Ling's retirement tour must occur in Zhejiang? Are you presuming too much? Who can predict the future? Mr. Liu sighs, acknowledging that this is a choice made out of necessity. We hope that even after Zhang Ling's time in the NBA, he can still play for the club for another year to give back to the fans. We have great expectations for Zhang Ling's future, believing that he will carve out his own path, perhaps even surpassing me in excellence. Wouldn't you agree? Yao Ming smiles faintly. Chairman Yao, please do not take offense at my bluntness. The club is both astonished and somewhat intimidated by Zhang Ling's performance and potential. To be honest, we too wish for him to venture into the top tier of the NBA, alas. Upon hearing this, Chairman Yu merely smiled coldly, choosing to remain silent. He was more aware than anyone of the club's reluctance to release players. As for the final matter, you may discuss it personally with Zhang Ling. The Basketball Association is quite supportive of this. After a grueling away game, Zhang Ling, having scored an impressive 58 points, faced the media with an air of tranquility. At this moment, he was unaware that the media had somehow obtained news of his intention to enter the NBA draft. Zhang Ling, it has come to our attention that you intend to participate in this year's NBA draft. Is there any truth to this? A reporter inquired. Zhang Ling was taken aback. How could they possibly know his innermost thoughts? The situation appeared to be more complex than it seemed. He swiftly dismissed the image of indulging in a sumptuous Peking duck from his mind and adopted a serious demeanor. With a faint smile, he pondered. How could I be unaware of my participation in the NBA draft? Yet, the media was clearly not so easily deceived, relentlessly probing Zhang Ling for his truest feelings. In an instant, the atmosphere among the assembled journalists became electric. Zhang Ling's potential entry into the NBA draft was indeed monumental news. It was likely that by evening, it would dominate the headlines and trending topics. Chapter 49, the clamor of public opinion, enthusiasm, and anticipation among fans. Despite Zhang Ling's fervent denials regarding his rumored participation in the NBA draft, few present seemed to believe his words. After all, given Zhang Ling's current prowess, he was entirely capable of entering the draft, and achieving a lottery pick was not out of the realm of possibility. Both the media and the online community, along with fervent fans, were stirred into a frenzy upon hearing the news of Zhang Ling's potential participation in the 2024 NBA draft. Not only did it trend online, but numerous fans also began compiling highlight reels of Zhang Ling's performances while closely monitoring the draft proceedings, speculating on his prospects and potential rankings. This day marked an interminable wait for them. Since Yi Jianlian departed the NBA to further his career in China, no legitimate player had managed to make their way into the NBA from the Chinese men's basketball team. For a nation boasting a population of 1.4 billion and a vast, passionate basketball fan base, the absence of a familiar Chinese face in the NBA felt distinctly lacking, as if something essential were missing. Should Zhang Ling enter the draft, it was certain he would secure a place within the NBA. Moreover, his future trajectory might very well surpass that of Yi Jianlian and Yao Ming. After all, Zhang Ling's athleticism was extraordinary, although he had participated in only a few matches. There were no signs of injury, as he consistently soared above his opponents during gameplay. Zhang Ling possesses an impressive physique and remarkable resilience, igniting fervent anticipation and imagination among fans regarding his potential journey in the NBA. What are your thoughts on Zhang Ling's participation in the NBA draft? The well-known non-professional media figure, prominent streamer Su Jingyu, equipped with a desk, a chair, 2 mobile phones, and an eloquent tongue, commenced a live broadcast. Soon after, a multitude of fervent and dedicated fans flocked to his stream. In response to the inquiries posed by viewers, Su Jingyu adjusted his black-framed glasses and began, from my perspective. It appears that Zhang Ling is entirely capable of entering the NBA draft at this juncture. Given that he is currently around 19 or 20 years old, this is indeed a prime time for him to make such a move. The dominance he has exhibited in the CBA is reminiscent of Yao Ming's commanding presence during his tenure in the league. Zhang Ling is currently averaging over 52 points per game, a staggering statistic indeed. If we were to draw parallels, during Yao Ming's time in the CBA, scoring 50 points was as effortless as slicing vegetables, and upon entering the NBA, he averaged around 20 points per game at his peak, barring injuries. I would surmise that Zhang Ling might experience a similar trajectory. However, it is noteworthy that the current NBA climate favors offensive play, and I would estimate Zhang Ling could average around 23 points per game if he were to join the league. Nevertheless, I have also observed Zhang Ling's media interviews, and it seems, as he himself has stated, that he currently lacks the ambition to participate in the NBA draft. Why do I say this? I speculate it may be because he has yet to secure a CBA championship title. Su Jingyu scrolled through the barrage of comments on his phone, contemplating the significance of a CBA championship ring. Is it truly that important? That remains a debatable point. Should Zhang Ling manage to become an indispensable player in the NBA and earn a championship ring, its value would undoubtedly surpass that of a CBA championship ring. However, what if he were to remain ringless throughout his NBA career? Considering the NBA's long history, how many players have achieved championship status as core team members? Renowned figures like Nash and the Jazz duo have struggled to claim even a single title throughout their illustrious careers. Thus, I conjecture that Zhang Ling may prefer to wait until he secures a CBA championship ring before following in Yao Ming's footsteps and announcing his intention to enter the NBA draft. Otherwise, if he fails to obtain a championship ring in the NBA, his entire career may lack the tangible honor of a championship title. This notion could very well be the reason behind his decision not to participate in the NBA draft, though it remains uncertain. Su Jingyu continued to scroll through his phone, expressing optimism about Zhang Ling's chances of securing the CBA championship this season, which I personally believe holds a considerable probability. There exists an approximate 80% probability regarding many matters, yet one cannot assert too definitively. This season, Zhang Ling has indeed exhibited a remarkable dominance. However, one must acknowledge the unpredictability of such endeavors. Did not even Jordan face a few seasons devoid of championship victories? Considering the current roster of the Zhejiang Chozhou Bulls, the prospects of clinching a championship, particularly in the playoffs or finals, seem rather slim unless Zhang Ling consistently delivers performances akin to that unforgettable night in Manila. Such a feat appears rather improbable. Zhang Ling's potential participation in the NBA draft has, unsurprisingly, surged to the forefront of trending topics. Fans are elated, exhibiting fervent support for Zhang Ling's aspirations. They eagerly anticipate the day when a Chinese player graces the NBA once more, envisioning the spectacle it would entail. After all, the inspirational ascent of Lin, often referred to as Linsanity, resonated profoundly with the public. Yet, the peak of Xiao Haozi's career was disappointingly brief, marred by injuries and marked by fluctuating performances. Moreover, Xiao Haozi, being merely of Chinese descent, had his linguistic fluency in Mandarin somewhat limited, yet even so, he captured the attention and admiration of many in China. Should the gifted Zhang Ling, with his illustrious heritage, grace the NBA courts and secure ample playing time, it would be unfathomable to witness the sheer excitement that would ensue. Although subsequent reports revealed that Zhang Ling has emphasized his intention to refrain from entering the NBA draft until he secures a CBA championship ring, the fervor among fans remains unabated. The buzz surrounding this topic lingers, especially after media outlets unveiled even more tantalizing news, akin to a fire igniting oil. Astonishingly, the Los Angeles Lakers are reportedly interested in signing Zhang Ling, with scouts having met with him privately, accompanied by several photographs of Jason Shaw and detailed personal information. Along with images of Zhang Ling alongside Jason Shaw, it appears that nearly everyone is now convinced that Zhang Ling will indeed enter the NBA draft. As the new year approaches, the basketball community is increasingly abuzz. The Los Angeles Lakers? Goodness. While I hold a fondness for the Lakers and their championship legacy, one must admit that with LeBron still in the fold, new talent struggles to shine. I would advise Zhang Ling against joining the Lakers. Perhaps the Golden State Warriors would be a better fit. But then again, with the Warriors having their own standout players, would a role as a bench warmer suffice? I could see him thriving with the Bucks or the Spurs, although they lack a first-round draft pick, regardless of the team he joins. What matters most is the opportunity for substantial playing time. It seems increasingly likely that Zhang Ling will enter the NBA draft, and I sincerely hope he is selected in the lottery. Oh dear, does this imply that Zhang Ling has only a handful of CBA games left? I have already secured tickets for the home game on February 1st. Unbelievably, the organizers have raised the price of general admission tickets to double. This only serves to reinforce the validity of the rumors. Zhang Ling is poised to make his mark in the NBA. Chapter 50. The Retirement Tour. What a splendid shot. Another audacious three-pointer, and his body seems almost contorted. Astonishingly, the referee remains silent. Zhang Ling is truly on fire today, sending the crowd into a frenzy. How many points has he scored? 53. With 3.5 minutes still remaining in the third quarter, Zhang Taisui has already amassed 53 points. Goodness gracious. In the live broadcast, hosts Wang Ming and Yang Yi accompany over 20 million viewers as they witness the game unfold. Frankly, after years of commentating on the CBA League together, this is the first occasion we have encountered such a record-breaking viewership, let alone the multitude of fans tuning in through various other channels. During a timeout, Wang Ming and Yang Yi reflect on the unprecedented popularity of the CBA League, which seems to surpass even that of the NBA's regular season. Can we really say that? Yang Yi quipped, occasionally mentioning it shouldn't be an issue, right? After all, it's a fact that many fans are watching through different avenues. Wang Ming chuckled, deftly steering the conversation back to the game. As you know, ever since the news broke that Zhang Ling intends to participate in the NBA draft, the enthusiasm among fans has skyrocketed. To my knowledge, tickets for premium seating at the Zhejiang Golden Bulls home game have soared to astronomical prices of 3,000 to 5,000 yuan, and still, they are exceedingly hard to come by. The broadcast cameras reveal a scene of sheer chaos at the Hangzhou Olympic Sports Center, with nearly 20,000 spectators present for a CBA game, which is remarkable given the skyrocketing ticket prices. When was the last time we witnessed such a spectacle in the CBA League? Yang Yi mused. It is truly remarkable that the entire CBA League seems to be captivated by Zhang Ling alone. Yang Yi concurred, noting that the atmosphere among the fans and Zhang Ling's emotional performance today have led many to believe that the media's report might indeed hold some truth. Most fans seem convinced that Zhang Ling's participation in the NBA draft is genuine. Furthermore, during a pre-game interview, despite Zhang Ling stating that he would not enter the NBA before securing the CBA championship, when asked about his goals for the season, he proclaimed, winning and claiming the CBA championship. Securing this season's CBA championship? Wang Ming prompted. If Zhang Ling's aim is to win, could we not consider the possibility that he might submit his NBA draft application before April 24th? What if he does not win the championship? Wang Ming countered. Yang Yi chuckled in response. Well, he could simply choose not to enroll, though such a decision would come with significant consequences. One cannot help but notice how Zhang Ling's attitude towards the game has evolved from previous seasons. Although he previously exhibited commendable competitive spirit on the court, this evening, it seems as though he is embracing a farewell, casting aside all else to passionately dedicate himself to the fans. Regardless of Zhang Ling's recent bout of attempting 47 shots, missing a considerable number, it is evident to observant fans that at the onset of the match, he initially sought to engage his teammates and create opportunities for them. It was only when his teammates struggled that he would take matters into his own hands. However, today, upon entering the court, Zhang Ling demonstrated an intense desire to score. Given the disparity in strength between the Qingdao Eagles and the Zhejiang Bulls, Zhang Ling has transformed this game into his own personal showcase. From Zhang Ling's demeanor, one can discern hints of emotional turmoil. Moreover, following media reports of his intention to enter the NBA draft, both the league organizers and the attending fans seem to sense that Zhang Ling's performance resembles a unique farewell tour. It is now widely acknowledged that he is likely to depart from the CBA next season for the NBA. For the fans, every game he plays is one less opportunity to witness him live, and should he join the NBA, how many will have the chance to travel to America to see him play? Thus, the atmosphere among the fans at the Hangzhou Olympic Sports Center feels akin to a distinctive retirement tour. Even Zhang Ling's teammates were fervently facilitating his shots, striving to offer him as many opportunities as possible. While this may not be Zhang Ling's final game in the CBA, it is evident that the number of games left is dwindling. The host, Wang Ming, nodded in agreement, and after the astute analysis by Yang, one could indeed sense that the fans' fervor mirrored a unique retirement celebration for Zhang Ling. The coach of the Zhejiang Bulls opted to substitute Zhang Ling for a brief respite. Yet the crowd erupted in chants of "Bring Zhang Ling back." This reaction was quite telling. Throughout the match, Zhang Ling had remained on the court without resting, and the fans longing to see him play brought to mind the scenes from Kobe Bryant's retirement tour, where the crowd similarly chanted, "We want Kobe." Here, it became "Bring Zhang Ling back," evoking memories of Tracy McGrady's time playing in China. Indeed, the broadcast team promptly shifted the camera to Zhang Ling engaged in conversation with his coach. What were they discussing? Zhang Ling returned to the court amidst the cheers of nearly 20,000 fans, having played the first 3 quarters without a moment's rest. He took a brief respite during one-game possession. Zhang Ling wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, and amidst the jubilant cheers of the crowd, he once more took to the court. The coach intended to substitute him for a brief respite, yet the fervor of the spectators proved overwhelming, rendering such a notion impossible. Naturally, Zhang Ling's own desire played a significant role. Ever since the media unveiled his aspirations to enter the NBA draft, retreat had become an unthinkable option. This season, he aimed to ascend to the pinnacle of the league, determined to secure the championship. Much like the valiant warrior Xiang Yu, who fought with his back against the river, he found no room for retreat or second chances. This also signified that his journey in the CBA was drawing to a close. With merely 15 regular season games remaining for the Zhejiang Golden Bulls, time was of the essence. Furthermore, bolstered by the support of the Basketball Association, the organizers, and the media, the fervor surrounding his participation had reached staggering heights. The demand for tickets to his games had surged, with prices soaring to more than double that of regular matches, rendering the situation utterly outrageous. Zhang Ling is undoubtedly unwilling to disappoint the ardent fans, for many of those who attend the matches are university students, and the price of a standard ticket represents a significant expenditure for many. Despite the escalating ticket prices, particularly in the hands of scalpers, Zhang Ling finds himself at a loss. He can only pour his heart and soul into the game for the spectators present. The offensive skills he has honed throughout his life are on full display, featuring picturesque fadeaway jump shots, dreamlike footwork during back-to-the-basket plays, challenging layups, powerful three-pointers, and soaring dunks. The seamless fusion of his impressive physical attributes and exceptional basketball skills has captivated the audience, who recognize the fluidity of Zhang Ling's offense, which appears effortless. Observing him play, one can distinctly sense his rapid progression, placing him on an entirely different tier than the players in the CBA. Moreover, Zhang Ling has demonstrated his absolute dominance in the CBA, signifying that the time has come for him to prove himself in a higher league. As the chants of the fans resonate, his scoring continues to rise. As the match neared its conclusion, Zhang Ling's score settled at 62 points. With the outcome no longer in doubt, he refrained from returning to the court, instead waving to the fans before taking a seat on the bench. This was merely the first game reported in the news. The second match, also at home, saw the Zhejiang Golden Bulls face off against the Ningbo Fubon Rockets in a provincial derby. Zhang Ling's performance remained extraordinary and exhilarating, culminating in yet another resounding victory and an astonishing scoring feast as he amassed 65 points before leaving the court. On February 5th, just before the Lunar New Year, the Zhejiang Golden Bulls prepared for their final match. For Zhejiang fans, there was a sense of disappointment as their team was set to challenge the formidable Guangdong Southern Tigers on their home turf, a daunting journey. Nevertheless, many fans purchased plane tickets for a direct flight to Dongguan. The Guangdong Southern Tigers, a powerhouse team consistently in contention for the championship, faced off against the rising star Zhang Ling, drawing considerable media attention. Notably, at the Guangdong Southern Tigers home arena, Zhang Ling encountered the retired Yi Jinlian, who had come to watch the game. Yi's presence ignited waves of cheers and applause from the crowd. The two shared a heartfelt embrace, with Yi offering his blessings to Zhang Ling, wishing him success in making a name for himself in the NBA. As a fan of Yi Jinlian, Zhang Ling has learned much from him, especially the unyielding spirit and high standards he sets for himself. A photographer was on hand to capture this poignant moment, immortalizing a photograph that signifies the passing of the torch to the next bearer of the Chinese men's basketball legacy. Chapter 51. Regular Season MVP. Zhang Ling's performance remains astonishing. The Qingdao Eagles could not withstand him, nor could the Ningbo Fubon Rockets, and even the formidable Guangdong Southern Tigers were unable to contain his prowess. In this match, despite being on the road, Zhang Ling displayed a more restrained approach, yet still managed to score an impressive 55 points. Compared to his previous home games, where he scored 62 and 65 points, this may seem slightly inferior, but it is evident that Zhang Ling adapted his style in the away game, successfully transitioning between individual offensive strategies and team dynamics. Not only did he score 55 points, but he also delivered 12 assists to his teammates, invigorating their enthusiasm and leading the team to victory. Throughout the match, Zhang Ling achieved a remarkable double-double, truly a spectacular feat. Moreover, in areas not reflected by statistics, Zhang Ling excelled as well. His positive defensive attitude, adeptness at controlling the game's tempo, and exceptional defensive awareness consistently positioned him as a cornerstone of the defense. The opposing perimeter players found it challenging to maneuver, as Zhang Ling's awareness in switching defensive assignments was superb, effectively aiding the interior defense and preventing the dominant center Yu Jiahao from being exploited, while also ensuring that the backcourt was adequately supported. In this game, Zhang Ling did not deliberately seek to score, for he values victory over mere statistics. Nonetheless, he managed to achieve an impressive 55 points, fueled by his scorching shooting touch. Since the media revealed his participation in the NBA draft, Zhang Ling concluded the last 3 games of the 2023 season for the Zhejiang Golden Bulls with a staggering average of 60 points, providing fans with an exhilarating scoring spectacle. Following the Lunar New Year, the Zhejiang Golden Bulls played their most recent match on March 7th, marking a lengthy month-long hiatus. As families celebrated the festive season, Zhang Ling found little significance in the new year. While others reveled in joy, he immersed himself in the basketball gym, practicing relentlessly. Even on New Year's Eve, while others enjoyed the Spring Festival Gala, he remained in the gym, cradling a basketball and watching mundane skits on his phone, spending what he considered a rather tedious new year. In previous years, Zhang Ling opted for travel, but this year, with his sights set on championship glory, he chose to dedicate himself to practice instead. His life remained largely unchanged. Throughout the month-long break, he adhered to his routine, honing his skills, building strength, enhancing his vertical leap, and training his physical endurance, maintaining exceptional physical condition. Time flew by, and on the night of April 6, 2024, amidst the raucous cheers of the away fans, Zhang Ling led the Zhejiang Golden Bulls to victory. In this match, his performance was not stellar. He attempted 30 shots, converting only 12, resulting in 38 points. Nevertheless, thanks to his teammates' outstanding contributions and Zhang Ling's 15 assists, the Zhejiang Golden Bulls secured the ultimate victory, allowing them to conclude the regular season of the 2023-2024 campaign with an impeccable record since the Spring Festival. Zhang Ling's inaugural journey in the CBA this season commenced with a home match against the Shanghai Sharks and concluded with an away challenge against the same team. Fortuitously, he emerged victorious alongside his team in both encounters. The regular season has now drawn to a close, with the Zhejiang Bulls achieving a formidable record of 49 wins and 3 losses across 52 games. This remarkable win rate is truly astonishing. Unsurprisingly, Zhang Ling has been honored with the regular season MVP award, boasting an extraordinary average of 54 points per game. As he proudly lifted the MVP trophy, his teammates, including Wu Qian, Cheng Shuaishu, and Yu Jiahao, extended their heartfelt congratulations, particularly Wu Qian, who, despite an injury-plagued season, had performed exceptionally well in the previous one. However, due to Zhang Ling's remarkable emergence, the Zhejiang Bulls have surpassed all expectations with their outstanding performance. First and foremost, I wish to express my gratitude to my teammates and coach. My teammates have provided invaluable guidance throughout my career. Their encouragement and advice will forever resonate with me. I am especially thankful to my coach, Wang Shilong, for his unwavering trust and support. Frankly, without the backing of my teammates and coach, I would never have had the opportunity to claim this MVP trophy. During countless moments when I struggled on the court, it was my teammates who silently bore the pressure behind me. Every rebound, every steal, and every defensive effort was crucial. Without these contributions, victory would have eluded us. Some things cannot be quantified in Excel spreadsheets. Thank you all. Despite the challenges posed by injuries this season, we have still achieved the top ranking in the regular season, providing a commendable outcome for every supporter of the Zhejiang Bulls. However, it is important to note that this MVP award is not my ultimate goal. It is merely a token in our pursuit of the coveted championship ring. While I cherish this MVP trophy, my teammates and I are determined to lift the championship trophy in the final 9 victories that lie ahead. Zhang Ling slowly began to speak, his expression devoid of any excitement or joy. As a seasoned basketball player once remarked, our work is far from complete. The humiliation of being swept by the Liaoning Flying Leopards last year is a memory we, the Zhejiang Golden Bulls, shall never forget. Here, I sincerely wish the Liaoning Flying Leopards the best as they advance through the playoffs, so that we may once again meet in the finals. Thank you all. Upon finishing his statement, his coach and teammates affectionately tousled Zhang Ling's hair with smiles on their faces. Indeed, the disgrace of being swept by the Liaoning Flying Leopards last season is still fresh in their minds. What does it matter if we achieved a perfect record in the regular season without securing the ultimate championship? The hard-fought efforts of nearly a year would dissolve into mere illusions. A record of 49 victories would merely become a source of ridicule for others. This is something that every member of the Zhejiang Golden Bulls cannot tolerate. They gathered around Zhang Ling, having just raised the regular season MVP trophy together. United in their resolve to avenge their past disgrace, it seems they are destined to hoist the final championship trophy after 9 victories. That day is not far off. Zhang Ling roared, her voice resonating throughout the home arena. Chapter 52, Preparation and Training. The CBA playoffs differ somewhat from the NBA, yet it is unequivocal that both are organized according to the standings of the regular season. Zhang Ling, at the helm of the Zhejiang Golden Bulls, has led his team to secure the top position in the regular season standings, thus enjoying the coveted advantage of playing on home turf. Furthermore, according to the CBA playoff regulations, the team ranked 14th in the regular season will have a bye in the first round. The initial playoff round will see teams ranked 5th to 12th vying for a place in the next stage through a best-of-5 series. The subsequent round will also adopt the best-of-5 format, granting Zhang Ling and his team nearly 10 days to await the victor of the first-round matchups. This prolonged interlude offers ample opportunity for the team to strategize and train specifically for their impending adversary, or simply to recuperate, as the arduous season has undoubtedly taken a toll on both their physical and mental fortitude. For Zhang Ling, the fatigue is palpable. After triumphing over the Shanghai Sharks, he succumbed to exhaustion, sleeping soundly through the night, only to awaken the following afternoon, roused by hunger, a well-deserved reward for the grueling season he has endured. Post-bath. Enveloped in a haze of steam, Zhang Ling gazes into the mirror, his expression resolute. Job finished? The reflection seems to shake its head and curl its lips in defiance, conveying a silent message. I don't think so. The accolades of the regular season MVP trophy hold little significance for him. He is acutely aware of the deepest yearnings that reside within his soul. As a basketball player, Zhang Ling harbors but one aspiration: victory, the ultimate championship title. Whether in the CBA or the NBA, should he ascend to that league in the future, his pursuit will remain unwavering. Champion. From a young age, when his father gifted him a basketball for his birthday, Zhang Ling dreamed of making it to the CBA Professional League. Upon reaching this milestone, he has envisioned, in countless dreams, the moment he claims glory for his country, lifting the CBA championship trophy, standing triumphantly on the podium. Now, that once distant dream lies within his grasp, requiring just 9 more victories. I am off to practice. Upon my return, I shall bring back the championship ring and trophy for you all. Zhang Ling meticulously aligned the MV trophy on the table, then wiped away non-existent dust from its surface. After enjoying a meal of homemade poached chicken breast, fish slices, an abundance of protein, and a generous serving of fresh vegetables, Zhang Ling shouted into the empty room before stepping out of the house with an armful of bags. At last, we see you late for once, exclaimed his teammates upon Zhang Ling's entrance into the training facility. Since the commencement of the competition last October, regardless of how early his teammates arrived, they were always greeted by the sight of a sweat-drenched Zhang Ling, who had already been training alone for an indeterminate duration. Today marked a team training session, yet it was not until 2 o'clock in the afternoon that Zhang Ling made his appearance, completely missing the morning's practice, a most unusual occurrence. Is something amiss? Your phone is off, inquired Xing Shuaishu. The others paused their activities, turning their attention to Zhang Ling. They were all aware of his family circumstances and felt a twinge of sympathy for the seemingly towering young man, nearly 200 pounds in weight, who had lost his parents at a tender age, an experience that undoubtedly left a profound impact on him. Many speculated whether Zhang Ling's relentless dedication to basketball stemmed from a desire to avoid returning home. However, he was, in truth, a genuinely optimistic individual, possessing his own aspirations for which he diligently strove each day. Though his life might appear somewhat mundane, with few hobbies apart from basketball and comics, both pursuits provided him with boundless strength. Basketball goes without saying, yet it was the character of Goku from Dragon Ball that deeply influenced Zhang Ling, instilling in him a sense of unwavering optimism. I'm just exhausted. After the regular season, I felt a bit relaxed and simply overslept. Zhang Ling sheepishly smiled at his teammates. Relaxed already? Old Wang's voice echoed from behind. We still need 9 victories to reach the ultimate championship trophy. Once we hoist the championship cup, we can all take a well-deserved break, vacations, romances, whatever suits your fancy, as long as it's legal. By the way, Zhang Ling, since you're still single, how about I set you up with someone? My cousin's younger daughter is 22, around your age. What do you say? Shall I play matchmaker? The room erupted into laughter at this suggestion. Zhang Ling could not help but feel a twitch at the corners of his mouth. hastily shaking his head to indicate that he harbored no such intentions. Observing Lao Wang's demeanor, it was evident that their relatives had likely sensed the same. Zhang Ling dared not voice his thoughts, instead resorting to an excuse to decline. In truth, he had no aspirations in that direction. Lao Wang, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of regret, pursing his lips. Zhang Ling was undeniably a person of good character, tall and striking, with a complexion fair and clear. His features as sharply defined as a sculpture. He was the quintessential handsome youth, exuding not just charm, but also a robust masculinity. His future was undoubtedly bright. With the media buzzing about his imminent participation in the NBA draft, and he possessed every qualification to do so. Currently, the only thing tethering Zhang Ling was the coveted championship title of the CBA League. Have you submitted your draft materials? Lao Wang inquired softly, leaning closer to Zhang Ling. Although Zhang Ling typically refrained from discussing this matter and vehemently denied it in front of the media, Lao Wang, as the head coach, had gleaned some information from the owner. As long as the materials were submitted by the deadline, they could indeed speak of the draft. Zhang Ling bit his lip and glanced at Lao Wang, who nodded in silent understanding. All right, understood. Everyone, take a breather. Now that we are all gathered. Before we commence our targeted training, I will first analyze the potential opponents we may face in the quarterfinals. Lao Wang gathered everyone together and began to speak confidently. First, it is highly probable that we will encounter Beijing Shugang, or as it is called this year, Beijing Beiki. Frankly, in terms of roster depth, Beijing Beiki is a notch above Shandong Qilin. Unless something unexpected occurs, we will be pitted against them, so we must analyze the characteristics of this team. Lao Wang elaborated with eloquence befitting a coach, dissecting each position. Ultimately arriving at a startling conclusion, I will boldly predict the outcome of the match. Our opponents will face utter defeat, at most. It will take us 3 games to secure victory in this series. Do you have confidence? Chapter 53. Confirmed participation in the NBA draft. As events unfolded, they indeed aligned with Lao Wang's predictions. Beijing Beiki successfully emerged from the first round, entering the quarterfinals. The date was now April 14th. With only a few days remaining until the NBA draft deadline on April 24th, Zhang Ling meticulously prepared her materials and, under the introduction and counsel of Jason Shaw, submitted her application to participate in the NBA draft on April 14th. Jason Shaw arrived in China in a state of exasperation. Upon seeing him at the airport, Zhang Ling was immediately met with his pointed inquiry. Zhang, why have you betrayed our agreement? Observing the disheveled and irate foreigner, Zhang Ling could not suppress a roll of her eyes. You know, Jason, you've been blindsided by someone, do you not? This matter was certainly not disclosed by me. Jason Shaw fixed his gaze intently on Zhang Ling, noticing that she exhibited neither evasion nor reluctance. Perhaps you should inquire with your friend, Pan? To my knowledge, he is affiliated with the Basketball Association. Were you not aware of this? Damn, Pan betrayed me. I distinctly treated him to a meal, that wretched Pan. Jason Shaw erupted in furious exclamation, yet felt utterly powerless. Zhang Ling smiled as she comforted him. Jason, you know well that in today's world, even the color of the diapers worn by the President of the United States would swiftly reach the ears of ordinary people in China, no matter the distance. There's an old Chinese saying, paper cannot contain fire. In any case, as long as they wish to, they can easily uncover all my personal information. Damn. Jason Shaw muttered silently, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Let us put that aside. Our previous agreement remains in effect. Zhang Ling replied with a calm demeanor. Jason nodded in response, a flicker of excitement igniting within him. Damn it, Zhang, you will never comprehend the extent of my efforts to persuade the Lakers management to trade for a first-round pick. Of course, after viewing your game footage and reading the scouting report I personally crafted, they acceded to your conditions and requests. However, the first-round pick is not guaranteed to be a lottery selection, and its position may not be very high. Damn, you wouldn't mind this, would you? Seeing Zhang Ling shake her head, Jason finally set aside his concerns, only to be plagued by new anxieties. Damn it, what if other teams set their sights on you and select you ahead of time? As Zhang Ling drove, he laughed and assured, rest assured, I will still adhere to our previous agreement and will not participate in tryouts for other teams. Zhang, you are simply wonderful, Jason Shaw exclaimed, gesturing animatedly. 3 days later, the CBA League playoffs commenced at the Hangzhou Olympic Sports Center basketball arena, with the Zhejiang Golden Bulls facing off in the quarterfinals. Prior to the game, news had circulated regarding Zhang Ling's participation in the NBA draft. Although this information had initially garnered attention at the beginning of the new year, it had now been amplified by the addition of just two simple words, sending fans into a frenzy. Confirmed, Zhang Ling has submitted his materials for the NBA draft. This straightforward announcement ignited a wave of excitement among fans nationwide, swiftly ascending to the top of trending topics across social media platforms and short video sites. Fans eagerly engaged in discussions, exhilarated at the prospect of a familiar Chinese presence returning to the NBA after such a prolonged absence. With Zhang Ling's entry into the draft, it seemed inevitable that he would secure a spot in the NBA, and some even fantasized about him being selected first overall, a dream shared by many Chinese fans. After all, history has seen such occurrences, like Yao Ming, who was famously drafted first overall by the Houston Rockets. In the eyes of Chinese fans, Zhang Ling undoubtedly possessed the talent to achieve such heights. Consequently, discussions regarding his potential draft position surged in popularity, overshadowing the excitement surrounding the CBA playoffs. In reality, the quarterfinals had already commenced. Prior to the match, when faced with reporters' inquiries, Zhang Ling did not hesitate to confirm the circulating reports. Zhang Ling, there are reports stating that you have decided to enter the NBA draft this year. Is that correct? All media representatives focused intently on him, eager for a definitive answer. Yes, I have made my decision and hereby officially announce my participation in this year's NBA draft. Zhang Ling smiled. His affirmative response brought a collective sigh of relief, only to be followed by even greater enthusiasm. Zhang Ling, may I ask you a personal question? What draft position do you hope to be selected at? Though the question seemed trivial, Zhang Ling maintained his smile as he replied, to me, it doesn't really matter. Whether it's within the top 20 or top 10, I don't place much importance on it. Of course, being chosen first overall would be ideal, but right now, my focus is solely on winning this game. With that, Zhang Ling took to the court. The Hangzhou Olympic Sports Center, which could accommodate 17,000 spectators, was nearly filled to capacity, a sea of eager fans filling the arena. It must be said that the playoffs of the CBA League have finally garnered some popularity, which can undoubtedly be attributed to the announcements released by the Basketball Association prior to the games. At this moment, the grand screen above the arena is repeatedly showcasing promotional videos for the Zhejiang Golden Bulls postseason, and every individual featured appears to be brimming with determination and fervor. Their eyes set firmly on the championship title. One cannot help but remark that the home court of the Zhejiang Golden Bulls is truly awe-inspiring, standing in stark contrast to the arenas of other teams in the CBA League, as its grandeur surpasses that of its competitors. This is largely due to the fact that the Hangzhou Olympic Sports Center was constructed in accordance with the standards set by both FIBA and the NBA. Notably, the enormous screens suspended above evoke a sense of pressure among many visiting players, akin to that experienced in international competitions. However, for numerous athletes, this is an unprecedented atmosphere, as they have spent their entire careers without playing in such an environment. It is essential to recognize that they are now under the scrutiny of nearly 20,000 pairs of eyes. In this sea of spectators, every minute action is magnified. It is undeniable that the home advantage enjoyed by the Zhejiang Golden Bulls is extraordinarily pronounced. A low yet piercing sound reverberates as the arena plunges into darkness, enveloping the crowd in silence. Suddenly, the lights flicker to life, accompanied by the enthusiastic shouts of the DJ and the pulsating rhythm of the music. One by one, the players are introduced, sprinting onto the court like dazzling stars, for indeed, this evening belongs to them and their stage. Zhang Ling was assigned to be the last to take the stage, a decision unanimously suggested by his teammates. Thus, he complied. The moment he made his entrance, a deafening roar of applause and cheers erupted from the crowd, akin to a surging tide. Even before the match commenced, the atmosphere among the home fans was unprecedentedly fervent. MVP, MVP. In the midst of the enthusiastic chants, Zhang Ling sprinted onto the field, clapping hands with the fans along the sidelines while waving to those further away. Chapter 54. Elevate Zhang Ling's intensity. Run as one. As Zhang Ling passed by each of his teammates, he exchanged high-fives with them, roaring amidst the thunderous cheers of the fans, for they stood on the brink of the championship, with only 9 victories separating them from glory. A mere step away. Yet it felt like an insurmountable distance. To reach the final stage, every individual must exert their utmost effort, for they are a cohesive unit. And basketball is fundamentally a team sport. The pursuit of the ultimate championship cannot rest solely on Zhang Ling's shoulders. For the sake of the championship, Coach Lao Wang encouraged from the sidelines, recalling how they had been humbled last season, but this year, they would undoubtedly lift the coveted trophy, with honor and lucrative contracts within their grasp. Yet now, they must first secure victory in the opening match. During the Marbury era, Beijing Shugong was also a formidable contender for the championship, having clinched 3 titles under his leadership. Time has passed. And while the current Peking Duck team may not possess the strength of yesteryear, familiar faces still grace the roster. Among them are veteran shooting guard Fang Shuai, power forward Zhai Xiaochuan, and the once aspiring NBA player Zheng Bofin, who returned to China after going undrafted in the NBA. Notably, Zheng Bofin, who had once pursued his dreams in the United States, faced the harsh reality of not succeeding in the NBA. Positioned as a small forward, he started tonight, tasked primarily with defending against Zhang Ling. At this moment, Zheng Bofin gazed at Zhang Ling, and to claim he felt no envy would be disingenuous. As a basketball player, he had often envisioned showcasing his talents on international stages, particularly in the NBA, yet the reality was stark. And it was only during matches against teams like the Zhejiang Golden Bulls that he could experience such high-stakes competition. The atmosphere today was electric. Although Chinese fans may not exhibit the same fervor as those at NBA games, the younger generation knows how to revel in the moment, exhibiting a level of enthusiasm that is indeed fervent. Reflecting on his youth spent studying abroad, filled with lofty aspirations, he now found himself feeling a mix of nostalgia and regret, recognizing that only a select few can navigate the elite ranks of men's basketball. The river of time flows onward, bearing the blood of countless heroes. For every victor, many have fallen. Aspiring to enter the NBA is no simple feat. Yet, for Zhang Ling, who dominates the CBA league, the prospect of making it to the NBA seems increasingly plausible. With a stroke of luck, securing a starting position within his team might not be out of reach, as not everyone possesses such formidable prowess in the CBA. The last individual to emerge in such a manner was Yao Ming, who now serves as the president of the Basketball Association, orchestrating the transformative surgery of Chinese men's basketball. Although the challenges remain formidable, there are, indeed, signs of progress. However, it is evident that Zhang Ling's physical prowess, in comparison to Yao Ming's, does not possess the same explosive quality. The formidable task of defending against Zhang Ling has been voluntarily undertaken by Zheng Bofin himself, who has faced off against those athletes endowed with extraordinary physical gifts, as well as those Americans who have undergone systematic basketball training from a young age. He has come to realize the fundamental differences in the understanding of basketball between foreigners and domestic fans. Recently, the entire internet has been abuzz with Zhang Ling's announcement to enter the NBA draft, with Chinese fans convinced that he is destined to be selected by a team. Indeed, some naive yet fervent fans, filled with high hopes, dreamed that Zhang Ling might be chosen as the first pick, reminiscent of Yao Ming's own journey. Yet, the realities of the present are markedly different from those of the past. Admittedly, 2024 is a relatively lean year for the draft, and Yao Ming's physical gifts were unparalleled. However, a crucial factor remains: the times have changed. In the past, China had yet to fully embrace mobile phones. And how many of the recently nourished populace were truly basketball enthusiasts? Today, in the era of mobile internet, who among basketball fans is unaware of the NBA? Does the NBA still need to introduce a Chinese first overall pick to penetrate the Chinese market? Is it truly imperative? Consider the NBA players who toured China during the off-season, raking in astonishing endorsement deals and lucrative sneaker contracts. Reflect upon the multitude of sports brands within China yearning to sign contracts with NBA superstars, but finding themselves thwarted. An open market hardly requires further unlocking. As for the domestic CBA league, one need only glance at the team names to grasp the absurdity of the situation. Team names change drastically with each new sponsorship, resulting in a complete transformation by the next season. For instance, the once familiar Beijing Binshan has now become Beijing Beike. Aside from a few diehard fans, how many Chinese basketball enthusiasts can truly distinguish between these teams' names? Thus, Zhang Bofin's proactive decision to defend Zhang Ling is emblematic of the playoffs, a moment when honor and fame are fiercely contested. He aims to elevate the intensity for Zhang Ling, making it clear that the path to the NBA will not be a smooth one. A long, resonant horn interrupted Zhang Bofin's wandering thoughts. He inhaled deeply, placing one hand with his teammates, and with a resounding shout, rallied his side. The game commenced. The jump ball was up. In the Zhejiang Jinyo team's exuberant young center, Yu Jiahao leaped high, deftly tapping the ball behind him, where it was seized by Zhang Ling, who subsequently passed it to the team's guard, Wu Qian. As Wu Qian advanced with the ball, Zhang Ling moved forward to set a feigned screen. only to receive the ball himself. Confronted with Wu Qian's pick, Zhang Bofan executed a close defensive maneuver, creating space while fixating intently on Zhang Ling. He discerned that this young player, renowned for his prowess, bore no semblance to the typical youthful bravado and arrogance often seen in those who achieve early success. What could be the reason for his restraint? Was it a consequence of familial upheaval? Zhang Bofan was not unfamiliar with Zhang Ling. This season, he had drawn considerable attention, making it nearly impossible to evade the gaze of others. Yet, within Zhang Ling's eyes resided an uncommon resolve. The basketball drummed against the floor, echoing the rhythm of Zhang Bofan's heartbeat. Suddenly, he noticed a blur as Zhang Ling accelerated past him on the left. Realizing this, Zhang Bofan hastily pursued. But Zhang Ling swiftly changed direction and broke through from his right. He had been outmaneuvered. At that moment, as this realization struck Zhang Bofan, Zhang Ling was already soaring, executing a seamless change of pace into a sudden stop-and-pop jump shot, sending the ball through the hoop. Swish! There was no time to marvel at Zhang Ling's astonishing speed. Zhang Bofan quickly adjusted, foregoing a jump to contest the shot, instead retreating to prepare for his team's offensive play. It was merely the beginning, and his body still felt somewhat rigid. Chapter 55. Who will come to my rescue? Zhang Ling, with his first shot, proactively chose to attack. His speed was remarkable, and his style was straightforward. A swift change of direction effortlessly created space for a jump shot that found its mark from mid-range. Although Zhang Bofan silently reminded himself that his lapse in concentration was to blame, the thunderous cheers of the home crowd at the Hangzhou Olympic Sports Center made him acutely aware of the reality. This was the home ground of the Zhejiang Golden Bulls, and the atmosphere was overwhelmingly intense. Moreover, as the playoffs commenced, the ambience was palpably different from the regular season. The home supporters were undeniably fervent admirers of Zhang Ling. A simple basket ignited a fervent eruption of cheers and applause from the audience. He needed to maintain his composure, ensuring that Zhang Ling faced sufficient physical pressure and defense, preventing him from advancing so effortlessly. During the offensive sequence, Zhang Bofan cast a glance toward the sidelines. Wait a moment, isn't that Hu Gu, the celebrity? The female star beside him. Is she Guli Naza or Dilraba Dilmurat? And that elegant actress, Yu Feihong, looked even more stunning in person, her beauty impeccably preserved. Over there. Is that Lu Genghong? And wait, isn't that esteemed actor Zhang Fengyi? Zhang Bofan quickly refocused on the game. It was astonishing to see so many celebrities in attendance. Not to mention the plethora of lesser-known influencers from Hangzhou, all capturing selfies on their phones. How did a CBA game garner such immense allure? Yet, this was the undeniable truth. This was the subtle yet profound influence of Zhang Ling on the commercialization of the CBA. Zhang Bofan felt an increasing envy in his heart. As Zhang Bofan intensified his defensive efforts against Zhang Ling, the latter's movements became increasingly assertive, showcasing a fierce competitiveness. This was the playoffs, where every basketball player strived for the highest honor, and Zhang Ling was no exception. Undoubtedly, he was unafraid of confrontation. Faced with tight defense, Zhang Ling played with heightened intelligence. While a direct mid-range shot could easily resolve the situation, or a quick release upon receiving the ball was feasible, it would inevitably affect the shooting accuracy. Zhang Ling remained unaffected, exhibiting an unwavering tenacity during offensive plays, often resulting in a remarkable 2-1 effect. Swiftly, the ball soared into his hands, having anticipated the play perfectly. Through a season of synergy, his rapport with teammates blossomed, and point guard Wu Qian adeptly delivered the ball to Zhang Ling. Just behind him, Zhang Bofan intensified his defense, while the interior presence of Zhai Xiaochuan and the perimeter threat posed by Fang Shuo converged to apply pressure. Yet, with the ball firmly in his grasp, Zhang Ling executed a feint in another direction. As Fang Shuo fell victim to the ruse and vacated his position to provide supplementary defense, Zhang Ling deftly dribbled, engaging in a physical contest with Zhang Bofan. Utilizing the momentum from the contact, he propelled himself skyward, executing a graceful fadeaway jump shot. The ball arced beautifully through the air before swishing through the net. This succinct yet exquisite display of back-to-the-basket finesse left the players of Beijing Beike in a state of helplessness, as an overwhelming sense of powerlessness surged within them. Zhang Ling's offensive repertoire is truly extensive, and his shooting touch today is nothing short of scorching. Just moments ago, faced with a triple team, he executed a clever fake, creating space for a back-to-the-basket move. Unstoppable, utterly uncontainable. By halftime, Zhang Ling had already showcased his prowess, amassing 25 points and leading his team to a 62-48 advantage. a 14-point lead as they entered the second half. Moreover, Zhang Ling's defensive performance has also been remarkable. On one hand, he adeptly provides assistance against penetrating guards. And on the other, he collaborates with his teammate Yu Jia how to fortify the interior defense and contest rebounds. One could say that Zhang Ling's performance as a small forward has been nothing short of spectacular. The team operates with remarkable fluidity. And Zhang Ling does not resort to reckless shooting. He only takes bold shots when the team struggles to find openings. He seizes every opportunity to shoot. And with just 1 second left in the half, he attempted a long-range three-pointer that appeared to have a promising trajectory, but alas, it ultimately bounced off the rim. Zhang Ling could only shake his head, unfazed by the miss. In the second half, Beijing Beike attempted to assign Zhai Xiaochuan to guard Zhang Ling. But the results were dismal. Confronted with Zhang Ling's formidable physical attributes and swift footwork, Zhai Xiaochuan found himself unable to keep pace, allowing Zhang Ling to glide past him effortlessly before soaring toward the center for a thunderous dunk. In such instances, even if the center manages to defend, it often results in a foul. Zhai Xiaochuan's defensive efforts were even less effective than those of Zheng Bofen. The Beike coach had no choice but to let Zheng Bofen continue guarding Zhang Ling. As Zhang Ling received the ball during an offensive possession, Zheng Bofen felt a tightening in his chest. Zhang Ling, protecting the ball and lowering his center of gravity, seemed to fixate intensely on Zheng Bofen. The weight of the moment bore down on Zheng Bofen as he focused entirely on Zhang Ling. Suddenly, Zhang Ling executed a swift dribble and accelerated past Zheng Bofen. And just as he approached, he came to an abrupt stop, seamlessly transitioning into a shooting motion. However, this time the jump shot did not materialize. It was merely a feint that left Zheng Bofen feeling utterly helpless as he leapt to contest. Caught off guard once more, as Zhang Ling rose in response. Even amidst defensive interference, the ball gracefully sailed through the air, finding the net without touching the rim. Meanwhile, Zheng Bofen, in his descent, inadvertently interfered with Zhang Ling's shooting motion, violating his cylinder. A 2-1 opportunity. As Zhang Ling stepped to the free throw line, rhythmically dribbling to find his cadence, Zheng Bofen, standing nearby, glanced at him, inwardly lamenting, "I can't contain him. Truly, who will come to my rescue?" To compound his frustration, Zhang Ling's defensive skills were equally exceptional. Confronted with Zhang Ling's defense, I found myself utterly incapable of responding in a timely manner, resorting instead to incessant movement and tactical plays. When I finally managed to create some space, I either attempted a breakthrough or took a shot. However, today, the hoop at the Hangzhou Olympic Sports Center seemed to be impervious, and Zheng Bofen's shooting percentage was dismally low. Could there be anything more frustrating? On the defensive end, Zhang Ling's footwork and body movements were remarkably imaginative, effortlessly finding room to shoot within a fleeting moment. What was even more striking was the unique elegance that accompanied these maneuvers. Zheng Bofen felt as though he were up against an NBA-caliber star. He was thoroughly outmatched. It was no surprise that Zhang Ling wielded such significant influence in the league. Meanwhile, my performance on offense resembled a complete failure. Facing Zhang Ling's physicality offered me no advantage whatsoever. Furthermore, his defensive attitude and anticipatory positioning left a profound impression on me. I felt utterly defeated, especially overwhelmed. The rhythm of the entire game was dominantly controlled by the Zhujiang Jinyo team, while our own offensive efforts stagnated, struggling to execute our strategies. The aging Fang Shuo managed to penetrate the paint multiple times, indeed causing some disruption, but scoring became increasingly arduous under Zhang Ling's cooperative defense. It was a loss. Unable to mount an offense or establish a defense, how could we avoid defeat? Chapter 56. Beijing fans are fed up. After 4 quarters, the Zhujiang Jinyo team triumphed in their first playoff match, the 14th match of the 2023-2024 CBA season, with an impressive score of 121-96 against Beijing Beike. The once familiar Beijing Beike, previously known as the Beijing Shugong, champions 3 times in 4 years under Marbury's leadership, now appeared somewhat unfamiliar, having achieved remarkable success in the league. However, today, they succumbed to defeat against the Zhujiang Bull. Throughout the match, it was evident to the spectators that the two teams were not on the same competitive level. Under the leadership of Zhang Ling, the Zhujiang Bull dominated the game, consistently suppressing Beike. Whenever there was even a hint of a comeback, Zhang Ling extinguished it with a relentless display of skill. He played with remarkable ease, demonstrating an almost effortless command over the game. Zheng Fanbua, whether in physical prowess, basketball technique, or understanding of the game, was thoroughly outmatched by Zhang Ling, who moved at a pace that left Zheng struggling to keep up. allowing Zhang to penetrate the paint and score with ease. It was a lamentable situation for the core player Fang Shua. As the team mirrored the current state of the Chinese men's basketball team, the youth have yet to rise to the occasion, while former stalwarts have aged. After the match, Zhang Ling participated in a brief interview with the media, offering some platitudes before preparing to depart the Olympic Sports Center. Yet, the fervent fans remained, many unwilling to leave. Not only for Zhang Ling, but also due to the presence of numerous celebrities in attendance. Even during timeouts, the broadcast frequently shifted its focus to these socially influential public figures, eliciting cheers and excitement from the crowd. Clearly, in the realm of Chinese men's basketball, few players possess an influence that rivals that of mainstream celebrities. Zhang Ling was halted by teacher Zhang Fiki, who, despite being in his 60s, appeared remarkably youthful with a full head of black hair and an invigorated demeanor. Truly, celebrities possess a superior understanding of health and wellness compared to ordinary individuals. Secretary Xia, Teacher Zhang, what can I do for you? Zhang Ling chuckled playfully as she was pulled by Zhang Fengyi to pose for a photograph, a moment of fond reminiscence. It was evident that he, too, is an athletic enthusiast and, undoubtedly, a fan of Zhang Ling. While in Zhejiang to film, what a delightful opportunity it is to witness a match. Let us capture this moment together. Zhang Ling stood with his hands clasped behind his back. It must be said that, influenced by the realm of film and television, hearing Zhang Fengyi's voice evokes the vivid image of Xia Ruijin. Also present for a group photo were Hu Ge and Lu Genghong. Subsequently, Zhang Ling took separate photographs with these stars. And it is undeniable that one cannot refuse such heartfelt hospitality, particularly with Dilraba Dilmurat and Guli Naza. Although Zhang Ling could not discern who was who between the two, it did not deter him from beaming and posing for pictures. It is worth noting that while these female celebrities might appear merely ordinary through the lens, in reality, they radiate exquisite beauty. Zhang Ling also took out her phone and snapped a selfie with Yu Feihong, just as she was about to leave. Some female streamers and content creators, who had yet to depart from the court, gathered around her, and Zhang Ling had no choice but to oblige them. Oh, isn't this the renowned Master Bai? Among the throng of beautiful women, she spotted a slightly shorter, stocky man wearing black frame glasses. Zhang Ling recognized him at once. Having frequently encountered his videos on the short video platform Douyin, and the legendary tales of Master Bai still circulated on the Hupu forum. Shall we take a picture together? I hope there won't be any videos of me getting roasted later, haha. With a smile, Zhang Ling approached Master Bai, and due to their height difference, they could only manage a downward angle for the photograph. Afterward, she took pictures with the fans present and busily signed autographs. Nearly an hour later, she finally returned to the locker room. In the CBA finals, a best-of-3 format was adopted. Following a successful start, 3 days later, Zhang Ling led her team northward to the home ground of Beijing Beikong. Notably, Beijing Beikong's current home stadium is the Capital Gymnasium. While this specific finals match took place at the Wuxang Arena, which undoubtedly boasts superior facilities and scale compared to the usual venue for Beijing Beikong's matches, that evening, nearly 20,000 spectators gathered at Wuxang Arena to witness the game. The tickets for this quarterfinal were sold out swiftly, primarily due to the fact that Beijing Beikong was facing off against the Zhejiang Golden Bulls, led by Zhang Ling. In truth, the fans were there to see Zhang Ling. Regardless of whether they hailed from Beijing or Zhejiang, they bore the label of Chinese basketball fans. For Beijing Beikong, failing to secure the first victory would mean losing the match point, and this unique battle of the Titans became a win or go home scenario, igniting a fervent atmosphere among the home supporters. After all, this is the CBA League, and home fans are expected to rally behind their team. Yet, Zhang Ling's appearance incited thunderous cheers from the visiting fans, who erupted into wild applause, celebrating her presence as if she were an NBA star. It must be said that Beijing fans, like those from across the nation, held an unwavering trust in Zhang Ling, believing she would undoubtedly make her mark in the NBA. Even dropping out of the top 3 in the draft would be considered a failure by their standards. Although the players of Beijing Beikong had anticipated that Zhang Ling's presence would invigorate their home crowd, they were unprepared for the sheer fervor with which the fans welcomed her. For the fans, attending Zhang Ling's game at Wuxang Arena was perhaps the most economical opportunity, allowing more supporters to partake in the experience, all eager to witness her play live. After all, once Zhang Ling secures her place in the NBA, attending one of her games would require a trip abroad. Zhang Ling waved to the Beijing fans present at the venue. As the match commenced, the home supporters initially remembered their allegiance to Beijing Beikong, for this was ostensibly their home ground. However, as Zhang Ling received the ball, dribbled with finesse, executed a half-turn, and swiftly pulled back. Altering the rhythm and facing the interference from Zhang Fanbo, he launched 2 formidable three-pointers and mid-range shots. The home crowd could no longer contain their excitement. They cheered exuberantly, waving their air sticks as if this were Zhang Ling's territory. The expressions on the faces of Beikong's players grew increasingly bitter. Throughout the season, and even before the finals, they had been unable to devise a strategy to counter Zhang Ling's prowess, relying solely on their forwards to somehow disrupt his shooting rhythm. At this moment, Zhang Ling held the ball at the horn position. As it reached his hands, it immediately drew the attention of 2 or more defenders. Just then, the team's center, Yu Jiahao, made a swift cut-in, receiving the ball from Zhang Ling with precision. Yu Jiahao executed a smooth bank shot, securing an unrelenting 2 points. When the team was functioning cohesively, even the simplest of tactics could dismantle the opposing defense. It must be acknowledged that Zhang Ling's presence posed a significant threat to his adversaries. During the transition from defense to offense, Beikong's guard, Fang Shuo, rapidly dribbled and fought his way into the paint, executing a fast break that resulted in a 2-1. As a seasoned veteran familiar with high-pressure situations, he was determined not to be swept at home and still harbored a fighting spirit. After making a free throw during Zhejiang's offensive possession, Zhang Ling positioned himself in the corner. After receiving the ball from point guard Wu Qian, he accelerated into a breakthrough, only to suddenly decelerate, masterfully altering his pace. As the defenders closed in, he executed a stunning turnaround fadeaway. Even as Zhang Fanbo leapt high to contest Zhang Ling's shot, he was unable to reach it. His wingspan paled in comparison to Zhang Ling's extraordinary reach. At that moment, Zhang Ling released the ball, which soared gracefully through the air and swished through the net. His mercurial and seamless offensive style rendered defenses helpless. With elegant yet lethal scoring techniques, he exerted a powerful control over the game, leaving Beikong disoriented and igniting the passion of the home fans. Zhang Ling's habitual fadeaway jumper was a sight to behold, reminiscent of former superstars, sending the crowd into a frenzy of cheers. As the third quarter concluded, the score stood at 90-65, a staggering 25-point deficit, compounded by the home fans turning their allegiance to the visiting team, which extinguished the fighting spirit of Beikong's players. With no hope of overcoming their opponents and the crowd's support waning, their morale plummeted. Chapter 57. Are You the Great Demon King? In this series, Zhang Ling averaged a staggering 48 points, 8 rebounds, and 7 assists. In a best-of-3 format, the victory was secured effortlessly in the quarterfinals. Zhang Ling, first and foremost, congratulations on your triumph in the quarterfinals. It is evident that your scoring during this series has significantly declined compared to your dominating statistics in the regular season. May I inquire if this is primarily due to psychological factors? After all, this is your first time advancing to the playoffs as a key player. In response to the reporter's question, Zhang Ling smiled. It must be said that today as journalists are quite adept, even anticipating excuses to spare him any embarrassment. Psychological factors have indeed impacted my performance to some extent, he acknowledged. However, it is important to clarify that it is not as you might perceive. My singular objective is to secure victory, whether that entails scoring 60 or 70 points, or merely a handful of points. As long as we clinch the win, I have no interest in the statistics. The reporter nodded. Certainly, you have contributed to the team in various other ways. What are your thoughts on winning this series? Zhang Ling shook her head, expressing a sense of indifference as the supreme ding had yet to be lifted. The only sentiment she felt was the stark realization that 7 victories still stood between them and that ultimate prize. The arithmetic was simple, 9 minus 2 equals 7. And that was all there was to it. Time swiftly passed, and the CBA playoffs intensified. After several days of fierce competition, the semifinals commenced without any suspense. As the Zhejiang Golden Bulls were set to face the Guangdong Southern Tigers, who had decisively advanced from the quarterfinals with a 2-0 victory. The strength of the Guangdong Southern Tigers lineup was formidable. Their roster included the formidable center Zhou Qi, the power forward Du Runwang, and the shooting guard Hu Mingxian, all of whom had represented the national team at last year's Hangzhou Asian Games, coupled with a few strategically chosen foreign players. Their overall prowess positioned them as strong contenders for this year's championship title, for reasons unknown. Perhaps due to a benevolent intent from the local media aiming to uplift the spirits of the Guangdong basketball team. A rather disconcerting question was posed to Zhang Ling during an interview. Zhang, do you believe that with the inside combination of Zhou Qi and Du Runwang, they can replicate the comprehensive dominance displayed in the previous series? Zhang Ling cast a glance at the interviewer, her disinterest in statistics apparent. I am not concerned with data. My sole focus lies in the pursuit of victory. The strength of the Guangdong basketball team is indeed formidable, boasting the finest interior players in Chinese basketball. As you know, not only Zhou Qi, but Du Runwang has also showcased exceptional performance in the national team, having previously been teammates. I possess a clear understanding of their playing styles and capabilities. Undoubtedly, the combination of Du Runwang and Zhou Qi in the paint will pose a significant challenge for me. Perhaps the interior of the Guangdong team will become a no-fly zone for me. Zhang Ling exhibits an exceptional level of politeness, to the extent that even journalists recognize the foolishness of their inquiries. In terms of physical prowess, although Zhang Ling may not be able to withstand the might of centers and power forwards, thwarting his advances is far from a simple task, perhaps influenced by pre-game interviews. He frequently penetrates the paint with remarkable agility, deftly evading defenders and either executing a graceful fadeaway or boldly driving into the lane. Despite the formidable challenge posed by Guangdong's towering center Zhou Qi and power forward Du Runwang, Zhang Ling remains undeterred, even when his layups are disrupted. He does not succumb to being merely a target. Rather, he fiercely battles for rebounds beneath the basket. It is important to note that Zhang Ling embodies not only the undying spirit of the Mamba mentality but also possesses an extraordinary physicality reminiscent of a conquering force. Although his physical conditioning cannot be perfected overnight and demands extensive training, his enhancements in strength and speed far exceed those of the average player. Even if he has only harnessed 50 to 60% of his potential, it is more than adequate within the CBA league. When seizing a rebound, Zhang Ling displays no intention of passing. He aggressively ascends, leveraging his formidable physique to overpower the relatively slender Zhou Qi and Du Runwang. However, within the confines of the Hangzhou Olympic Sports Center, the hoop seems to conspire against him as he faces interference from Zhou Qi and Du Runwang. After several attempts that fail to find the net, Zhang Ling, akin to a raging bull, valiantly snatches 4 rebounds. Each shot may have ended in comedic failure. Yet within the restricted area, his explosive power, jumping ability, and astonishing wingspan render him unstoppable, even against Zhou Qi and Du Runwang. Ultimately, unable to endure such humiliation, Zhou Qi commits a foul, sending Zhang Ling to the free throw line. The referee's whistle echoes, and Zhang Ling, with a wry smile and a shake of his head, leaps to dunk the ball just below the rim, laughing at the absurdity of it all, while his eyes betray an air of disdain and unassailable confidence. These rebounds are not a mere statistic for Zhang Ling. He occupies his position with assertiveness, outmuscling the center Zhou Qi and power forward Du Runwang. This moment is replayed on the overhead screen, accompanied by the cheers and laughter of the home crowd as Zhang Ling approaches the free throw line, successfully converting both attempts. As the game progresses into the latter part of the second quarter, Zhang Ling's performance has been somewhat lackluster, with his shooting touch cooling off, resulting in a mere 18 points and an awkward shooting line of 6 for 19, along with 5 out of 6 from the charity stripe. Nevertheless, his teammates are faring better, and the score remains a closely contested affair. As for the assertion that the Guangdong Southern Tigers' interior defense posed a challenge for Zhang Ling, that notion is utterly unfounded. Shortly thereafter, following an offensive play thwarted by the Zhejiang Bulls, Wu Qian advanced the ball, deftly delivering it to Zhang Ling, who had cut to the baseline and penetrated the lane. The pass, however, was excessively deep under the basket. Nonetheless, Zhang Ling managed to find a shot despite the lack of space, skillfully evading the defensive efforts of Zhou Qi and Du Runwang. With a contorted physique, he executed a grand reverse layup amidst the outstretched arms of both defenders, successfully scoring while drawing a foul from Du Runwang. The referee's whistle soon followed. This execution by Zhang Ling was remarkably exquisite. Had Wu Qian's pass been more precise, Zhang Ling could have soared for a straightforward dunk instead of being encumbered beneath the basket, where he had to navigate a challenging double team to complete a high-difficulty reverse layup. Of course, such a maneuver is not unfamiliar to Zhang Ling. However, it is important to note that this particular play was truly magnificent, given the significant difficulty involved. Had it not been for Zhang Ling's prowess, it could easily have resulted in a turnover. The fans present at the venue, as well as those watching the live broadcast, expressed their astonishment and euphoria in various ways. The live chat was flooded with messages likening him to a celestial being, and the fervor from the fans was palpable. The screen was densely packed with comments. A veritable nightmare for anyone with a fear of crowds. Zhang Ling's style of play is indeed spectacular, I dare say. He is perhaps the only player in the entire CBA capable of executing such an incisive cut and shot. Host Kufan marveled at the performance. Indeed. While Wu Qian's pass was too deep, it still resulted in a commendable play. Yang Yi, intently gazing at the statistics on the table, looked up with a broad grin, declaring, Zhou Qi, the great demon king, versus Zhang, the great master. It certainly holds some weight. To be honest, before the great master Zhang, the great demon king seemed somewhat lackluster. Wouldn't you agree? Chapter 58, Bloodied Great Demon King. Having completed a 2-1. Zhang Ling also sank the free throw with unwavering confidence. Amidst the fervent cheers of the home crowd, Coach Du Feng of the Guangdong Southern Tigers promptly called a timeout. He animatedly gestured with his tactical board while vocally outlining defensive strategies, though inwardly, he was grappling with a neural discomfort, uncertain how to respond to Zhang Ling's outstanding display. Zhang Ling has already scored 21 points. Although his shooting percentage may not be particularly high today, he did not initially seek to take shots. Instead, he often opted to pass simpler and easier opportunities to his teammates. Many of the time-consuming shots were taken by Zhang Ling himself. Especially when the strategy was not fully executed, he served as the primary execution point for mid-range and penetrating shots. Of course, the presence of two towering players in the paint somewhat restricted Zhang Ling's performance, particularly with Zhou Qi's existence making it challenging for him to penetrate comfortably and score freely. However, this seemed to provoke a response from Zhang Ling. Typically, only one-third of his offensive maneuvers involve penetrating the paint, whether through layups or dunks. But today that ratio has significantly increased. Beginning in the second quarter, Zhang Ling frequently charged into the paint, putting Zhou Qi and Du Runwang to the test. They were unable to stop him. They could either watch as Zhang Ling soared for a powerful dunk or resort to fouling him, attempting to block his shots or at least diminish his shooting opportunities. The advantage of this approach was that Zhang Ling attracted double teams, allowing his teammates to find ample space for their shots, which they converted at a commendable rate. Many aspects of the game cannot be encapsulated merely by shooting percentages, as the dynamics on the court are intricate and ever-changing. Coach Du felt a twinge of helplessness but still organized a defensive formation. Small forwards Zhang Wenyu and Zhang Haojiao were instructed to take turns relentlessly pursuing Zhang Ling, ensuring he received the ball as infrequently as possible and disregarding their own scoring in the process. Did you understand? Additionally, Du Runwang and Zhou Qi were assigned to closely monitor Zhang Ling, providing timely assistance. They were urged to maintain high energy and physical intensity. Securing a victory in this away game would pave the way for 2 subsequent home games in our favor. Do you comprehend? The finals are within reach. It is worth noting that the semifinals operate under a best-of-5 format. Simply put, taking the Zhejiang Bulls as an example, they need to secure 2 victories in the quarterfinals and 3 in the semifinals. When they reach the finals, they must win 4 out of 7 games. Thus, 2-3-4-9. Currently, the Zhejiang Bulls are just 7 victories away from lifting the coveted CBA championship trophy. After the timeout, having just completed a 2-1 play, Zhang Ling seems to have unlocked his full potential. On the defensive end, he faced relentless double-teaming from the Guangzhou team, with their forwards aggressively sticking to him. Zhang Ling, feeling somewhat vexed by the relentless pursuit, forcefully elbowed his way through the defense. The moment he seized the basketball, he leapt and executed a mid-range shot that found its mark. After scoring, Zhang Ling cast a resigned smirk at his defender. Regarding the use of elbows, whether by deities or the Black Mamba, as long as it is not employed with malicious intent, referees tend to overlook such actions. After all, physical contact is an inevitable aspect of the game, though one must still employ such maneuvers discreetly. In contrast, the infamous elbow delivered by Arteus to Harden, which nearly decapitated him, was undeniably a deliberate foul. Zhang Ling's shot was a testament to his cleverness. The basketball court is akin to a battlefield. While no one is likely to lose their life in a match, the escalating intensity of competition can lead to opponents jostling, hitting, tearing at jerseys, and shoving, all of which are merely child's play. The home crowd erupted in fervent cheers as Zhang Ling's jump shot radiated skill and precision, reminiscent of divine intervention, truly embodying the spirit of the Mamba. Following his score, Zhang Ling quickly transitioned back on defense, but the opposing forward soon retaliated with a screen and roll play. It is exceedingly rare for one team to completely stifle another, leaving them scoreless. However, by anticipating positioning, maintaining an aggressive defensive posture, and being able to shift laterally, one can sufficiently disrupt the shooter's rhythm. As for blocks, such statistics are invaluable. Averaging a mere 2 or 3 per game is already commendable. A complete denial of points for the opposition is unattainable, as basketball remains a quintessential team sport, necessitating 5 players to exhibit exceptional spatial awareness, passing instincts, and finishing capabilities, all of which are indispensable. Frequently, teams of comparable skill engage in a back-and-forth scoring exchange, with only extraordinary circumstances leading to a decisive blowout. When an opponent faced Zhang Ling and scored, he maintained an impassive demeanor as the guard advanced the ball, anticipating the shifting dynamics of the game. Zhang Ling positioned himself in the corner, not merely waiting like a stationary post for the ball to be passed before shooting. Instead, he initiated a screen, received the ball swiftly, and cut towards the basket to create space. At that moment, the guard Wu Qian deftly delivered the ball to Zhang Ling, and, thanks to his quick reflexes, he secured possession, averting yet another potential turnover. Without hesitation, Zhang Ling feigned a jump shot, compelling Guangzhou center Zhou Qi to step out for defense. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Ling released the ball, which found its way to Yu Jiahao in the paint. Yu Jiahao leapt and emphatically slammed the ball into the hoop. This offensive strategy was executed with remarkable clarity, through a simple screen. Zhang Ling exploited the defensive collapse to create space for his teammate, resulting in an effortless score. In truth, this play could have been even more spectacular had Yu Jiahao opted for an alley-oop dunk rather than receiving the ball before leaping. Nonetheless, it is understandable. As each round progressed, the score gradually widened. The Zhejiang Golden Bulls managed to narrow the gap to over 10 points, with just a 2-point shot. They could elevate the score into double digits. Zhang Ling, on the offensive end, transcends the mere role of a finisher. Today, he refrained from blindly forcing shots. Instead, he embraced the role of a facilitator, orchestrating the team's play. The Zhejiang Golden Bulls have maintained this style throughout the season, unless Zhang Ling becomes overly zealous and begins to shoot recklessly. The team's flow was seamless, with Zhang Ling embodying the quintessential core of the squad. The sound of the ball thumping against the hardwood, though somewhat muffled by the raucous cheers of the home crowd, resonated amidst the court. The players' shoes screeched against the floor. Yet this too was drowned out. At this moment, the Guangdong Southern Tigers seized possession of the ball. Hu Mingxian, with the ball in hand, lowered his center of gravity while keenly surveying the court, appearing to prepare for a drive, yet his intentions remained elusive. He might indeed penetrate or opt for a pass, leaving spectators in suspense. The defenders from the Zhejiang Golden Bulls closely monitored him, with Zhang Ling mirroring his movements while also gauging the situation of the ball handler. At this juncture, Zhou Qi stepped forward to set a screen, allowing Hu Mingxian to execute a deceptive drive. He leapt high, seemingly poised for a jump shot, but instead, he propelled the ball like a cannonball into the hands of Zhou Qi, who wasted no time in going for a dunk. Meanwhile, Zhang Ling, possessing exceptional defensive awareness, arrived just in time and leapt almost simultaneously with Zhou Qi, yet his ascent was markedly swifter. As he confronted the towering Zhou Qi's dunk, Zhang Ling unleashed a magnificent block. The ball was sent crashing against the backboard, ricocheting away, a clean and decisive rejection. Zhang Ling and Zhou Qi's aerial duel showcased no signs of yielding. Upon landing, Zhang Ling exhibited remarkable stamina, sprinting down the court at an astonishing pace, even outpacing Wu Qian, who was conducting a fast break. In the midst of the fast break, Wu Qian, assessing the unfolding situation, feigned a layup but instead passed the ball to the trailing Zhang Ling. Seizing this golden opportunity, Zhang Ling exhibited no hesitation. Leaping from just near the free throw line, half a meter toward the basket, the defender Hu Mingxian was left helpless as Zhang Ling soared above him, executing a thunderous dunk. The arena fell silent, only to erupt moments later into a cacophony of cheers. The crowd was electrified. Zhang Ling's spectacular dunk was nothing short of breathtaking, combining artistic grace with a display of overwhelming power. His elegantly arched physique belied the explosive force he embodied. Beautiful and formidable, today's ticket was undoubtedly worth every penny. Though the game was yet to conclude, the hearts of the fans swelled with this sentiment. The majority of attendees at the Hangzhou Olympic Sports Center were supporters of the Zhejiang Golden Bulls, with only a smattering of visitors from the Guangdong Southern Tigers and a faction of Zhang Ling's devoted fans. These admirers cared little for the outcome. Witnessing Zhang Ling's performance was more than sufficient. As the match unfolded, after the first 3 quarters, although Zhejiang Golden Bulls held a modest lead of 12 points at 93-81, the intensity of the contest was palpable. Experiencing the game live differed significantly from watching it on television. Only by being present could one truly appreciate the extraordinary physical prowess of the players in the CBA, far surpassing that of the average individual. Yet, among these elite athletes, some falter on the international stage, often leaving spectators in a state of bewilderment. Notably, the fans' attention was captured by Zhang Ling, who delivered an enthralling performance that encompassed not only offensive brilliance, but also fierce defensive confrontations, providing ample entertainment. Beyond the dedicated fans in the arena, the Hangzhou Olympic Sports Center basketball venue attracted numerous celebrities and influencers, along with active social media personalities and socialites, all drawn by the heightened excitement surrounding the CBA's semifinals. This fervor surged to unprecedented levels, particularly following Zhang Ling's announcement to enter the NBA draft, drawing the gaze of half the nation. The presence of numerous female fans at the arena was a testament to Zhang Ling's appeal. Many were aware of his single status and were captivated by his striking appearance, characterized by a clear complexion and a charming demeanor. In this era of digital fame, everyone sought to share their experiences, with videos of live attendance garnering significant attention on short video platforms. Furthermore, basketball-loving celebrities were spotted in the stands and during breaks in the game. The broadcast frequently showcased them, eliciting cheers from the audience. This dynamic created a positive feedback loop, amplifying the popularity of the CBA League. As the fourth quarter commenced, after a brief 2-minute respite, Coach Lao Wang substituted Zhang Ling back into the game. The rationale was clear: during Zhang's absence, the Guangdong Southern Tigers had begun to gain momentum, with Hu Mingxian and Lao Ma each sinking consecutive three-pointers and a pivotal inside drive resulting in a 2-1 play, leaving the situation shrouded in uncertainty and rekindling suspense. The moment Zhang Ling rose to his feet, the home crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. The visiting fans from Guangdong couldn't help but feel a tremor in their hearts. The formidable master had arrived. Upon Zhang Ling's entrance onto the court, despite facing targeted defenses from the opposing team, his style of play remained fiercely aggressive and ruthlessly relentless. Time and again, he executed breakthroughs, whether by leveraging screens, serving as the initiator of tactical plays, or opting for self-driven attacks. With his exceptional basketball prowess and an agile, unpredictable footwork, he penetrated the paint, drawing nearer to the hoop. Zhang Ling, with a repertoire of deceptive feints imitating jump shots, regardless of whether he successfully created shooting space, would resolutely take his shot. Whether opting for a direct layup or skillfully maneuvering past towering centers to evade their blocks, he showcased an array of unconventional shooting postures, executing audacious and forceful plays. After 4 such displays, a sense of helplessness began to creep into the hearts of the Guangdong basketball players. On the sidelines, Du Feng, holding the tactical board, no longer bore a solemn and grave expression. Instead, his demeanor reflected a blend of resignation and bittersweet amusement. Zhang Ling's recent shots have been remarkably challenging, yet he has consistently succeeded, even drawing fouls from defenders and assistant defenders on 2 occasions, directly securing 10 points. How does one defend against such prowess? Coach Du Feng, a former player himself, is left in admiration. There's no room for denial. The commentator in the live broadcast shook his head in astonishment, noting the intense competition. 3 players surrounded him, contorting their bodies, yet he still managed to score. Truly impressive. To be candid, I am eagerly anticipating his future performance in the NBA. As Zhang Ling prepared for his free throw, both the host and guests in the broadcast expressed their admiration. It seems that even before the draft has commenced, there is a unanimous consensus that Zhang Ling is destined for the NBA, as Yang Yi cheerfully remarked. Isn't that the prevailing sentiment among everyone? Many of the fans in attendance are here specifically to watch Zhang Ling. It is widely acknowledged that he is likely to be selected in the NBA draft. The only suspense now lies in which team will choose him and at what position. Yang, during this timeout, could you offer a prediction? Yang Yi adjusted his glasses, exclaiming, "Oh, this is exceedingly difficult. Honestly, it's quite challenging to predict." Cherishing, what are your thoughts? Wang Cherishing smiled. I have followed Zhang Ling's games since the World Championship and the Asian Games, and I hold high hopes for this young man. Although we occupy different positions, I believe his draft position should not fall below the 6th spot, is held by Yi Jianlian. Lao Zhu interjected. What did you just say? I found myself lost in thought while reviewing Zhang Ling's offensive plays. Zhang Ling's impressive 10-0 streak prompted an immediate pause in the match. Du Feng, with a semblance of encouragement, uttered a few words to uplift the team's spirits, yet upon witnessing the despondent expressions on their faces, a wave of despair washed over him. This game was likely a lost cause. Zhang Ling's recent performance had undeniably dealt a heavy blow to the team's morale. No matter how he shot or how contorted his body became, the ball found its way into the net with unsettling ease. Who did he think he was? truly believing himself to be the next Kobe? It was infuriating. The defense simply could not contain him. During the pre-game training sessions, the team had meticulously analyzed defensive strategies against Zhang Ling, particularly reviewing footage from his semifinal match against Beijing Beike Piles. Although they had only scrutinized 2 games, the players had repeatedly observed what had once been a source of ridicule for Xing Bofin. Now, everyone seemed to embody his struggles. There seemed to be no viable solution left. All they could do was mutter a few curses under their breath. However, when those words escaped their lips, the players began to grasp the gravity of the situation, pondering how Zhang Ling had honed his offensive skills and shooting technique to such a remarkable level. After the game, the thought of approaching him for an autograph crossed the mind of one benchwarmer, only to be quickly quelled. How many times had they been advised to confront him boldly? Even if it meant committing a hard foul, they could not allow Zhang Ling to shoot so effortlessly. They must not let him convert another 2-1. Do you understand? Dufeng, exasperated, wondered why they had already committed fouls if they were still hesitant. Was it not possible to be a bit more aggressive? Zhang Haojia, you're up. Your previous defense against Zhang Ling had shown promise. Zhang Haojia exclaimed, Coach, I've committed my 6th foul. Dufeng turned to Zhang Hao, who forced a bitter smile and replied, All right, but I've already accumulated 5 fouls. Frustrated, Dufeng slammed the tactical board to the ground, only to hastily pick it up again and apologetically address the nearby referee. My apologies, it was a slip of the hand. Chapter 60, A Gentleman's Bow. All is steady. In the first match of the semifinals, Zhang Ling, in an invincible manner, led the team to triumph over the Guangdong Southern Tigers, securing a resounding victory on their home court. Indeed, it was a rout, rather than a mere defeat. Had it merely been a victory at home, the blow to the Guangdong team might not have been so devastating. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that in the 4th quarter, the Guangdong team found themselves utterly powerless. Zhang Ling descends like a celestial deity, exhibiting an indomitable spirit as he surges towards the basket. With nimble footwork and leveraging his physical prowess, he dominates the paint. His finishing techniques are astonishingly diverse, as he maneuvers for layup space with deftness or executes remarkable fadeaways from close range. With such prowess, he almost single-handedly leads the Zhejiang men's basketball team to thwart the Guangdong team's attempts to close the gap, extinguishing the fervent desire for victory within the hearts of the Guangdong players. They simply cannot find a way to contain him. When Zhang Ling once again propels his team to a double-digit lead, Guangdong fails to mount any substantial scoring response thereafter. As time elapses and the score fluctuates, the first match of this semifinal series draws to a close. Finding a solution to counter Zhang Ling's impact becomes pivotal for Guangdong's chances in the next game. Even if they cannot identify a player to match Zhang Ling offensively, they must devise strategies to curtail his influence defensively. On April 28th, Zhang Ling arrives in Dongguan for the away game. The semifinals are structured in a best-of-5 format, employing a 1-2-2 model to afford teams with superior regular season records an additional home advantage. Thus, after playing the first match at home, Zhang Ling and his team face 2 consecutive away games. Should they falter on the road, they will still have 2 home matches remaining. Meanwhile, April 26th marks the deadline for NBA draft registration, and Zhang Ling's application has been confirmed, available for verification on the NBA's official website. However, his prospects for the draft remain uncertain. General managers across the NBA ponder, Zhang Ling? Who is this enigmatic figure? Indeed, at present, Zhang Ling's influence is confined to domestic realms. While he has garnered attention for his commendable statistics in the CBA and even secured the regular season MVP, he has yet to make a significant mark on the international stage, having never claimed a CBA championship. This reality is well understood by fans, coaches, and teammates alike. Should Zhang Ling fail to hoist the coveted championship trophy this year, it could adversely affect his draft positioning and, more critically, the absence of a CBA title may linger as a blemish on his professional career. For an athlete aspiring to compete at the pinnacle of basketball in the NBA and seeking championship glory, failing to secure even a CBA title may seem less than perfect in the eyes of the fans. Nevertheless, Zhang Ling is resolute in preventing such an absurdity from occurring. Even in the hostile environment of the Guangdong Hongyuan's home arena, he displays unwavering offensive tenacity from the outset. Perhaps it is due to the passing of the NBA draft deadline that Zhang Ling has begun to feel anxious about the uncertainties surrounding his future. Alternatively, it could be that he currently finds himself without an escape route. His ambition for the championship title is unwavering, and he yearns to hoist the ultimate trophy. In any case, Zhang Ling's approach from the outset was markedly more aggressive than during his previous home game. He fervently charged towards the basket, engaging in fierce confrontations with Shou Qi and Du Runwang, showcasing an explosive intensity that left many first-time spectators in awe of his extraordinary physical prowess in the CBA. He boldly challenged Zhou Qi's blocks and Du Runwang's defensive support, consistently displaying an uncanny ability to find shooting space or draw fouls. On one occasion, he even executed a stunning baseline dunk right before Zhou Qi's eyes. Moreover, Zhang Ling's mid-range shooting touch remained scorching, as he faced double teams and managed to score with an array of challenging shooting angles, achieving an astonishing accuracy rate. The immense physical toll on the Guangdong defenders posed a significant challenge and test. Throughout the match, Zhang Ling demonstrated his physical advantages, eliciting a complex mix of admiration and frustration from the away fans. These loyal supporters of the Guangdong team had witnessed its past glories. Yet they were equally captivated by Zhang Ling's indomitable spirit and exceptional skills. Consequently, when he had the ball, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of boos and cheers. However, as Zhang Ling maintained his composure amidst their jeers and consistently sank jump shots, the fans soon erupted into fervent applause. It was astonishing to witness such a rapid transformation in the crowd's demeanor. One moment they were deriding him, and the next, they were fervently celebrating his prowess. This scene left even the commentators in the broadcast booth bewildered. In the first half, Zhang Ling's relentless attacks on the interior greatly pressured the Guangzhou team. Their defense, now severely contracted, left ample opportunities for outside shooting. Were they gambling on the Zhejiang team as shooting accuracy? While others might have been daunted, Zhang Ling showed no signs of fear in the face of the Guangdong fans' jeers. As he received the ball, he executed a feint, attempted a shot, and, despite the pressure, managed to score. The commentator, Xu Hai, grew increasingly animated, remarking on the unexpected success of what seemed an ill-advised shot. Zhang Ling trusted in his abilities, performing a sudden stop-and turn to create space for a clean, smooth jump shot, which earned him 2 points. In the second half, he completely altered his strategy, relying almost exclusively on jump shots, utilizing rhythmic footwork to achieve an astonishingly high shooting accuracy. Indeed, the Guangdong men's basketball team did not anticipate that they would be decisively defeated by Zhang Ling with a score of 116-98. With an 18-point lead for the Zhejiang men's basketball team and merely 2.5 minutes remaining, hope seems lost, given that they opted for a zone defense. Tightening their defense and resorting to double teaming or even fouling, they were evidently banking on the shooting rhythm of the Zhejiang team. However, with the presence of Zhang Ling, how could they effectively counter this threat? Teacher Xu Hai, do you possess a solution? From the current lineup on the court, it is evident that no player from the Guangdong team has emerged to exert a tangible influence on Zhang Ling's performance, not even to affect his shooting percentage. In the first 2 quarters, Zhang Ling relentlessly penetrated the paint, utilizing his robust physique and exceptional stamina. As the third and fourth quarters unfolded, once their defense tightened, he unleashed a barrage of shots, exhibiting a remarkably simplistic yet effective scoring method. He is truly unstoppable, capable of scoring from both inside and outside. And as long as Zhang Ling remains focused, he will not fall into a rhythm of missed shots. Wang Ming, nodding and smiling, remarked, "This evening, Zhang Ling has achieved an astounding 45 points from 16 of 25 attempts. One cannot deem this a performance characterized by missed shots. But we cannot forget that remarkable game where he hit 30 missed attempts, setting a CBA record for missed shots." Xu Hai chuckled and continued, "Although the points scored may not seem high for Zhang Ling, the majority of his shots today have been 2-pointers, with drives to the basket and outside shooting each accounting for 50%. However, these statistics merely reflect a fraction of Zhang Ling's impact. His role on the court is profoundly significant. What transpired on the court? Zhang Ling, who had just made a 3-pointer, decisively sealed the game. Yet he turned to engage with the fans? While the specifics of the event remain unclear, Zhang Ling's response was simply a courteous bow towards the audience. "Oh, how gentlemanly," Wang Ming remarked. "It certainly echoes the charm of a New York City mayor." Perhaps the fans uttered something untoward. What is there to criticize? Chapter 61. Farewell. Yang City. In the recent semi-final matches, Zhang Ling's exceptional offensive performance has been compiled into highlight reels that have circulated wildly on short video social platforms. Please note the duration. Abundant and satisfying. The comments in the video indicate that this is a compilation spanning over 20 minutes of offensive highlights. And watching it is truly exhilarating and explosive. Zhang Ling has magnificently showcased a plethora of offensive techniques in just 2 semifinal matches, earning him the title of a veritable offensive kaleidoscope within the CBA. In these 2 encounters, he averaged an astounding 51 points, leading his team to victory, particularly in the second match held at Guangdong's home ground, where he left nearly 10,000 spectators in stunned silence. On one hand, the Guangdong Southern Tigers have exhibited an unparalleled level of dominance in the CBA, having secured 7 championships in 8 years, guided by legends such as Yi Jianlian, Zhu Fangyu, and Wang Shipeng. During that era, the Guangdong team represented a significant force in Chinese basketball. Yet now, Zhang Ling has emerged as a formidable contender, having defeated the once illustrious Guangdong team in the semifinals, despite their current lineup featuring national team center Shou Qi, alongside Hu Mingxian and Du Runwang. Still, they were overwhelmed by Zhang Ling's prowess. Particularly in the paint, their defense resembled a sieve as Zhang Ling relentlessly penetrated and executed powerful drives that left them bewildered. Under his leadership, even in the heart of Guangdong, the Zhujiang Bulls displayed remarkable shooting accuracy, quelling Guangdong's hopes of vengeance in the second match. The Zhujiang Bulls have successfully claimed their second victory in a best-of-5 series, placing them at match point. For the Guangdong Southern Tigers, the path forward appears bleak, akin to a precipice leading into an abyss. It is not merely Shou Qi's wingspan or height that fails to protect the rim. Rather, it is Zhang Ling's exceptional physical attributes that render him a formidable force in the CBA. Following the match, fans on the Hupu forum began discussing Zhang Ling's performances, seeking strategies to defend against him. Those taller than him lack his speed, and those quicker find themselves at a disadvantage in today's CBA perimeter. Interior players struggle with lateral movement. Even with Shou Qi's impressive wingspan, he cannot match Zhang Ling's velocity. Moreover, Zhang Ling appears to have significantly bulked up since the previous Asian Games, showcasing a muscular physique that frequently outmatches Shou Qi, who, at times, seems almost fragile in comparison. Zhang Ling's wingspan is equally remarkable, standing at 203 centimeters with a reach of 222 centimeters, akin to a reincarnation of a long-armed gibbon. Furthermore, his exceptional fundamental skills in basketball allow him to execute fluid and imaginative movements during games, resulting in comparisons to Kobe Bryant's signature fadeaway jumper. With Guangdong's defeat, the outlook for the third match appears grim, as Zhang Ling's popularity and fervor have surged, leading many home fans to switch allegiances. Nonetheless, this development is a boon for Chinese basketball. As one fan noted in the comments beneath an online post, while Zhang Ling's offensive capabilities are indeed impressive, it is crucial not to overlook the finer details of his defensive contributions throughout the game. His defensive attitude, cooperative awareness, and supplementary coverage range, upon meticulous analysis, truly leave one in awe. Zhang Ling's future is undeniably bright. It appears that the rumors circulating online about him emerging as a new generational leader for the Chinese men's basketball team hold merit. Currently, Zhang Ling's draft position has ascended into the top 20 of the first round, with entry into the lottery zone imminent. I eagerly anticipate the arrival of that day. It seems that NBA scouts have begun to take notice of Zhang Ling's performances in the CBA. A top 20 pick? This suggests that Zhang Ling is destined to be selected by an NBA team. Splendid news. Soon, a Chinese player will grace the NBA. I will certainly renew my 10-cent membership for next season. I hope Zhang Ling can establish himself within a struggling NBA team and secure a stable rotation. Goodness. Zhang Ling is poised to be a top 6 pick. Am I being overly optimistic? Those athletes possess remarkable physical prowess. Just look at last year's #1 draft pick from the Spurs, who has already begun to dominate even our beloved LeBron in just his rookie season. As for Zhang Ling's final game of the CBA season in Guangzhou against Dongguan, a video surfaced on Douyin, capturing widespread attention. This official short film from the CBA, accompanied by exhilarating music, showcased a montage of Zhang Ling's passionate offensive highlights, adorned with heartfelt messages that evoked a sense of nobility and melancholy, reminiscent of a hero longing to conquer distant lands. Following this spirited compilation, a series of career snapshots of past generational leaders of the Chinese men's basketball team flashed by, like fleeting shadows, transporting viewers through 30 years of memories in an instant, whether marked by glory or defeat. The well-timed background music evoked deep sentiments among the fans watching this video. As the final scene faded, showcasing Yi Jianlian's diminishing silhouette, Zhang Ling's expressionless face reappeared. And at that moment, the background music surged with fervor and enthusiasm. Zhang Ling's highlights have faded into the past, returning to a serene stillness. Before the pitch-black curtain, only a single line remains, the new leading figure of the Chinese men's basketball team, what lies ahead on the path to the NBA. The abruptly halted video stirs profound emotions within countless fans. Indeed, this may well be Zhang Ling's final battle in Dongguan, for his NBA draft predictions are quite promising, placing him within the top 20. This signifies that he could be selected by a team, and consequently, it heralds a farewell. Since time immemorial, parting has been a source of sorrow, and the Chinese hold such farewells in high regard. For fans, although Zhang Ling has burst onto the scene this season, the games he has provided span a mere 60 encounters. Yet, for Chinese fans, particularly those from Guangdong, the proportion of supporters who have witnessed Zhang Ling in action live remains a mere fraction. Thus, as emotions deepen, the ticket prices for the third match have surreptitiously surged, especially among scalpers, who flip them for 2, 3, or even 5 times their original value. As for the identity of these scalpers, it remains a mystery. The specifics of the third match soon emerged. In this game, the Guangdong team seemed devoid of spirit, playing as if in a trance. Falling behind by nearly 20 points in the first quarter, it appeared that after the previous 2 matches, they had lost all will to resist. Ultimately, the Zhejiang Bulls triumphed with a commanding score of 125-102, advancing to the CBA League Finals for the 2023-2024 season. Notably, due to the fervent cheers of home fans urging Zhang Ling on, he, already brimming with energy, did not disappoint their enthusiasm, guiding the bench through the waning moments of the match. Farewell, Yangcheng. After the season, Zhang Ling penned 4 words on his Weibo, accompanied by a photo with Yi Jianlian. Subsequently, the official media account of the Guangdong Hongyuan Club commented beneath Zhang Ling's post, wishing you triumph in the finals and an early arrival in the NBA. Embarking on a new journey. Chapter 62. Zhang Ling's ambition for greatness. The Zhejiang Bulls achieved a remarkable feat in the CBA playoffs, sweeping their opponents in both the quarterfinals and semifinals. Under Zhang Ling's leadership, the Zhejiang Bulls dispatched Beijing's Beikong and Guangdong's South China Tigers with an overwhelming force, leaving them in defeat. In 5 matches, whether against the Beijing Flying Ducks in the quarterfinals or the South China Tigers in the semifinals, none could contain Zhang Ling's prowess. His offensive skills flowed like mercury, uplifting his teammates' spirits, leading them to an unblemished victory as they boldly advanced to the finals. Reminiscent of an autumn breeze sweeping away fallen leaves, poised to claim the CBA championship this season. This clearly illustrates the paramount importance of a true core player in the team sport of basketball. The true essence lies in the core player, who serves as the arrowhead during offensive plays. When teammates struggle to find their rhythm and the team's tactics falter, it is the genuine core player who must shoulder the burden of the team, executing the challenging and intricate plays that are essential for success. Likewise, the core player acts as a formidable shield in defense. A proactive defensive attitude is the fundamental expectation for such pivotal athletes. This involves leading the defense against the opposing team's key player, assisting teammates in their defensive efforts, and providing support when others falter. The essence of basketball undeniably encompasses not only offense but also defense, both of which hold equal significance, akin to the balance of day and night. While dazzling offensive techniques may be more readily showcased and publicized, discerning fans, upon reflection and analysis, recognize that those who excel in offense while neglecting defense ultimately lack substance. It is regrettable that these inept individuals, devoid of any sense of shame, proclaim themselves as the greatest of all time, merely serving as fodder for amusement within the basketball community. In this context, Zhang Ling's performance, whether on the offensive or defensive front, has been commendable during these 2 rounds of the series. Following Zhejiang Jinyo's sweeping victories over Beijing Puliya and Guangdong South China Tigers, both media and fans brimmed with confidence, convinced that Zhang Ling's championship triumph was a foregone conclusion. However, Zhang Ling remained largely unperturbed by the external clamor, having only made a single post on social media before refraining from further engagement. He harbors confidence regarding the future, but refrains from indulging in speculation about unactualized events. For even the wisest among us would hesitate to offer absolute guarantees concerning the unknown. Zhang Ling embodies a blend of confidence and humility, maintaining a respectful reverence for the championship and setting high standards for himself following each game. As teammates enter the training facility and witness Zhang Ling drenched in sweat, his expression devoid of exuberance, the previously boisterous atmosphere gradually quiets. Despite having swept their opponents in the quarterfinals and semifinals, Zhang Ling perceives no cause for celebration. What has occurred is now in the past, and their aspirations extend beyond mere semifinal victories. While victories are indeed worthy of celebration, lingering in joy after the fact bears no significance. The triumphs achieved thus far do not constitute the ultimate victory. What Zhang Ling desires is the championship title. Only at the moment of lifting the prestigious trophy will the achievement hold true meaning, as they aim to be the ones who ultimately revel in victory. Should misfortune befall them in the upcoming finals, it would undeniably render Zhang Ling, as well as the Zhujiang Jinyo team, as the greatest losers. Currently, the situation indicates that in the lower half of the league, Liaoning Brinchi Flying Leopards lead with a score of 2-1. If events proceed as anticipated, this match will determine the final victor from the lower bracket. This also suggests that this year's Zhujiang Jinyo will face the same opponent in the finals, Liaoning Brinchi, who previously eliminated them with a decisive 4-0 victory in last year's championship. Zhujiang Jinyo not only faced defeat, but did so in an exceedingly humiliating manner. They were not merely the biggest losers of the previous season, but the epitome of disgraceful failure. In the realm of competitive sports, second place is often regarded as an honor for many. As the adage goes, friendship first, competition second. Even in Olympic events, there exist gold, silver, and bronze medals. However, for Zhang Ling and the CBA League, second place signifies the utmost defeat. After all, there is only one supreme trophy. He possesses neither the golden, nor silver, nor bronze versions. The pinnacle of this season's honor is embodied solely in that singular supreme trophy. The coach entered, bringing along a projector. Prior to the training camp, he set it up, plugged it in, and began to replay the previous year's CBA finals on the wall. Last year, we lost the finals, not merely a defeat, but a shaming obliteration that cannot be termed a loss. It was a catastrophic downfall, devoid of any dignity. Yet, in this year's finals, we must reclaim all that we have lost. We shall place that supreme trophy here, etching our names into the annals of the team's history. We have just 4 victories left to secure. Let's rally together. After a brief pause, Lao Wang continued, suggesting that before training begins tomorrow, everyone should review our performance from last year. We have reached the final stretch. There is no turning back. We can only emerge victorious. If we are defeated by Liaoning Shugong for 2 consecutive years, we will be forever marked in the annals of CBA history with disgrace. I refuse to be a stepping stone on someone else's path to success. I believe you all feel the same. Let us not be mere stepping stones, but rather precious gems, worthy of hoisting that damn supreme trophy. Do you understand? Understood. Meanwhile, during Zhang Ling's participation in the tournament, a subtle whirlwind began to stir across the basketball world on the other side of the ocean. This breeze, though modest, was sufficient to capture the attention of various NBA teams that had glimpsed the tapes of Zhang Ling's performances. At just 20 years of age, standing at 203 centimeters with a wingspan of 222 centimeters and weighing 90 kilograms, these teams observed both his gameplay and physical data. Regrettably, they were provided with a year-old assessment of his physical metrics. While one might expect little change in basic statistics over a year, it appeared otherwise. Particularly now, Zhang Ling certainly did not seem to weigh merely 180 pounds. What a jest! From the footage, it was evident that his weight was likely approaching 200 pounds. This CBA-provided physical data seems absurdly inaccurate. They are accustomed to fabricating ages. Must they also distort weight? Nevertheless, regardless of the discrepancies, Zhang Ling's performance on the court is indeed intriguing. He exhibits remarkable self-creation abilities in offense, though his consistency appears to be somewhat lacking. His three-point shooting ability is quite commendable. Although it is not his primary scoring method during games, it sufficiently creates space for the team. His defensive attitude and awareness are also impressive. While his lateral movement may appear somewhat disorganized, he surpasses many of his contemporaries. Chapter 63. The finals commence. At the moment the Liaoning basketball team triumphed over the Shenzhen team, Zhang Ling, who was still in the training room completing his final 500 shots, breathed a sigh of relief upon receiving the news. Heaven be praised, the Liaoning team has made it to the finals. This victory signifies that both the Zhujiang basketball team and Zhang Ling have the opportunity to avenge the humiliating defeat they suffered last year in the finals. Being the runner-up is the greatest loss. Zhang Ling firmly agrees that last year's finals, despite only having the opportunity to play during garbage time, ended in defeat, marking the Zhujiang men's basketball team as the season's foremost loser, securing a mere second place. They were once tantalizingly close to the championship. yet ultimately found themselves exceedingly distant from it. The brutal struggles of an entire season dissolved into mere illusions. Disappointment and resentment eventually transformed into a fierce desire for revenge and a relentless fighting spirit. Although some players on the team have aged a year, Zhang Ling's meteoric rise shines brilliantly, illuminating the entire league. In a season where the Zhejiang Golden Bulls were not favored by many, Zhang Ling galloped ahead, dominating all players in the regular season and earning the MVP award, leading the Zhejiang team to an astonishing record. They lost only 3 games throughout the season, one of which was attributed to Zhang Ling's erratic shooting, which inadvertently harmed the team. This remarkable performance positioned Zhang Ling as a rising star, radiating throughout the CBA league. Moreover, Zhang Ling's extraordinary statistics and personal achievements captivated numerous fans, significantly elevating the CBA league's popularity to unprecedented heights. As the next season approaches, should Zhang Ling successfully transition to the NBA, it is likely that the overall enthusiasm for the CBA league will plummet. After all, not every citizen has the opportunity to score an astounding average of over 50 points in a regular season game. Furthermore, Zhang Ling's playing style, reminiscent of Kobe Bryant, has drawn considerable attention from fans. It can be said that the overall fervor for the CBA league has been elevated by Zhang Ling, both by fate and circumstance. Had the late Kobe not fallen, Zhang Ling's influence might not have been so singular, as his basketball movements invariably evoke memories of the legend. Swish. The basketball swooshes through the net as Zhang Ling continues to focus on his daily training regimen. Completing 500 shots has become a nightly ritual, and he finds himself unable to sleep until this goal is achieved. After finishing his training, he is the last to leave the gym, turning off the lights behind him. Following a bout of erratic shooting that resulted in 30 missed shots, he set a personal goal of 500 shots daily, adhering to this routine even on game days. In his bedroom, a miniature hoop hangs, and the floor is scattered with an array of mini basketballs, each the size of a ping-pong ball. On days of competition, Zhang Ling practices in this manner. He finds it impossible to sleep without shooting, feeling an unsettling emptiness otherwise. Each day unfolds in this seemingly monotonous manner. Yet Zhang Ling remains unfazed, content with his state. The blood coursing through his veins ignites with fervor each time it touches the basketball. If there comes a day when I no longer feel a surge of excitement within me upon touching a basketball, then the day of my retirement will be drawing near. Zhang Ling has pondered how to confront the day devoid of basketball, yet certainly not at this moment. Currently, he is brimming with passion and vigor, battling for honor, wealth, and status, fueled by an indomitable spirit. On May 8th, the final round of the 2023-2024 CBA League Series, the championship showdown, commenced. Even though the NBA playoffs were underway, it did not diminish the fervor surrounding the CBA finals in the slightest. Firstly, the viewing times are staggered for the audience in China. One occurs during the evening in America, while the other unfolds in the evening in China. Secondly, everyone is acutely aware that this is Zhang Ling's last series before he embarks on his NBA journey. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, he will depart following this series. Upon their next encounter, the ticket prices may be a different matter altogether. Moreover, this series could conclude in just 4 games. And judging by Zhang Ling's performance in the preceding 2 rounds, such an outcome appears highly probable. Predictions circulating online suggest that a majority favored Zhejiang Golden Bulls to triumph 4-1 against the Liaoning Flying Leopards, with the second most common prediction being 4-0, and the third 4-2. In any case, both fans and netizens are overwhelmingly optimistic about Zhang Ling and the Zhejiang team. This signifies that for the vast majority of fans who lack the opportunity to witness an NBA game in person, these final 46 matches may very well represent one of the few chances to watch Zhang Ling play live. It is precisely for this reason that the excitement surrounding this series has not been overshadowed by the NBA playoffs. In fact, as evening falls, due to the convenience of viewing, the enthusiasm for this series may significantly eclipse that of the NBA playoffs. After all, for many older fans, the current NBA is only worth watching during the finals, with some even opting to forego the entirety of the finals, merely glancing at the statistics post-game. This is attributable not only to their age, but also to societal developments. NBA games seem to have lost some of their previous allure and fervor. Conversely, indulging in CBA games and watching Zhang Ling has become a delightful routine for some. On the evening of the 8th, the Zhejiang men's basketball team hosted their match at the Hangzhou Olympic Sports Center, an international standard arena with a capacity of 18,000, which was filled to the brim with spectators. Of course, many of these attendees may not be fervent fans. Numerous celebrities and socialites have graced the occasion, alongside a multitude of internet sensations from the enchanting city of Hangzhou, all eager to capture their moment in the spotlight. In essence, the allure of this final series is not solely rooted in the game itself. The presence of illustrious figures sitting in the stands adds a layer of intrigue. Some attendees, rather than being ardent fans of basketball, are drawn here by the allure of stardom. This mutual amplification of excitement has propelled the fervor surrounding this championship series to soaring heights. As a hushed anticipation enveloped the arena, a profound silence was shattered by a dull rumble, and the lights dimmed dramatically. A singular beam of light emerged, illuminating the players' entrance, capturing the attention of all in attendance. The moment had arrived for the players to make their grand entrance into the finals. Leading the charge were the athletes of the Liaoning Flying Leopards. Accompanied by the electrifying shouts of the DJ, each player's name resonated through the venue. The fervent cheers of the fans heralded the arrival of the players on the grand stage of the finals. CBA Championship winner, CBA Finals MVP, number 13, Guiluan. CBA Championship winner, CBA Finals MVP, number 3, Zhao Jiwei. CBA Championship winner, the rising star of the Chinese men's basketball team, number 77, Zhang Zhenli. Although they represented the Liaoning Flying Leopards, the local fans showered them with enthusiastic applause, undeterred by last year's finals where they faced a crushing defeat against the Zhejiang Lions. The home crowd remained undaunted, for hope still flickered in their hearts. They envisioned a moment of redemption for the Zhejiang Bulls this year. They awaited the DJ to announce that name, a name destined to echo at the climactic moment. The new generation of leaders for the Chinese men's basketball team. The CBA 2023-2024 regular season MVP, a key forward for the Zhejiang Lions, a shining star of the CBA, is none other than Zhang Ling. As the DJ finally proclaimed his name, the previously hushed arena erupted into a cacophony of cheers and applause. Even the prominent figures seated nearby rose to their feet, welcoming the true monarch of this arena, the undeniable star, Zhang Ling. Chapter 64. My son Zhenlin possesses the majesty of an emperor. The brief introduction by the DJ regarding the new generation leader of the Chinese men's basketball team caused Zhang Zhenlin of the Liaoning Flying Leopards to raise an eyebrow in response. A tumultuous blend of bitterness and anger brewed within him. The DJ's introduction, labeling Zhang Ling as the future star of the Chinese men's basketball team, paled in comparison to his own anticipated stature. Before Zhang Ling's meteoric rise, it was unequivocal that Zhang Zhenlin was being groomed as the next Yi Jianlian of the Chinese men's basketball realm, suggesting that he would, in some sense, emerge as a leading figure for the next generation. Yet, all those splendid aspirations, once a shimmering dream, were abruptly shattered with the ascendancy of Zhang Ling. During the Asian Games, Zhang Ling was merely a substitute. However, after a season has passed, his rate of growth has been astonishingly rapid. Even though in the new season, Zhang Ling managed to achieve a terrifying average of over 50 points per game, securing the MVP of the regular season, Zhang Zhenling still harbored feelings of discontent, perhaps even resentment. As a prodigy born into a distinguished family of basketball players, Zhang Zhenling possessed remarkable talent from a young age. Yet, this so-called talent was simply an advantage of height compared to his peers. Furthermore, owing to the influence of his family, he was introduced to basketball at an early age, with a clear path in the sport laid out for him. This is a privilege that 14 billion other Chinese families do not possess, and it highlights the countless basketball talents that have been overlooked. Zhang Zhenling has been regarded with high expectations since his childhood. Later, during his high school years, he ventured to the United States to pursue his education, aspiring to follow the American model and enter the NBA. Unfortunately, amidst the talent-rich landscape of American basketball, Zhang Zhenling faced misfortune and was relegated to the NBA Development League. Even in the Development League, he lacked the requisite skills to thrive, especially when compared to the lucrative salaries offered by his domestic team, the Liaoning Flying Leopards. In China, opportunities abound. One can easily enhance their reputation. And with his lineage in a basketball family, both parents holding significant positions within the Basketball Association, securing a substantial contract is relatively effortless. Within the realm of Chinese basketball, Zhang Zhenling is renowned for his exceptional physical attributes and has always held a lofty self-regard. During last year's World Cup journey in the Asian Games, the Chinese national team identified Zhang Zhenling as a key player for development. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he is poised to become one of the few prominent choices for the forward position in the Chinese national basketball team. Mother Zhang holds her son in high regard, often extolling his extraordinary physical prowess and basketball acumen to anyone she encounters. Those unaware might be led to believe her son is exceptionally remarkable. Much like the tales of your proclaiming, my son, Jinlin, possesses the stature of an emperor. Consequently, despite Zhang Ling's burgeoning fame, Zhang Jinling remains unsatisfied and resentful. Observing Zhang Ling basking in the adoration of fervent fans beneath the shimmering starlight, Zhang Jinling trembles with envy and ire. All of this should have been mine. It is he, Zhang Ling, who has usurped all my fortune. Fixating on Zhang Ling's retreating figure, Zhang Jinling's gaze grows increasingly fierce and twisted. It is time to unleash true intensity upon Zhang Ling. He declared to the team's formidable center, Han Dejuan and Morande, to contain Zhang Ling. We must rely on our front line. Whether it be the small forward responsible for primary defense, the power forward assisting in coverage, or the center tasked with rim protection. They exchanged determined glances, resolute in their commitment to ensure Zhang Ling receives special attention. In the CBA League of China, no such extraordinary talent shall be permitted to exist. The second-generation basketball player, Zhang Jinling, slowly began to speak. Zhang Ling basked in the fervent cheers of the crowd, who bestowed upon him their utmost support and encouragement. Under the spotlight, he gently closed his eyes, savoring this moment. Why should a man not wield the Wu hook and conquer 50 states? Each era's men must possess their own unique romanticism, and for Zhang Ling, the adoration and support from his fans constituted the greatest romance of his life, a sentiment he would cherish forever. Only the strong earn the respect of all. For a basketball player, excellence in the sport is the key to winning the hearts of fans. As Zhang Ling stood with his eyes closed, his right hand cupped to his ear, engaging in a dialogue with the audience, a thunderous wave of cheers erupted from the stands once more. The spectators, captivated by the sight of Zhang Ling standing in silent reverie, were filled with exhilaration, for they too were witnesses to history. The fervor of such impassioned fans evoked a sense of awe, even among the prominent figures seated at the sidelines, who felt a twinge of trepidation. This was a true arena of muscle clashes and explosive hormones. Zhang Ling retracted his right hand and approached the commentary table, lifting the magnesium powder beside him high into the air. The spotlight and gradually intensifying lights illuminated the scene, while the media's cameras remained fixated on him. It must be noted that beneath Zhang Ling's seemingly expressionless visage, akin to still waters, lay a heart that was somewhat flamboyant and restless. His fervor, pride, and confidence, though not overtly arrogant, could be discerned in subtle details and movements, something that resonates well with the discerning nature of the Eastern audience. However, it is likely that only a player of Zhang Ling's caliber would evoke such an enthusiastic response from the crowd when he gestures for their attention. Not every CBA player enjoys such privilege. This gesture subsequently became Zhang Ling's signature move at the commencement of every international game held domestically. As the match began, fueled by the intensity of the jump ball, the atmosphere was charged with palpable tension. The moment the game commenced, Yu Jiahao found himself entangled with Liaoning's center, Han Dejuan. More accurately, he was directly held by Han Dejuan, resulting in both players tumbling to the ground. The referee promptly called a foul, and the stout Han Dejuan received the first foul of the game. He raised his hands in a gesture of innocence, attempting to explain and complain to the referee. Yet he garnered no sympathy whatsoever. The initial foul seemed to set a brutal tone for the match. Meanwhile, Zhang Ling, who had just assisted Yu Jiahao to his feet, sensed the predatory gazes of the opposing forwards, resembling hyenas. His inner composure remained unshaken, merely responding with a cold smile. Since the foul did not result in free throws, Zhang Ling passed the ball to Wu Qian and sprinted to the corner. His counterpart, Zhang Jinling, adhered closely to him, and the two engaged in a fierce struggle from the outset, as if they were fighting for their lives. Rather than feeling any trepidation in the face of such physical confrontation, Zhang Ling felt an exhilarating rush of adrenaline. He forcefully pushed Zhang Jinling away, received the basketball from Wu Qian, dribbled once, and surged toward the paint, all while surveying the unfolding situation. As Zhang Jinling pursued him from behind, Zhang Ling halted, feigning a shot, only to evade Han Dejuan's aggressive defense with a graceful pivot, followed by a challenging yet fluid fadeaway jumper, culminating in a successful finish. The ball struck the backboard and swished through the net. Chapter 65. Exceptional Care and Confrontation. It appeared that Zhang Ling's shooting touch was quite favorable today, and he played with resolute determination. His first shot was executed flawlessly through a pick and roll with his teammate. Indeed, it was fortunate that Zhang Ling was the one holding the ball. Had it been another teammate, the likelihood of that shot finding its mark would have diminished considerably. However, such details are trivial. This is merely what Zhang Ling is expected to deliver. His decisive offensive move not only showcased his skill but also conveyed to his teammates the unwavering belief that victory in this battle was imperative. In the ensuing defensive sequence, Zhang Ling devoted his full attention, meticulously guarding Zhang Jinlin while simultaneously remaining vigilant to the entire court, poised to assist or reinforce the defense at any moment. His remarkable enthusiasm invigorated the entire team's defensive efforts, as he and center Yu Jiahao steadfastly safeguarded the paint. Although the perimeter defense led by Wu Qian appeared relatively vulnerable, rendering it a potential breakthrough point for the opposition, Zhang Ling remained alert, ready to provide support at a moment's notice. Consequently, the Liaoning men's basketball team was compelled to draw Zhang Jinlin to the corner, thereby creating space on the outside. Nevertheless, Zhang Ling maintained his position at a 45-degree angle, diligently monitoring Zhang Jinlin while remaining prepared to assist or reinforce the defense, depending on the direction of the perimeter players Zhao Jiwei and Guailuan's incursions. Zhang Ling's positioning on this side, aided by his long reach, exerted tremendous pressure on the opposing defensive line. However, both Guailuan and Zhao Jiwei, seasoned veterans with ample game experience, adeptly navigated the ever-changing dynamics on the court. As Zhang Ling pivoted to guard Zhang Jinlin, Guailuan delivered a stunning bounce pass. Simultaneously, Zhang Jinlin, lurking in the corner beyond the arc and poised to receive the ball, made a dash along the baseline, ready for a layup or perhaps a thunderous dunk. Yet, at that moment, Zhang Ling, as if endowed with a third eye at the back of his head, instinctively leaned towards the direction of the bouncing ball. Remarkably, he intercepted the pass, snatching the ball from the side with an elegant embrace. This astute steal sent waves of astonishment through the crowd, akin to witnessing a miracle. No one could have anticipated that Zhang Ling seemed to possess an uncanny foresight, predicting Guailuan's pass. This interception was astonishing yet undeniably real before the fans' eyes. With a resounding cheer, Zhang Ling swiftly passed the ball to Yu Jiahao, who promptly secured it before relaying it to the guard. Wu Qian advanced the ball, while keenly observing the dynamics on the court. At that moment, Liaoning's defense was timely, compelling him to wait for Zhang Ling to join the offense. As Zhang Ling approached the 45-degree angle, Wu Qian, having executed a deceptive drive into the paint, made a swift cross-court pass. After two rapid exchanges, the ball found its way into Zhang Ling's hands. Upon receiving the ball, Zhang Ling, facing Zhang Jinlin's defense, unleashed a clean and precise three-point shot. The ball soared, tracing a graceful arc, swishing through the net. As Zhang Ling stumbled slightly, he was fortunate to have been vigilant during the finals, having learned a crucial detail from Kobe Bryant, landing both feet simultaneously to effectively prevent any unintentional tripping by defenders. This time, Zhang Ling's feet touched down concurrently, landing on Zhang Jinlin's right foot. Whether intentionally or not remains uncertain. Zhang Ling's core remained remarkably stable, untouched by injury. He cast a glance at Zhang Jinling without uttering a single word. The referee's whistle remained silent, for there was no foul in the defense. It was merely that during the landing, Zhang Jinling's right foot extended slightly forward, resting upon Zhang Ling's landing point. This did not infringe upon Zhang Ling's cylindrical space while he executed his jump shot, thus it could hardly be considered a foul. Whether the right foot's extension upon landing was a mere reflex or a reflection of deeper, darker impulses remains beyond judgment. Rules are rules on the basketball court. There is no room for moral condemnation. However, it was evident that Zhang Jinling, having spent time abroad in the United States, had undoubtedly absorbed the essence of foreign defensive techniques, and he resolutely deployed this tactic in the finals. Meanwhile, Zhang Ling's alteration of his shooting habits during the championship clearly caught Zhang Jinling off guard. Nevertheless, it served to protect him well. Furthermore, Zhang Ling went so far as to turn off his mobile phone, rejecting all opportunities for interaction with young women, even declining invitations from friends and family to partake in social drinking without hesitation. Whenever there was a chance for contact with the opposite sex, Zhang Ling would insist on the presence of a third party, even if that person were an elderly grandmother of 80. This caution stemmed from a past experience that had left him deeply shaken, had it not been for certain individuals who orchestrated his suspension. The Chinese men's basketball team would have undoubtedly claimed the gold medal at the Asian Games. As for the greatest beneficiary of Zhang Ling's suspension, he was the one who ultimately marred the competition. Who could have anticipated that the Chinese men's basketball team would succumb to a depleted Philippine squad? It is worth noting that Zhang Ling had led the bench in a remarkable 21-point comeback, toppling the Philippines, which featured NBA star Clarkson. Yet, in the final offensive play, his iron-willed jump shot, reminiscent of a delicate flower, sealed the fate of the entire Chinese men's basketball team, marking them with a stain of disgrace and plunging them into a dark abyss. Zhang Ling exchanged a knowing glance with his teammates, particularly with Wu Qian, who had been plagued by injuries throughout the season. If the opposing team were to execute such a tactic against him, it could very well lead to a premature end to his season. As the subsequent matches unfolded, the physicality of the game escalated, especially in the paint. Contending for a rebound felt akin to a scene from WWE. While the American wrestling spectacle is widely known, the grappling here was undeniably genuine. In the fierce struggle for rebounds, a myriad of tactics came into play. Subtle shoves, pinching, and elbow strikes were all employed with abandon. Of course, seasoned defenders always seem to evade the watchful gaze of the referees. As a forward, Zhang Ling engages in a fierce struggle within the paint, battling against a group of muscular adversaries. Time and again, through relentless tearing and shoving, he secures a rebound, a fleeting opportunity for offense. It is astonishing that the intensity of the Chinese CBA finals rivals that of the current NBA finals in the United States, and it is indeed more brutal. When it comes to brawls and physical confrontations, the players of the Chinese men's basketball team fear no one. After all, who isn't a descendant of the dragon? Who cannot engage in a bit of sparring, practice a few Wing Chun moves, or mimic Bruce Lee's iconic shouts? In a scuffle, who fears whom? The referees, too, are attuned to the dynamics of the game, promptly issuing technical fouls to Zhao Jiwei and Cheng Shuayu. The two technical fouls effectively quelled the escalating tensions on the court. Clearly, the officiating encourages physicality, yet the referees are not blind. In such a crucial match, they must precisely gauge the situation. Should the intensity escalate further? Not only could the vegetables burn, but they might also singe their own behinds. Nevertheless, the highly competitive nature of the game exhilarated the fans in attendance. Since the two NBA battles between the Celtics and the Lakers in 2008 to 2010, such a fiercely contested finals has been a rarity. However, some young women in the crowd were left pale with fright. Was this truly a display of passionate basketball? Chapter 66. An elbow topples Zhang Jinlin. The basketball game unfolds in a manner reminiscent of a slow, brutal skirmish. The shooting percentages of all players have been adversely affected, Zhang Ling included. Zhang Jinlin exhibits formidable defensive prowess, and Zhang Ling mirrors this intensity. Both players consistently engage in subtle maneuvers, whether with their hands, bodies, or feet. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the Zhejiang Golden Bulls hold a slender lead of 21-18. Such intensity is quintessentially what one expects from a championship finale. The officiating today is notably stringent, seemingly encouraging defensive play, although the offensive flow of the game is occasionally disrupted by fouls. Both the spectators in the arena and those watching the live broadcast can palpably sense the tense atmosphere enveloping the court, creating a breathless experience. Is this the intensity of the finals? The CBA League has undoubtedly showcased some of the most robust and exhilarating competitive matches in its history. This level of play also places immense demands on the player's stamina. In this regard, Zhang Ling's high standards and rigorous training regimen have proven invaluable. He not only holds his ground against Zhang Jinlin but often gains the upper hand, and even amidst such high-stakes competition, his endurance remains commendable. It is noteworthy that Zhang Jinlin, standing at 208 centimeters and weighing over 200 pounds, possesses a physical advantage over Zhang Ling. Nevertheless, in their confrontations, Zhang Ling displays remarkable fearlessness and strength. As the second quarter commences, Zhang Ling eagerly approaches Coach Wang for an opportunity to continue playing. Aren't you going to take a break? Coach Wang gazes at Zhang Ling, momentarily astonished, but upon observing his good form, he can only silently commend him. This explains how this young man manages to average over 50 points per game throughout the season. His abundant stamina is the foundation of such achievements. Although Coach Wang is aware of Zhang Ling's capabilities, he did not anticipate that he would insist on playing without a moment's respite. No need for a break. This level of competition stirs my blood. I am exhilarated to partake in such a high-caliber match. Zhang Ling exclaims with enthusiasm, eliciting disbelief from his teammates, particularly Wu Qian, who marvels at his extraordinary stamina, likening it to that of a powerful beast. Yet, his teammates are well aware that Zhang Ling's vitality stems from both his youth and his unwavering dedication to rigorous training, a quality that evokes their admiration. After all, everyone has witnessed Zhang Ling's remarkable growth this season. His skills have become increasingly refined and stable, and his overall physical attributes have seen significant enhancement. Reflecting on this, one realizes that today, Zhang Ling has evolved into a player they all aspire to emulate. Coach Wang does not reject Zhang Ling's request. He merely contemplates ensuring that Zhang Ling receives a few minutes of rest before the fourth quarter begins. Thus, as the second quarter unfolds, Zhang Ling leads the Zhejiang Golden Bull substitutes onto the court. Upon seeing this, Zhang Jinlin, tasked with guarding Zhang Ling, nearly bulges his eyes in astonishment. In an effort to restrain Zhang Ling, he relentlessly pursued him throughout the first quarter, while mere running might have sufficed. The moment Zhang Ling received the ball and engaged in offensive maneuvers, the physical confrontations felt akin to being struck by an oncoming train, although his defensive performance appeared effective. Limiting Zhang Ling to just 8 attempts, 3 of which were successful, yielding a total of 7 points, the toll on his stamina was immense. At this moment, as he finally took a seat, his lungs felt as if they were ablaze, reminiscent of finishing a grueling 10,000-meter marathon. Observing Zhang Ling re-enter the game, Zhang Jinlin glanced at his head coach, Hugo, who, fortunately, did not call for him to return to the court, allowing Zhang Jinlin to breathe a sigh of relief. Zhang Ling seemed relentless, akin to a formidable beast, showing no signs of needing rest. Contemplating this, Zhang Jinlin couldn't help but smile wryly, silently acknowledging his admiration. In terms of stamina alone, he was clearly outmatched by Zhang Ling as long as the bench players can keep the score close. When the fourth quarter arrives and the entire team must give their all, I will see where you find your strength, he thought. You may score, but the victory in this match must belong to me. To his disappointment, Zhang Ling, rather than unleashing a barrage of attacks against the substitutes, continued to play with a defensive mindset, exerting considerable pressure on his direct opponent. Over the course of nearly 3 minutes, Zhang Ling led the bench players in orchestrating a formidable 10-2 scoring surge. Remarkably, during this scoring spree, Zhang Ling only took 1 shot, a successful 3-pointer from an open position. Most of the easier scoring opportunities were selflessly given to his teammates as he aggressively penetrated the lane, drawing the attention of numerous defenders from the Liaoning basketball team. Zhang Ling exerted immense pressure on the opposing defense, and in today's CBA league, who was unaware of Zhang Ling's explosive scoring prowess? The head coach of the Liaoning men's basketball team, sensing the precarious situation, hastily called for a timeout and summoned Zhang Jinlin to closely guard Zhang Ling. Coach Hugo instructed, Zhang Jinlin, you have effectively curtailed Zhang Ling's performance on the defensive end. Now, take to the court and ensure you sever his connection with his teammates. In the blink of an eye, the score had escalated to 31-20. With the point differential reaching double digits, placing immense pressure on the head coach of the Liaoning men's basketball team, Zhang Jinlin also donned his armor, continuing to shadow Zhang Ling throughout the game. Leveraging his physical height and weight advantage, he posed considerable challenges for Zhang Ling on the offensive end, particularly during confrontations. He was able to induce subtle shifts in Zhang Ling's body, thereby affecting his shooting rhythm. Bang, 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 securing the ball. Zhang Ling engaged in a robust post-up against Liaoning's Zhang Jinlin, pushing forward relentlessly towards the paint. Subsequently, Zhang Ling gathered the ball, executed a swift turn, and feigned a shot. His movements were fluid, completely deceiving Zhang Jinlin, who leapt to disrupt the anticipated shot. However, Zhang Ling did not jump at all. He cleverly exploited a timing differential, allowing Zhang Jinlin to ascend before rising himself to shoot, drawing a defensive foul from his opponent. The ball kissed the backboard and found its way into the net, resulting in a 2-1. After this display, Zhang Ling remained expressionless, exchanging congratulatory gestures with his teammates before confidently stepping to the free throw line to convert the additional shot. Thereafter, it appeared as though Zhang Ling had fully unlocked his offensive arsenal. Despite Zhang Jinlin's staunch defense, he executed his shots with remarkable decisiveness. Whether it was a straight 3-pointer or a deft drive into the lane, each attempt left Zhang Jinlin scrambling to keep up. His footwork was increasingly unable to match Zhang Ling's swift pace. Meanwhile, Zhang Jinlin's defensive maneuvers grew increasingly aggressive, yet the referees seemed oblivious to his actions. During one of Zhang Ling's penetrative drives into the paint, with Zhang Jinlin pursuing from behind and a backup center providing assistance, Zhang Ling unleashed an audacious high-arcing shot, executing an extraordinarily difficult move while simultaneously drawing another foul from the trailing Zhang Jinlin, his third foul, to be precise. Had it not been for Zhang Jinlin's nudge from behind, Zhang Ling could have effortlessly converted a powerful dunk. This push ignited a surge of indignation within Zhang Ling. Following the successful free throw, during the next offensive possession for the Zhejiang Bull team, Zhang Ling executed a deceptive drive, shedding Zhang Jinlin, even in the absence of space. As Zhang Jinlin chose to maintain close proximity, Zhang Ling delivered a powerful elbow shove, Bang! In the instant Zhang Jinlin made contact with Zhang Ling's body, he fell backward, clutching his chest in excruciating pain. The referee promptly called a flagrant foul against Zhang Ling. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Ling immediately cried out in protest, asserting his innocence. Although his action appeared to have knocked Zhang Jinlin over with an elbow, it was merely a standard protective maneuver during the course of the game. One could even interpret the incident as Zhang Jinlin deliberately colliding and feigning injury. Moreover, Zhang Ling had no intention of causing harm, thus, labeling it as a malicious foul seemed unjust. As he elaborated on his elbowing motion, he insisted it was simply a customary protective action, while it was Zhang Jinlin who had leaned in and pretended to fall. Nevertheless, the referee remained steadfast in his original decision, leaving Zhang Ling with no choice but to shake his head in resignation. Meanwhile, Zhang Jinlin had risen to his feet, seemingly unscathed, and was celebrating with high fives alongside his teammates. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Ling could not help but remark that the opponent's defensive maneuvers were exceptionally astute. Chapter 67. The Fury of the Tai Sui, a Frantic Retribution. The Liaoning men's basketball team, with 2 free throws and a shot, secured possession of the offensive end. Though Zhang Ling maintained a stoic facade, within him simmered a tempest of vengeful fury, all while he preserved an unwavering sense of rationality. On the basketball court, he resolved to respond with the very essence of the game itself. Taking a deep breath, his gaze became as frigid as that of a serpent, fixated on his defender. Thud, 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 Zhao Jiwei dribbled the ball, signaling to his teammates to create space. With a deft change of direction, he surged forward, halted abruptly, and released a shot. Alas, the ball ricocheted off the rim. At that moment, Zhang Ling's silhouette soared like a swan, leaping into the paint to snatch the offensive rebound from above the opposing center's head. As he propelled the ball forward, he deftly passed it to the point guard before executing a sweeping run along the baseline, traversing an impressive 34-degree arc. Upon receiving the ball at a 45-degree angle, he feigned a shot with a probing step, yet the defender, Zhang Jinlin, remained unfazed. Zhang Ling, undeterred, opted for a side post-up, engaging in a fierce dribble, refusing to pivot. Instead, he stepped forward with his right foot, executed a spin, and leapt into the air for a smooth fadeaway jumper. Thud. The basketball confidently crashed through the hoop, a signature scoring weapon of remarkable consistency. The deficit between the two teams widened once again to double digits. Zhang Ling appeared to exude a fierce intensity, his gaze piercing through his defender like a sharpened blade, instilling genuine trepidation in his opponent. He swiftly returned to defense, akin to an indefatigable bull. Whether on the offensive or defensive front, Zhang Ling began to unveil his extraordinary talent, remarkable wingspan, and exceptional vertical leap, complemented by his impressive lateral quickness and astute defensive awareness, allowing him to position himself precisely where he needed to be during both help defense and recovery. Whether on the perimeter or inside, Zhang Ling consistently troubled his adversaries. Guiluan orchestrated the movements of his teammates while holding the ball. As center Han Dejuan set a screen and rolled towards the basket, the ball swiftly found its way into Han Dejuan's hands, who then backed down Yu Jiahao, launching a high shot. Meanwhile, Zhang Ling, positioned for side help defense, had already anticipated their offensive strategy. He leapt high, swatting the ball out of bounds with remarkable agility. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, celebrating Zhang Ling's successful defense. This moment showcased his physical dexterity and leaping prowess. Although this block was a side help defense, it undeniably highlighted Zhang Ling's defensive awareness. Such a monumental block undoubtedly bolstered the team's morale. As the dynamic shifted, the scale of victory began to subtly tilt in favor of their side, without a doubt. In team sports, the significance of collective morale cannot be overstated. It determines how far a team can ultimately go. The attitude of core players towards the game and their determination to secure victory profoundly influences the morale of the entire team. The positive demeanor of a key player will undoubtedly manifest in the nuances of the game. A successful steal, an enthusiastic rebound contest, or a triumphant block undoubtedly infuses players with tremendous positive energy. This block not only ignited the crowd's fervent applause but also elicited enthusiastic cheers from teammates on the bench, exclaiming how spectacular it was. Moreover, as a core player, one must refrain from exhibiting negativity during the game. This block electrified the crowd, imposing significant pressure on the entire Liaoning basketball team. Despite retaining possession of the ball and successfully executing a play after the inbound, Zhao Jiwei received the ball at the baseline, only to miss a three-point attempt amid the resounding cheers of the crowd, which transitioned into a chorus of jeers. Turning back, the Zhejiang Golden Bulls Wu Qian, positioned beyond the three-point line, received Zhang Ling's pass and took a shot, seeking to capitalize on the moment. After Zhang Ling made a pass, he did not remain stationary. Instead, he swiftly evaded Zhang Jinlin's defense and charged towards the paint. Regardless of whether his three-point attempt succeeded or not, he aimed to position himself for a rebound. Wu Qian's shot fell short, striking the front of the rim, and Zhang Ling fortuitously secured the rebound, immediately passing it out to Cheng Shuaishu on the perimeter. Without hesitation, Cheng stepped beyond the three-point line and took his shot. Unfortunately, the ball ricocheted off the rim. But at that moment, Zhang Ling soared into the air, executing a spectacular putback dunk over the Liaoning team's center, Han Dejuan. With a resounding thud, the ball was emphatically thrust into the net by Zhang Ling. Although it may not have been a conventional dunk over an opponent, it was undeniably explosive. The crowd erupted in awe, marveling at the ferocity of Zhang Ling's putback, while Han Dejuan could only watch as Zhang soared past him, unable to intercept such a rapid ascent. In a state of urgency, the head coach of the Liaoning team called for a timeout, realizing that the Zhejiang Golden Bulls had seized momentum. Though it was merely a sequence of offense, defense, and a putback dunk, the intensity had been unmistakably established, igniting fervent cheers from the audience. During the timeout, Zhang Ling, with an impassive expression, gestured to the home crowd, and with his encouragement, the cheers grew louder and more fervent, akin to crashing waves, overturning the visiting Liaoning team's ship. After the timeout, Liaoning's Guo Ailuan scored a basket. Upon receiving the ball from the baseline, Zhang Ling immediately dribbled in, executing a change of rhythm that allowed him to slip past Zhang Jinlin, then barreled into the paint, delivering yet another thunderous dunk right in the face of the newly positioned center. This dunk was not only decisive but also electrifying, inciting the crowd to erupt in jubilant applause. Today, Zhang Ling was on fire, determined to penetrate the interior defense. With 2 consecutive dunks, he completely ignited the home fans. The earlier flagrant foul called by the referee seemed to have awakened this formidable titan. Indeed, although the Liaoning team had initially provided ample resistance, they appeared to have forgotten that they were up against the indomitable Zhang Ling. At this very moment, fans in the live stream were fervently echoing that passionate sentiment. A true titan of the court, unstoppable, my goodness. In the live stream, hosts Wang Ming and Yang Yi shook their heads in disbelief, unable to contain their admiration. Yang Yi adjusted his glasses, noting that what was truly terrifying was the absolute dominance Zhang Ling displayed on both ends of the court throughout the match. Moreover, his formidable physical endurance is noteworthy. Let us not forget that during the first half, Zhang Ling did not rest for even a minute, engaging in defensive blocks, crashing the boards, executing putback dunks, and delivering powerful slams on the offensive end. To be candid, this sheer stamina is something many players in the Chinese men's basketball team should aspire to emulate. I have heard that throughout the entire season, aside from game days, Zhang Ling has maintained a rigorous training regimen, leading a simple and unassuming life. Truly, for someone so pure in their devotion to basketball, achieving success seems inevitable. Such individuals, to be frank, are awe-inspiring across all professions. It is a feat that most cannot accomplish. I have also heard that the coach of the Zhejiang men's basketball team suggested introducing Zhang Ling to a girlfriend, but he declined. At such a young age, he has even given up dating in favor of his training. One cannot help but be impressed. Are we not discussing basketball? How did we stray into the topic of Zhang Ling's romantic life? But it is halftime. Let us instead reflect on Zhang Ling's performance in the first half. 11 out of 18 shooting, amassing 27 points, 5 rebounds, and 6 assists. It is evident that the intensity of the game affected his shooting percentage in the first quarter, yet Zhang Ling made swift adjustments and excelled in the second quarter. As the second half commenced, the Liaoning men's basketball team, having endured a challenging second quarter, finally emerged like a slumbering beast, with their outside shooting beginning to flourish. Zhao Jiwei and Guo Ailuan, showcasing their finals MVP prowess, consecutively sank 3 three-pointers, narrowing the score to single digits. The atmosphere in the arena grew tense. Fortunately, Zhang Ling continued to shine, maintaining the fiery form he exhibited in the second quarter. His mid- and long-range shooting began to demonstrate its potency against Zhang Jinlin's defense. Zhang Ling utilized his teammates' screens and his own offensive prowess to create shooting opportunities, landing several audacious mid-range jumpers, including long two-pointers just inside the arc. Despite the fierce momentum of Liaoning's scoring surge, Zhang Ling led the Zhejiang Bulls in withstanding the pressure from the defending champions in the half-court battle. With a swift maneuver to shake off his defender, Zhang Ling executed an in-and-out dribble, leaping for a shot that resulted in a textbook two-pointer. The ball nestling securely in the net. Regardless of how ferociously the Liaoning team attacked, they were unable to close the gap on the scoreboard. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Ling skillfully dribbled the ball forward, with center Yu Jiahao stepping up to set a screen. Zhang, making a deft change of direction, opted for a right-hand drive. As the defender, Zhang Zhenlin, accelerated to close the gap, he suddenly executed a behind-the-back dribble, halting abruptly to pull back. The defender, caught off guard by the sudden shift in pace, slipped and fell to the ground, while Zhang Ling faced the incoming help defense and calmly sank a two-point shot. This seemingly simple offensive maneuver wielded an impact akin to a feather lifting a mountain, leaving the defender nearly twisting his ankle in confusion, inciting jubilant cheers from the home crowd. This moment encapsulated the essence of the third quarter and the first half of the fourth, as Zhang Ling's long-range prowess became an insurmountable challenge for the resilient Liaoning team. Not to mention, Yang's offensive arsenal and athleticism were truly explosive, capable of penetrating defenses and shooting from distance, rendering him nearly impossible to guard. As the final quarter unfolded, during this critical battle, Zhang Ling remained full of energy, sprinting across the court to assist on defense and secure rebounds. At this juncture, the Zhejiang Bulls held a 15-point lead, with just over 3 minutes left in the game. Continuing in this manner, the Liaoning team had little chance of victory, for Zhang Ling would not permit it, nor would the fervent and passionate fans in attendance. Under typical circumstances, a team might have succumbed to such pressure from the Zhejiang Bulls. Yet this was the championship final, and Liaoning, with its storied resilience as a traditional powerhouse, would not concede until the very last moment. Veteran Gua Ailuan stepped up. Despite enduring injuries over the past 2 seasons, he shone brightly in the finals, exemplifying the unwavering determination to clinch the championship title. He swiftly advanced the ball, firing a three-pointer from beyond the arc that resonated with the resolve to never give up the crown. Conversely, Wu Qian, managing the clock, opted to drive with only 6 seconds remaining, then executed a wide cross-court pass, finding Cheng Shuaiyu at the top of the arc. Time was fleeting. Yet the Zhejiang players exhibited remarkable patience, as the ball was swiftly transmitted twice before arriving back in Zhang Ling's hands. In the moment Zhang Ling received the ball, without uttering a word, he took his shot. He almost faced the defender's blocking, yet he released the ball. The arc of the shot was substantial, but ultimately, it swished through the net. This three-pointer extinguished any hopes the Liaoning Flying Leopards harbored for a comeback. Time was no longer on their side. Ultimately, the Zhejiang Golden Bulls secured a thrilling victory on their home court, leading the finals 1-0. After this fiercely contested match, the rejuvenated Zhejiang Golden Bulls exuded an aura of champions in the eyes of their fans. They were entirely different from the team that had been swept in last year's finals. This transformation was largely due to Zhang Ling's emergence, which brought not only a qualitative enhancement to the team's strength but also a profound psychological uplift. On this night, under the watchful gaze of nearly 20,000 fans, they faced the season champions, Liaoning Binshi Steel, with remarkable tenacity, showing no signs of trepidation against such formidable opponents. Particularly, Zhang Ling performed as the unequivocal core throughout the game, excelling on both the offensive and defensive fronts. His indomitable spirit, obsession with victory, coupled with his exceptional physical prowess and skills, made it abundantly clear that this individual had completely revitalized the once beleaguered Zhejiang Golden Bulls. Under Zhang Ling's leadership, the team not only dominated the Liaoning squad, but also withstood their counterattacks in the third and fourth quarters, successfully clinching the game. Although they had merely claimed one victory thus far, an increasing number of people believe that the Zhejiang Golden Bulls possess the capability to seize this year's championship title. As this conviction spread throughout the entire team, it unleashed a formidable collective strength. In the second home game, the Zhejiang Golden Bulls showcased an impressive offensive display, with every player contributing fervently, their shooting from beyond the arc scorching hot, raining down three-pointers that left the Liaoning Flying Leopards utterly defeated. Zhang Ling felt that she had yet to exert herself, effortlessly contributing to the team's victory in the second game of the series, bringing the score to 2-0. The next challenge lies in the away games, and one can be certain that the local fans in Liaoning harbor little affection for the Zhejiang Bulls. Chapter 68, The Aura of Champions. Regardless of the league S tier, the common thread that binds champion teams as the ultimate victors of the season lies in certain shared elements. For the Zhejiang Bulls, Their ability to secure victories in the first two games of the finals and maintain control over the matches can be attributed to several key factors. Firstly, their foundational stability is commendable. Last season, they reached the finals with the highest win rate in the regular season. Although they faced a significant setback, it still attests to their prowess. Secondly, Zhang Ling's meteoric rise and rapid development have established her as the most radiant new star in the CBA League. She occupies a pivotal role within the team, excelling in both offensive and defensive capacities. Lastly, the overall atmosphere within the team plays a crucial role. It is evident to all that this season represents their final opportunity to seize the championship. Zhang Ling has already participated in this year's NBA draft, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he is poised to depart from the CBA to embark on a career in the NBA. Before leaving the CBA, he ardently yearns to secure a championship ring. For the other players of the Zhejiang Golden Bulls, clinching the CBA championship is not merely a quest to erase the humiliation endured in last season's finals, where they faced a devastating defeat, but it also represents the final opportunity for their current roster. Once Zhang Ling exits, the team, which is among the elite in the league, will undoubtedly struggle in the subsequent season. After all, the persistent issues of injuries and aging within the core lineup loom like an inescapable shadow. Every player aspires to hoist the prestigious trophy, and each one is fervently striving to achieve this goal. The desire for the revered trophy burns more intensely within the Zhejiang Golden Bulls than among their rivals from Liaoning. The team has reached this pivotal juncture with a singular obsession: to win the championship and lift the coveted trophy, perhaps during the semifinals against the formidable Guangzhou Long Lions. Some of Zhang Ling's teammates harbored doubts, however, after they swept aside the once mighty old guard and advanced to the finals. More than half of the Zhejiang Golden Bulls roster had already begun to believe that they would be the team to seize the trophy this season. And when the first match of the finals unfolded, with Zhang Ling stepping into the role of the team's core player, he withstood immense pressure and displayed his absolute dominance on the court. In this high-stakes contest, he repeatedly executed crucial shots that thwarted Liaoning's momentum, ultimately leading his team to victory. At that moment, no one within the team could deny that under Zhang Ling's leadership, they possessed both the qualification and the capability to claim the championship. Indeed, after the conclusion of the first finals match, all doubts evaporated, and the confidence of the Zhejiang Golden Bulls players soared to unprecedented heights. Zhang Ling exemplified leadership during the competition. Prior to the match, he made no demands of his teammates. Instead, through his attitude and actions on both offense and defense, he inspired those around him. In the first half, amidst intense competition, Zhang Ling remarkably scored 27 points, single-handedly carrying the team against the Liaoning Flying Leopards despite his teammates' struggles. In the latter stages of the game, he further subdued FMV's Zhao Jiwei and Guodailuan with a series of resolute drives and jump shots, effectively extinguishing their momentum. Over the course of the match, with his teammates underperforming, Zhang Ling exploded on both ends of the court, amassing an astonishing 59 points to secure victory. In the second game, the players of the Zhejiang Golden Bulls awakened with fervor. The team's dynamics flowed seamlessly, and Zhang Ling, possessing exceptional offensive prowess, blended into the collective effort almost imperceptibly. The match was a thrilling display of dominance, rendering statistics trivial. The Liaoning team's key players sat on the bench, their expressions reflecting a myriad of emotions. The Zhejiang Golden Bulls triumphed at home in the second game, and although Zhang Ling did not shine as brightly as in the first match, post-game statistics revealed he still achieved a formidable 39 points, 12 rebounds, and 3 steals. United in spirit, the Zhejiang Golden Bulls emanated an unstoppable momentum. With confidence soaring, the team looked ahead to the next 2 away games, firmly believing in their path to victory. The championship was within reach. And while I yearn to lift the trophy in front of our home fans at the Hangzhou Olympic Sports Center, I acknowledge my eagerness is perhaps too fervent. Thus, after the next 2 matches, we shall claim our championship trophy in Liaoning. After the second game of the finals, Cheng Shuaiyu, who had an impressive performance and was visibly exhausted, spoke confidently to reporters, hinting at a decisive conclusion to the series in the upcoming battles. As for Zhang Ling, I can only express that he is a deity in my eyes. Though his demeanor is often perceived as monotonous, devoid of warmth as he immerses himself in training, my admiration and respect for him remain unwavering. He has excelled remarkably, seemingly born for the sport of basketball. Indeed, Zhang Ling is the unequivocal core and leader of our team, consistently demonstrating this on the court. Without him, I doubt we could have journeyed this far this season. The championship trophy now feels tantalizingly close, an attainable goal made possible by Zhang Ling's extraordinary performance. He is truly phenomenal. Although Zhang Ling is a few years my junior, I must confess before the media that I am an unequivocal admirer of him. When you truly comprehend the fervor and dedication he has for basketball, it becomes nearly impossible not to hold immense respect for such an extraordinarily genuine individual. In the face of his teammates' accolades, Zhang Ling maintains a rather stoic expression, akin to a mask, yet the slightest twitch of his facial muscles reveals that his spirits are high. What could possibly bring more joy than the acknowledgement and praise from one's comrades? If there is such a thing, it would undoubtedly be the collective triumph of securing the championship together. During an interview, he spoke softly, acknowledging that his teammates performed admirably in this match. Whether on the offensive or defensive front, we executed splendidly. As a cohesive unit, we have exerted every effort to achieve victory, and the ultimate triumph shall undoubtedly belong to us. As for where we shall raise the supreme trophy, it bears little significance to me. I will certainly not participate in the fifth game, as I have full faith in my teammates, who share the same conviction. After Zhang Ling conveyed the team's belief to the public, all fans were resolute in their faith that the Zhejiang Golden Bulls are determined to conclude this round of the finals with 2 away victories, while some fans stubbornly insist that the Zhejiang Golden Bulls will lose a game on the road. The overwhelming majority are convinced that they will most likely lift the trophy after these 2 matches. It is evident that, after enduring the trials of 2 playoff rounds and witnessing Zhang Ling's remarkable performance in the first game of the finals, all doubts regarding the Zhejiang Golden Bulls and Zhang Ling have been dispelled. The entire team seems to be invigorated, brimming with enthusiasm. This was particularly noticeable in the second game, where the players executed their shots with unwavering determination. Their tactical coordination was executed with great patience, should the first attempt be thwarted. They would persist as long as they did not violate the time limit. Only when tactical opportunities truly eluded them would the ball be unhesitatingly passed to Zhang Ling. Indeed, a reliable player has emerged in critical moments, capable of both offensive prowess and defensive leadership. His abundant energy and exquisite skills render him nearly omnipotent. With Zhang Ling on our side, defeat is simply not an option. Yu Jiahao remarked to the media with a smile. Of course, we shall not underestimate any team that has reached the finals, yet regrettably, this year's Zhejiang Golden Bulls are not the same as last year's. The supreme trophy is assuredly ours. No obstacle shall impede our path. In stark contrast to the Zhejiang Golden Bulls' relentless ascent, the NBA League this season has seen the Los Angeles Lakers languish, having returned home early to indulge in leisurely pursuits. Due to Anthony Davis's injury, LeBron was unable to lead the team into the play-in tournament, plunging the Lakers into the lottery zone. Regrettably, they had already traded away their first-round pick in a previous deal orchestrated by LeBron. That evening, Zhang Ling received a call from Jason Shaw in the United States, who had been in constant communication with the team, urging the owner and general manager to actively pursue trades to acquire a first-round pick for signing Zhang Ling. Alas, they managed to secure only the 17th pick, which did not even fall within the lottery range. Zhang, I regret to inform you that we only have a 17th pick to select you. This is the utmost effort I could exert, Jason conveyed. Several teams are now eyeing you, and you, my friend, performed admirably in the finals, capturing the attention of numerous scouts. Damn, while I anticipated this, I did not foresee your performance being so exceptional. Alas, you may be selected by another team ahead of us. However, I assure you, if you desire to join the Lakers, I will do everything in my power to facilitate your arrival. What do you plan to do? Zhang Ling inquired. Though he held a fondness for the Lakers and was indifferent to his draft position, it seemed prudent to prepare for all eventualities. My friend, you must exercise some patience with me. We are in the media age, and you shall witness my prowess. I must set things in motion. Jason chuckled mysteriously before ending the call. Confounded, Zhang Ling shook his head, cast his phone aside, and drifted into slumber. Chapter 69, Silent Hill. The Liaoning divide. We shall not relinquish the championship title without a fight. Zhang Ling and the Zhejiang Golden Bulls aspired to raise the coveted trophy on the home ground of Liaoning, a prospect that would not be tolerated by the loyal supporters of Liaoning bin Steel. Let the Zhejiang Golden Bulls and Zhang Ling come forth. He shall rue the arrogant and ignorant words he once uttered. Prior to the third game of the CBA Finals, media representatives interviewed Liaoning bin Steel players Guiluan and Zhao Jiwei, both former FMV award winners, who boldly proclaimed their intention to ensure Zhang Ling returned home empty-handed from Liaoning's arena. They emphasized that Zhang Ling would never hoist the trophy in their home territory. As long as I am present, Zhang Ling's dreams of raising the trophy in Liaoning are mere folly. Zhang Jinlin, who had been thoroughly outplayed by Zhang Ling in the previous 2 games, made a resolute statement before the match. He felt compelled to assert this claim, for otherwise he would question his very existence and lack the courage to face the scrutinizing eyes of the home crowd. According to his career plan, barring unforeseen circumstances, if he diligently honed his skills and played well this season, he held a significant chance of guiding his team to yet another CBA championship. Moreover, contending for the FMV honor in the finals was not beyond the realm of possibility. From the World Cup to the Asian Games, his professional career was meticulously planned. However, the sudden emergence of Zhang Ling, with his unparalleled performance that overshadowed all, shattered those arrangements. Simultaneously, Zhang Ling's presence rendered Zhang Jinlin somewhat inconspicuous. Originally, he was a key focus for the Chinese men's basketball team and the Liaoning men's basketball team, being a second-generation basketball player with an innate advantage in understanding the game. Yet, everything changed dramatically due to the growth and explosion of Zhang Ling's talent. Zhang Jinlin now seems somewhat redundant. Whenever people mention Zhang Jinlin, they inevitably bring up the last offensive play against the Philippines during last year's Asian Games, where his resolute jump shot missed the gold medal. In stark contrast, the unforgettable night in Manila orchestrated by Zhang Ling during the World Cup is often casually referenced in subsequent discussions. This creates an undeniably awkward situation before his hometown parents and the fervent fans in Liaoning. Zhang Jinlin vowed with unwavering determination to defend the honor of the home ground in the championship with iron and blood. The home court of the Liaoning men's basketball team was illuminated by stars, filled not only with enthusiastic ordinary fans, but also familiar personalities. Notably Uncle Ben Shan sitting prominently in the front row. During the warm-up, Zhang Ling engaged in a brief interaction with him. "Young man, your basketball skills are truly impressive. If you ever need anything in Northeast China, do not hesitate to reach out to me." Although Master Ben Shan appears to have aged, he somehow seems perpetually youthful, as if he has always embodied this timelessness. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ling smiled and nodded, saying, "In the future, if you have any matters in China, feel free to reach out to me." "All right, such audacity and youth." Uncle Ben Shan warmly grasped Zhang Ling's hand. "After the match, shall we dine and drink together?" Observing Zhang Ling's cheerful expression, Uncle Ben Shan began to showcase his comedic talent, exclaiming, "Oh dear, perhaps you ought to refrain from smiling. It truly is more unseemly than weeping." The surrounding individuals burst into hearty laughter, and Zhang Ling, albeit helpless, nodded in agreement with a smile. The 3rd game of the finals commenced. The Liaoning Flying Leopards, resolute in defending their home court, exhibited remarkable precision from the outset, consistently landing 3-point shots while also executing seamless passes to their center. For the Zhejiang Golden Bulls, this match represented a critical point. The Liaoning team had no choice but to give their all. Han Dejuan, embodying the steadiness of a seasoned veteran, repeatedly converted shots under the basket. Each offensive play stirred great excitement among the Liaoning supporters. As the match approached its climactic moments, the home crowd rallied fervently, uniting with the home team. Every successful basket ignited exuberant cheers from the stands. Conversely, when the Zhejiang team engaged in offense or free throws, they were met with a chorus of boos and raucous jeers from the audience. Particularly when shots failed to find their mark, the cacophony reached a fever pitch. Liaoning's players waved their arms, encouraging the fans to amplify the noise, a clear message to the Zhejiang team regarding whose territory they were in. With a championship pedigree, the atmosphere among the Liaoning supporters was electric. Even with a 0-2 deficit, the home fans remained fervently supportive from the game's inception, standing steadfastly with their team. Despite Zhang Ling missing a shot, he was subjected to the fans' fervent boos. However, much to the crowd's disappointment, Zhang Ling maintained an impassive and resolute demeanor, showing no visible reaction to the jeers from the visiting supporters. As the Zhejiang team's offensive possession unfolded, the strategy faltered. Zhang Ling received the ball and executed a back-to-the-basket play. Even though the Liaoning team displayed commendable shooting overall in the first quarter under Zhang Ling's leadership, the Zhejiang Golden Bulls remained closely competitive, trailing by a mere 4 points with a score of 18-22. Zhang Ling's offensive prowess left the home crowd feeling both anxious and breathless. In this match, the other players of the Zhejiang men's basketball team underperformed, struggling with their shooting touch and failing to capitalize on multiple open 3-point opportunities. Among them, only Zhang Ling maintained a steady hand. Out of his total of 18 points, 10 were scored solely by him. including 2 three-pointers from the baseline and 2 elegant fadeaway shots after penetrating the paint. Zhang Ling's fervent shooting touch instilled a sense of foreboding among the fans at the Liaoning home court. With each basket he made, the supporters, who fervently wished for a victory for the Liaoning men's basketball team, felt a tightening in their chests, as if their hearts were being mercilessly struck by a hammer. At this moment, it remained the Zhejiang men's basketball team's offensive possession. With the clock winding down, Zhang Ling received the ball and began to post up. His pace was neither hurried nor sluggish, yet he masterfully controlled the rhythm, keenly observing the evolving dynamics on the court. He withstood the pressure from Zhang Zhenlin, advancing a few steps inward before executing a spin move, feigning a shooting motion. However, Zhang Zhenlin remained unfazed by the ruse. Zhang Ling repeatedly attempted to leap, but each time he failed to deceive Zhang Zhenlin. Suddenly, with a powerful thrust, he arched back and soared upwards, delivering a formidable 2-point shot. At the moment he released the ball, an opponent rushed in to assist with the defense. However, Zhang Ling chose not to pass. Time was running short. And even if he had, his teammates lacked viable shooting opportunities. Confronted by 2 defenders, he boldly took the shot. Swish! The ball sailed cleanly through the net. As he landed, a ferocious expression crossed his face, his gaze unwavering and fierce, akin to a serpent spewing venom. In this pivotal match, Zhang Ling sported his favorite Kobe 6 sneakers, their black mesh resembling undulating scales, perfectly suited to the occasion. The home crowd fell into an eerie silence following his shot. It was unclear when it had begun, but soon the entire arena resonated with chants of defense, rallying support for the Liaoning men's basketball team. Chapter 70, Silent Hill. Beneath the Liaoning divide strengthen our defense. We may struggle to score, but we cannot allow them to penetrate so easily. During a timeout in the second quarter, Zhang Ling, rarely one to speak, commanded attention with an impressive presence. Though he was surrounded by senior teammates, merit prevailed, and his NBA-level prowess needed no further elaboration. The atmosphere within the team was exceptionally positive. When Zhang Ling spoke, everyone listened intently, aware that such moments were rare. After all, he typically allowed the coach to motivate the team. His words underscored the gravity of the situation. We stand just 2 victories away from lifting the supreme trophy. I do not know how you all feel, but I have no interest in playing a 5th game. My sole desire is to secure victory in this match. The atmosphere at Liaoning's home court is not overwhelming. We must have confidence and play with abandon. If we miss shots, that is acceptable. We will grab rebounds and defend. Today, Guadailuan and Zhao Jiwei are in fine form, yet they are destined to lose. I assure you, not even divine intervention can save them. The ultimate victory is ours. It belongs solely to the Golden Bulls. Brothers, let us fight. If we secure this game, I believe they will lack the spirit to contend with us in the 4th. Their offense may be fierce now, but I need everyone to unite and not give up. Let us withstand this surge together. Although we currently trail by 12 points, we still have ample time to make a comeback. As the second quarter neared its conclusion, the Zhejiang Golden Bulls found themselves trailing the Liaoning men's basketball team by 12 points, with a score of 48-60. Regardless of the circumstances, playing away had hampered the Golden Bulls' performance, particularly with their star point guard, Wu Qian, struggling with his health and retreating to the locker room during the second quarter. Do not feel pressured. Just give it your all. Even if we lose, we are still ahead. Why dwell on that? We have Zhang Ling among us. What is there to fear? At this moment, I urge you all to extend your support to Zhang Ling. It is still quite early, so it is essential for you to adjust your mindset, particularly your mental state. The absence of Wu Qian is of little consequence. I am currently making adjustments to the lineup. Zhang Ling, you are tasked with controlling the ball and managing the dynamics on the court. Coach Lao Wang is also motivating everyone and has implemented certain changes. Zhang Ling has always epitomized the essence of a pure small forward, seldom indulging in ball control. At this juncture, Coach Wang's strategy unequivocally places the responsibility of orchestrating the game into Zhang Ling's capable hands, to which he harbors no dissent. In the contemporary landscape of global competitions, the role of the ball handler extends beyond point guards to include ball-dominant small forwards and centers. The concept of possessing a keen passing vision is indeed relative. It tests not merely the ball handler's control skills, but also the synergy among teammates, along with their comprehension and execution of tactics. Empowering Zhang Ling to handle the ball liberates him from the constraints of offensive play. Initially, in the early exchanges where he commanded the ball, he performed admirably, displaying a well-structured organization. He first executed a pick and roll with the center, seamlessly feeding Yu Jiahao for a dunk, effortlessly securing 2 points. Subsequently, Zhang Ling spearheaded a fast break, transitioning the ball across the court. At the arc, Cheng Shuaiyu shot without hesitation, though his attempt sadly ricocheted. However, Zhang Ling seized the rebound and executed a bank shot with finesse. Moreover, Zhang Ling showcased a dazzling drive, employing an array of swift direction changes to elude his defender, culminating in a powerful two-handed dunk. Even more astonishing was the moment he took off for the dunk, propelling the defending center, Morin, out of bounds. This play encapsulated Zhang Ling's explosive style, reminiscent of a physically enhanced Derrick Rose. Indeed, his dunk rendered the away fans momentarily silent, only to erupt in awe-filled cheers, drawing parallels to Derrick Rose's iconic dunks, though it lacked some of the latter's grace. Zhang Ling's stature and physique lent his performance a more direct and forceful impact, especially as he sent Morin flying. Following this electrifying dunk, Zhang Ling, in a fit of exhilaration, fervently rallied his fans, releasing the pent-up frustrations he had harbored. This display seemed to awaken his teammates, who finally found their rhythm. Consequently, Zhang Ling's confidence surged, allowing him to initiate attacks and, when faced with double teams, to distribute the ball to open teammates. The situation had swiftly clarified, and as the third quarter neared its conclusion, Zhang Ling shifted his focus to defense. With his teammates regaining their shooting touch, the Zhejiang Bulls tightened the score, demonstrating remarkable resilience. The point differential gradually diminished, now standing at 8 points. Zhang Ling's defensive prowess and ability to draw defenders on offense created ample shooting opportunities for his teammates, significantly benefiting the team. As the third quarter concluded, they trailed the Liaoning Flying Leopards by merely 4 points, intensifying the pressure on them. In contrast to the Liaoning basketball team, the players of the Zhejiang team appeared remarkably composed and at ease. At times, leading can be a double-edged sword, while trailing may not necessarily be detrimental. As the fourth quarter commenced, each offensive play and defensive possession became increasingly pivotal. The atmosphere within the arena had thickened with tension. At this juncture, Zhang Ling advanced the ball, deliberately moderating the pace and settling into a half-court game. This strategic shift effectively curtailed Liaoning's ability to leverage their formidable backcourt advantage. As his teammates executed rapid movements, Zhang Ling first executed a handoff pass to Cheng Shuaiyu, then maneuvered to create space, and upon finding a mismatch, the ball was returned to him. Zhang Ling, unreserved, boldly confronted Zhang Jinlin's defense, launching a three-point shot. Whoosh! The ball swished through the net, the three-pointer rendering the visiting fans momentarily breathless, their hearts racing with tension. At this moment, the score gap between the two teams had narrowed to a mere 1 point. Thump, thump, thump. The spectators seemed to hear the rhythm of their own heartbeats. Fortunately, turning back, the Liaoning men's basketball team, under Zhao Jiwei's astute pass, saw Zhang Jinlin sink a 2-point jumper. The gap widened slightly to 3 points. Center Yu Jiahao stepped up for free throws, while Zhang Ling, with the ball in hand, gestured to his teammates, signaling them to position themselves and create space. Advancing to the three-point line at a 45-degree angle, Zhang Ling executed a dribble breakthrough, the ball momentarily behind him before it returned to his right hand. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Ling rose up from 45 degrees, launching another three-point shot. Zhang Ling's posture was upright, leaping like a pine tree. Whoosh! The basketball arced gracefully through the air, swishing perfectly through the net. A profound silence enveloped the arena, with the score now tied at 88. In this moment, both the players of the Liaoning men's basketball team and the spectators present were engulfed in an intense tension. Under the orchestration of Zhang Ling, the Zhejiang men's basketball team rapidly closed the gap by 12 points, leveling the score, and more significantly, Zhang Ling's teammates had also regained their shooting touch, preventing the Liaoning players from recklessly double-teaming him. At this juncture, the Liaoning team desperately needed someone to step up and score. Zhao Jiwei advanced the ball with remarkable speed, driving directly towards the basket while facing the point guard. Seizing the moment, Zhang Ling moved in to provide support, intercepting Zhao Jiwei's frantic pass. He propelled the ball forward, striding with purpose, and immediately transitioned into a fast break. Zhang Ling moved with the grace of a soaring eagle, taking 3 swift strides that melded into 2, and as he crossed the three-point line, he launched himself into the air with a single powerful leap. Grasping the basketball with one hand, his form stretched elegantly, reminiscent of a glider. As he unleashed a thunderous dunk, a forceful strike akin to the legendary Huashan split, embodying the regal aura of a king descending upon his realm. As he landed, the hoop trembled, seemingly unable to withstand the ferocity of Zhang Ling's explosive dunk. The away fans fell into a stunned silence, witnessing Zhang Ling's brutal yet simple act of supremacy that turned the tide in the game. Gradually, scattered applause erupted among the spectators, spreading like wildfire, transforming into a cacophony of ecstatic cheers. It was an electrifying and spectacular dunk. Such height, such leaping speed, such raw power. And the graceful fusion of his physique allowed Zhang Ling to showcase a dunk of exquisite artistry in the CBA. The Zhejiang men's basketball team had risen, an unstoppable force. The fans in attendance felt this surge, yet they also had to acknowledge that under Zhang Ling's leadership, the Chinese men's basketball team might once again ascend to the pinnacle of its former glory, perhaps even reach new heights. The Chinese men's basketball team has emerged victorious. Chapter 71. The final battle. Some say confidence is more precious than gold. Indeed, when Zhang Ling's soaring dunk pierced the heavens of Liaoning's home ground, silence enveloped the arena, only to be followed by an eruption of fervent cheers. This moment shattered the resolve of the Liaoning men's basketball team. Their confidence and fighting spirit were utterly obliterated. Sometimes, leading in the score is not a boon, especially in such a scenario where they had maintained a lead throughout the game, only to be dramatically overturned in the crucial fourth quarter. The pressure and frustration within the players are unimaginable. The Liaoning team desperately needed their core player to step up and equalize the score. For a true leader, it is permissible for any player to feel disheartened. But the core cannot afford such negativity. Should it manifest, the game is likely lost. Relying on the bench players to score is unrealistic. The current Liaoning team is in dire need of points. If they can manage to equalize in the next offensive play, they might still have a chance. If not, it could lead to a complete collapse. During the timeout, head coach Hugo devised a tactical plan. As the players returned to the court, however, their expressions lacked the fierce determination of a do-or-die mentality. Instead, they appeared dim and devoid of hope. Having led for most of the match, they found themselves undone by the Zhejiang Bull team, a bitter pill for anyone to swallow, particularly for some players on the Liaoning team. A flicker of fear crossed their minds as they beheld Zhang Ling stepping onto the court. If Zhang Ling continues to play in the CBA, how long will this dominance endure? This year, the injury-riddled and weary Zhejiang Golden Bulls, under the leadership of Zhang Ling, have achieved a remarkable record. They have dominated the playoffs with an unstoppable momentum. Looking ahead to the coming years, with the growth of the young talents within the team, it is likely they will establish a dynasty akin to that of the Guangzhou men's basketball team, which lasted nearly 8 or 9 years. Fortunately, many breathed a sigh of relief knowing that Zhang Ling entered the draft this year. Otherwise, for various teams in the CBA League, it would be akin to facing an insurmountable mountain. Entering the court with a mindset of trepidation essentially seals the fate of the game. When Zhang Ling was screened and switched to guard Zhao Jiwei, Guo Ailuan promptly delivered the ball to Zhang Zhenling. He opted to break through from the left side, shaking off his defender. At that moment, the team's center, Morand, was firmly positioned under the basket, effectively blocking Yu Jiahao's attempt to assist. Bang! Zhang Zhenling dribbled forward, once again instinctively rising for a mid-range jump shot. At the moment he leaped for the shot, a shiver ran through him. Memories of the past flooded his mind, and an ominous feeling began to stir within him. Alas, as expected, the ball struck the rim, bouncing several times before ultimately proving that fortune did not favor Zhang Zhenling this time. The descending ball was seized by Zhang Ling, who had entered the paint, initiating a fast break. This particular offensive maneuver was a strategy meticulously devised by the team's coach, yet it regrettably failed to find its mark. Of course, this was significantly tied to Zhang Zhenling's choice. The dilemma of whether to opt for a jump shot after breaking through with his left hand or to drive straight to the basket remained an insurmountable hurdle for him, a mental block that had haunted him since the Asian Games. Indeed, many outcomes are determined by the minutiae of one's decisions. Zhang Ling, having fought for the rebound, propelled forward for the counterattack without hesitation, leaping into the paint and executing a powerful dunk. Despite Guo Ailuan's attempts to impede him, Zhang Ling's momentum remained unbroken, and he successfully maneuvered the ball into the basket, resulting in Guo Ailuan committing a foul. 2-1, as Zhang Ling wiped the sweat from his palms with his jersey and stepped to the free throw line. The home crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. Yet, the ball played a mischievous trick, failing to find the net. Nonetheless, for the Zhejiang Golden Bulls, this was of little consequence. For the Liaoning Flying Leopards, the most promising opportunity to score had regrettably slipped away. Since that fateful long-range shot he missed, Zhang Zhenling's countenance has turned ashen, reflecting a profound despair, while his teammates were expressions of resignation, their hearts filled with subtle turmoil. Predictably, under the leadership of Zhang Ling, the Zhujiang Lions orchestrated a remarkable turnaround, triumphantly claiming the third match. In the finals' third encounter, Zhang Ling scored an astonishing 48 points. Despite his teammates struggling with their shooting in the initial 3 quarters, it was Zhang Ling's relentless efforts, his fierce drives, and a succession of 3-pointers that kept the scoreline competitive. Ultimately, in the 4th quarter, he awaited the moment when his teammates regained their shooting touch, guiding them to reverse the score and seize victory. The 3 matches of the finals unfolded like 3 epic battles. In the first match, both the Zhujiang Lions and Zhang Ling experienced the intense competitive spirit of the finals, with Zhang Ling fighting for a grueling 48 minutes to secure the win. The second match saw the Zhujiang Lions surging with momentum as the entire team poured their hearts into the game, winning yet again. In the third match, battling on enemy territory with his teammates shooting cold as ice, Zhang Ling single-handedly propelled the team forward. He persevered until his teammates found their rhythm, ultimately achieving a comeback victory. Following these 3 matches, the Zhujiang Lions have secured match point with a resounding 3-0 lead. Undoubtedly, the Zhujiang Lions have embraced the championship trophy. These 3 victories have solidified the outcome of this playoff series. In the 4th match, as anticipated, Zhang Ling and the Zhujiang Lions easily triumphed. The Liaoning team faced a devastating defeat, losing by 32 points. After 3 matches, their morale had been shattered, especially after failing to seize victory in the 3rd match, which was their best opportunity. The prospect of overcoming a 0-3 deficit seemed almost insurmountable unless they resorted to extraordinary measures and unified their resolve for the championship. Unfortunately, the morale of the Liaoning team collapsed. The 4th match unfolded as expected, with no major surprises. The Zhujiang Lions, alongside Zhang Ling, embraced the philosophy of pursuing the vanquished with relentless vigor, unyieldingly united in their intent. The game turned into a brutal slaughter. The away fans, now fervently cheering for Zhang Ling, were ecstatic, as they anticipated witnessing the birth of a new king of Chinese basketball. To witness Zhang Ling lift the championship trophy on the home court of Liaoning would indeed be a source of immense pride and glory. Chapter 72. The new king is crowned. Zhang Taisui raises the cauldron. The Zhujiang Lions completed a perfect sweep in the finals, marking the conclusion of the CBA League for the 2023-2024 season. At the season's outset, no one could have foreseen such an outcome. Zhang Ling emerged as a luminary within the Zhujiang Lions, akin to a protagonist from a Shakespearean drama, leading his team to the finals and avenging their earlier defeat with a sweeping 4-0 victory over the Liaoning team. Last year, the CBA champions, the Liaoning Flying Leopards, decisively triumphed over the Zhujiang Golden Bulls with a sweeping 4-0 victory. This marked a resounding and triumphant act of revenge. When the final buzzer echoed, Zhang Ling, skillfully dribbling the ball into the front court, controlled the last moments, witnessing time slip away in his grasp. With the ball in hand, he embraced the moment of ultimate victory. Indeed, he succeeded, as did the Zhujiang Golden Bulls. They fought valiantly until the very end, clinching the final win. At the beginning of the season, their team went unnoticed. Yet everything transformed thanks to Zhang Ling. His extraordinary performance and formidable basketball prowess, averaging over 50 points per game during the regular season, ignited a fervor in the CBA League. Simultaneously, backed by his impressive statistics, Zhang led his team to the playoffs with the best regular season record. Throughout the playoffs, they navigated through challenges with relative ease, ultimately reaching the finals to face their old adversaries, the Liaoning Flying Leopards. The intensity of the finals escalated significantly, yet Zhang Ling's performance remained nothing short of phenomenal. Throughout the series, they swept their opponents, with Zhang's astonishing averages of 48 points, 8 rebounds, and 6 assists per game. Although his teammates struggled, it was Zhang Ling's relentless spirit that invigorated his comrades, waiting patiently for their rhythm to return, culminating in a shared victory. This was not only a victory of personal heroism for Zhang Ling, but also a testament to the strength of the Zhujiang Golden Bulls as a team. As the final whistle blew, a look of relief and joy illuminated Zhang Ling's face. He gazed towards the heavens, sighing softly, yet feeling an immense weight lifted from his shoulders. The Mamba mentality endures, destined for legend. The CBA championship undoubtedly brought Zhang Ling joy. Yet he understood that this was merely a starting point in his life journey, not the end of his professional career. As the whistle sounded, his ecstatic teammates surged towards him, encircling him in celebration, each face radiating happiness and delight. Zhang Ling also broke into a broad smile, filled with joy. Everything was prepared. The prestigious championship trophy, a symbol of ultimate victory, was held in the hands of Yao Ming, the president of the Basketball Association, and presented to Zhang Ling, who was surrounded by his teammates. At the moment Zhang Ling lifted the trophy, tears of joy streamed down his face, a testament to his dedication and sacrifice that had gone unnoticed. In the span of just 1 year, Zhang Ling underwent a profound transformation. It was at the moment he awakened the eternal spirit of the Mamba during the World Cup that he began to captivate the world. However, he understood that although he had acquired the entire skill set of the NBA superstar Kobe Bryant, his innate physical limitations made it challenging to master the refined techniques of basketball, demanding a higher level of physical prowess. Thus, his lifestyle throughout the season became exceedingly monotonous, revolving solely around eating, sleeping, and training. Awakening the fierce prowess akin to LeBron James required rigorous refinement in all aspects of physical fitness, necessitating relentless training for his complete awakening and growth. Consequently, Zhang Ling devoted himself wholly to honing his skills. Driven by his passion for basketball and the aspiration to lift the championship trophy today, paving the way for a brighter future, he yearned for the world to recognize him, Zhang Ling, as the one who would one day bear the banner of the Chinese national basketball team. He envisioned a day when he, as a central figure in the team, would lead the Chinese men's basketball team to greater heights, refusing to be humiliated by the likes of the Philippines. Moreover, he aspired to fulfill his dream of playing in the NBA. Now, after a lengthy season, wonderful things have begun to unfold. Zhang Ling is a man of his word. Under the spotlight, amidst the thunderous applause and the fervent cheers from the visiting fans, Zhang Ling kissed the trophy and then held it aloft, showcasing this magnificent moment to the world. Subsequently, he passed the championship trophy down, a symbol of their collective glory. Congratulations, Zhang Ling. Yao Ming first congratulated the club owner and then personally extended his heartfelt congratulations to Zhang Ling, firmly grasping his hand. The CBA championship is merely the beginning of your career. The doors to the NBA have swung wide open for you. Remember, the eyes of the entire nation are upon you. The path ahead is yours to forge. Zhang Ling nodded with joy. At this moment, he was filled with ambition, anticipation, and desire. As expected, Zhang Ling also secured the FMV trophy in the finals. When he raised the Supreme Ding in one hand and held the FMV trophy in the other, the venue erupted with thunderous cheers and applause. For Zhang Ling, a season in the CBA was brief yet immensely glorious. Under the watchful eyes of the world, he ascended to the pinnacle of the league, showcasing his prowess for the first time. Not only did he receive congratulations from the fans on site, but he was also witnessed by countless Chinese fans in the live streaming room. The comments flooded the screen, a vibrant sea of enthusiasm. That familiar phrase echoed across the display. Zhang Ling is affectionately referred to by fans as the master of magic and Tai Sui, a title that resonates profoundly with the phrase likening him to a celestial being. His remarkable performances on both offense and defense during the finals, coupled with his exceptional team awareness, have truly lived up to this moniker. Today, as Zhang Tai Sui triumphantly lifts the championship trophy, one can only ponder what awaits him tomorrow as he embarks on a journey across the ocean to the esteemed NBA, the pinnacle of global basketball. Countless Chinese fans, filled with hope and anticipation, witness his journey with bated breath. It is undeniable that at this very moment, Zhang Ling has firmly established his credentials as a leading figure in the new generation of Chinese basketball, earning the respect of his predecessors. Much like the poignant moment at Yi Jianlian's retirement ceremony, where he was urged by Yao Ming to take a photo alongside the legendary duo, the expectations placed upon him are immense. For Zhang Ling and the Chinese men's basketball team, clinching the CBA championship is merely the first step towards showcasing their brilliance. Chapter 73, Draft Prospects, the number one contender. All formalities have been completed. Upon arriving on the shores of America, Zhang Ling discovered to his astonishment that he had become a sensation on social media, with Wang Defa holding a new phone gifted by Jason Shaw. Zhang Ling gazed at his explosive highlight reel on TikTok and the buzz surrounding him on Twitter, his expression a mix of surprise and intrigue. Emerging from China, a young basketball prodigy with offensive prowess rivaling that of Kobe Bryant has announced his intention to enter this year's NBA draft, potentially replicating the miraculous events of 2002 and following in Yao Ming's footsteps to become the first overall pick. According to reports, the Houston Rockets have expressed a keen interest in this Chinese basketball prodigy. On social media, amidst the captivating and sensational headlines, one can find an array of highlight videos showcasing Zhang Ling's skills. Additionally, Several analysts have taken to meticulously dissecting his offensive and defensive maneuvers, revealing a plethora of detailed analyses that suggest a well-organized effort behind this media campaign. Undoubtedly, the portrayals of Zhang Ling's professional skills and innate talent in these videos are often exaggerated, painting a picture of extraordinary prowess. Under this media spotlight, Zhang Ling's talent appears to be unparalleled among this year's draft class, positioning him as the unequivocal frontrunner for the top pick. Moreover, some videos have artfully juxtaposed his footwork and shooting style with those of legendary figures such as Kobe Bryant and Michael Jordan, creating a striking visual synchronicity. This has undoubtedly captivated a significant number of fans in America who find themselves enthralled by his playing style. Oh, how his gameplay bears an uncanny resemblance to that of Jordan and Kobe, perhaps due to his height. He appears to execute his jump shots with a grace and fluidity that surpasses even that of DeRozan, evoking memories of Kobe Bryant. This individual exhibits exceptional prowess both offensively and defensively. His participation in the draft is anticipated to secure him a position within the top 3. If not the coveted first overall pick, such an outcome would not surprise me in the least. A swingman from China? Intriguing indeed. I had previously assumed that Chinese basketball was solely defined by height, yet Zhang's display of skill and physical aptitude in the video left me astounded. Hey, you have successfully led your team to clinch the CBA championship. As Jason Shaw drove, he engaged in conversation with Zhang Ling. While the CBA championship may not hold significant weight in the grand scheme, it is certainly better than nothing and could add a touch of brilliance to your draft ranking. Nonetheless, when Zhang Ling perused the NBA draft website and discovered that he was projected to be the first overall pick, he was taken aback. It wasn't a matter of lacking confidence. Rather, it was the realization that in America, a plethora of basketball prodigies from around the globe emerge, each with extraordinary talents and remarkable statistics beyond reckoning. Zhang Ling's innate talent, when placed upon the grand stage of the NBA, appears somewhat inadequate. To illustrate, consider last year's draft, which showcased numerous extraordinary athletes. The first overall pick, Victor Wembanyama, selected by the San Antonio Spurs, stands at an impressive height of 2.22 meters, comparable to the towering Yao Ming of China. However, Wembanyama's agility and coordination surpass those of the former basketball icon by a considerable margin. Even more astonishing is his wingspan, which extends to 2.44 meters, allowing him to touch a remarkable height of 3.11 meters while standing and achieving a vertical leap of an astounding 0.97 meters. To put that into perspective, LeBron James's vertical jump during his draft was merely 0.94 meters, an impressive feat indeed. Yet, in contrast, Wembanyama, at a solid height of 2.22 meters, presents a true marvel compared to LeBron's 2.01 meters at the time of his selection. Currently, Zhang Ling's vertical leap, following a season of intense training and the acquisition of skills such as awakening power and dominance, measures at just 0.85 meters. This places him 0.09 meters, or 9 centimeters, short of LeBron's leap and a full 12 centimeters behind Wembanyama. This serves as a testament to the abundance of talent within the NBA, where exceptional athletes abound, and one must never underestimate the prowess of competitors. True physical specimens like Wembanyama epitomize the essence of explosive athleticism. In comparison to Zhang Ling, he appears somewhat overshadowed. Undoubtedly, Victor Wembanyama's physical metrics stand as a singular marvel in the annals of the league's history. Standing at an impressive height of 2.22 meters, Wembanyama occupies the position of power forward, yet possesses the agility and finesse typically associated with guards. His movements are extraordinarily fluid and nimble. Furthermore, he is the only current player in the league capable of executing a standing dunk. Such exceptional athleticism can only be described as explosive. In his inaugural season with the Spurs, Wembanyama has already manifested his prodigious talent, leading his team to the play-in tournament and subsequently into the playoffs amidst the fierce competition of the Western Conference. It is foreseeable that his future achievements will be immeasurable. Barring any injuries, he may well attain glory akin to that of the Spurs' legendary figure, Tim Duncan. Although the 2024 NBA draft is regarded as a particularly lackluster year with rookie talent falling short in comparison to the classes of 96 and 03, and even rivaling the disappointing class of 00, Zhang Ling, who is typically modest, has surprisingly found himself projected as the top pick among the rookies. Zhang Ling paused for a moment, perusing the exaggerated titles of videos circulating online. "Was this your doing?" he inquired. "What? Oh, you mean these videos?" Jason Shaw, behind the wheel, glanced back and replied, "Indeed, they are my creation. I deemed it essential for the arrogant American fans and equally haughty NBA team managers to gain a deeper understanding of you. After all, you have never set foot in the United States to play basketball, and their knowledge of you is confined to the Chinese CBA League, which is far from sufficient. Therefore, I arranged for some online promotion on your behalf." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ling chuckled. So, has he indeed risen to the top predicted position in the draft? How absurd. This is remarkable, but Jason Shaw shook his head. Zhang, you still do not comprehend the current draft situation in the United States. To be frank, it is quite dismal. Had it not been for some rookies opting to remain in school last year and not entering the NBA, this year's draft class would have been even worse. We are witnessing a super year of a minor draft. Even LeBron's eldest son, Bronny, is projected to enter the top 10. The much-anticipated moment of LeBron and Bronny sharing the court is about to unfold next season. However, it is indeed surprising that you have been elevated to the first position. Your performance in the CBA Finals was simply outstanding. We live in an age of media openness, dear Zhang. You must understand that the noses of NBA scouts are far more discerning than those of American bloodhounds. I merely aimed to position you at the 36th slot. Yet your prowess exceeded my expectations, dear Zhang. Nevertheless, it can be anticipated that the arrogant American team managers will surely harbor ambitions regarding a forward of your stature and complexion. Thus, I sincerely wish you the best in your upcoming public trials. After hearing Jason Shaw's explanation, Zhang Ling grew increasingly perplexed. He recalled that earlier in the year, Jason had promised to keep his profile low. "Oh, dear Zhang, as your dedicated agent, I have altered my strategy and approach." Chapter 74. Add me in. Not quite proficient Zhang Ling held little interest in Jason Shaw's strategy regarding his draft ranking, as it was not his primary concern. Compared to the fervent attention from domestic fans regarding his draft position, he approached his own life matters with a remarkable calmness. As for whether he would be selected by his desired team or what his exact ranking would be, Zhang Ling remained indifferent. However, who wouldn't appreciate the delightful Mediterranean climate of the West Coast? Who wouldn't relish the opportunity to develop within a major city steeped in rich historical heritage? From both a personal development perspective and a market standpoint, residing in a major city undoubtedly presents greater advantages, especially for those willing to invest significantly in pursuit of a championship. Zhang Ling gazed through the car window, observing the fleeting, unfamiliar scenery, her heart a tumult of emotions. The 2024 draft season is anticipated to be a modest one. In the realm of public discourse and social media, the spotlight of this draft shines predominantly on Zhang Ling, the Chinese talent who has journeyed across oceans, and Bronny James, the son of LeBron James. Indeed, the media attention surrounding Bronny eclipses that of Zhang Ling, as the father-son duo has become a captivating narrative, eagerly discussed by LeBron's fans over the past few seasons. Many are astonished by LeBron's continued prowess at the age of 40, while simultaneously anticipating the moment he can achieve the illustrious 411 milestone, which would solidify his legacy as the greatest of all time, or GOAT. Moreover, the prospect of witnessing a father and son playing together is a significant draw. It is easy to imagine the momentous events that will unfold in the upcoming season for LeBron James. 1. The completion of the 411 milestone. Last season, given LeBron's pivotal role in the team, he could have realistically pushed his career scoring total to 40,000 points. However, the Lakers' lackluster performance and Anthony Davis's recurring injuries hindered this aspiration, leading to LeBron's own intermittent groin issues. As the season drew to a close, with the Lakers' hopes of making the playoffs dashed, LeBron announced his groin pain and opted to retreat for a leisurely fishing trip. Nonetheless, his team has already strategized for him to accomplish the 411 milestone in the upcoming season. 2. Bronny's entry into the NBA. According to the Lakers' recent plans, they are poised to capitalize on the attention surrounding LeBron's twilight years. It seems inevitable that Bronny will be selected by a team, allowing the father-son duo to grace the court together. Whether the Lakers will be the team to draft Bronny remains uncertain, as the cost may prove too steep, given his projected high draft position. 3. Retirement tour. While LeBron has not explicitly declared his intention to retire after the next season, he has begun to hint at such a possibility on Twitter, gauging the public's reaction to this notion. Observing the past few seasons, it is evident that LeBron has lost some of his once commanding dominance in the game. Although he averaged 28 points per game in the 2022 to 2023 season, victories have become scarce. leading to a disheartening trend of outscoring opponents, yet failing to secure wins. The emergence of various memes is relentless, and there are signs that some figures are losing their integrity in their twilight years. It is imperative to cease further participation if this continues. Not only will the title of GOAT be called into question, but also the standing within the top 10 in NBA history could face scrutiny. Thus, retirement has clearly become a significant consideration in LeBron James's career trajectory. Undoubtedly, both he and his team are acutely aware of this reality. After all, in terms of career planning, no one in NBA history has surpassed him, a fact that commands respect. From Decision 1 to Decision 2, and then Decision 3. Each step has been a masterstroke with a clear objective. However, as time drags on with constant movement, even the most ardent fans may reach their limits. Regardless of the commercialization of the NBA, it remains an empire built upon the foundation of basketball. Without the sport itself, the NBA would lack justification for its existence. Fans still crave the essence of the game. Thus, barring unforeseen circumstances, the 2024-2025 season is poised to be LeBron James's farewell tour. Whether this retirement tour is spontaneously organized by visiting teams and their fans or orchestrated by the league and Nike remains to be seen, and history will bear witness. In the upcoming season, 3 significant events will undoubtedly intertwine with LeBron James and the Los Angeles Lakers, all factors that Zhang Ling must currently contemplate. While recuperating in Los Angeles, residing at a hotel arranged by Jason Shaw, Zhang Ling took advantage of a rare few days of leisure, basking in the sun at the beach without the pressures of competition. However, in preparation for the upcoming public draft workouts, in accordance with the NBA's new labor agreement, all invited players must participate fully in these sessions starting in 2024. Otherwise, they will be barred from the draft. Thus, Zhang Ling rose early. Even though he found himself at the opposite end of the earth, his life remained remarkably simple and orderly. Last night, upon arriving at the Marriott Hotel and sitting alone on the bed, a tinge of homesickness washed over him, yet after a refreshing shower, he quickly succumbed to sleep, allowing his melancholic thoughts to dissolve in dreams. At dawn, Zhang Ling awoke, grabbed his phone to scout nearby parks, and set out to run along the Venice Beach boardwalk. Basking in the morning sun. At this hour, the crowds were sparse. After completing a 10-kilometer run and completing his warm-up, he found himself in a corner of the park, faintly hearing the rhythmic sound of a basketball dribbling against the ground. Following the sound, he stumbled upon a group of robust, spirited young foreigners engaged in a game. Ironically, he himself was the foreigner. After observing for a few seconds, Zhang Ling felt an irresistible urge to join, abandoning his running for the moment. He checked the map, discovering that this was indeed the famous Venice basketball court, which explained why so many energetic young men, sporting dreadlocks and bare torsos, were playing so early in the morning. Observing their fashion styles and spirited demeanor, they appear entirely distinct from the youth in our homeland. Zhang Ling could not help but marvel quietly. Perhaps this is the coveted West Coast style that young runners aspire to. Would you kindly add me? I am not particularly skilled at messaging. Zhang Ling approached and observed for a moment before addressing the group of remarkably athletic young individuals with a smile, speaking in English. Upon noticing Zhang Ling, the players engaged in the game halted their movements, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Clad in loose-fitting running attire, his robust physique was evident, piquing their interest. Chinese? Come on. Chapter 75. Basketball Park in America. Even NBA superstars occasionally grace some basketball parks, playing in informal street games. While the rules on these courts differ somewhat from those of the NBA, and the matches lack official status, the essence remains unchanged. Here, no one cares about your origin or whether you are an NBA superstar. Respect is earned solely through exceptional basketball skills and remarkable athleticism. In the basketball park, nothing transcends the game itself. Differences in skin color, beliefs, and culture fade away, leaving only the purest form of basketball. Among these seemingly unimpressive players are numerous exceptionally talented individuals, whose basketball prowess could have secured them a place in the NBA had circumstances favored them. As they would articulate, compared to the superstars of the NBA, they merely lack a touch of luck. At this early hour, the basketball court along Venice Beach was sparsely populated, and Zhang Ling, not being a celebrity, was merely known in his own country. The diverse group of American youngsters had no chance of recognizing him. With 7 players, 5 black and 2 white, plus Zhang Ling, they formed 2 perfect teams. Despite their height and the impressive musculature of several players, which hinted at extraordinary talent, Zhang Ling discerned from their youthful faces and expressions that they were not particularly old. Of course, due to the variations in skin tone. Zhang Ling found it challenging to judge their ages accurately. Having watched for a while, he was genuinely impressed by the jumping ability and speed of two of the black players, marveling at their innate talent. Additionally, there was a stocky white player who, despite his lack of speed and somewhat uncontrolled physique, possessed a soft touch and remarkable accuracy from beyond the arc. All right, pass me the ball. Let me get warmed up, Zhang Ling declared. Not a chance. The game has already begun, unless you can steal it from me, big guy. Before Zhang Ling stood a towering figure. A young black man approximately 6 feet 3 inches tall, who was skillfully dribbling between his legs with impressive flair and agility. His eyes glinted with a challenging intent, as if he were eager to test Zhang Ling's prowess. Upon noticing the boy's gaze, Zhang Ling felt a surge of interest. He clapped his hands, signaling the young man to commence, exclaiming, "Come on, I am ready." As he spoke, Zhang Ling lowered his center of gravity, preparing to defend. The young black man dribbled with remarkable speed, executing a series of between-the-legs moves. As he approached Zhang Ling suddenly, he feigned left with a swift shoulder shimmy, then pulled the ball in the opposite direction, deceiving Zhang Ling before leaping over him and soaring towards the basket for an emphatic dunk. Zhang Ling marveled at the speed and skill on display, reminiscent of A-level talent, and thought to himself how impressive the street basketball scene could be. "Oh, Brooke, why not toy with this giant a bit more?" remarked a fellow with an explosive hairstyle nearby, chuckling. At this, Zhang Ling smiled coldly to himself. His English had improved significantly, yet he struggled with facial recognition, particularly with black individuals. Fortunately, he could identify them through other features. After successfully executing the dunk, the dreadlocked player let out a triumphant roar and tossed the ball back to Zhang Ling. Zhang Ling, in turn, returned the ball, signaling for him to come again. In the street court, there were fewer rules to adhere to. The young man, Brooke, appeared momentarily taken aback, then flashed a wide grin at Zhang Ling before performing a series of dazzling dribbling moves, lowering his stance as he showcased his skills. Zhang Ling allowed him some space, intently observing Brooke's movements while subtly raising his center of gravity, adopting a defensive posture that was prepared to contest either a shot or a drive. However, Brooke seemed wary of Zhang Ling's long reach, opting for a deceptive drive instead. It must be said that Brooke's receiving and dribbling actions were exceptionally fluid and imaginative. Yet, Zhang Ling was no longer as indifferent as before. His defensive awareness and footwork were now finely tuned. As Brooke attempted to drive to Zhang Ling's left side, Zhang Ling sprang into action, closely shadowing him and making it difficult for him to finish the play. Brooke's command of the basketball was commendable. As he leaned into Zhang Ling, he cradled the ball and, upon reaching the basket, attempted a left-handed reverse layup. Unfortunately, Zhang Ling seemed to anticipate his move perfectly. And just as Brooke released the ball, Zhang Ling leapt and disrupted the shot, sending it out of bounds. "Come on, is that all you've got?" With a smile, Zhang Ling remarked to Brooke, "Is this all you've got?" During the next defensive play, the agile player, known as Little Black, executed a flurry of exaggerated street ball maneuvers without concern for the traditional rules of the game. Unfortunately for him, Zhang Ling was fully aware of his every move, failing to be deceived or outmaneuvered. After a series of chaotic attempts, he remained in place, rendered ineffective. Subsequently, Little Black Brooke altered his rhythm to initiate an attack, showcasing a blend of direction changes and body positioning. However, under Zhang Ling's relentless defense, he could only manage a challenging fadeaway shot, which missed the mark. Once again, Zhang Ling chose to allow him to shoot rather than drive. Now it was Zhang Ling's turn to attack. He dribbled the ball back and forth, searching for a rhythm, before unleashing a classic street ball move. The ball circled around Little Black's head before being forcefully slammed forward, separating the ball from the player. Zhang Ling then bypassed Little Black and, seizing the rebounding ball, executed a stylish reverse dunk along the baseline. This seamless display of offensive skill left Little Black both frustrated and astonished, particularly by the street ball maneuver that Zhang Ling, due to his height, could easily perform over Little Black, who stood a head shorter and was unable to replicate such a feat. With a fierce glare, he challenged Zhang Ling, demanding, "Let's see you do that again. I suspect you possess more skills." Zhang Ling, with the ball in hand, executed a simple change of direction, surpassing the opponent. However, his movement faltered for a moment. Utilizing a subtle variation in rhythm, he artfully deceived the approaching defender and then performed a graceful one-leg jump shot, the ball finding its mark with unwavering precision. Once more, following two straightforward offensive plays by Zhang Ling, The American basketball enthusiasts began to recognize his remarkable skill, exclaiming in astonishment while applauding and playfully mocking the defender, clearly revealing their profound passion for the sport of basketball. Zhang Ling, with the ball in hand, skillfully dribbled beneath his legs in a continuous motion, followed by an expansive change of direction that allowed him to surge forward. After a sudden halt, he altered his rhythm and accelerated once more, driving towards the baseline. Cradling the basketball with both hands, he leaped into the air, executing a nearly rim-level dunk, forcefully slamming the ball through the hoop. Oh, what an astonishing display! His teammates, including the small black player beside him, could not help but erupt in exclamations of awe upon witnessing this incredible feat. Zhang Ling's remarkable variation in offensive rhythm and explosive physical prowess immediately captured the attention of those present, particularly the individual known as Little Black Brook, who ceased his incessant chatter and fell into a contemplative silence, clearly impressed by Zhang Ling's skills and capabilities. Goodness! I have yet to witness a person of Asian descent with such extraordinary athleticism, Little Black remarked in awe. The match then commenced, with 8 players engaging in a spirited exchange. Throughout the game, Zhang Ling unveiled exceptional offensive techniques. Admittedly, many of these maneuvers were intricate and somewhat cumbersome. Yet such is the nature of basketball in the park, success is secondary to style. It must be noted, however, that Zhang Ling was not infallible, occasionally finding himself outmaneuvered. At one point, a diminutive teammate of Little Black executed a clever play, dribbling the ball through Zhang Ling's legs, circling around him, and regaining possession. In the split second that Zhang Ling lost his rhythm, the opponent leapt for a shot. Bingo! The ball swished through the net. A sequence of movements that was nothing short of spectacular. One cannot deny that even in the informal setting of the basketball park, these players exhibited commendable skills. Chapter 76. NBA Open Tryouts. To Jason Shaw's astonishment, he never anticipated that Zhang Ling would adapt to life in America so swiftly. Here you are, playing basketball in the park, he exclaimed, utterly flabbergasted upon locating Zhang Ling at Venice Basketball Park. Zhang Ling wiped away a bead of sweat and exchanged greetings with a few individuals he had just played basketball with before departing alongside Jason Shaw. Noticing the lively basketball game in progress, he was drawn to partake for a while. Indeed, the atmosphere surrounding basketball in America is unparalleled, merely engaging in a brief session. He found himself surrounded by an eager audience, captivated by the impressive athleticism and skill exhibited by the players, particularly the African Americans. I must say, I truly appreciate this vibrant basketball culture, Zhang Ling remarked with a smile. For him, the location of the game was inconsequential. What mattered most was the opportunity to compete against those with exceptional skills and extraordinary physical prowess. This was, after all, one of his primary motivations for joining the NBA. Well, I'm delighted to see you possess such awareness. However, Zhang, should you wish to play at the basketball park in the future, please be sure to notify me in advance. Adequate security measures are of utmost importance. One can never be too cautious, as you never know when tensions might escalate. You are aware that this issue is quite serious in America. If emotions run high during a game, someone might resort to pulling a gun, which would be disastrous, Jason Shaw said with a grave expression. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ling nodded in agreement. He certainly did not wish to jeopardize his burgeoning career merely by engaging in a casual game, only to be met with unforeseen peril. As you are aware, in the eyes of many, individuals of Asian descent, particularly those with yellow skin, symbolize wealth, rendering them as easy targets for opportunistic theft. Especially in recent years, incidents of shoplifting have surged, and the safety conditions in Los Angeles have deteriorated significantly. Once the contract is secured, it would be prudent to relocate to a more affluent neighborhood, where security is considerably better. Jason Shaw elucidated these concerns while also imparting some cultural taboos that one should observe while living in the United States, such as refraining from strolling about at night. This day marked the NBA's open tryout, a crucial event where all invited participants for the NBA draft were mandated to attend and successfully complete the trials. And Zhang Ling was no exception. However, receiving an invitation did not guarantee selection by any team. The day entailed a series of rigorous evaluations, including a medical examination, sharing of medical history, biomechanical assessments, mobility tests, and evaluations of strength and agility, alongside shooting drills, performance assessments, and physical measurements. Players were also expected to undergo interviews with the teams and media, partake in player development programs, and adhere to other arrangements. Following these evaluations, participants had the option to engage in 5-on-5 scrimmages. In essence, the open tryout day serves to provide teams with authentic insights regarding potential draftees. In the past, agents of top prospects would employ various strategies to conceal unfavorable information from teams that the players preferred to avoid, or even provide misleading data. However, the open tryout day fosters a greater degree of transparency. Nevertheless, this does not imply a complete absence of maneuverability before the draft lottery. Currently, Zhang Ling is positioned within the lottery range for the draft and prior to the lottery drawing. The NBA and the Players Union will establish a ranking system for the top 10 prospects through public mock drafts, expert voting, and scouting services. Zhang Ling is presently projected to secure the third pick. This predicted ranking, of course, is fluid. He was recently positioned as the top pick, but has since experienced a slight decline to the second pick. Following the open training sessions, these predictive rankings will inevitably undergo further adjustments. Thus, for many draft candidates, the open tryout day holds significant importance, with the essential content focusing not only on medical assessments, but also on the athlete's various physical performance metrics. Zhang Ling underwent the so-called physical measurements, standing at a height of 203 centimeters and weighing 95 kilograms. With a standing reach of 270 centimeters and a wingspan of 220 centimeters. Although his static athleticism may not rank among the elite in the league, his over-knee long arms undoubtedly enhance his overall physical attributes. Moreover, Zhang Ling's other bodily metrics are commendable. Following the physical assessment, tests of mobility, strength, and agility ensued. His vertical leap, after a season of intense training and growth, has reached an astonishing height of 86 centimeters, while his running jump has soared to 105 centimeters. It must be said that such leaping ability is remarkably impressive, even among a cohort of athletes of African descent. In terms of agility, Zhang Ling's 34 sprints clocked in at 3:32 seconds, and concerning strength, his bench press has achieved an astounding 150 kilograms. For a small forward, such a bench press weight is nothing short of formidable. This suggests that if Zhang Ling so desires, he could easily overpower an opponent like Arteist with a single elbow. Upon learning of these foundational statistics, the assembled team and scouts exchanged incredulous glances and took a deep breath, harboring doubts as to whether Zhang Ling had fabricated his results during the assessment. After all, such explosive metrics are exceptionally impressive even among today's rookies. In an instant, Zhang Ling captured the attention of nearly every team holding a lottery pick. Previously, the draft predictions on the official website served merely as a reference. Even though Zhang Ling was forecasted to be ranked first for a period, many teams remained skeptical. The sudden influx of numerous videos and posts extolling Zhang Ling on social media suggested an orchestrated manipulation of public opinion and media narrative. However, the empirical data at hand compelled many lottery teams to re-evaluate this promising rookie. His static and dynamic talents were remarkably exceptional. And even if Zhang Ling's skills were somewhat average, it indicated that teams could invest the necessary time to nurture his potential. Subsequently, during shooting drills and performance assessments, Zhang Ling began to exhibit a level of prowess that belied his age. His footwork, shooting consistency, and overall technique, although merely basic tests, revealed a distinct quality that caught the attention of teams and scouts alike. Zhang's shooting form was impeccably standard, showing signs of deliberate emulation of the shooting styles of Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant. Furthermore, his shooting stability during the tryout appeared commendable. On the court, while Zhang Ling was engaged in shooting drills, he suddenly experienced a sharp pain in his abdomen. His hand trembled involuntarily, resulting in a rather absurd airball. He attempted a few more shots, but ultimately had to leave the court prematurely due to the persistent abdominal discomfort. Wang Defa. In the restroom, Zhang Ling was drenched in sweat. Logically, he had felt quite well upon waking that morning, so why the sudden onset of abdominal pain? Just as he was addressing his gastrointestinal distress, he heard Jason Shaw's voice from outside, pinching his nose. "Zhang, are you all right? Don't worry, it should be nothing serious. Was it that bottle of ice water that upset your stomach? Don't you Chinese people prefer drinking hot water?" "Ah, I suspect it's just a case of adjusting to the local environment." Zhang Ling reminisced about the ice water that Jason Shaw had offered him prior to the tryout, his expression turning peculiar. Moreover, can one truly suffer from acclimatization issues after merely 3 to 5 days? It seems that the culprit must be that bottle of cold water. "Curse it," Zhang Ling lamented, oblivious to Jason Shaw outside, who chuckled to himself. "Zhang, you cannot fathom the spectacle that awaited those fellows upon discovering your physical test results. Trust me, Zhang, you have caught the attention of numerous teams. I assure you, you are a frontrunner for the top pick. Chapter 77, Mr. Zhang. The third pick on June 24, 2024, the NBA draft took place at Madison Square Garden in New York. The venue was filled with a multitude of players, each exuding a polished demeanor in their impeccably tailored suits, presenting a rather formal appearance. However, these young individuals evidently possess their own unique perspectives on fashion, sporting flamboyant hairstyles. It's no wonder that when the draft players posed for photographs with Adam Silver, they adorned themselves with caps. Zhang Ling sat in the third row, his expression revealing little. Unlike other aspiring players, he was devoid of family or friends by his side. Only his agent, Jason Shaw, a former scout for the Lakers who had since changed careers, accompanied him. Zhang was the first player Shaw had signed, and this fact now filled him with immense regret. According to his personal aspirations, he believed he had the potential to vie for the top pick in this year's draft. However, during a recent public tryout, Shaw's questionable decisions nearly left Zhang in shock. Although Shaw consistently denied it, Zhang's sudden physical ailment during the tryout cast a shadow over his draft prospects. Many teams had initially been optimistic about Zhang's static and dynamic talents. Yet the issues encountered during the shooting drills compelled several franchises to adopt a more cautious stance. Despite Shaw's subsequent clarification that Zhang's performance issues stemmed from an adjustment to the environment, the emergence of dubious rumors online led to a precipitous decline in Zhang's draft stock, shrouding his future in uncertainty. Whispers circulated that Zhang had missed the shooting trials due to a condition akin to Fultz's, or that he would not participate in tryouts for any team other than the Lakers. Moreover, negative off-court rumors suddenly surged, particularly a striking video montage showcasing Zhang's dismal performance in a CBA match where he hit the rim 30 times, seemingly validating the circulating speculations about his shooting difficulties. Despite his wild success in the CBA, one must consider that the physical talents of players like Fultz and Simmons, chosen by the 76ers, were not inferior to Zhang's. Once they entered the NBA, their careers faced turmoil, causing teams holding lottery picks to hesitate. Some teams interested in Zhang extended invitations for tryouts, only to be outright rejected by Shaw. Nevertheless, despite experiencing significant public scrutiny, Zhang's draft position remained notably high. Many teams were still eager to see the undeniable talent he exhibited during the public tryout. In ESPN's latest draft predictions, he was projected to go 6th overall. Zhang, you must trust in my capabilities as a competent professional agent, Shaw proclaimed unabashedly. The Lakers are undoubtedly the best fit for you. Although LeBron is on the team, his position is ambiguous: forward, guard. Moreover, barring unforeseen circumstances, next season is likely to be LeBron James' final one. My friend, alongside Davis, you will emerge as the future superstar of the Los Angeles Lakers. Not to mention, your fadeaway jumper bears a striking resemblance to that of a beloved player, and fans are yearning for that style. Upon catching a glimpse of your silhouette, I pondered that they too may find themselves in a daze. As your agent, I shall indeed amplify this aspect within the media, leading to exorbitant contracts and an incessant stream of coverage from the countless outlets in Los Angeles. Do you grasp my meaning? I despise your approach, despite my fervent desire to join the Lakers, Zhang Ling interjected, expressing that this was a slight and an affront to him. Jason Shaw momentarily paused, then made a gesture of the cross over his chest, conveying my utmost apologies. However, I firmly believe that, in due course, the fans of the Los Angeles Lakers will undoubtedly express their gratitude for the emergence of the next generation of Kobe. For the Lakers supporters, what could be more exhilarating than witnessing LeBron James's retirement coupled with the flourishing talent of Kobe's successor? Certainly, I acknowledge that your promotional strategy may alienate some initially. But my friend, I trust that your performance on the court will resolve this dilemma. Observing the lingering displeasure on Zhang Ling's face, Jason Shaw continued, Zhang, I recognize that you often reminisce about that individual. You and he share a kindred spirit, both unwavering in your dedication to the sport of basketball. Do you truly not wish to play in Los Angeles? All my efforts are directed towards ushering you into that magnificent city, made great by one man. Damn. You have struck a chord within me, yet I still detest your exploitation of his legacy for my gain. I hold him in high regard and refuse to tarnish the memory of one who has departed. You are aware that on TikTok in China, numerous influencers mimic his shooting style, posting daily snippets to attract attention. I concede that they may be his admirers, yet I believe their motives are purely for the sake of popularity. I abhor this method, and regardless of which NBA team selects me, I shall not permit the resurrection of such sensationalism for my promotion. Otherwise, I shall terminate our contract forthwith. In response to this, Jason Shaw merely chuckled, suggesting that perhaps the fans will inevitably draw comparisons between you and Kobe, a reality you cannot evade. Zhang Ling was momentarily taken aback upon hearing those words. Indeed, from the moment he awakened the eternal heart of the Mamba, perhaps he had already been branded with such a label. However, Zhang Ling felt indifferent, regardless of the circumstances. His spirit would forever inspire him to pursue his dreams in basketball. To be legend, to become a legend. As Xiaohua, the aging figure on stage, announced the draft results, Zhang Ling had already acknowledged and accepted this reality. The first overall pick was not him, but rather Mata Buzelis, a towering guard from Lithuania standing at 208 centimeters, who was selected by the Spurs. It was likely that he, alongside last year's prodigious first pick Wembanyama, would lead the Spurs to shake things up in the West. To Zhang Ling's astonishment, he was chosen third overall by the Pistons. However, before he could even settle into his new cap, his agent informed him that he had been traded to the Lakers, as the two teams had reached an agreement. Hearing this, the corners of Zhang Ling's mouth twitched. Was this your strategy? Jason Shaw nodded, assuring him that as long as Popovich didn't intercept him, everything would be fine. For the Hornets' second pick had already been promised to Cody Williams. All I needed to do was convince the Lakers and Pistons to finalize the trade, he chuckled. Chapter 78. LeBron. Next season, I will retire, for real. With the dust settling on the 2024 NBA draft, Zhang Ling was selected with the third overall pick by the Pistons, but after the trade, without having played a single game, he was directly sent to the Lakers. This series of maneuvers left many teams utterly astounded. Even though 2024 was a relatively weak draft year, Zhang Ling's displayed physical prowess was more than deserving of his third pick status. Numerous teams had been keenly interested in Zhang Ling, yet they were left speechless by the outcome, particularly due to Jason Shaw's series of crafty operations that placed Zhang Ling in the Lakers, a team he favored. Splendid. Very splendid. However, for the venerable Popovich of the Spurs, this was simply intolerable, prompting him to file a complaint with the league, alleging that the Lakers and Zhang Ling were involved in draft tampering. Tampering? What sort of cheating? Jason Shaw scoffed at this notion. Was the genuine transaction between the Lakers and Pistons not real? Wasn't it merely a pre-draft arrangement made with Zhang Ling's tacit approval? In this era, which rookie does not boast in the media? Which rookie does not inflate their draft stock with grandiose claims? There are countless instances in NBA draft history where underwhelming first and second picks were merely the result of media hype. However, the operational maneuvers of Zhang Ling's agent serve merely to obscure the brilliance that resides within Zhang Ling, enabling him to evade interception at a high draft position. This strategy allows Zhang Ling to be selected by the Pistons at the third pick, facilitating a subsequent trade to the Lakers, thus fulfilling his aspiration to join the esteemed franchise. If Jason Shaw cannot even discern the true team that Zhang Ling yearns to join, then it is perhaps unnecessary for him to embark on an independent venture. From the perspective of outcomes, Zhang Ling is undeniably content. Nevertheless, this has irrevocably strained his relationship with the Spurs, particularly with their formidable figurehead, Coach Popovich. He is both furious and vexed. Had he secured Zhang Ling in the draft, the small forward would have formed an imposing front line alongside Wembanyama, establishing a veritable no-fly zone. In such a scenario, the Spurs' defense would undoubtedly haunt every other team in the league. Without delving into Wembanyama's prowess, Zhang Ling's wingspan alone, measuring an impressive 220, would allow him to unleash terrifying defensive potential under the tutelage of the Spurs coaching staff. The prospect of Zhang Ling and Wembanyama on the same team is almost unfathomable. It appears that fate has a peculiar way of shaping events, much like how Kobe could never coexist on the same team as Tim Duncan. It seems Zhang Ling and Wembanyama are destined to remain apart. In the grand tapestry of this league, which favors the formation of super teams, it is important to remember that great players do not seek shortcuts. They do not fear failure, nor do they bask in perpetual success. Rather, they possess the resilience to emerge from setbacks and ultimately achieve greatness. Zhang Ling, as a rookie, has joined the Los Angeles Lakers and is preparing for a new season and a new chapter in his life. The first course of action, undoubtedly, is to familiarize himself with his teammates. Although the roster undergoes significant changes during the offseason, it is evident that last season's Lakers have faced considerable setbacks. When assessed by the standard of championship success, it is clear that the previous season fell far short of expectations, as they did not even qualify for the play-in tournament. One could assert that this Lakers team has embarked on a path of reconstruction. Zhang Ling encountered the illustrious LeBron James and the formidable Anthony Davis. With a heart full of humility, he sought counsel from James on how he has managed to maintain such remarkable physical condition throughout his 2-decade-long career. He also approached Davis with reverence, inquiring about the intricacies of defensive play. The two basketball giants welcomed Zhang Ling's presence on the Lakers, however, when he posed his questions. James merely smiled faintly, indicating his busy schedule, and turned away. After all, a superstar like him would hardly have the time to engage in discussions with an obscure player like Zhang Ling. In truth, Zhang Ling wished to delve into various technical aspects of basketball with the esteemed veteran, but after much contemplation, he found himself hesitating. Apart from some uncertainties regarding the final step of a multi-step layup, he felt reluctant to burden James with further inquiries about other basketball techniques. The prospect of discussing such matters face-to-face with James seemed daunting. Thus, Zhang Ling settled for questions about physical maintenance instead. After all, the legendary superstar system he had awakened was inspired by LeBron's prowess. However, it was evident that James was not inclined to discuss such matters in the office. He was there to inform the Lakers management that the upcoming season would mark the final chapter of his illustrious career. Indeed, LeBron had made up his mind. After the conclusion of the 2024-2025 season, he would retire. This meant that the next season would be his last, prompting reflections on the appropriate farewell, such as a retirement tour. Over recent years, organizations like Nike, the League, and the Lakers had eagerly anticipated this news. And now they had finally received James's definitive personal decision. This time, he truly intended to retire. Aside from his physical condition, a significant factor contributing to this decision was the successful entry of his son, Bronny James, into the NBA. Given Bronny's considerable health concerns, reminiscent of the issues faced by Chris Bosh and LaMarcus Aldridge, he was selected late in the first round by the Cleveland Cavaliers, bringing him to the very place where his father's dreams began. Bronny's successful debut in the NBA signified the realization of the long-held dream for the father-son duo to share the court. Undoubtedly a remarkable chapter in NBA history that will be fondly remembered. On the training field, Zhang Ling encountered Anthony Davis, the star player of the Los Angeles Lakers. Davis engaged him in a discussion regarding nuances of defensive strategies and personally guided him on the court. After approximately 2 hours of training, both felt a degree of fatigue. Yet, Davis shared light-hearted banter with Zhang Ling on the sidelines, delving into various aspects of life. Upon discovering Zhang Ling's limited interests, with video games being a mild exception, Davis promptly suggested they visit his lavish mansion sometime to play games together. Zhang Ling found no objection to it, fully aware that this was likely merely a courteous suggestion from the prominent player. At that moment, a group of media personnel entered the training ground, shouldering their cameras. As LeBron, dressed and ready, took to the court, the sound of rapid shutter clicks filled the air. Once the session concluded, the seasoned veteran swiftly departed. Zhang Ling was taken aback by the news. Some deliberate publicity is indeed quite essential. By the way, after arriving in the United States, did you open a Twitter account? Naturally, Zhang Ling had one, as essential social networking is crucial for NBA players. After all, not everyone is Kawhi Leonard. The following day, Zhang Ling stumbled upon a trending tweet. LeBron James announced, "Next season will be my final season. The greatness of the king needs no further elaboration." Chapter 79, Preseason, Beijing. Beijing. The new NBA season has commenced, and Zhang Ling spent the off-season diligently training. His rapport with teammates began to blossom during these rigorous sessions. Despite the fact that some of the darker-skinned players initially found Zhang Ling's training methods somewhat antiquated and even mocked him, they soon found their laughter dissipating. Zhang Ling made rapid strides in team training. He seamlessly integrated into the team's system, showcasing his formidable offensive prowess and defensive aptitude during the 5v5 scrimmages. Even in one-on-one matchups post-training, he held his ground admirably. Some teammates were left bewildered. Wasn't this draft class supposed to be a weak one? But this yellow-skinned Chinese player was indeed the third overall pick. Regardless of how underwhelming the draft year might be, it can still yield a few exceptionally gifted individuals. From the perspective of his teammates, the Lakers' acquisition was undoubtedly a stroke of genius, as Zhang Ling not only displayed his talent during training, but also proved to be incredibly effective, showcasing explosive readiness to compete. Zhang Ling's remarkable comprehension of the game and his exceptional basketball IQ astound even the most seasoned veterans in the team, particularly Davis. Upon witnessing Zhang Ling's defensive prowess, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. "What is your wingspan again?" "Oh right, 220, he mused, after narrowly triumphing over Zhang Ling in a one-on-one. Davis stared in amazement at Zhang Ling's long arms while he sipped water nearby. The awareness and talent displayed by Zhang Ling during the recent defense left an indelible impression on him. Could this truly be a rookie? For the upcoming season, there seems to be hope on the defensive end, filling Davis with a sense of unprecedented relief and admiration for this young brother who has recently joined the Lakers. When it comes to the true core players on the Lakers, regardless of offensive and defensive capabilities or mental attributes, Davis undoubtedly stands out. As for James, he has been preoccupied with his retirement tour and his son Bronny, somewhat neglecting the team's training. Yet, what more can one expect from a veteran who is set to retire after next season, having spent over 20 seasons in the league? With neither the desire nor the ability to chase another championship, the team practices, whether attended or not, seem inconsequential. As the 2024-2025 NBA season approaches, the preseason is set to commence. In an effort to broaden the NBA's influence overseas, the league annually sends certain teams to various countries to partake in preseason games. These contests serve as opportunities for teams to fine-tune their rosters and enhance communication among players and coaches, with the outcomes not affecting regular season standings, rendering victory or defeat unimportant. Furthermore, the teams competing abroad aim to provide a more exhibition-like experience for local fans. This season is particularly significant as Zhang Ling, selected third overall in the lottery by the Pistons, was subsequently traded to the Los Angeles Lakers. His high draft position, combined with his immense popularity in China, creates a substantial impact. Indeed, describing Zhang Ling's influence in China as immense is far from an exaggeration. Since claiming the championship title in the CBA and embarking on his journey to the NBA as the third overall pick, Zhang Ling's prominence has transcended basketball in his home country. Many Chinese citizens now recognize Zhang Ling as a pivotal figure in basketball, heralding him as the new hope for the Chinese national team. He stands as a stable NBA player following in the footsteps of Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian. It is worth noting that the NBA already holds considerable sway among Chinese fans, far surpassing the CBA. The addition of Zhang Ling only serves to strengthen this bond. Back in mid-July, the NBA announced that the Los Angeles Lakers and the San Antonio Spurs would travel to Beijing and Shanghai to host 2 preseason games. In Beijing, the Lakers will face off against a team of young stars from the Chinese national team, while in Shanghai, they will compete against the San Antonio Spurs. Upon the announcement of this news, fans in China, located across the vast ocean, erupted in jubilant celebration. Within the ranks of the Los Angeles Lakers, there exists not only Zhang Ling but also the illustrious LeBron James. Although his fan base in China pales in comparison to that of Kobe Bryant and Yao Ming, it remains substantial and undeniably contentious. Furthermore, it is worth noting that just a few days prior, LeBron had declared his intention to retire following the conclusion of the upcoming season. With the revelation of his retirement, many past grievances and insults began to dissipate. Although a portion of the populace harbored skepticism regarding his announcement, LeBron had previously hinted at contemplating retirement after the Denver Nuggets secured the championship in the 2022-2023 season. This revelation swiftly dominated headlines, overshadowing the Nuggets' victory. Regrettably, however, it appears that LeBron has no genuine plans to retire, a fact well known to any fan with a modicum of understanding regarding his character. This maneuver left many fans feeling as though they had ingested a fly, yet, given LeBron's penchant for theatrics, such antics are hardly surprising. Nevertheless, one cannot deny the intricate nature of this NBA veteran, who proclaims himself the GOAT, wielding immense influence beyond the realm of basketball. Thus, it comes as no surprise that the presence of Zhang Ling and James, alongside Anthony Davis and the Lakers themselves, has drawn the eyes and enthusiasm of Chinese basketball aficionados towards these 2 preseason games. What could be more exhilarating than witnessing beloved NBA superstars compete in person? For Chinese basketball fans, the ticket prices may be steep, yet the experience is undoubtedly priceless. Zhang Ling has transformed into an NBA player. In China, he is undoubtedly a local hero and superstar. The inaugural game kicked off at the Wuxang Arena in Beijing, drawing nearly 20,000 fans who filled the venue to capacity. As the players from the Los Angeles Lakers made their entrance, they received a far more enthusiastic reception than the Chinese basketball players. After all, the team boasts the likes of LeBron James, Anthony Davis, and Zhang Ling. The trio was welcomed with thunderous applause from the crowd, particularly Zhang Ling, who appeared as a wayward son returning home, eager to witness his own game. The ticket prices, now tenfold higher than before, sold out effortlessly. This is a testament to the remarkable influence of the NBA in China today. When LeBron took the court, the fans erupted in fervor, many of whom were ardent supporters of his. Despite being a player of considerable controversy, his impending retirement evokes a sense of nostalgia. He has been a part of a generation of Chinese basketball fans' youth, from the days of rivalries with Kobe's fans to those with Curry's, spanning over 2 decades. Amidst the cheers, LeBron stood up from the bench and began his controversial routine, lifting his hands to don a crown. The atmosphere was electric. Although he boasts of being the greatest of all time in the twilight of his career, engaging in a lifelong debate with Michael Jordan. And his fans have exchanged barbs for years. In this moment, everyone seemed to find peace. If he wishes to wear the crown, let it be, after all. He has completed over 20 years of a professional career, and history will allow future fans to judge his legacy. As for the backlash from online discourse, it is merely a natural occurrence. Zhang Ling stood quietly by, observing the crowned LeBron, rendered speechless and shaking his head in disbelief. He pondered, yet decided to let it be. Who among the knowledgeable would truly regard him as the genuine GOAT of the basketball realm? Nevertheless, it was of little consequence, as everyone appeared quite merry. Fortunately, the crowd did not erupt in boos, and the absence of chants for "Who's Your Daddy" allowed Zhang Ling to breathe a sigh of relief, averting a potentially awkward moment. Chapter 80. Zhang Ling's NBA preseason debut. The Lakers versus the Chinese national team. Due to the nature of the preseason, and possibly because it was held overseas, the match in Beijing saw Coach Ham not only starting Zhang Ling but also bringing LeBron onto the court. Given LeBron's age, participating in a preseason game seemed somewhat unnecessary. At 40, the weariness of travel was evident, and playing in such a match was arguably excessive. However, before taking the court, amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the fans, he engaged in a discussion with Coach Ham, clearly determined to play in gratitude for the fervor of the Chinese supporters. LeBron understood that among the fans present at the Wuxang Arena in Beijing were many of his devoted followers. It would be unreasonable to travel across the ocean and not step onto the court, even for a moment. After all, despite being 40, the fuel tank still had some reserves. Of course, expecting LeBron to play for 40 minutes was an unrealistic notion. He would likely just warm up and make a brief appearance. LeBron entered the game, taking on the power forward position. Quite amusing. Anthony Davis also took to the court, assuming the center role. For Davis, it was somewhat vexing. As long as LeBron remained active, he found himself stationed at the center position, despite his most suitable role being that of a power forward. Much like Victor Wembanyama of the Spurs and Giannis Antetokounmpo of the Bucks, both possessing extraordinary physical attributes. They too played as power forwards, while the center position was occupied by other rim protectors, ensuring adequate support for the four. This arrangement also contributed to Davis's long-standing struggles with injuries during his years with the Lakers. Zhang Ling occupies the third position, a versatile forward. However, barring unforeseen circumstances, during the course of the actual match, he will be responsible for providing assistance defense at the fourth position. The two guards are Russell and Vincent, and whether they play as point guard or shooting guard is rather inconsequential. The Lakers roster remains rather unconventional, and from a theoretical standpoint, it feels rather peculiar. Of course, as the regular season commences, it is anticipated that Coach Ham will likely remove Vincent from the guard lineup, allowing a forward with shooting capabilities to assume the role of shooting guard. Russell will still be the nominal point guard. This forward must possess exceptional defensive skills and the ability to catch and shoot three-pointers. His defensive prowess is essential to compensate for any lapses in defense that may occur during the team's operational dynamics. Without further ado, both teams are prepared to take the court. Prior to the match, Zhang Ling shares heartfelt embraces with his teammates from the Chinese national basketball team, who extend their warmest congratulations and best wishes to him. After all, Zhang Ling's stable presence in the NBA is indeed a positive development for the Chinese national basketball team. As Zhang Ling took to the court, he felt an oddity surrounding this NBA preseason game, for his opponents were all former teammates from the national basketball team. A wave of nostalgia washed over him. It had been over a year since the conclusion of last year's Asian Games in Hangzhou, where they had all fought valiantly in the CBA League. Some had soared to great heights, while others languished in obscurity. Such reflections flitted through Zhang Ling's mind. Yet he knew he must shed any burdens from his heart and charge forward with unyielding determination. The jump ball commenced. Anthony Davis effortlessly tapped the ball toward the Lakers, and LeBron James seized the opportunity, advancing the ball without hesitation. Amidst the fervent cheers of the audience, Zhang Ling and Russell positioned themselves at the corner for a three-point shot. LeBron, dribbling behind his back beyond the three-point line, orchestrated his teammates' movements. Zhang Ling surged forward, and LeBron promptly passed the ball to him. Utilizing LeBron's imposing stature as a shield, Zhang Ling caught the ball and, without pausing, leaped to take a shot. In a sense, it was akin to leveraging LeBron's screen for a jump shot. The ball traced a beautiful arc before swishing through the net. Though Zhang Ling had now ascended to the ranks of an NBA player, the Wuxang Sports Center in Beijing felt as familiar as home. Returning for the preseason, he found his shooting touch ablaze, the hoop welcoming his attempts with enthusiasm. Testing his rhythm, he took his first shot back home and successfully sank the three-pointer. Though his identity had transformed, the sensation of dominating the Chinese basketball scene remained unchanged. In the live streaming studio, the event was being broadcast by Penguin, with Wang Mek as the host, alongside familiar commentator Wang Shipeng. Witnessing Zhang Ling play at Wuxang as an NBA player was a gratifying experience, filling many with joy and pride. Wang Shipeng, a veteran of the Chinese national team, had narrated Zhang Ling's journey, feeling a sense of familiarity and pride as if witnessing a younger brother achieving success and returning home in glory. Indeed, I believe that at this moment, the viewers in front of their televisions and smartphones, the fans, must feel a profound sense of delight seeing Zhang Ling compete as a member of the Lakers against the Chinese national team. Wang Ming shared in this joy, visibly pleased. On the court, Zhao Jiwei of the Chinese national team found Zhao Rui, who, after evading LeBron, made a determined drive to the basket, overcoming Anthony Davis to score. It seemed that the essence of the Chinese national team remained as familiar as ever. The opening of the game was orchestrated by Zhao Rui. However, unlike during the previous World Cup, Zhang Ling has now made his entry into the NBA as the third overall pick, with a promising future ahead. As the play unfolded, LeBron held the ball, leisurely dribbling beyond the three-point line. Suddenly, he unleashed a surprise shot, pivoting to square up before effortlessly launching a three-pointer. Although he is now 40 years old, LeBron's core strength remains formidable. He is capable of shooting three-pointers from near the logo with remarkable power. Unfortunately, this particular attempt ricocheted off the rim. Meanwhile, Zhang Ling had already slipped in from the corner, soaring high to snatch the rebound from his former teammate, Yu Jiahao. With a resounding thud, Zhang Ling secured the ball. However, confronted by the double team of Zhang Jinlin and Yu Jiahao, he found no opportunity to shoot and instead dribbled outward toward the three-point line. At that moment, LeBron raised his arm to signal Zhang Ling, who seized the opportunity to cut down. Zhang Ling, with a keen sense of awareness, never directly looked at LeBron. Yet he deftly delivered the ball to LeBron's waiting grasp, as if it were a cannonball. LeBron responded with a straightforward yet emphatic dunk. Admittedly, the height and speed of his jump were not quite on par with his peak years, and the force behind the dunk carried a hint of a fading sunset. Nevertheless, it was still a beautifully executed play. Who would have thought that Zhang Ling's first shot and first assist in the NBA would be linked to LeBron? Of course, statistics from the NBA preseason do not officially count. LeBron's dunk ignited cheers and applause from the crowd. As he returned to defense, he gestured to Zhang Ling, exclaiming, "Good pass." Chapter 81. A dunk that leaves LeBron bewildered. The game continued, with LeBron's dunk successfully kindling the enthusiasm of the Chinese fans present. Witnessing a 40-year-old performing dunks is truly a testament to the remarkable athleticism of LeBron James. If LeBron were to play around 20 minutes in a game and maintain focus on the defensive end, he could significantly benefit his team. Nonetheless, a superstar is a superstar. Regardless of the controversies surrounding him, LeBron will forever be a legend in NBA history, a figure of both complexity and contention. However, in this moment, for the fans in attendance, it suffices to simply relish LeBron's performance on the court without distraction. The two teams exchanged plays. Yet the physical prowess of the Chinese national team's starting players was clearly on a different level compared to that of the NBA athletes, with noticeable disparities in speed, jumping ability, shooting consistency, and overall physical stamina. Moreover, it is worth noting that the most distinguished players of the Chinese men's basketball team have found their place on the opposing Los Angeles Lakers. The president of the Basketball Association, Yao Ming, is undoubtedly aware of this fact. His negotiations with the NBA to arrange for the Lakers' preseason opponents to be the Chinese national team were, naturally, aimed at providing the players an opportunity to experience the caliber of competition presented by NBA athletes. After all, last year, the Chinese team faced disappointment at the World Cup, forfeiting their qualification for the Paris Olympics, and this year, They find themselves devoid of any chances to hone their skills on such a prestigious international stage. If this trend continues, the Chinese men's basketball team will inevitably decline further. Even in a preseason match designed for team synergy, Yao Ming has placed considerable importance on the event, attending the game in person to observe the performance of the national team, as well as to keep an eye on Zhang Ling. As the defensive intensity of the Lakers heightened, the Chinese players began to falter. They were acutely aware of the immense pressure Zhang Ling exerted on them during their encounters in the CBA League, not to mention the NBA talent surrounding Zhang Ling, including the likes of Anthony Davis and Russell Westbrook. Even the seemingly shorter Vincent plays with a tenacity that is formidable. In essence, securing a contract within the NBA signifies one as a prodigy among prodigies in the realm of basketball. The errors committed by the Chinese team allowed the Lakers to initiate a strikingly theatrical counterattack. For the Lakers forwards, such counterattacks are akin to delightful desserts, allowing them to effortlessly soar through the air and slam the ball into the hoop with vigor. The 40-year-old LeBron James, ever the frontrunner, showcased astonishing speed during a fast break. Anthony Davis executed a long pass, lofting the ball directly into LeBron's hands beneath the basket, who subsequently delivered a powerful dunk. It is worth noting that this was a 5-on-4 situation, yet with Zhang Ling's defensive assistance and Davis's support, they managed to successfully disrupt Zhang Jinling's shot. Davis secured the rebound and executed a classic connection with LeBron, eliciting fervent cheers from the audience. With rapid dribbling, Zhao Jiwei approached the three-point line, probing the defense but opting not to shoot. Instead, he delivered a behind-the-back pass to the advancing Zhang Jinling. Zhang Jinling did not hesitate. He leapt into the air and executed a flawless three-point shot, the ball swishing through the net. The spectators erupted in applause and cheers, for he was one of their own, having made a crucial three-pointer that significantly boosted the team's morale. It would have been remiss not to offer encouragement in such a moment. Zhang Jinlin was exceedingly exhilarated, grinning widely and gesturing in celebration towards Zhang Ling. In contrast, Zhang Ling merely offered a subdued smile. As a recent addition to the Lakers, having joined as a promising rookie, his tactical standing within the team is understandably modest. According to Coach Ham's arrangements, he is primarily positioned as a blue-collar, 3, and D player. In the realm of offensive strategies, it is abundantly clear that Zhang Ling cannot yet be regarded as a primary offensive option. Beyond LeBron, Anthony Davis, and Russell Westbrook, he is likely to be the last in line among the offensive choices. Even Rivers has been afforded opportunities to execute plays, a privilege that remains out of reach for Zhang Ling, who currently occupies a minor role, merely a nobody. His responsibility lies in executing the prescribed tactics and seizing any opportunity to showcase his talent and potential. At this juncture, it is utterly implausible for Coach Ham to devise plays specifically for him. Furthermore, considering Ham's coaching acumen, the efficacy of the strategies he can formulate remains a cause for concern. Zhang Ling also comprehends that one's standing within the team is forged through performance on the court. Ultimately, everything must bow to the supremacy of skill. This is the Los Angeles Lakers, not the Zhejiang Golden Bulls. The accolades previously attained, such as the CBA's most improved player, CBA regular season MVP, and CBA championship, faded into insignificance the moment he stepped into the NBA and joined the Lakers. For Zhang Ling, it is imperative to fight, match by match. Even the prestige of being the third overall pick holds little weight here, for this is the illustrious Lakers, a franchise boasting 17 championships. Who wouldn't he desire to play for the Lakers? They lack the patience to nurture rookies, with Kobe being a rare exception. Notably, Kobe himself entered the Lakers as a prodigious high school talent and, over a span of 2 decades, delivered 5 championships, etching his name as a legend in Lakers history. Thus, Zhang Ling does not consider his draft position a badge of honor. The past has become merely a label, devoid of testament to true ability. Moreover, during LeBron James's prime, he even traded a number 1 pick like Andrew Wiggins. This exemplifies the harsh reality. Only tangible prowess counts. However, perhaps due to the preseason game's lack of significance, or perhaps because this is Zhang Ling's unequivocal home court, he was afforded numerous opportunities to shoot. After Russell made a breakthrough shot, Chinese national player Guodailuan advanced with the ball but faltered in his passing, allowing Zhang Ling to intercept. With agility and speed, Zhang Ling dribbled swiftly past half-court, approaching the free-throw line, and launched into a soaring dunk. Boom! A thunderous display of raw power, effortlessly executed by Zhang Ling. As he landed, the rim still quivered slightly. At that moment, LeBron, who had intended to initiate a fast break, stood frozen, momentarily lost in thought. Over 2 decades of youth seemed to flash before his eyes, reminiscent of yesterday. Zhang Ling's emphatic acts like dunk not only astonished all present, but also showcased his physical prowess as a third overall pick to the Lakers players and coaching staff. Even LeBron, who endeavored to keep pace, found himself momentarily dazed, gazing at Zhang Ling's powerful dunk, as if witnessing his own youthful dominance. That was during his early days with the Cavaliers, when, despite his youthful visage, his dunks already radiated the aura of a king, combined with exceptional athleticism and court vision. Had he later focused on refining his skills and developing his mid-range shot, who could have stood in his way? Yet, regrettably, the venerable James found himself in a moment of bewilderment as he gazed upon the silhouette of Zhang Ling. It was as if he were witnessing a reflection of his own self, a sensation he had never experienced before. It marked the first instance he considered his own existence from such an unusual perspective. If granted the chance to relive his journey, would the trajectory of his career remain unchanged? Had he possessed a refined mid-range shooting technique, would the playoff defeats following 2007 have been less humiliating? The exuberant cheers of the crowd jolted James from his reverie. He beheld Zhang Ling in the midst of the court, exuding confidence and celebrating with an air of regal authority, which stirred a sense of nostalgia within him. New talents emerged to inherit the legacy. Eventually, a new king shall ascend the throne. Chapter 82. James tweets again, given that it was a preseason match. The Los Angeles Lakers starting lineup played for merely 7 to 8 minutes in the first quarter before retreating for a respite, with the exception of Zhang Ling. The purpose of the preseason is to foster cohesion within the existing roster while also providing the coaching staff an opportunity to evaluate potential trades or draft picks and their performances. This allows players to showcase their innate abilities and understanding of the game, thereby enhancing communication between players and coaches. Consequently, coaches can better discern and utilize their players during the regular season. However, for Coach Ham of the Lakers, his primary focus lay on Zhang Ling prior to the draft. General Manager Pelinka had engaged in discussions with Coach Ham, expressing, "We have identified an extraordinarily formidable rookie talent across the ocean in China. To secure him, the team has made significant sacrifices and is committed to nurturing him as a cornerstone for future development." Implicitly, this suggested a desire for Coach Ham to provide Zhang Ling with ample opportunities. After all, the current iteration of the Lakers has little chance of contending for the championship amidst the fierce competition in the West. For team owner Genie Bus, capitalizing on ticket sales and generating viewership during James's final year was of paramount importance. It is noteworthy that this rookie player, based on his playing style and basketball acumen, evidently shares a profound connection with the Lakers, a fact that could be widely publicized in the media, considering the star-studded landscape of Los Angeles. Thus, both sentimentally and rationally, Zhang Ling remained on the court, captivating nearly 20,000 Chinese fans at the Wuxang Arena in Beijing with an exhilarating performance. 4 months prior, Zhang Ling had celebrated a championship victory in the CBA, and now he was showcasing his inaugural NBA preseason game to his ardent supporters in China. With the departure of James, Davis, and other key players, Zhang Ling found himself liberated, endowed with ample opportunities to take shots. Before an audience of 20,000 fervent fans, Zhang Ling brilliantly showcased the fruits of his months of rigorous training and innate offensive talent. Through his performance in the game, he proclaimed a daunting reality to all Chinese teams: Zhang Ling is still evolving. Previously, his basketball maneuvers during competitive play lacked fluidity and coherence. However, after a brief hiatus of several months, such shortcomings vanished. Spectators noted that Zhang Ling's movements on the court had become increasingly polished and seamless, particularly his signature fadeaway jump shot. Of course, Zhang Ling's repertoire of offensive techniques extends far beyond this singular skill. He exhibits a diverse array of tactics, including catch-and-shoot jumpers, sudden stops after dribbling, explosive dunks along the baseline, and assertive layups against defenders, among countless others, each tailored to the moment and the opponent. Given that his adversaries were members of the Chinese national basketball team, Zhang Ling's shooting accuracy soared to an astonishing 80%. His scoring surged dramatically by halftime. He had already amassed 36 points, an accomplishment that, for him, was merely a trifle, considering he was up against familiar friends and former teammates. However, for his fellow Lakers, this display was nothing short of astonishing. During practice sessions, Zhang Ling's diligent and eager approach to learning had left a lasting impression on his teammates, who were well aware of his extensive offensive arsenal and had witnessed it in scrimmages. Yet, in a genuine competitive setting, It was the first time the Lakers truly grasped the magnitude of Zhang Ling's scoring prowess. His adept, precise, and graceful techniques elicited silent nods of approval from a host of NBA players. If one were to discern the most well-rounded talent in this draft class, it would undoubtedly be Zhang Ling. After Zhang Ling connected on 2 corner three-pointers from a teammate's pass, Coach Ham decided to substitute him out, having recognized that Zhang Ling's capabilities far surpassed those of the Chinese national team. Indeed, they belonged to an entirely different echelon. At that juncture, he had already scored 42 points. Continuing further would be somewhat alarming. Such a dazzling performance is certainly noteworthy, as 42 points in this year's rookie preseason is impressive enough. Should he reveal all his skills, future matchups could lead to targeted defenses against him. Moreover, in just 2 days, a significant preseason clash looms against the Spurs at the Mercedes-Benz Arena in Shanghai, which will serve as a true test of his prowess. Given the current level of the Chinese national team, apart from Zhang Ling, they may not offer much challenge to the Lakers. Yet, despite this, Coach Ham's eyes sparkled with excitement as he observed Zhang Ling's displayed offensive gifts. Although the Lakers may need to bolster their interior presence this season, Zhang Ling's defensive capabilities also appear to be quite commendable. Anthony is in dire need of someone who can provide substantial support on the defensive end. After the game, Zhang Ling expressed great joy when confronted with reporters' inquiries. After all, it is indeed a stroke of luck to be able to showcase his skills in front of fans in Beijing after joining the NBA. Zhang, now that you are back in Beijing, does it feel different from before? Undoubtedly, it does. Having previously played in the CBA and now being part of the Los Angeles Lakers, competing alongside familiar teammates from the Chinese national team is truly a novel experience. This sensation is remarkable, and I thoroughly enjoy delivering an exhilarating performance for the fans during the game. My shooting touch was quite good today. Do you have any clear plans for your future development in the NBA? The female reporter inquired with a smile. Zhang Ling nodded, admitting that she did not possess a particularly clear or defined plan, as at this moment she remained uncertain whether she would secure a starting position with the Lakers or even earn a place within the regular rotation. The female journalist interviewing Zhang Ling couldn't help but chuckle at this admission. She then continued, Zhang Ling, just moments ago, following the conclusion of the game, the Lakers star player, LeBron James, shared a message on social media regarding you. Did he not? I am unaware of it, Zhang Ling replied. You know I am not particularly fond of social media. The journalist then presented her phone to Zhang Ling, displaying LeBron's inaugural tweet since arriving in China. The tweet featured a photograph capturing the moment Zhang Ling executed a soaring dunk from behind. This image had undergone special processing. The backdrop showcased Zhang Ling's dunking silhouette, while the foreground was artistically blurred, revealing an enlarged figure of LeBron, appearing somewhat hazy and ethereal as he stood with arms akimbo, watching over the scene like a shadow. LeBron accompanied the image with a caption, as the Chinese bullet train speeds forward, please step aside from the tracks, unless you desire to see your loved ones clad in black. The fading king, the youthful king, the retired season, the rookie season, the boy from Akron. The boy from China, pursuing greatness. TOB legend. Chapter 83. The future belongs to the Spurs, but it is also mine. The Lakers' preseason overseas games continued. Arriving in the vibrant city of Shanghai, this match pitted the Los Angeles Lakers against the San Antonio Spurs. As two formidable Western Conference powerhouses, both teams boasted a rich legacy of championships. The Lakers require no introduction, while the Spurs, under the foundational efforts of the legendary Tim Duncan and coach Greg Popovich, have maintained a formidable competitive edge in the West for nearly 2 decades. Throughout this lengthy era, Duncan led the team to secure 5 championship titles. Notably, the Spurs swept LeBron James Cavaliers 4-0 in 2007 and triumphed over James Heat 4-1 in 2014, elegantly avenging their previous year's finals defeat. Subsequently, the once glorious Heat's trio disbanded, with LeBron returning north to form a new trio with the Cavaliers, continuing to stir the Eastern Conference, yet repeatedly falling short against the ascendant Western powerhouse, the Golden State Warriors. LeBron James, after 18 years, chose to bring his prodigious talent to the West Coast, joining the Los Angeles Lakers, under the pretense of school basketball and commercial basketball. Meanwhile, the San Antonio Spurs, following the retirements of key players and the emergence of new star Kawhi Leonard joining the North, witnessed the disintegration of their dynasty. The long-standing rivalry between the Lakers and the Spurs has unfolded over 2 decades, providing fans with numerous thrilling encounters. Indeed, the animosity between the Spurs and LeBron, The current cornerstone of the Lakers echoes the complex love-hate relationship the team had with the legendary Kobe Bryant. In multiple Western Conference finals, the Spurs were eliminated by Kobe, diminishing the number of rings on Tim Duncan's fingers. Nevertheless, both teams have exchanged victories, earning mutual respect in the process. 20 years later, the Spurs, having secured the first overall pick last year to select the prodigious Victor Wembanyama, have once again chosen the top pick this year in the form of Matisse Buzelis. More ominously, the Spurs possess a plethora of protected high-quality lottery picks. The presence of Wembanyama alone could establish a cornerstone akin to Tim Duncan. Furthermore, the addition of another first overall pick bodes well for the Spurs' future, as they are poised to accumulate a wealth of talented players in the coming years. To speak somewhat arrogantly, the foundation of a new Spurs dynasty is already taking shape. The Spurs culture markedly differs from that of teams like the Thunder. They excel at nurturing newcomers. A 15th overall pick, Leonard was meticulously developed into a superstar within the Spurs stable system, a truly formidable transformation. This bodes well for other highly ranked talents, suggesting that, barring unforeseen complications, the Spurs are on the brink of establishing a dynasty in the years to come. In contrast, the development of the Lakers appears rather disheartening. The team's lottery picks and the young talent accumulated have long since been traded by LeBron James for Anthony Davis, leading to a championship for the Lakers. In recent years, the Lakers have only possessed low-ranking or second-round draft picks, casting a shadow over their future. As for Zhang Ling, he was not originally drafted by the Lakers, but was acquired through a trade with the Pistons. Compared to the Spurs, the Lakers' prospects seem bleak. Moreover, the American media remains skeptical about Zhang Ling, hailing from across the ocean in China, despite his status as the third overall pick. What can a third overall rookie accomplish? Can he truly be the next Kobe? Although his shooting style resembles Kobe's and his physical attributes are comparable to his template player Leonard, the only confidence in Zhang Ling seems to stem from Chinese media and fans. Outside of that, few believe he will make a significant impact. This is not the fantastical realm of basketball novels. This is the unforgiving world of the NBA. Devoid of the romanticized notions of awakening three-point prowess and effortlessly shooting from the logo, no one believes that the Los Angeles Lakers will experience a resurgence after LeBron James retires. After all, their draft resources have been nearly exhausted, and the coming years will hinge on whether they can acquire a superstar through trades. It is certain that the current Lakers, post-James, will undoubtedly build their team around Anthony Davis. However, Davis is beginning to age, and his physical condition has become increasingly fragile. Yet, for the Los Angeles Lakers, once LeBron James hangs up his sneakers, can they truly fear not attracting a superstar in the free market? Los Angeles boasts not only immense exposure, but also a rich tradition of winning. Although that legacy has waned in recent years, the Lakers' pride remains unshaken. The phrase "beat LA" has haunted many teams throughout history. It signifies glory, endless glory. On the court, Zhang Ling, clad in the purple and gold jersey, rubbed his palms together with his sneakers, embodying the fervor and passion coursing through him. His desire for victory and his unadulterated love for basketball surged within him, striving to etch his name in legend. In front of nearly 20,000 fans, Zhang Ling commenced his second preseason game. LeBron, with the ball, orchestrated the play. As Davis set a screen and rolled to the basket, the ball found its way into Davis's hands, but he faced pressure from the Spurs' power forward and center. Quickly, he passed the ball to the rapidly moving Zhang Ling. In that fleeting moment, with a defender closing in behind him, Zhang Ling executed a jump shot. Time was of the essence, and Zhang Ling relished the opportunity to shoot. Swish! The ball rippled through the net. His shooting touch remained exquisite today, amidst the commentator's voice. The crowd erupted in cheers and applause for Zhang Ling. His decisiveness was commendable, time was scarce, and with James holding the ball for too long, the play had faltered. Zhang Ling's shot was entirely justified. In the broadcast room, the host chuckled, acknowledging the Lakers and Zhang Ling's recent preseason games that garnered unprecedented attention, with online viewership soaring to around 25 million. It is worth noting that this was merely a typical preseason game. Against the Spurs, the Lakers had to rely on their perimeter shooting. Indeed, after a season of growth, Victor Wembanyama had become an imposing force in the paint, capable of swiftly stepping out to defend the perimeter. Frankly, I am not optimistic about the Lakers' performance today. How will they address the Wembanyama challenge? Yanni nodded in agreement, stating that although it was just a preseason game, Wembanyama posed a significant dilemma for all teams in the league. Aside from relying on outside shooting, there truly seems to be no effective strategy One cannot simply afford to commit 2 fouls on him right from the start, can they? Indeed. It is not entirely unfeasible. Kufan's tone turned somewhat sarcastic. You see, the opponent is the Lakers. It is not a matter of great concern. After all, it is merely a preseason game, and moreover, it is being held overseas in Shanghai. Let us instead focus on Zhang Ling's performance in this match. The young man faced off against familiar adversaries from the Chinese national basketball team and delivered an outstanding performance, effortlessly scoring 42 points, showcasing his talent and dominance. In this encounter against the Spurs, he appeared to possess a commendable shooting touch and offensive desire right from the outset. Chapter 84. The Divine Weapon of Mid-Range Shooting. The eternal palette of black and white defines the Spurs, a team that stands apart from others in the league, exuding an air of enigma. Currently, the Spurs are brimming with talent, and the mere presence of Wembanyama poses significant challenges for the Lakers on the defensive front. His defensive range is astonishing, standing at 24 meters. He is the only player in the NBA capable of dunking while standing. Once, the Chinese national team boasted a player who could also reach the rim with ease, none other than the formidable Zhou Qi. Countless Chinese fans were exhilarated by his talent. Yet his repeated failures to convert open layups during the World Championship left many feeling both regretful and infuriated. European trainers attribute this issue to Zhou Qi's severe lack of glycogen, which diminishes his core strength. The primary reason for this predicament appears to stem from the player's poor self-discipline, leading to an inability to maintain a healthy and reasonable diet. In stark contrast, Wembanyama evidently possesses superior self-discipline and adopts a more scientific approach to training. On the court, he exhibits remarkable overall coordination and agility, enabling him to swiftly execute help defense and recover. Coupled with his towering height of 24 meters and an impressive wingspan, the Spurs' restricted area is formidable. Even with a standard center stationed in the paint, the presence of a talent like Wembanyama on the wings, paired with a defensive-minded 3 and D small forward akin to the former Spurs player Danny Green, suffices to construct a defense as impenetrable as a fortress. Merely envisioning this scenario is chilling. This year, the Spurs have indeed achieved this, bolstering their roster around Wembanyama with the addition of a quality 3 and D player. On the offensive end, after a year of refinement, Wembanyama has developed exceptional jump shooting skills. His counterpart at the power forward position simply cannot keep pace. And when matched against players in other positions, Wembanyama can merely stand and shoot. At both ends of the court, the Spurs currently enjoy a significant advantage. As LeBron orchestrates the play, Zhang Ling and his teammates actively maneuver across the court, constrained by the presence of Wembanyama. The Lakers players are compelled to penetrate the offense towards the opposite flank to evade interference during their layup attempts. This limitation renders their offensive approach somewhat tentative. Davis, seeking to assert himself beneath the basket, faces the dual challenges of Collins' defense and Wembanyama's looming threat from the wing, yet he manages to score with considerable effort. It is evident that Davis is in commendable physical condition this season. In the subsequent play, Wembanyama swiftly showcases his offensive prowess. The ball rotates and finds its way to him, with Zhang Ling now tasked with defending against Wembanyama. Indeed, within the Lakers, only Zhang Ling is capable of guarding Wembanyama at this moment. Though LeBron bears the title of power forward, he assumes the role of orchestrating the offense, leading to moments where the point guard, Russell, finds himself without the ball. Fortunately, Russell possesses commendable self-offensive capabilities. Had he been a traditional point guard, akin to Kidd, the situation would have been dire. On the defensive end, it falls to the forward Zhang Ling to confront Wembanyama. Although Wembanyama boasts impressive height, he carries a significant flaw. His weight is insufficient. The instant Wembanyama secures the ball, Zhang Ling closely adheres to him, leveraging his height of 203 centimeters, arm span of 220 centimeters, and weight of 98 kilograms to effectively challenge Wembanyama's shot. Provided he can restrict Wembanyama's space for a jump shot and deliver adequate physical resistance beforehand. This encapsulates Zhang Ling's understanding of how to defend against Wembanyama. It necessitates physicality, compelling him to monitor Wembanyama's offensive choices and basketball movements, adjusting his defensive intensity to avoid fouling. Details, indeed, are paramount. Nevertheless, completely neutralizing Wembanyama proves unrealistic. Although he struggles to release a quick shot under Zhang Ling's tight defense, he remarkably dribbles and executes a step-back jumper, the ball swishing through the net. Witnessing this, Zhang Ling furrows his brow, realizing the extraordinary nature of Wembanyama, a towering 224 centimeters capable of such fluid basketball maneuvers, while his mind races to devise effective strategies to limit Wembanyama's offensive impact. It may seem insurmountable, yet creating disruption in his offense suffices. Completely stifling a top NBA star is clearly unattainable. The goal is merely to diminish his shooting efficiency, ensuring he lacks comfortable opportunities to score. The pace of the game accelerates, and confronted with a player like Wembanyama, who possesses a formidable sweeping coverage on the power forward position, LeBron James relentlessly pushes the tempo, aiming to attack the rim aggressively. This has been LeBron's rhythm throughout his career. However, with age, his ability to elevate during fast breaks has waned, and his finishing ability now pales in comparison to his peak dominance. It is said that heroes fade with time, and one must not witness the white-haired in this world. The commentators, both on-site and in the studio, could only lament the relentless passage of time as they beheld this scene. The 40-year-old LeBron James, after all, cannot withstand the ravages of age, though his fuel tank still holds some reserves, allowing him to assist his team through keen passing and cutting vision. His engine is on the verge of overheating, rendering his defensive efforts largely ineffective and costing the Lakers dearly. Nonetheless, a couple of aggressive drives resulted in a foul, and as LeBron stepped onto the free throw line, his shooting touch was, as expected, rather lackluster. Mid-range shots have long been his nemesis, even falling short of his three-point proficiency. Unexpectedly, he unleashed a cold-blooded shot from beyond the arc, which seemed to yield better results than his free throws. As the game transitioned into a half-court battle, Zhang Ling's shooting form appeared quite promising. LeBron, dribbling at the arc, failed to find a favorable scoring opportunity while Zhang continuously moved to create space. When he positioned himself at the 45-degree angle, anticipating LeBron to opt for a personal attack, he was surprised as the ball soared towards him. Securing the ball, he faced his defender, took a step forward, then abruptly halted to execute a reverse pivot and a high-arcing jump shot. The ball swished through the net, producing a pleasing sound. Following his successful shot, Zhang quickly transitioned back on defense. This seemingly straightforward offensive maneuver by Zhang, upon entering the half-court, effectively resolved the team's stagnation in attack. His dribble, sudden stop, and elevated shot created ample space for his release, and his backward lean generated a frightening distance from the defender. With Victor Wembanyama looming before him, Zhang's shot displayed a high-arc trajectory. Coach Ham's eyes lit up at this display of skill. Zhang chose to break through the left-hand defense, pivoting and shooting in a manner contrary to his usual right-hand technique, showcasing a remarkable level of difficulty. As the game progressed, Zhang found his rhythm, receiving a pass from his teammate Russell at the corner three-point line. With Wembanyama defending him closely, he sank a high-difficulty three-pointer, astonishing everyone present. Today, against Wembanyama's lead defense, Zhang adeptly adjusted his shooting arc, soaring like an artillery shell, effectively avoiding any blocks. This marked Zhang's second successful shot while under Wembanyama's defense, and the difficulty could not be understated. Initially, onlookers presumed Zhang was simply continuing his prior hot streak. However, as he faced Wembanyama's staunch defense, leveraging his strength, he executed a challenging step-back jump shot and scored with poise, prompting nods of approval from both the Spurs coaching staff and his Lakers teammates. Zhang Ling's tactical offensive shooting in the positional game is quite commendable. In Chapter 85, titled Punitive Measures, the legacy of the jump shooter, the San Antonio Spurs, centered around the defensive framework established by power forward Victor Wembanyama, undoubtedly exerted considerable pressure on the Los Angeles Lakers defensively. On the offensive front, both Anthony Davis and LeBron James, along with D'Angelo Russell, felt the intensity of the Spurs' defense, particularly for LeBron. When allowed to shoot from mid to long range while being isolated from his teammates, he appeared somewhat out of sorts. After all, when it comes to strategizing against James, the Spurs coaching lineage, epitomized by the likes of Greg Popovich and Steve Kerr, demonstrates a noteworthy proficiency and understanding. The system built around James, during his prime, could effectively ensure a team's baseline performance. However, in high-stakes scenarios, it tends to falter. Moreover, considering that LeBron is now in the twilight of his career, his attempts to drive to the basket after a few successful plays quickly dwindled, and he seemed less inclined to engage in offensive play. After just one quarter, LeBron James was seen on the sidelines, gnawing on his fingers. Given that it was merely a nondescript preseason game and that LeBron is now 40 years old, playing for a substantial portion of the quarter to stretch his somewhat rusty muscles was already a generous treat for fans eager to watch him play. Certainly, LeBron's performance in that quarter was less than stellar. However, the dynamics of the Lakers began to shift positively as Zhang Ling successfully executed several challenging long-range and three-point shots. Zhang Ling's touch appeared remarkably proficient, prompting Coach Popovich to make immediate adjustments on the defensive front. In defending Zhang Ling, Wembanyama's performance was somewhat lacking, leading him to assign the forward Sohan to guard Zhang Ling, thus liberating Wembanyama to provide support defense. Sohan and Zhang Ling possess similar static physical qualities. Yet Sohan seems to be more robust, outweighing Zhang Ling by approximately 20 pounds. Utilizing Sohan to limit Zhang Ling is the Spurs' optimal choice apart from Wembanyama. However, Zhang Ling swiftly delivered a stunning blow to Coach Popovich in the ensuing offensive play. Confronted by Sohan, Zhang Ling showed no hesitation against such a formidable opponent and boasted a speed advantage. Under Sohan's defense, compared to Wembanyama, Zhang Ling found it considerably easier to execute jump shots and back-to-the-basket plays, leveraging his speed during a baseline catch-and attack. Zhang Ling performed multiple dribble fakes before effortlessly breaking past Sohan, gliding along the baseline to face the center's defensive help, and executed a reverse dunk. Yes, a reverse dunk. His speed was astonishing, completing this intricate series of movements in the blink of an eye. This moment, showcasing a highly challenging reverse dunk along with elegant footwork and dribbling. May sound simple, yet executing such complex basketball maneuvers in a live game is exceedingly difficult. Zhang Ling, flowing like water, not only elevated his team's morale, but also ignited the atmosphere among the fans, with Chinese supporters erupting in fervent cheers and applause that seemed to never cease. Following the dunk, the team's superstar, Anthony Davis, beamed with joy, celebrating with a chest bump with Zhang Ling and affectionately ruffling his hair. This play was nothing short of explosive. Meanwhile, on the Spurs bench, Coach Popovich maintained a stoic demeanor, yet his eyelids twitched at that moment. He promptly called for a timeout. At this juncture, in contrast to Zhang Ling's impressive showcase of talent during the preseason, the Spurs' first overall pick, Mattis Buzelis, remained remarkably composed, embodying the team's characteristic style. In this moment, Coach Popovich harbored regrets, pondering why, due to the idle chatter online and the smokescreens released by some unknown source, he had not selected Zhang Ling with the first pick. Yet, regret was futile. Time could not be reversed, and a missed opportunity was irretrievable. Ultimately, what truly caused Popovich's eyelids to flutter was not Zhang Ling's earlier difficult mid-range shots, but rather the moment Zhang Ling soared for that baseline dunk, evoking a fleeting illusion reminiscent of the young player on the court, who once was the Spurs' nemesis in the Western Conference Finals, Kobe Bryant. The old gentleman had indeed analyzed Zhang Ling's gameplay videos. Although certain backward movements bore a resemblance to those of Kobe and even Jordan, he had previously dismissed these observations. After all, many exceptional jump shooters exhibit distinctive shooting styles, yet ultimately converge in their execution, allowing traces of one another's influence to manifest. He merely considered Zhang Ling's skills in jump shooting as emulating Jordan and Kobe to a significant extent. However, today's preseason game profoundly stirred something deep within Coach Popovich. It was astonishingly reminiscent. During a timeout, he cast a glance at the extraordinarily gifted Wembanyama, which helped him regain his composure. Yet, while discussing tactics, a sudden smile broke out on Popovich's face. This unexpected display left the Spurs players puzzled. What was going on with him today? Soon after, Popovich shook his head in a bittersweet manner, uttering not a word. He understood that with a talent like Wembanyama joining the Spurs, the inevitable would eventually unfold in the Wild West, yet he did not anticipate such a striking familiarity. A fleeting glance at Zhang Ling's jubilant celebration with his teammates revealed an expression of pride and unassailable joy, which further engulfed Popovich in nostalgia. Wasn't this the same visage of the young boy who, while emulating Jordan's moves, executed a remarkably difficult fadeaway jumper? After a brief intermission, Coach Popovich surprisingly called it a day, substituting the starters and embarking on extensive personnel changes to experiment with new lineups and players. Observing this, Coach Ham of the Lakers also made adjustments to the on-court arrangements. The Lakers had their own newcomers who required integration and experimentation with various combinations. Nevertheless, Zhang Ling remained on the court, as this was Shanghai, his home ground. Moreover, Zhang had now become a subject of keen observation for Coach Ham. Ham held Zhang's performance in the first 3 quarters in high regard, as the talent he displayed in mid to long-range shooting undoubtedly infused fresh vigor into the current Lakers team. Additionally, Zhang's ability to catch and shoot delighted Coach Ham. In his view, Zhang seemed to be a top-tier 3D player who required minimal ball dominance, but could effectively utilize a large volume of shot opportunities. Perhaps this assessment underestimated Zhang, but there was no denying that he fit seamlessly into the Lakers' offensive strategy. On the defensive end, Zhang, with his long arms, also exhibited ample room for improvement. Lost in thought, the Lakers players on the court continued to perform with great energy. Zhang Ling has completely embraced the art of throwing, with each of his jump shots eliciting waves of joyous cheers from the spectators. With his remarkable performance against the Spurs, he has amassed an impressive 38 points. His evident talent suggests that Zhang Ling can seamlessly adapt to the pace of NBA gameplay, even though this is merely a preseason match. The Chinese national basketball team has finally witnessed the emergence of a player capable of establishing a foothold in the NBA. Chapter 86. NBA 2024-2025 Season, Rookie Charge. Undoubtedly, the Chinese men's basketball team finds itself in a moment of profound darkness. In such dire circumstances, the team desperately requires a figurehead and an unequivocal core leader. After all, enhancing overall strength is a challenging endeavor in the short term. However, a single pivotal player could significantly elevate the Chinese men's basketball team standing on the world stage, much like Yao Ming did. Regrettably, the younger generation appears to lack sufficient respect for the great Yao, who, despite his role as the president of the Basketball Association, has not managed to improve the situation of Chinese basketball. This is a challenging undertaking, as progress is difficult to achieve in a short span. Nevertheless, Zhang Ling's outstanding performances in 2 NBA preseason games have ignited a glimmer of hope. The influence of a key player in team sports, such as basketball or football, cannot be overstated. After all, it has been over a millennium since the retirement of Gao Qiao, the last absolute core figure of the Chinese national football team. 1,000 years have passed, yet the Chinese football team remains stagnant, sinking further into despair. The Chinese men's basketball team cannot afford to follow the same path of decline. Fortunately, they have welcomed the remarkable emergence of Zhang Ling. Upon returning to the United States, Zhang Ling participated in 4 additional preseason games. The Lakers and Coach Ham explored various lineups during these matches, seeking to understand the chemistry among the players. Zhang Ling has also garnered a considerable number of opportunities on the court. This is not solely due to his position as the 3rd overall pick this year, as he is a focal point for the Lakers' future development, but also because Zhang Ling has exhibited remarkable performance in the first 2 games of the preseason. In the first match held in Beijing against the Chinese national team, the significance is somewhat diminished, as Zhang Ling has already established his dominance in the CBA. However, in the second preseason game in Shanghai against the extraordinarily talented Spurs, Zhang Ling's performance was nothing short of spectacular. Particularly noteworthy was his effective defense against the Spurs star player, Victor Wembanyama. On the offensive end, not only did Zhang Ling showcase his commendable self-creation skills, but his mid-range jump shot also left everyone in awe. Furthermore, his synergy with teammates was commendable, reaching a level that left Coach Ham profoundly impressed. Zhang Ling, having once played in the CBA, undeniably exhibits the qualities expected of a professional basketball player, showcasing formidable on-court prowess. This sets him apart from the majority of his peers in this draft, resembling a high-capacity memory module that is ready for immediate use. Currently, it appears that Zhang Ling, positioned on the team's front line, not only excels in guarding the opposing team's key player, but also aids the core of the team's defense, the superstar Anthony Davis, in constructing a robust defensive framework. Thanks to Zhang Ling's exceptional wingspan, remarkable physical attributes, and his astonishingly impressive awareness and attitude in help defense, he will undoubtedly alleviate significant defensive pressure from Davis, thereby liberating him to adopt a more aggressive stance in offense. For this very reason, Lakers head coach Ham has already resolved in his heart that Zhang Ling must start alongside LeBron James. His utility is nothing short of remarkable. Furthermore, Zhang Ling's tenacious offensive capabilities can effectively absorb a portion of the shooting responsibilities. His defensive enthusiasm is truly commendable. He possesses excellent defensive instincts and a profound understanding of the game, even though his English pronunciation leaves much to be desired, resulting in some communication barriers. The team's defensive rotations run remarkably smoothly. This is an occurrence the Lakers have not witnessed in previous seasons, even when someone inadvertently loses their position. Zhang consistently steps in to provide support. His comprehension of the game on the defensive end is genuinely astonishing. Upon returning to the United States, following a preseason matchup against the Kings, Anthony Davis, affectionately known as AD, emerged victorious by contributing 23 points and securing 13 rebounds in just 20 minutes of play, thereby leading the Lakers to triumph. Radiating joy, he graciously accepted an interview with American media. During the conversation, he lavished praise upon Zhang Ling, acknowledging the significant role Zhang played in alleviating much of the defensive burden associated with rim protection. "He is remarkable," Davis declared. "An exceptional basketball player, endowed with extraordinary shooting skills and touch. Trust me, his potential is boundless, and in the future, he will undoubtedly secure a lucrative contract." The elation of victory glimmered in Davis's eyes, dispelling the frustrations of previous seasons. LeBron James, who delivered an impressive 12 assists in the game, also found himself in high spirits after reviewing the statistical summary. Although he only attempted 15 shots, resulting in 21 points, his substantial double-double brought him satisfaction. In his media interview, James expressed, "Returning to the United States for our first home game was fantastic. We secured the win, and I feel physically fit, as if there is still plenty of fuel in my tank. Regrettably, I am already contemplating life after retirement. Ha." This year, the team features many new faces, all of whom are remarkable. Zhang seized the opportunity, making 3 or 4 incredible shots. It felt as if the heavens were on his side today. He is an outstanding young man, and I admire him. Indeed, Zhang Ling received several passes from James, successfully sinking multiple corner three-pointers, with Zhang accounting for 5 of the 12 assists. "He possesses an extraordinary future. I believe the sky is the limit for him," James stated. Today, he offered substantial assistance on the defensive end, and despite that, his shooting percentage was exceptional. He is truly a remarkable basketball player, and surely, the divine will commend him. In this match held at the Staples Center in Los Angeles, Zhang Ling showcased his prowess in front of the home crowd, logging an impressive 34 minutes on the court, during which he amassed 28 points and 8 rebounds. Statistically, his performance surpassed that of both LeBron and Davis. Yet a thorough observation of the game reveals that Zhang Ling provided substantial support to the team, particularly on the defensive end. Notably, in the final quarter, he executed a remarkable block against Fox's layup, subsequently passing to LeBron for a swift fast break, thereby securing the victory in what could be described as a highlight-worthy defensive play. In his inaugural preseason game back in the United States, Zhang Ling made a formal introduction to the Lakers fans in Los Angeles with such an impressive display. Throughout the subsequent 3 preseason games, his performance continued to shine. Observing him on the court, one cannot help but notice his significant investment of energy in defense, complemented by an exceptional defensive performance. However, upon examining his offensive statistics, it becomes evident that even with ample shooting opportunities, Zhang Ling's scoring consistently surpasses 25 points, placing him at the pinnacle of the team's average scoring. Moreover, in these preseason matches, Zhang Ling's efficiency has been astonishing, with a true shooting percentage soaring to an impressive 70, truly remarkable. The data from the preseason clearly illustrates that Zhang Ling's capabilities are well-deserved of his 3rd overall pick status. His performance not only brings relief to his fans across the ocean in China, but also ignites anticipation and imagination for the upcoming season. As the regular season commences, the stakes are markedly different from those of the preseason, with each victory and defeat bearing significant weight. After all, the Lakers had an early exit from last year's playoffs, failing to qualify. Chapter 87, the season opener against the Cavaliers. On October 25th, the NBA 2024-2025 regular season commences. The Lakers will face the Cavaliers on their home turf, a team that marks the beginning of LeBron James's illustrious career, the franchise that he led to its inaugural and sole championship victory, the Cleveland Cavaliers. For Zhang Ling, this match represents his true debut in the NBA. Preseason games serve merely as a platform for coaches to familiarize themselves with players and refine team dynamics, with the outcomes holding little significance. However, the regular season is an entirely different affair. Each victory carries immense weight, particularly for a Lakers team that, last season, failed to qualify for the playoffs. Even with superstars LeBron James, Anthony Davis, and D'Angelo Russell, the Lakers remain a team struggling to find their footing, far from the formidable presence their roster might suggest. Despite NBA 2K assigning LeBron a rating of 95 for this season, it is undeniably awkward and perplexing given the realities of his performance in the team's struggles, especially at the age of 40. The paradox lies in the fact that while LeBron may have impressive statistics post-game, the team's losses diminish their luster. The question arises, does basketball lean more toward individual prowess or team effort? LeBron's journey encapsulates this tension and complexity. returning to the upcoming regular season match against the Cavaliers. For Zhang Ling, this will be his inaugural NBA game, and it is anticipated that he will score his first point in this encounter. For LeBron, this marks the opening game of his final season, and the league has orchestrated for him to face the Cavaliers, a gesture that is both deliberate and considerate. Commencing the season with a nod to his retirement tour starting in Cleveland is a fitting tribute. The league has shown LeBron the respect he deserves. After all, the Cavaliers are his hometown team. Despite past tensions that led to fan discontent and harsh words from the franchise's owner, LeBron ultimately returned to his roots, forming a new trio and leading the Cavaliers to a historic championship victory, overcoming a 0-3 deficit. In the end, he delivered a title to Cleveland, fulfilling his promise, Cleveland, this is for you. Thus, the farewell tour for this season has seen the league and LeBron's team arrange for the Lakers to challenge the Cavaliers on their home turf, a most fitting choice. After all, can there be any fans more grateful to LeBron James than those of the Cavaliers, the Heat, the Lakers? Moreover, within the Cavaliers, there is LeBron's eldest son, Bronny James. Indeed, a father-son showdown is about to unfold. Undoubtedly, this match has been slated for nationwide broadcast, generating immense buzz. The anticipation surrounding this event began to build even before the preseason commenced, and the online fervor has only intensified, reaching a fever pitch as media outlets eagerly report and promote it. Across the United States, and even on the other side of the globe in China, as well as in various other countries, countless individuals are keenly focused on this game. The Cavaliers, the starting point of LeBron's illustrious journey, will host the inaugural stop of his retirement tour. The spectacle of LeBron and Bronny sharing the court, the culmination of the 411 project, and the debut of Chinese basketball player Zhang Ling with the Lakers all converge to ignite unparalleled attention for this match throughout the nation. It is likely that the excitement generated here will surpass that of the NBA Finals, for LeBron inherently attracts monumental viewership. In contrast, Zhang Ling's debut in the NBA is overshadowed by the media spotlight that LeBron brings. However, on the other side of the world in China, fans eagerly open their smartphones and computers, snacking on sunflower seeds as they anticipate Zhang Ling's performance with the Lakers while witnessing LeBron's inaugural stop on his retirement tour. Remarkably, the viewership from China may even exceed that in the United States. Before the game, LeBron's hometown team, the Cleveland Cavaliers, paid him the respect he deserves as he approaches retirement. The Jumbotron showcased highlights of LeBron's career, including the moment he led the Cavaliers to their first championship, bringing him to tears as he held the trophy aloft, proclaiming, "Cleveland, this is for you." His voice resonated powerfully, echoing amidst nearly 20,000 fans worldwide. Witnessing this moment, the fans erupted in a chorus of respect and admiration for LeBron. The once mighty prodigy, LeBron James, after 22 seasons in the league, is finally on the brink of retirement. Following this, the Cavaliers DJ exuberantly introduced LeBron as he entered the arena, and under the fervent cheers, LeBron stood at the entrance of the players' tunnel, warmly waving to the adoring crowd, tears glistening in his eyes. This is his final season. He holds the record as the all-time leading scorer in the NBA, has been selected to the All-Star Game 21 times, won 3 Olympic gold medals, earned 4 NBA Finals MVP awards, and captured 4 NBA championships. And he is King James, a KD from Akron Field to the NBA. Welcome, number 23, the chosen one, LeBron James. Amidst the fervent cheers of the Cleveland Cavaliers fans, LeBron James exchanged high-fives with those beside him as he traversed the player tunnel, greeting the audience with warm waves. In the presence of nearly 20,000 spectators, he elegantly adorned his head with an imaginary crown, a symbol of his reign. At that moment, all cameras converged upon this man, a figure steeped in controversy. His extraordinary talent, his inner fears and evasions, his choices, his triumphs, and the criticisms he endures, all dissipated in the arena of Cleveland. While some fans questioned his greatness, LeBron remained undeniably legendary. Fortunately, this is the home of the Cleveland Cavaliers. Chapter 88, Zhang Ling's debut with a faint smile. Zhang Ling embraced the responsibility of defending against Mitchell. The Cavaliers' current star, Mitchell, coldly observed the unfolding events on the court, his expression largely inscrutable. Prior to the game, he merely exchanged polite hugs with LeBron, expressing regret over his retirement while also conveying admiration. Necessary pleasantries were duly exchanged. However, in reality, Mitchell, who entered the league as the 13th pick and bears a striking resemblance to the legendary player he idolizes, Dwayne Wade, was taken aback by LeBron's absence at Wade's Hall of Fame induction ceremony. After all, alongside Wade, the illustrious Dirk Nowitzki, who led the Mavericks to victory, as well as Spurs guard Tony Parker and Lakers Pau Gasol, were also inducted. The awkwardness of the situation is palpable, as Mitchell assumes the role of the Cavaliers' core player. The extent of his respect for LeBron during this inaugural stop of his retirement tour remains unknown to outsiders. Yet, any proclamation of greatness in basketball must ultimately be substantiated by victories on the court. In the game, Mitchell immediately showcased his formidable offensive prowess, executing both inside and outside shots, including a three-pointer, amassing 7 points within a mere 2 minutes, and leading the Cavaliers to a decisive 15-5 opening against the visiting Lakers. Clearly, the current players of the Cavaliers displayed ample respect for their franchise's luminary, LeBron James. Lakers coach Ham promptly called a timeout to quell the Cavaliers' fiery momentum. If the first quarter's deficit widens too greatly, it would surely be a pitfall for his team. The Cavaliers are a relatively diminutive team, boasting exceptional talent among both their starters and substitutes, particularly on the guard line, which is characterized by formidable offensive prowess. On the other hand, the Lakers fielded a lineup featuring Russell at the point guard position, Rivers at shooting guard, Zhang Ling at small forward, LeBron James at power forward, and Anthony Davis at center. Following a timeout, Coach Ham promptly adjusted the lineup, substituting Rivers for Wood, who can effectively create space on the court. There was no choice. The smaller Rivers was utterly overwhelmed by Mitchell, proving incapable of providing adequate defense. In this configuration, the versatile Zhang Ling was elevated to defend against Mitchell, a clear testament to the considerable trust Coach Ham has placed in him. Zhang Ling smiled faintly. Donovan Mitchell, an exceptionally talented and elite shooting guard in this league, filled Zhang Ling with a profound excitement at the prospect of undertaking such a defensive responsibility. He was so exhilarated that his body trembled imperceptibly for a moment. It was indeed a privilege to compete against one of the finest players on this planet, and Zhang Ling eagerly anticipated the challenge. For it is only through such encounters that he could become aware of his own shortcomings, enabling him to engage in targeted training and foster his growth and improvement. Zhang Ling leaped onto the court. Both the online audience and the fans in attendance were taken aback by Coach Ham's decision to assign the rookie Zhang Ling to the shooting guard position. Was he truly attempting to have Mitchell impart lessons to this novice? Mitchell glanced at Zhang Ling, who was closely shadowing him, and his mind was devoid of any significant thoughts. He held on to a singular conviction: while you may indulge in your retirement tour, the triumph of this game will not be carried away from the Cavaliers' home court. For the current undeniable core of the Cavaliers is not LeBron James, but rather Donovan Mitchell. In his heart, he regarded LeBron's assembly of a super trio with a degree of skepticism. If the performance of his second-in-command could even rival that of the opposing team's star, then perhaps he too could seize the championship. The game continued. With the Cavaliers in possession, Donovan Mitchell brusquely pushed Zhang Ling aside, retrieving the ball from the sideline, and then, faced with the rookie, lowered his center of gravity as he dribbled. Observing this, Zhang Ling also subtly lowered his stance, fixating his gaze firmly upon Mitchell's eyes. He slightly angled his body to obstruct Mitchell's right-hand drive while allowing a sliver of space on the left. Mitchell scoffed inwardly and, without hesitation, executed a swift left-hand dribble to break through, employing an in-and-out move to exploit a change in rhythm and shake off Zhang Ling's defense, seeking an opening to shoot. However, to his surprise, Zhang Ling anticipated his offensive maneuver, remaining unfazed and quickly re-establishing tight defense against Mitchell. As Mitchell pulled the ball back, he chose not to take a jump shot. Instead, he passed the ball to the center, Allen, who was positioned for a high screen. After receiving the ball back from Allen, Mitchell aimed to utilize the center screen. Yet, he underestimated Zhang Ling's ability to navigate through screens as he approached Allen's left side. Zhang Ling's form unexpectedly appeared right before him. Fortunately, at that moment, Allen rolled towards the basket, and Mitchell timely delivered the ball to him. Allen, upon receiving it, dribbled once before facing the Lakers center, Anthony Davis, and attempted a delicate hook shot beneath the basket. Regrettably, it did not find its mark, and Davis promptly secured the rebound, passing the ball to LeBron James. Upon witnessing the situation, Zhang Ling swiftly sprinted towards the front court. Mitchell, intrigued, cast a glance at Zhang Ling's long arms. His knowledge of this rookie was limited. The coaching staff had mentioned prior to the game that the Lakers had acquired this third overall pick from the trade, noted for his impressive wingspan. If his defensive awareness and footwork matched his physical attributes, he would undoubtedly enhance the Lakers' defensive lineup significantly. From the recent defensive encounter, It was evident that this young man, possessing distinctly Eastern features, had a profound understanding of defensive strategies. LeBron, with the ball in hand, advanced rapidly, scanning the court for opportunities to launch a fast break. However, the Cavaliers forward, Dean Wade, was diligently shadowing LeBron. Frustrated after several attempts, LeBron passed the ball to Zhang Ling, who had positioned himself at the baseline. The moment Zhang Ling received the ball, he decisively drove towards the right, charging into the 3-second area. Yet, entangled underneath were Cavaliers center Allen and Davis, making it impossible for Zhang Ling to force his way in. As he navigated from the baseline through the wing and approached the free throw area, he feigned a shot, prompting Allen to step up for help defense. Seizing the moment, Zhang Ling deftly tossed the ball to Davis, who executed a powerful alley-oop dunk. After completing the play, Zhang Ling maintained an expressionless demeanor as he swiftly transitioned back to defense. This was a promising sign, not only for the Cavaliers star, but also for Lakers coach Ham, who was pleasantly surprised by Zhang Ling's ability to exert pressure on Mitchell defensively, while also showcasing commendable offensive skills by facilitating plays in the paint. This added an intriguing dimension to the Lakers' strategy, making it more diverse and multifaceted. Great play, isn't it? That was executed very intelligently. At this moment, in a distant studio in the East, hosts Kufan and Yang animatedly commented on the game. In the NBA, such a play was common. Had it been in the CBA, Zhang Ling might have taken the shot himself long ago. Yang chuckled, lamenting that they had yet to witness Zhang Ling score in his NBA debut, though he had already tallied an assist. Chapter 89, Father and Son on the Same Stage. Bronny faces off against LeBron. Zhang Ling's inaugural score stemmed from his relentless movement and continuous defensive switches. He seized the opportunity when the opponent's communication faltered, finding himself wide open at the corner three-point line, thanks to an assist from the illustrious LeBron James. At the very moment he received the pass from James, Zhang Ling exhibited no hesitation. With the defender closing in, he confidently executed a jump shot. The ball traced a graceful arc before swishing through the net. While this may seem like a commonplace three-pointer, it held profound significance for Zhang Ling. It marked his first basket in the NBA, his inaugural three-pointer, and indeed his very first point in his career. The era of Zhang Ling in the NBA has commenced. Despite the composed facade he maintained while swiftly returning to defense, his heart was undeniably stirred. It had finally begun. Zhang Ling could not help but poke his forehead with 3 fingers, a gesture reminiscent of the three-point celebration of Carmelo Anthony. He often studied Anthony's offensive videos, meticulously analyzing his footwork and shooting technique. In stark contrast to Zhang Ling's somewhat understated celebration, his Lakers teammates on the bench rose in unison, cheering exuberantly at the moment he scored. After all, this was Zhang Ling's inaugural three-pointer as a rookie, his first point. As he seized the opportunity and leaped to take the shot, his teammates were undeniably filled with anticipation. Bingo, the ball swished through the net. Although the game was held in the Cavaliers' home arena, where the crowd offered no applause, his teammates promptly showered him with congratulations. Mimicking his three-point shot in a playful and exaggerated manner, their excitement palpable. Zhang Ling felt a surge of warmth in her heart. Meanwhile, across the vast ocean in the Penguin Live broadcast room, hosts, guests, and Chinese fans watching the match were filled with excitement, fervently cheering for Zhang Ling with clenched fists in front of their screens. Indeed, even though Zhang Ling was in the distant land of America, her performance in her inaugural NBA game stirred the emotions of many fans. Preseason games are merely a prelude. They lack the significance of a regular season journey. The match continued, and it was utterly impossible to completely neutralize the Cavaliers' core player, Mitchell, on the defensive end. However, under Zhang Ling's defensive interference, his scoring was no longer as frenzied as it had been at the outset. Zhang Ling's defensive efforts have proven remarkably effective, garnering satisfaction from Coach Ham of the Lakers. The Lakers' shooting touch has gradually improved, beginning with Russell's impressive three-point shot from beyond the arc, followed by LeBron's drive to the basket. Faced with a double team, he deftly tossed the ball to Anthony Davis, who effortlessly converted the opportunity, sending the ball into the net. It was evident that Davis held a significant advantage over Allen. The score between the two teams continued to rise, with Cavaliers guard Struss providing timely support, executing consecutive drives and hitting shots from the perimeter, extending the fiery rhythm established by Mitchell earlier. Nevertheless, the gap between the teams steadily diminished, shrinking from a double-digit lead of 10 points to just 5. At this juncture, Zhang Ling positioned himself under the basket, signaling for the ball. He promptly received a pass from Russell, With Mitchell trailing behind him. Leveraging his height advantage, Zhang dribbled inward. And as the Cavaliers' forwards rushed to assist, he executed a swift turnaround, creating space for a well-angled jump shot that found its mark, adding 2 points to the scoreboard. It appeared that Zhang had discovered his shooting rhythm, showcasing an impressive offensive skill set. The commentators from ESPN lauded Zhang Ling with high praise. The score now stood at 25-28, with the gap narrowed to just 3 points, prompting the Cavaliers to call a timeout. Approximately 8 minutes into the first quarter. LeBron had been resting for 3 minutes. Following the timeout, the Cavaliers also opted to rest their starters, allowing the bench players to take the court. It was at this moment that the home crowd erupted in fervent enthusiasm, with fans cheering loudly. Zhang Ling, who had just settled on the bench, looked up to see LeBron re-entering the game. However, the pivotal moment arrived when the Cavaliers rookie, Bronny James, donned the number 23 jersey and stepped onto the court. The significance of the 23 jersey was undeniable, as the last player to wear it was none other than LeBron James himself. At this moment, the court witnessed the remarkable sight of father and son competing together. If all goes as expected, this scene will undoubtedly be remembered as a legendary moment. While Bronny appeared a bit more reserved than his father, it was understandable, as today marked not only his NBA debut but also the unique circumstance of facing off against his biological father, LeBron James. At this moment, all cameras in the arena were focused on the father-son duo. LeBron approached his son and enveloped him in a warm embrace, murmuring words that were lost in the embrace. The photographer seized this fleeting opportunity, capturing this precious moment. After 21 years of battling in the NBA, with his beard graying, witnessing his son enter this realm representing the pinnacle of global basketball prowess was a poignant scene, evoking a sense of nostalgia for LeBron's legendary journey. Despite the controversies and the jeers from detractors who labeled him arrogant and ignorant, at this moment, the NBA veteran was afforded the respect he rightly deserved. Particularly, the Cavaliers fans in attendance erupted in applause, showering the father and son with cheers and encouragement, eager to witness this heartwarming spectacle. As the game resumed, the Cavaliers guard advanced with the ball, and the center moved up to set a screen, attempting a shot, but was thwarted by Rivers. Nevertheless, possession remained with the Cavaliers. The ball was passed to Bronny James, and the audience held their breath, witnessing this remarkable father-son confrontation. How would Bronny fare against LeBron's defense? Accompanied by the commentary. Fans both in the arena and watching from afar were wide-eyed, observing the unfolding drama. LeBron was defending his son. Bronny faced his father's defense, dribbling skillfully, then executing a swift change of direction, stepping back to launch a shot from beyond the arc. His confidence was palpable. The ball arced beautifully through the air, swishing through the net. His first attempt met with success. In the face of LeBron's defense, Bronny showed no deference, delivering a step-back three-pointer without a hint of familial sentiment. For this was competitive sport, where rivalry reigned supreme. LeBron, witnessing his son's high-difficulty three-pointer, playfully patted Bronny's backside. Chapter 90. LeBron dunking on Bronny. Bronny James' audacious three-pointer ignited the home crowd's fervor. Spectators sprang to their feet, applauding Bronny's bravery and remarkable display. A father-son competition on the basketball court is a tale for the ages, further solidifying the legendary status of LeBron James' lengthy career. This was not merely a casual one-on-one practice. It was a fierce contest on the NBA stage, epitomizing the highest level of basketball competition worldwide. When Bronny launched that three-pointer against his father, it was a moment destined to be etched in NBA history. After all, such a scenario of a father and son competing at this level is unprecedented in the annals of the NBA. Let us not forget that. In anticipation of this momentous day, LeBron and his team have endured a protracted wait. Since the commencement of the season, LeBron's media entourage has relentlessly promoted this event, generating an unimaginable buzz online. Even though Bronny once faced a health scare due to a heart condition, fortune smiled upon him as he triumphed over adversity and successfully entered the NBA, embodying a tale of inspiration. As the game progressed, Zhang Ling was substituted onto the court, with Bronny still actively playing. Clearly, the Cavaliers were eager to capitalize on the spectacle of a father-son duo sharing the floor, granting Bronny ample playing time. At that moment, Russell advanced with the ball, reaching the front court to pass it to LeBron James. After several switches on defense, LeBron found himself facing his son Bronny, executing a few behind-the-back dribbles to find his shooting rhythm. Suddenly, he stepped back and unleashed a surprise three-pointer. Alas, LeBron's attempt did not find the mark, but fortunately, the ball was secured by Prince. In the ensuing melee, Hayes seized the ball and flung it to Zhang Ling stationed beyond the three-point line in the corner. Zhang Ling received the ball and, with little time remaining, executed a flawless three-point shot. Following this, opportunities for a direct father-son confrontation were scarce. Although Bronny managed to sink a three-pointer, he struggled to recapture the rhythm he had when facing his father. Confronted by Shuila's defense, he attempted a drive but failed to convert, and a subsequent step-back mid-range shot also ended in a miss. Meanwhile, LeBron collaborated effectively with Davis, securing 5 points through a combination of inside and outside plays. The two teams saw their scores gradually ascend, and at the end of the second quarter, the Lakers trailed by 6 points with a score of 56-62 as they entered halftime. By the conclusion of the half, Zhang Ling had an impressive shooting performance of 4 out of 6 attempts, accumulating 11 points, including 3 successful three-pointers out of 5 attempts, showcasing remarkable offensive efficiency. Additionally, he excelled defensively, effectively limiting the Cavaliers' Donovan Mitchell to just 5 baskets out of 11 attempts for a total of 13 points, falling far short of the scorching start he had at the beginning of the game. This was a commendable effort by Zhang Ling, and during halftime discussions with Coach Ham, he received praise for his performance. However, the coaching staff also emphasized the need for Zhang Ling to invest more energy into defense, particularly in coordinating with Davis for help defense and covering for LeBron in situations where he was out of position. This requirement certainly posed a challenge for Zhang Ling's stamina. Yet it is to be expected, as he is a young rookie, and the demands on defense are naturally greater than those placed on the 40-year-old LeBron. Zhang Ling nodded in agreement, yet at that moment, no one could have anticipated that he would suddenly erupt in the second half, engaging in a fierce exchange with Michel. As the second half commenced, Michel rediscovered his rhythm. Defying Zhang Ling's close defense, he stepped back and executed a high-difficulty three-pointer, exuberantly celebrating towards the fans as if to release the pent-up emotions that had been stifled for an entire half, simultaneously declaring, "This is my domain." After crossing the half-court, Zhang Ling proactively sought the ball from LeBron, utilizing his screen to elevate and shoot. Swish. The net rippled, creating an intoxicating wave of white, a stunning three-pointer that Zhang Ling delivered in timely response. Though his expression was somewhat stoic, lacking in vividness, his reactions on the court were chillingly precise. Just as the excitement among the fans began to subside, they witnessed the rookie from the Lakers sink yet another three-pointer. Intriguing. As Zhang Ling soared to make a three-pointer, he exchanged a knowing glance with Mitchell, an unspoken understanding passing between them. In each other's eyes, they recognized the essence of a bloodthirsty predator. Indeed, though their regular positions differed, both possessed an unadulterated instinct for the kill. At that moment, a particularly captivating scene unfolded. Allen, poised to inbound from the baseline, received a call for the ball from LeBron's son, Bronny James, yet directed the sphere towards Mitchell. However, Allen seemingly overlooked the vigilant Zhang Ling, who was tightly shadowing Mitchell. In a swift motion, Zhang lunged forward, intercepting the pass. He then dove with remarkable zeal, cradling the ball in his arms. Mitchell and Allen momentarily hesitated, instinctively rushing towards Zhang. At this instant, LeBron, witnessing the unfolding drama, sprinted towards the scene with astonishing speed, leaving onlookers in awe. Observing this, Zhang tossed the ball high into the air. What transpired next was nothing short of astonishing. LeBron leapt with such vigor that he nearly cleared the rim. It must be noted, even at the age of 40, LeBron's athletic prowess remains extraordinary, especially during fast breaks and dunks. His legs showed no signs of fatigue, nor did his groin ache. He ascended 5 flights of stairs with apparent ease, and his vertical